As the gentle morning breeze caressed the expanse of a lush green meadow, the blades of grass bowed slightly, and amidst this verdant landscape, a young man stirred from his slumber, rubbing his eyes and glancing around. A look of bewilderment crossed his face. Where was he? The young man's name was Su Lin, employed at a tech company, while his wife, Meng Jing, taught at a nearby school. Together, they had a 3-year-old child who had just begun preschool. Due to the nature of his work, Su Lin often found himself traveling for business. The previous day, he and several colleagues had ventured to Shandong, where, after an exuberant feast hosted by their gracious hosts, the inebriated Su Lin was escorted back to the hotel. Upon awakening, he found himself in a desolate wilderness, desperately attempting to recall the events post-banquet. He was unable to piece together what had transpired. The robust Shandong men and enchanting women had truly excelled at persuading him to drink, and despite his usual tolerance, he had succumbed to overwhelming intoxication. Looking down, he noted he was still clad in jeans and a white shirt. He still had his phone. He retrieved his newly purchased Huawei from his pocket thankfully. It was charged, though he found himself bereft of any signal. Puzzled, he touched his head. Despite the copious amounts of alcohol consumed the previous night, he felt remarkably clear-headed, devoid of the expected hangover. The air here was unlike that of his hometown, imbued with a sweetness that invigorated him with each breath. Permeating his very being, Su Lin could even sense the atmosphere transforming his physique. Unable to contain his excitement, he leaped, astonishingly reaching a height akin to that of a basketball hoop. How was this possible? Had he traversed time and space? An avid reader of web novels, Su Lin was no stranger to the concept of transmigration. Though such phenomena typically required a jolt of lightning strike, a car accident, or a leap from a precipice. Yet, he had merely taken a nap and found himself in another realm. If this was indeed a journey through time, to which epoch had he been transported? Ideally, it would be the Three Kingdoms, a period he was well acquainted with, or perhaps the Song dynasty, where scholars were not indiscriminately slaughtered. Above all, he fervently hoped not to land amidst the chaos of the 5 barbarians at that moment. Su Lin's gaze was drawn to a glimmering object nearby. Upon closer inspection, he discovered it to be a diamond-shaped crystal. As he grasped the crystal, it seamlessly merged with his right hand, integrating into his very essence. In an instant, several phrases materialized within his mind. After contemplating these newfound revelations, Su Lin realized they constituted a method of cultivation. By practicing this technique, he could learn a spell, summoning. Astonished, Su Lin concluded that he had not been transported to the past, but rather into a realm of cultivation, where the air was infused with spiritual energy. Reassuring himself, he recalled that his favorite reads often revolved around celestial immortals and transmigration tales. With such knowledge, he felt less like a novice in this unfamiliar territory. Having arrived in this new world, pondering further was futile. He resolved to familiarize himself with the spell he had just acquired. Su Lin began to delve into the nuances of the summoning technique. It involved utilizing incantations to forcibly establish a connection with other beings, commanding them to fight on his behalf, provided they submitted to him. Initially, he could summon 3 entities, with the potential to expand to 6 as his skill advanced. Straightening his attire, Su Lin assumed a meditative posture as instructed by the technique, absorbing the essence of the heavens and earth. As he focused, the invisible energies began to flow into him. That moment, his mind cleared, and an indescribable sensation of comfort enveloped his body, invigorating his limbs with newfound strength. He swiftly entered a state of transcendence, immersing himself in his practice. Upon completing a sequence of cultivation mantras, Su Lin opened his eyes to find that dusk had descended. Rising to his feet, he stretched and felt an unprecedented vitality coursing through him. He sprinted a few dozen paces, astonished by his remarkable speed. With a chuckle, he mused that if he possessed such physical prowess back home, he would surely be an Olympic champion by now. Feeling a pang of hunger, Su Lin spotted a distant forest and made his way toward it, foraging for fruits to satiate his appetite. Although twilight was upon him, he could still discern his surroundings clearly, wandering aimlessly in search of creatures to tame. The forest teemed with various birds and animals, yet most were mere wild chickens and rabbit swift, but lacking in aggression, unsuitable for domestication. As he surveyed his environment, he mentally reviewed the summoning technique he had just learned. Soon, night fell, and the forest grew tranquil. After wandering for a while, Su Lin began to feel fatigued. Leaning against a large tree, he once again assumed a meditative position, keeping his eyes open, aware of the potential dangers lurking in this unfamiliar place. As he settled into the night, a rustle caught his attention. Startled, he turned to see a skeleton. Advancing toward him, Su Lin leaped to his feet, locking eyes with the approaching figure, unsure of how to react. The skeleton, devoid of emotion, drew closer, wielding a hefty club fashioned from bone. With the skeletal figure closing in, Su Lin shouted, "Halt!" Yet the creature remained unresponsive, advancing until it stood directly before him, swinging its club with intent. Instinctively, Su Lin sidestepped, desperately seeking a weapon to defend himself. However, in the chaos, he could only retreat. The skeleton, silent and relentless, pressed on. Su Lin picked up a stone and hurled it at the creature it struck with a resounding thud. Yet the skeleton remained unfazed, continuing its advance with the club raised high. In a moment of misstep, Su Lin stumbled over a branch, falling backward onto the ground as he lay there. He saw the skeleton drawing nearer, and he pushed against the earth to rise, but the skeleton was upon him, raising its club for a downward strike. With a swift roll, Su Lin narrowly evaded the blow, the club crashing into the ground with a thunderous impact, sending shards of earth ricocheting into his face and body, stinging. Painfully, witnessing the skeleton lift its club once more, panic surged within him. He instinctively recited the incantation for summoning, pointing a finger at the skeleton. An invisible thread shot forth from his fingertip toward the creature's head, seemingly striking it with great force. The skeleton staggered back, emitting a series of pained groans. Seeing the efficacy of his newly acquired spell, Su Lin quickly rose to his feet, unleashing a barrage of attacks upon the skeleton. The creature, swaying unsteadily, dropped its club, cradling its head in agony. Realizing that the summoning technique could subdue the skeleton, Su Lin felt a wave of relief wash over him. He continued to cast the spell, striking the creature repeatedly. After approximately 100 attempts, a message flashed in his mind. "You have tamed the skeleton. It is now available for summoning." That moment, the skeleton stood docile, obediently at his side. Placing his hand upon its head, more information flowed into his consciousness. White bone skeleton, no special abilities, available for summoning. With a thought, he commanded capture. The skeleton transformed into a wisp of dark energy that surged toward Su Lin's fingertip, manifesting as a ring on his pinky. Though seemingly ordinary, upon closer inspection, it radiated a spectrum of colors. The dark essence of the skeleton was absorbed within the ring that he then uttered, "Appear," and the skeleton materialized from the ring, still clutching its bone club, standing guard beside Su Lin. Having subdued the skeleton, Su Lin lowered his gaze to his attire, realizing that he had exerted himself too vigorously, resulting in a tear in his shirt. A slight pain throbbed on his face, likely from a scrape. Despite his disheveled appearance, Su Lin remained undeterred. After all, he had acquired an ally. He commanded the skeleton to guard his side and settled down to recuperate. After approximately an hour, Su Lin felt significantly revitalized. Aware of the perils lurking in the forest, he resolved to depart hastily. With the skeleton in tow, Su Lin resumed his journey. Along the way, he cast spells upon every creature he encountered. Smaller animals succumbed to his charm swiftly. Once captured, he would release them and seek the next target. With hundreds of spell castings, Su Lin grew increasingly adept at summoning, his spirit soaring and his stamina bolstered. Immersed in his training, he unwittingly ventured deep into the forest. At this moment, the bright moon hung overhead, and Su Lin perched upon a large boulder. Gazing at the luminous orb, memories of his parents, wife, and children from another realm flooded his mind. It had been a full day since his disappearance, and they remained oblivious to his fate. Su Lin cherished storytelling with his children, and he could imagine their sorrow upon realizing their father was missing. They would surely have wept until exhaustion claimed them, perhaps falling asleep in despair. What of Meng Jing? She usually managed the household affairs, and now, with his absence, chaos must have ensued. His parents, advancing in years, had not yet enjoyed the pleasure of exploration with him. And here he was, inexplicably transported to a realm of cultivation. Contemplating these matters, tears streamed down Su Lin's cheeks. In merely a day, he had entered this unfamiliar world, accompanied solely by the moonlight and the recently subdued skeleton. The path of cultivation was undeniably one of solitude. Suddenly, a commotion erupted in the distance, prompting Su Lin to steady his heart and divert his thoughts from his homeland. He strained to listen, the sounds of neighing horses resonating in his ears. Rising to his feet, he stealthily approached the source of the noise, with the skeleton silently trailing behind him. Arriving at a clearing, he discovered a large pit in the ground, within which a white horse was trapped, unable to escape. Several hyenas circled the pit, hesitant to leap down. A standoff ensued. The hyenas gazed at the white horse, emitting low growls. Abruptly, one could no longer contain its hunger and leapt into the pit, landing atop the horse. The startled horse bucked wildly, causing the hyena to lose its balance and fall. In a flurry, the horse trampled the hyena, reducing it to a mere pulp. The remaining hyenas, now paralyzed with fear, were torn between their desire for the meal and their trepidation. Su Lin ordered the skeleton to attack the hyenas. Without uttering a word, the skeleton swung its bone club, striking at the hyenas. In retaliation, the hyenas pounced upon the skeleton, clawing and biting. However, their efforts proved futile against the skeleton's formidable resilience. The hyenas could only endure the blows, while Su Lin continuously disrupted their attacks with his summoning spells, prompting several of them to flee in disarray. With the hyenas driven off, Su Lin approached the edge of the pit. The white horse gazed at him, pacing restlessly, yet unable to escape. An idea struck Su Lin. What an opportune moment to summon this magnificent creature. Without the pit, he would never have been able to outrun a horse. He began casting his summoning spell on the white horse. Initially, the horse ignored Su Lin's attempts, but as time wore on, it became increasingly agitated, galloping in circles and striking the sides of the pit in vain. Observing the horse's growing distress, Su Lin commanded the skeleton to hurl stones at it, further escalating its panic. As the moonlight waned and dawn approached, the horse's resistance waned. It could only feebly evade Su Lin's assaults, trapped within the confines of the pit. After countless attempts at summoning, information materialized in Su Lin's mind. The white horse was now available for riding. The subdued horse stood docilely within the pit as Su Lin instructed the skeleton to procure some branches, arranging them at an incline within the pit. He then guided the horse to step upon the branches, carefully ascending to freedom. Grateful for its liberation, the white horse gently nudged Su Lin with its muzzle, exhaling excitedly. Su Lin stroked its mane and led it to a grassy area, allowing it to graze. By dawn, both Su Lin and the white horse had regained their strength. He stored the skeleton within his ring, mounted the horse, and galloped forth. With a steed beneath him, Su Lin's speed increased dramatically. The white horse was swift and steady, and he mused that he had finally joined the ranks of those who rode. Soon, Su Lin emerged from the forest onto the plains, where his vision expanded. In the distant east, he perceived the outline of a city. Recognizing the dangers of surviving in the jungle, he urged his horse toward the city, quickly arriving at its gates. As he approached, he noticed the gate adorned with the characters Qing Tian. Just as he was about to enter, a young boy darted out from the roadside, blocking the horse's path. With a smile, the boy inquired, "Are you new here? Do you need a guide?" Dismounting, Su Lin asked, "How did you know I just arrived?" "The city prohibits horseback riding inside. If the patrol catches you, they will confiscate your horse and impose a fine." "The fact that you are riding in suggests you are unaware of the rules," the boy explained. Su Lin promptly stored his horse in the ring and replied, "Thank you, young lad. I arrived here yesterday and am indeed unfamiliar with the regulations. I intended to ask for your guidance, but I am unsure how to repay you. I was born in this city. Here, money holds little value. The currency of trade is spirit stones. If you possess anything of worth, you can sell it. And to purchase useful items, spirit stones are required. I usually guide people or gather information at the gate. Since you are new, I recommend you stay at the guild for newcomers from your planet. They do not charge for a short time. By the way, which planet do you hail from?" "I come from Earth in the Milky Way." "All right, I will escort you to your guild for free, and when you acquire spirit stones, remember to give me 10 spirit stones, if you will." "Certainly. Thank you, young brother. How may I contact you in the future?" "Here, relationships are maintained through this." The boy produced a glowing object resembling a business card. "You can absorb it into your palm. Su Lin accepted the card, applying his spiritual energy to it, causing it to vanish instantaneously. At the same time, a name appeared in his mind, Wong Lele, accompanied by a handshake icon beneath it. If you wish to find me, simply click that icon with your thoughts, and I will receive your message. This type of card can be created by oneself. Just close your eyes and think create a card to do so. The boy led Su Lin through the bustling streets of Qing Tian City. He was quite talkative, enthusiastically sharing everything about the place. You must hurry to earn some spirit stones and purchase a storage bag, or else you will have no way to store valuable items. Have you lived here your whole life? What kind of people reside here? Su Lin inquired. My parents were sent here by our family to conduct business. The residents are all cultivators. Those who practice cultivation must focus on their training to survive. You see, I am also training. I have reached the 7th level of Qi condensation. Once I attain the 10th level, I can begin foundation establishment. I noticed you have yet to reach even the 1st level of Qi condensation, so you must put in the effort. I just arrived yesterday, hence my low level. What do you mean by family? In this vast universe, numerous ancient families exist, each with their own bases in various star systems. Some are dedicated to cultivation, others to gathering information, but most engage in commerce to acquire the resources necessary for cultivation. In the bustling city of Qingtian, a vibrant tapestry of life unfolds, where, alongside humans, one can encounter a plethora of exotic beings, some with 3 heads and 6 arms, others with animal faces and human bodies, and yet others embodying the reverse. Surrounding them are numerous establishments, tea houses, taverns, pawnshops, and inns, all teeming with activity. Here, with an ample supply of spiritual stones, one can procure almost anything, magical artifacts, cultivation techniques, and various essentials are readily available. To enhance one's cultivation, it is imperative to accumulate spiritual stones and invest in superior weapons and techniques. Otherwise, victory in the decennial competitions remains an elusive dream. What does the term decennial competition entail? Every 10 years, a grand contest is organized here, and the victor is granted passage via a teleportation array to a more favorable realm for cultivation. At this juncture, Wong Lele brought Su Lin before a colossal edifice, gesturing towards the fluttering banners at its entrance, saying, "This is the Earth Guild. Engage with them, and remember to earn spiritual stones before you seek me out again." Looking up, Su Lin noticed a banner emblazoned with the familiar blue planet. He stepped into the guild and found a spacious hall with several tables occupied by individuals akin to himself, engaged in earnest discussions. A young attendant, spotting Su Lin's tattered attire, chuckled, "Another newcomer has arrived. Look, he is a penniless wretch." Embarrassed by the remark, Su Lin felt his cheeks flush. A woman clad in green approached him with a warm smile, inquiring, "You must be a newly arrived practitioner?" Unfamiliar with the term practitioner, Su Lin simply recounted his origins and asked, "As a newcomer, what can I do here?" The green-clad lady replied with a charming smile, "New arrivals can reside here free of charge for 3 months. After that, rent must be paid. Of course, the rent varies according to the amount of spiritual energy and the size of the room, so you must find ways to earn more spiritual stones." "What are spiritual stones? How can I earn them?" he asked. Spiritual stones are a type of, or that provides the energy of this world. They can be found in many mines, and the simplest way to acquire them is through mining. Not far from here, numerous spiritual stone mines abound. With a bit of effort, you can extract them. Alternatively, you may hunt exotic beasts, many of which possess valuable artifacts, and their bones and hides can be sold. However, be warned that these creatures may attack. So if you lack strength, it is unwise to take unnecessary risks. I will now escort you to your guest room for some rest. Should you have any questions, feel free to inquire, she said, leading Su Lin to a modest room on the ground floor. The room was small, containing only a bed, a table, and a chair, with a cup of tea resting on the table. This is a special tea unique to the Earth tribe. It enhances spiritual energy. As it is your first day, you receive a complimentary cup, but subsequent cups will incur a cost. Su Lin lifted the cup and took a sip. The flavor resembled Westlake Longjing tea, leaving a lingering fragrance in his mouth. A warmth spread through his body, bestowing an indescribable comfort. "How much does a cup of this tea cost?" he inquired. 100 spiritual stones per cup. Your first cup is quite effective. However, after several, the benefits diminish, she replied kindly. Seeing her amiable demeanor, Su Lin pressed further. "I know nothing of this place. I arrived here quite unexpectedly. Could you enlighten me about how this came to be?" I'm not entirely sure. However, I do know that over the past few centuries, many practitioners like yourself have suddenly appeared here to begin their cultivation. In the past, only a handful were summoned by a mysterious force, but records indicate that in the last 1,000 years, the number of practitioners has surged. Some grow increasingly powerful and find opportunities to venture into new realms, while others remain here for the rest of their days. How do I cultivate? Su Lin asked. It is said that every newcomer receives a crystal imbued with spells. In the universe, methods of cultivation are countless, and which one you receive is purely a matter of luck. Once you master a spell, you can absorb the spiritual energy of the world, undergoing a transformation. It also enables you to slay various fierce beasts. The more you kill, the more energy you gain. This energy can strengthen your body and soul, thus enhancing your cultivation. Will there be dangers here? Su Lin questioned. Dangers certainly exist. Within the city, the law enforcement maintains order, but beyond its borders, survival depends solely on your own abilities. I left suddenly and have no idea what will become of my family, he lamented. I cannot say. However, I have read that this world is not in the same dimension as your original one. The two realms do not run parallel. And the passage of time here does not correlate with that of your home. With a smile, the lady concluded, I must take my leave. Behind the door, you will find a storage bag containing tools for mining spiritual stones and a map of nearby deposits. I hope you find joy in your stay here. With that, she exited the guest room. Su Lin retrieved the storage bag from behind the door, seated himself, and began to channel his spiritual energy into it. To his surprise, this seemingly small pouch contained an expansive space of approximately 10 square meters. Inside, he discovered a crystal map and a pickaxe-like tool. As he unfolded the crystal map, images flooded his mind, revealing several spiritual stone mines in proximity, clearly marked as devoid of fierce beasts. Seeing that time was still on his side, Su Lin followed the map to the nearest spiritual stone mine, only to find it teeming with miners. He ventured deeper until he found a relatively quiet spot, where he began to excavate the cavern walls. After much toil, he finally unearthed a small piece of spiritual stone. He placed it into the storage bag and continued to mine, resting whenever fatigue set in. After 3 days and nights of relentless digging, he had amassed only a meager handful of spiritual stones. Gazing at the paltry collection within his bag, Su Lin could not help but smile bitterly. It seemed that relying solely on mining spiritual stones would not afford him a respectable lifestyle. He would need to devise alternative strategies for a better existence. Upon returning to the guild and resting briefly, he took a spiritual stone and held it in his palm, concentrating intently. The stone quickly softened under his touch, and the energy flowed into his dantian. With a gentle squeeze, the depleted stone crumbled to dust. Su Lin understood that to hasten his cultivation, he required a greater supply of spiritual stones. Thus, he called for Wong Lele. Before long, Wong Lele arrived at the guild's entrance. Su Lin greeted him, handing over 10 spiritual stones, and asked, the nearby mines have been nearly depleted. Do you know of any better mining locations? I do not have many spiritual stones at the moment, but I will pay you once I have gathered more. After some contemplation, Wong Lele produced a crystal map, stating, I possess a promising mining map, albeit it is a bit distant. Fortunately, you have a horse. I will give you the map now, and when you have the funds, you can pay me 200 spiritual stones. Su Lin readily agreed, committing the map's location to memory. After a brief rest, he mounted his horse and set off westward. He rode for an entire day, moving further into the wilderness, encountering wild dogs, hungry wolves, and wandering skeletons along the way, which he disregarded. Upon reaching the cave indicated on the map, he stowed his white horse in his ring and unleashed the skeleton to serve as a guard before cautiously entering the mine. Here, a serene quiet enveloped him, devoid of the clamor of miners. Venturing deeper, he assessed the safety of the area and began his mining endeavors. Su Lin was unaware of how long he had been digging. He only knew that his arms had grown sore and numb, and his storage bag was filled to the brim. It seemed time to return. Just as he was about to leave, a warning from the skeleton echoed in his ears. Peering into the depths of the mine, he saw 2 enormous eyes, as large as lanterns, rapidly approaching him. The skeleton wielded a bone club and stepped forward, as a massive python lunged from the depths of the cave to engage in battle with the skeleton. Seizing the opportunity, Su Lin hurriedly fled, and thanks to the skeleton's valiant resistance, he finally escaped the mine. Upon emerging, Su Lin glanced at his ring, noting the skeleton had vanished. signifying that his first summoned creature had met a noble end. He summoned a white horse, preparing to return, when suddenly, a gigantic tiger approached him with deliberate steps. Overcome with fear, Su Lin quickly dismissed the white horse and concealed himself in a corner of the mine. Fortunately, the tiger did not pursue him inside. With the tiger blocking his path and the python lurking behind, Su Lin found himself in a precarious situation. After waiting for approximately an hour, he cautiously approached the entrance and peeked out. The tiger remained stationed there, perhaps starving, fixated on the white horse. After contemplating, Su Lin recalled a small hole he had discovered while mining, an ideal hiding spot. If he could lure the tiger there to provoke a confrontation with the python, he might find a way to escape. Meticulously planning in his mind, Su Lin returned to the small hole, deepening and further concealing it. He summoned the white horse to wait at its location, gathered a few stones, steadied his breath, and approached the entrance where he had initially entered. The tiger remained immobile, still guarding the cave. Su Lin hurled a stone at the tiger with all his might, and by sheer fortune, it struck the tiger's left eye, eliciting a furious roar as the creature charged at him. After throwing the stone, Su Lin quickly retreated towards the white horse. The narrow tunnel impeded the tiger's speed, allowing him to temporarily evade the beast as pursuit. He reached the small hole and jumped inside, urgently instructing the white horse to flee. The white horse darted toward the python's lair, its pristine form stark against the darkened cave. The famished tiger, unable to resist the sight of the white horse, abandoned its search for Su Lin and charged after it. The white horse, swift as the wind, soon arrived at the python's dwelling and halted abruptly. Just as the tiger arrived, the python, thrilled at the prospect of a meal, was taken by surprise when the tiger, drawn by the white horse, lunged at it instead. The tiger, still disoriented, was swiftly ensnared by the python, which bit down on its forepaw. The tiger struggled to break free and retaliated against the python. The two fierce beasts soon became entangled, clawing and biting at each other, inadvertently drawing closer to the cave where Su Lin was hiding. Listening to the escalating sounds of their battle, Su Lin felt a pang of anxiety. He checked his ring. The white horse was still alive. He commanded the horse to remain hidden and not approach the fray. The monstrous clash raged on near the cave, leaving Su Lin with no opportunity to escape. He remained silent and concealed, not daring to make a sound. The struggle between the beasts persisted for several hours, the noise gradually subsiding. When Su Lin finally crawled out of his hiding place, he discovered that the entrance was blocked by the tiger's back, while the python lay lifeless, still coiled around the tiger, which gasped for breath, teetering on the brink of death. With no means to extricate himself, and fearing the tiger might regain its strength, Su Lin resorted to repeatedly using his summoning technique on the tiger. Perhaps due to its severe injuries, the tiger struggled to evade, tightly bound by the dead python. However, the disparity in strength was too great, and the summoning proved challenging. Hours passed, and the tiger grew weaker under Su Lin's relentless summons. While Su Lin himself was nearing exhaustion, in desperation, Su Lin retrieved the spiritual stones from his storage bag and drew upon their energy. As the power surged through him, he felt revitalized, sensing that he was approaching the first level of Qi condensation. He continued to absorb spiritual energy until a warm current erupted from his dantian, sweeping away his fatigue and enhancing both his physical and mental strength. Su Lin realized he had finally reached the first level of Qi condensation. Seizing the moment of his recent ascension, Su Lin directed the summoning technique at the tiger once more. Finally, the tiger let out a mighty roar before succumbing to stillness. At the instant of its successful summoning, a surge of immense power jolted through Su Lin's consciousness, propelling him to a new level, achieving the second level of Qi condensation. Hastily, Su Lin instructed the tiger to move aside, and he emerged from the cave, immediately using his pickaxe to sever the python's body. Once freed, the tiger, aided by Su Lin, devoured several pieces of the python's flesh, regaining some of its strength. With the tiger safely stored away in his ring and the python's carcass secured in his storage bag, Su Lin noted that his supply of spiritual stones was dwindling. He managed a wry smile, realizing that he would need to resume his mining endeavors. As Su Lin traversed the path, his gaze fell upon the walls, which bore the marks left by the fierce battle between the tiger and the python. However, the python now lay lifeless, while the tiger had become Su Lin's most formidable summoned beast. Not far ahead, he arrived at the python's lair, where several human skeletons lay scattered in a spacious corner of the cave, remnants of victims claimed by the python long ago. Surrounding the bones were a few storage bags, which Su Lin picked up to examine. Inside, he found some spirit stones. After stowing the bags away, he meticulously searched the cave but uncovered no further discoveries. Departing the cave, Su Lin continued mining for spirit stones within the cavern, which had long remained untouched. He quickly amassed a significant quantity of high-quality spirit stones. With the recent acquisition of several storage bags, he was not lacking in vessels to hold his newfound treasures. Su Lin tirelessly extracted the spirit ore, taking breaks to meditate and recuperate. As the storage bags filled, he felt his physical strength amplifying, a clear indication that his corporeal power was being enhanced. As he ventured deeper into the mine, Su Lin continued to excavate the ore, yet after some time, he found himself unable to unearth a single spirit stone. Unwilling to concede defeat, he advanced further, swinging his pickaxe vigorously. Strangely, the walls of the mine became increasingly soft, yet still, no spirit stones emerged. Following a narrow tunnel, he reached the end of the mine, which resembled the base of a mountain, with several dried-up lakes and walls crumbling at his touch. With fervor, Su Lin struck the cavern's terminus, causing large chunks of rock to cascade down, revealing a solitary spirit stone that fell before him. Upon picking it up, Su Lin discerned that this stone was unlike any other. It was considerably larger, dark and lustrous, seemingly capable of drawing one's gaze. He scrutinized the stone for an extended period but could not ascertain its uniqueness. Reluctant to simply toss it into a storage bag, he resolved to absorb its energy himself. Settling into a meditative position, he placed the stone in his palm and inhaled deeply. An indescribable torrent of spiritual energy surged from the stone into his being, overwhelming him. His skin tore under the strain, blood flowing freely, and before he could react, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Time passed, and Su Lin awoke amidst pain. No longer bleeding, but still in agony. He sat up and checked his hands, only to find the spirit stone absent. Focusing his mind, he sensed the stone nestled within his chest, its energy accessible through pure intent. Upon gauging his own cultivation level, his eyes widened in astonishment. He had attained the 5th level of Qi condensation. Calming his thoughts, Su Lin reassessed his condition and confirmed his newfound cultivation level. A remarkable leap from the 2nd level he had achieved while taming the tiger. Although he had only recently entered the realm of cultivation, he was aware from his studies back home that the resources and spiritual energy required for advancement increased exponentially. His rapid ascension of 3 levels was undoubtedly linked to the peculiar spirit stone. He again focused on the stone, which remained quietly within his chest. As he absorbed a small portion of its energy, pain surged through him once more. Realizing his rapid advancement had strained his physical form, he halted the absorption. Fortunately, his extended mining had fortified his body somewhat. Otherwise, the recent ordeal could have proven fatal. It was clear that to continue his progress, he must prioritize the strengthening of his physical form. After organizing his belongings and feeding some python meat to the tiger within his ring, Su Lin exited the mine. Summoning his white horse, he galloped back to Qing City. Upon returning to his quarters, he sat cross-legged to recuperate. After resting, Su Lin began to tally his gains. Several storage bags filled with spirit stones, totaling nearly 10,000, alongside the carcass of a giant python, which should fetch a decent price. Despite the lingering pain and occasional bleeding from his wounds, he realized that meditative recovery alone would not suffice. He ventured to the hall and sought out the attendant who had first received him, inquiring about methods to quickly enhance his physical cultivation. The attendant regarded him with surprise. In just a few days, this young man had remarkably advanced to the 5th level of Qi condensation, likely due to some fortuitous encounter. She replied, "To elevate your physical cultivation, the most effective approach is to acquire techniques specifically for enhancing the body. These can be found in various shops, albeit at a steep price. Moreover, the most exceptional techniques are typically reserved for the disciples of established families and sects, seldom available for sale. Given your current injuries, I recommend procuring some healing elixirs. We have a selection available at a discount." She produced a pale blue pill, stating, "This is a basic body fortification pill, suitable for your consumption. Your physical strength is too weak to withstand the effects of superior elixirs. I believe this will yield satisfactory results for you. It is priced at 1,000 spirit stones each, but I can offer it to you at half price, along with a complimentary cup of spiritual tea." Su Lin promptly retrieved 500 spirit stones from his storage bag. The attendant placed the elixir and tea on the table, collected the stones, and departed. Regaining his composure, Su Lin took the elixir and consumed it, followed by a sip of the spiritual tea. Upon ingestion, a refreshing sensation erupted within him, swiftly spreading throughout his body, facilitating a rapid recovery of his injuries. After the effects subsided, he noted that his wounds had healed by about 70 to 80%, and with a few more days of meditation, he should fully recover. Having finished the tea, Su Lin organized his storage bag and exited the room. He stepped onto the bustling streets of Qing City, where the evening lights illuminated throngs of pedestrians. Though their appearances varied, a sense of harmony prevailed in this locale. Wandering aimlessly through the streets, Su Lin realized he had yet to explore this new world thoroughly since arriving in Qing City. This city ranked among the top 10 in the realm of cultivation, with numerous prominent sects and ancient families establishing their strongholds here, often presided over by elders of the nascent soul stage. As he strolled, Su Lin encountered countless shops adorned with banners showcasing an array of peculiar symbols. Although he could not decipher their meanings, he surmised they represented the totems of various sects, interspersed with independent shops lacking any insignia, perhaps unaffiliated with any particular faction. He sought out the largest establishment among them, and upon entering, felt a protective barrier sweep over him. Once it confirmed his benign intentions, the barrier dissipated, allowing him to step into the main hall. Inside, over a dozen attendants were busy attending to customers. Upon noticing Su Lin's entrance, a young attendant approached with a warm smile, asking, "May I inquire if you wish to sell items or purchase something? I have only recently arrived and am merely browsing this time. No matter whether you decide to purchase or not, you are still our esteemed guest. Allow me to provide you with a brief introduction. Over here is the elixir area, where you will find a variety of medicinal pills designed for physical enhancement, detoxification, and replenishing spiritual energy, all clearly priced. Over there is the weapon and armor area, featuring an array of offensive weapons and protective gear, including some disposable magical artifacts that may suit your needs. Further ahead lies the technique section, where you can acquire some common martial arts manuals. The items sold on the first floor are mostly ordinary, while the second floor boasts some exquisite offerings. Thank you, but I will take a look around for now. Su Lin first approached the elixir section, where, beneath the transparent light screen at the counter, a dazzling array of elixirs caught his eye. In front of each elixir was a diamond-shaped crystal, which, upon focusing, revealed the functions and prices of the respective pills. Su Lin observed a physical enhancement pill he had previously consumed, which could treat simple external injuries, priced at 1,000 spirit stones. Additionally, there were pills for replenishing spiritual energy and detoxifying, mostly priced between 1,000 to 3,000 spirit stones. With the meager amount of money he had, he could afford only a few pills. Su Lin then moved to the magical artifact section, where various implements were displayed, including common swords, armor, and garments, as well as uniquely shaped trinkets. He noted that the non-defensive clothing was quite affordable, available for dozens of spirit stones, whereas garments enhanced with exotic beast hides, providing additional defense, were significantly more expensive, ranging from hundreds to thousands of spirit stones. The clothes Su Lin wore were still those he brought from home, now tattered and soiled after this time. After careful consideration, he spent 2,000 spirit stones on 2 sets of clothing that would provide some defensive capabilities. As for weapons, the only skill he possessed was summoning, and he had no need for close combat weapons. Continuing his exploration, Su Lin spotted a set of ropes in the magical artifact area. Upon reading the description, he learned that these ropes, known as beast-binding ropes, could ensnare fierce beasts of the mid-foundation stage for 15 minutes, and even those of the late foundation stage for 2 to 3 minutes, priced at 5,000 spirit stones. He was quite tempted to purchase these ropes. With them, he could summon more fierce beasts and at least ensure his escape in case of an attack. However, the price was exorbitant, and buying the ropes would leave him utterly destitute. He remembered that he had a giant python's corpse in his storage bag, but he was unsure of how much it could fetch in spirit stones. Perhaps he should consult Wong Lele. Su Lin exited the shop and called out to Wong Lele, who soon replied, inquiring about his whereabouts. Su Lin glanced at the shop sign and said, "I am at Yibao Pavilion." "Haha, don't leave. Yibao Pavilion is owned by my family. I will be right there." Before long, Wong Lele appeared before Su Lin, exclaiming, "Oh, you've reached the 5th level of Qi condensation already. That's quite impressive. Wong Lele led Su Lin back into the shop, where the attendant cheerfully greeted, Lele, is this your new friend? Yes, I invited him to sit in my room. Wong Lele took Su Lin to a room on the second floor. After sitting down, Su Lin traded 200 spirit stones with the attendant and then asked, I have the corpse of a fierce beast. Could you help me determine its worth in spirit stones? Upon producing the giant python's corpse, Wong Lele exclaimed, Wow, this is a foundation giant python. Let me take you to ask my father. Wong Lele's parents resided on the third floor of Yibao Pavilion. He led Su Lin to their abode and knocked on the door. Dad, it's Lele. A middle-aged man who bore a striking resemblance to Lele opened the door, ruffling Lele's hair and asking, Why aren't you practicing properly? What brings you here? Dad, this is Su Lin, a friend I just met. He has a giant python's corpse and wishes to sell it here. Oh, greetings, Taoist Su. May I take a look at the giant python's corpse? Su Lin discreetly observed the middle-aged Wong, unable to discern his cultivation level, which suggested he was at least an accomplished cultivator at the core formation stage. Greetings, Wang Zhen. I apologize for the trouble, Su Lin said, handing over the storage bag containing the python's corpse. The middle-aged man inspected it with his spiritual energy and remarked, This is quite a fine specimen, a mid-foundation python. Such creatures are rare in this vicinity. Wang's father invited Su Lin to sit and explained, a complete corpse of this beast could fetch up to 300,000 spirit stones. Its blood and flesh can be used in medicine, and its hide can be crafted into clothing. Since this one is only half intact, we could offer you 80,000 spirit stones. Very well, I will sell it to you. I would also like to purchase some magical artifacts here. Wang's father nodded and handed Su Lin a copper crystal card, saying, This card is worth 80,000 spirit stones, and with it, you will receive a 20% discount on purchases at Yibao Pavilion. Su Lin accepted the card, bid farewell, and departed the third floor with Wong Lele. Lele, would you accompany me to purchase some items? I could use your guidance, as I am still unfamiliar with this place. No problem, let's go explore together. Wong Lele readily agreed. Accompanied by Wong Lele, Su Lin obtained 2 beast-binding ropes from the magical artifact section, along with several pills for rapidly replenishing physical and mental stamina. They then approached the technique section, where Su Lin expressed his desire to acquire a manual for physical cultivation. The attendant, familiar with Wong Lele, directly informed Su Lin, We don't have many good techniques here, but I recall a customer brought in a manual titled Golden Jade Body a few days ago. It's quite decent. You should take a look. Having heard that cultivation manuals could be quite costly, Su Lin was astonished to discover this one priced at 80,000 spirit stones. Had he not fortuitously obtained a beast's corpse, he would have been unable to afford such a book. With Wong Lele's assistance, he managed to secure a discount, purchasing the manual for 56,000 spirit stones. Wong Lele also sold him a more detailed map. When leaving Yibao Pavilion, Su Lin found himself with only a few empty storage bags remaining. Upon returning to his guest room, Su Lin pressed the Golden Jade Body Manual to his forehead, causing the book to transform into a stream of spiritual energy that fused into his mind, allowing him to remember various cultivation methods with clarity. To cultivate this technique, one would need to acquire cold jade and purple gold, which must then be infused into the body through special methods to enhance the practitioner's physique. According to the manual, upon achieving mastery, even cultivators at the core formation stage would be unable to destroy the practitioner's physical form. However, where could one obtain purple gold and cold jade? Surely they could be found in the city, but undoubtedly at exorbitant prices. He would need to find ways to earn more money. Setting cultivation aside, Su Lin suddenly recalled Wong Lele's father mentioning that the giant python was at the mid-foundation stage. What about the fierce tiger he had tamed? It had killed the python in its territory, so it must also be a fierce beast at least at the mid-foundation stage. Su Lin quickly concentrated on the ring on his finger, and the information about the fierce tiger soon appeared. Fierce tiger, late foundation stage, summonable, currently hungry. In his bustling activities, he had forgotten to feed his pet. If it starved, he would suffer a great loss. Hurriedly, Su Lin dashed to the street, spending a few spirit stones to purchase a large quantity of meat and some horse feed, which he tossed into the ring. He then began meditating, preparing for his journey the following day. The next day, Su Lin sought out the attendant who had assisted him previously to inquire where he might find purple gold or cold jade. After some thought, the attendant admitted she was unsure of how to obtain purple gold, but mentioned that cold jade could be mined. She had heard of a cold ice cave located far to the northeast, rumored to yield cold jade. However, she warned that fierce beasts at the foundation stage inhabited the area, posing a danger to cultivators at the Qi condensation level. Su Lin departed the inn, following the map's guidance, galloping for 5 days until he finally arrived at a snow-covered region. After checking the map, he confirmed that the cold ice cave was not far off. Su Lin carefully stowed away his white steed and began to advance with caution. Along the way, he utilized his summoning skills to tame various creatures such as deer, wild boars, and hyenas, subsequently transferring them into his pet ring to ensure that his fierce tiger would not go hungry and would be able to fight. His proficiency in basic summoning was improving steadily, and it seemed that it would not be long before he could upgrade to intermediate summoning, allowing him to subdue even more exotic beasts for battle. With a map in hand, navigating was no longer a challenge. As he captured more animals, the cold ice cave gradually came into view. This was a vast expanse of snow-clad mountains stretching for thousands of miles, with the cave's entrance situated in a discreet location at the foot of the mountain. Su Lin recalled his fierce tiger into the ring, took out a pickaxe, and ventured into the cave. As he entered, a blast of frigid air greeted him. Despite wearing warm clothing, he felt the chill penetrating through. He did not rush forward. Instead, he sat cross-legged and began to practice the newly learned golden jade body technique. The chilling air was absorbed into his body, melding with his flesh and gradually strengthening him. After several hours, Su Lin felt acclimatized to the cold and rose to explore the depths of the cave. Within the icy cavern, snow hares and arctic foxes occasionally darted past. When he encountered slower creatures, he summoned them as sustenance, all the while practicing his techniques. Eventually, he arrived at a spacious area where, based on his previous mining experience, he suspected he would find ice-type spirit stones to excavate. Summoning his tiger for guard duty, he wielded his pickaxe and began to mine. The cave walls, encrusted with frost, were exceptionally hard, and it took considerable effort for Su Lin to break through the ice. As he worked, silver dust slowly accumulated. After several hours, he managed to unearth only a few small pieces of cold ice, which left him rather disheartened. He called back his tiger and mounted it, galloping deeper into the cave. The cold ice cave was immense. Su Lin kept track of his path as he sped further in. He soon arrived at an area that felt significantly colder, prompting him to think that the more frigid the location, the greater the potential for ice deposits. With the tiger standing guard, he practiced his techniques again before resuming his excavation. This time, fortune smiled upon him. After several hours, he had amassed hundreds of pieces of cold ice in his storage bag. He continued digging, spending an entire day mining the surrounding walls, ultimately filling his storage bag with over 1,000 pieces of cold ice. The temperature in the vicinity rose considerably, suggesting that no more ice remained. Having discovered a method to locate cold ice, Su Lin rode his tiger deeper into the cave, seeking out particularly cold areas. Upon finding another spot, he began to dig vigorously. Days passed, and soon his collection of cold ice filled 2 storage bags. Since this venture was rare, Su Lin resolved to fill the remaining bags as well. Riding his tiger deeper still, he unexpectedly stumbled into a vast chamber. The temperature here was markedly lower than in other areas. Observing his surroundings, Su Lin noticed a large white stone at the far end of the wall from which the cold emanated. Approaching it, he felt its icy surface, which was indeed much colder to the touch. With a firm push, he rolled the stone aside, revealing a small opening behind it. Though the entrance was modest, it was sufficient for both Su Lin and his tiger to pass through. As they traversed the passage, they emerged into a moderately sized ice cave, where a gigantic white snow bear was glaring at the uninvited guests with its crimson eyes. Startled, Su Lin instinctively took a step back, but the snow bear lunged forward, launching a snowball directly at his face. He quickly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the projectile as it struck the wall, causing large chunks of ice to fall. Before Su Lin could react, his loyal tiger pounced into the fray, engaging the snow bear in combat. Su Lin retreated a few steps, realizing that if he fled, his tiger could either triumph or be defeated, leaving him without his most formidable ally. His tiger, being a fierce beast of the foundational stage, should be capable of overcoming the snow bear. Returning to the battlefield, Su Lin observed the 2 massive figures grappling with one another. The tiger was adept at close combat, utilizing its powerful claws and sharp teeth to inflict wounds upon the snow bear, the vibrant red blood contrasting starkly against its white fur. Despite suffering injuries, the snow bear remained unfazed. When the tiger lunged, the snow bear forcefully shoved it away and retaliated with a barrage of snowballs and ice arrows, each striking the tiger and forcing it back several steps. The sharp ice arrows left the tiger battered and bruised, indicating that it would not withstand the onslaught much longer. As the two foundational beasts clashed, Su Lin, being only a level 5 Qi condensation practitioner, dared not approach. He could only influence the snow bear's attacks from a distance with his summoning skills, but the disparity in levels rendered his efforts ineffective. Noticing the tiger's momentum waning, he realized that without a new strategy, the tiger would soon be defeated, and he would inevitably become the snow bear's next meal. In a moment of inspiration, Su Lin summoned his white steed. Having lived in the cave for so long, the snow bear had never encountered a white horse, and its surprise at this new, imposing figure provided Su Lin the opportunity he needed. Seizing the moment, he swiftly cast the beast binding rope, which transformed into a dark light, ensnaring the snow bear tightly. Seeing its opponent bound, the tiger surged forward to bite, but the snow bear's thick fur presented formidable defense. It desperately protected its vital areas, rendering the tiger's attacks ineffective. Su Lin understood that the effects of the beast binding rope would only last a few minutes. If the battle was not resolved within that time, death awaited them. At that moment, Su Lin noticed two small snow bear cubs behind the larger bear. The snow bear had refrained from attacking due to its instinct to protect its young. As the binding rope's duration expired, Su Lin quickly cast the rope again while the snow bear was still dazed, ensnaring it once more. Now in a state of agitation, the snow bear struggled against its restraints. Su Lin rushed over to the cubs, commanding his tiger to guard them, while feigning an attack. The mother bear, unable to break free, emitted sorrowful cries, its red eyes pleading with Su Lin. Unmoved, Su Lin continued to summon the snow bear, communicating with it telepathically. If it did not submit, he would harm its cubs. Although the snow bear ceased its resistance, the vast difference in their levels hindered successful summoning. Realizing time was running out, Su Lin turned his focus to the cubs, successfully summoning one of them. As the binding rope fell away, the liberated snow bear dared not retaliate, sensing that one of its cubs had become another's pet, while the other was at the mercy of the tiger's jaws. Charging forward would surely spell doom for the cubs, and the presence of an unfamiliar beast added to its trepidation. Su Lin maintained communication with the snow bear, promising to spare the cubs if it became his summoned beast. In utter despair, the snow bear lowered its head and emitted a resigned whimper. Su Lin released the cub from the contract, gaining another summoning slot. He instructed his tiger to keep a vigilant watch over the cub, while positioning the white horse in front of the tiger. Then, he resumed his summoning of the snow bear. Despite the snow bear's capitulation, it took Su Lin a grueling 2 hours to successfully summon it. As the snow bear became his third summoned beast, Su Lin's summoning skills also advanced to a higher level. After enduring a prolonged battle, Su Lin found himself utterly exhausted. He first recalled the white horse and the fierce tiger into his ring, then assessed the condition of the snow bear. The snow bear had reached the pinnacle of foundation establishment, but had been demoted to the late stage due to giving birth to 2 cubs. Yet it was still summonable. This formidable beast had once achieved full foundation establishment, and it was only the act of birthing its 2 cubs that had lowered its rank. Otherwise, in this territory, the fierce tiger would not have been able to contend with it for so long, and the beast tying cord would have proven ineffective. As a summoned creature, the snow bear had completely forgotten about its 2 cubs. Now, its only thought was to protect its master, obeying any command given. This exemplified the distinction between sentient beings and instinct-driven animals. Although due to level disparities, cultivators might find it challenging to defeat such beasts under the constraints of magic. They could employ various strategies to vanquish them, provided the methods were appropriate. The beasts lacked resistance unless they were among the rare, sentient creatures known as demons, which possessed intelligence and adaptability, yet they were a mere handful. The cultivation of demons was far more arduous than that of humans. Su Lin had also stored the 2 bear cubs in his storage bag, their sustenance being ice crystals, of which he had gathered a sufficient amount along his journey. Su Lin then examined his summoning technique, which had leveled up, allowing for greater interference with beast types and increasing his summoning quota from 3 to 5. He remained at the 5th level of gas condensation, yet due to having tamed the snow bear, he was now exceedingly close to reaching the 6th level. He retrieved some ice crystals from his storage bag and activated the special spirit stone at his chest to commence his cultivation. After meditating for over 10 hours, A series of cracking sounds resonated from within him, and a surge of powerful energy erupted from his dantian, impacting his limbs and organs. Dark gas was expelled from his body, leaving Su Lin with an indescribable sense of lightness. At that moment, he finally achieved the 6th level of gas condensation. After his upgrade, Su Lin felt no discomfort in his physique. Rather, he sensed a significant enhancement in his strength. His skin, having absorbed a considerable amount of ice crystals, now gleamed with a silvery hue, bolstering his defenses. However, further attempts to absorb cold jade yielded no results. After meticulously studying the golden jade body technique, he understood that to perfectly enhance his physical strength, a judicious combination of the extreme cold of ice crystals and the extreme heat of purple gold was necessary. The two must be integrated within his body, using his cultivation method to reach the ultimate rigidity. At present, he had accumulated enough cold jade power. He needed to absorb purple gold and then fuse the two, lest his cultivation stagnate and become detrimental to his health over time. Once he comprehended this, Su Lin ceased his attempts to absorb cold jade. He communicated with the snow bear telepathically, inquiring where he might acquire more high-quality cold jade. The snow bear led him to a concealed cave, and upon entering, Su Lin was astonished to find it brimming with high-quality cold jade. It turned out that the snow bear fed on cold jade. This snow bear, now tamed by Su Lin, was the king of the bears in the region, and these treasures were the result of its centuries of accumulation, now rightfully belonging to its master. The snow bear informed Su Lin that within the ice cave, there were over 10 other bear kings, and even one bear emperor of a much higher level. If he encountered another bear king of equal standing, he could still engage in combat, but facing a bear emperor would leave him entirely defenseless. Sensing the impending danger, Su Lin swiftly placed all the cold jade into his storage bag. Due to the overwhelming quantity, he had to discard some of the lower quality jade. Once organized, Su Lin departed the ice cave with the snow bear. After leaving the cave, Su Lin summoned the white horse and set off towards the skyward city. Having been out for several days, he had acquired numerous valuable items, especially the 2 bear cubs, which he anticipated would fetch a handsome price. With newfound wealth, he intended to purchase several more beast tying cords, as without the 2 he already possessed, his survival might have been in jeopardy. A day later, Su Lin arrived at a desolate area. He dismounted, allowing the white horse to graze while he took a moment to rest. During his respite, distant sounds of a struggle reached his ears. Quickly mounting his horse, he rode towards the source of the commotion. Over a small hill, he beheld a group of 7 or 8 individuals besieging a young couple. Scattered nearby lay several corpses. At that moment, the young man appeared grievously injured, limping as he fought to hold his ground, while the young woman, despite showing no visible wounds, wore tattered clothing. The assailants showed no intention of employing lethal force, seemingly intent on capturing the young woman alive. Upon noticing Su Lin's arrival, the girl cried out for help. Although he initially wished to remain uninvolved, his conscience compelled him to act. Gritting his teeth, he summoned the fierce tiger and bellowed, "I have no desire to kill. I urge you to leave at once." The late-stage fierce tiger momentarily halted the conflict, prompting a middle-aged man to approach Su Lin. "Dear friend, I hope you will not meddle in our affairs. Though you possess this formidable beast, it does not guarantee your victory over us." Before Su Lin could respond, the young woman exclaimed, "They have slain several people. Now that you've witnessed their faces, they will not spare you." As she spoke, the middle-aged man closed in on Su Lin, suddenly throwing 2 ropes, one ensnaring the fierce tiger, the other ensnaring the white horse. 2 black-clad assailants flanked him. One wielded a dagger, lunging at Su Lin, while the other conjured a fireball aimed at his face. Having reached the 6th level of gas condensation, Su Lin's reflexes had markedly improved. He dodged the fireball, but the dagger proved harder to evade, leaving a shallow cut along his left arm. Thankfully, due to his training in the golden jade body technique, the wound was merely superficial. Stepping back, he immediately summoned the snow bear, which, upon appearing, charged at the attackers. The enormous white snow bear unleashed several white ice orbs, freezing 2 assailants in place before crashing down upon them, reducing them to mere pulp. With the battle now engaged, Su Lin understood the necessity of eliminating any lingering threats. He commanded the snow bear to continue its assault while he brandished a pickaxe in defense. The beast tying cord soon lost its effectiveness, allowing the fierce tiger to join the fray. With the assistance of the young couple, the remaining assailants were swiftly dispatched. gazing upon the corpses strewn across the ground. Su Lin sighed deeply. While he understood that entering the realm of cultivation inevitably entailed confronting death, witnessing the transformation of living beings into lifeless bodies left him momentarily unsettled. The grateful young couple approached Su Lin, expressing their thanks. The girl had changed into a striking red outfit that accentuated her beauty. They hailed from the Flame City in the west, disciples of a mid-sized sect. They had ventured to the ice cave with their fellow disciples to collect ice crystals, but had encountered robbers along the way, resulting in the demise of several companions. Only the highest-ranking disciple, Fire Spirit, and the younger sister, Fire Linger, had escaped unscathed. Had it not been for Su Lin's timely intervention, the consequences would have been dire. Fire Spirit was at the initial stage of foundation establishment, while Fire Linger had reached the 8th level of gas condensation. The three of them then dug a pit to bury the bodies of the fallen robbers, placing their comrades' remains into storage bags. After tidying the battlefield, they discovered over 10 storage bags belonging to the robbers. Fire Spirit handed them to Su Lin, saying, "Your kindness cannot be repaid with words. Please accept these items. Should you find yourself in Flame City, I invite you to visit Qinghu Island, where both Fire Linger and I shall await your esteemed presence." Having been impoverished in this new realm, Su Lin did not hesitate to accept the storage bags. He informed Fire Spirit and Fire Linger of the Bear King residing in the ice cave, along with the presence of a Bear Emperor, cautioning them of the potential dangers. He also mentioned that he had collected a substantial amount of cold jade and offered to share some with them. Once, 8 individuals embarked on a journey together. Now, only the protagonist and their junior disciple return, while the others have tragically perished. Fire Lingzi, disheartened and reluctant to proceed to the ice cave, learns that the formidable snow bear they encountered was, in fact, a Bear King. This revelation prompts Fire Lingzi to exercise greater caution. Since Su Lin is willing to trade cold jade, Fire Lingzi readily agrees, recognizing the practicality of such an arrangement for future explanations. From his storage pouch, Fire Lingzi produces several deep purple spiritual ores radiating intense heat. "This is the prized purple gold ore from Flame City, which I offer in exchange," he declares. Su Lin, astonished to discover that the long-sought purple gold ore hails from Flame City, feels a surge of joy. He hastily exchanges half of his high-quality cold jade for an equivalent amount of purple gold, marking a successful acquisition. Fire Lingzi hands Su Lin a map and advises that the most efficient route to Flame City is through the teleportation array in Tian City, where a modest fee of spirit stones ensures a swift and secure passage. In contrast, traveling on horseback would take several months, fraught with peril on the treacherous Wong continent, where a moment's carelessness could lead to life-threatening situations. Fire Lingzi's group had utilized the teleportation array to reach Tian City before trekking to the ice cave, and despite having a foundational cultivator among them, they were ambushed by bandits, nearly facing total annihilation. Alone, Su Lin would undoubtedly struggle to reach Flame City. Fire Lingzi and Huolinger intend to return to Tian City as well, planning to use the teleportation array to return home, and thus the three join forces. Fire Lingzi rides a black panther, its sturdy hooves igniting flames with every stride, while Huolinger's red horse has fallen to the bandits, prompting Su Lin to lend her his white steed. He mounts a fierce tiger, and together they gallop towards Tian City. Along the way, Huolinger, still reeling from the heavy losses of her fellow disciples, rides silently with tearful eyes. Fire Lingzi, seasoned by years of cultivation and accustomed to the cycle of life and death, recognizes Su Lin as a newcomer to this realm. Seizing the opportunity to enlighten him about their world, he elaborates on the vast expanse known as the Wong continent, which boasts hundreds of cities, including the supersized metropolises of Tian City and Flame City, 10 in total. Every decade, these 10 supersized cities host a grand competition, open to all foundational cultivators who have achieved completion. Those who rank within the top 10,000 earn the right to use the teleportation array to access the Chasing Cloud continent. The top 10 from each supersized city then compete in a final round to determine the elite 10 of the Wong continent, who will be rewarded by the Elder Council of the continent. Su Lin had never heard of the Elder Council. Fire Spirit continued to elucidate. The Elder Council of the Wong continent consists of 10 members, each representing the lord of one of the 10 colossal cities. These lords are the most formidable cultivators within their respective cities, typically at the nascent soul stage, and possess the authority to govern all matters concerning the Wong continent. Fire Spirit, do you comprehend the significance of the terms Wang Yan and chasing cloud? He inquired. As far as I know, Wang Yan symbolizes a cultivator's aspiration to enhance their cultivation. If one achieves consummation in the foundation establishment stage and subsequently competes to reach the chasing cloud continent, they stand a greater chance of becoming a core formation expert. The spiritual energy in this land is scarce, making it arduous to attain core formation. Only the more abundant spiritual energy of the chasing cloud continent can accommodate a multitude of core formation cultivators. Thus, the mightiest on the Wanyan continent are merely at the nascent soul stage, as those of higher realms cannot acquire sufficient spiritual energy here, resulting in stagnation or even regression in their cultivation. Foundation establishment cultivators can only employ low-level spells and lack the ability to fly. Thus, they can only gaze at the clouds. In contrast, nascent soul cultivators can teleport briefly, aptly termed chasing cloud. Those who have fused with the stars can traverse the skies. I have heard that beyond chasing cloud, there lies a mysterious continent known as the cloud-treading continent. Aside from competing to reach the chasing cloud continent, various sects and clans possess a limited number of slots that allow them to bypass the trials. For instance, at the Qinghua Island where Linger and I reside, disciples who reach consummation in the foundation establishment stage can petition the residing core formation elder to gain access to the Qinghua Academy located on the chasing cloud continent for further cultivation. Su Lin sighed. I have just arrived here, and my daily toil consists solely of mining spiritual stones, leaving me no time for cultivation. Upon hearing this, Fire Spirit burst into laughter. Friend Su, mining is merely a means of survival for newcomers. If you wish to amass resources swiftly, you must engage in more tasks. Unfamiliar with the notion of undertaking tasks, Su Lin eagerly inquired, what does it entail to undertake tasks? Fire Spirit elaborated. Every city has a task board where individuals, families, and sects can post tasks. Upon completion, one can receive corresponding rewards. While the risks of undertaking tasks may be greater than mining, the potential rewards are substantial. Listening attentively to Fire Spirit's explication, Su Lin began to grasp more about the Wanyan continent. A few days later, they arrived at the towering Qingtian city. The trio dismounted their steeds, and Fire Linger returned the white horse to Su Lin. Although Su Lin intended to gift the horse, Fire Spirit chuckled, Linger fancies red steeds. I shall procure one for her in a moment. Upon entering the city, Su Lin sought to return to the guild for rest. While Fire Spirit and Linger proceeded to the teleportation array, the three bid farewell with a wave. Just before departing, Fire Spirit earnestly advised Su Lin. During our recent encounter with bandits, I noticed your hesitation in combat, which seemed to trouble you afterwards. In the realm of cultivation, one must relinquish worldly distractions. Here, there are intrinsic principles. The strong prevail. Resource scarcity often leads to a survival of the fittest mentality. Being too soft-hearted will only render you a stepping stone for others. Su Lin nodded. Thank you, Fire Friend. I will gradually adjust my mindset. Since I have arrived, I must adapt to the rules here. My hometown has a saying, survival of the fittest. Fire Spirit acknowledged with a nod as he and Fire Linger departed hand in hand. Su Lin shook his head and turned back to the guild. Upon returning to his room, Su Lin found it exceedingly cramped. He examined the assortment of items within the storage bags of the bandits he had vanquished. Among the various trinkets, spiritual stones were abundant. At a cursory glance, he estimated there to be at least several 100,000. It appeared he had become quite wealthy. Su Lin sought out the familiar woman in green attire and gifted her 100 high-quality spiritual stones before requesting a larger accommodation. The woman assessed Su Lin, who was at the 6th level of Qi condensation, and smiled as she began her explanation. Our accommodations are classified into several tiers. Aside from the complimentary room provided to newcomers like yourself, one can secure a comfortable dwelling by paying between 1,000 to 10,000 spiritual stones per month. Currently, we have a suite available for 5,000 a month, which I believe would suit you well. If you pay for an entire year in advance, you can enjoy a discount of 40%. The woman led Su Lin out of the hall and through a garden to a secluded courtyard. At the entrance stood 2 peach trees, their pink blossoms in full bloom. The woman, standing beneath the trees, appeared more vibrant than the flowers themselves. She produced a crystal stone and pressed it against the transparent protective barrier at the entrance. The barrier shimmered momentarily, seemingly verifying her information, before parting to reveal 2 wide-open doors. This protective barrier could only be breached by cultivators at the core formation stage, ensuring the safety of the guests. Upon entering the courtyard, a refreshing aura of spiritual energy enveloped Su Lin. The courtyard boasted a small fish pond and a grove of bamboo. Inside the room, he found a spacious hall and a cozy bedroom, which greatly pleased him. "Thank you. I shall reside here. I will pay for a year's rent in advance." Su Lin handed the woman 36,000 spiritual stones and presented her with several pieces of cold jade as a token of gratitude. "I appreciate your assistance. Please accept this small gift." The woman smiled, placing the jade into her storage bag. "Do you have any further requests?" Su Lin pondered briefly. "I would like to know where I can undertake tasks and which shops in this vicinity are reputable." The woman tapped a spot on the wall of the sitting room, causing a large screen to materialize. Most guilds are linked to task release devices. From your room, you can directly accept tasks. The procedure is quite simple. In a moment, you will merge the entrance crystal into your body, granting you free access and various convenient services. As for shops, most in Tian City are reliable. However, if you seek quality trade, it is prudent to approach merchants with substantial capital, good reputations, and established backgrounds. Nearby, Yibao Pavilion is quite commendable. I have visited Yibao Pavilion. It is of considerable size. Do you know its background? Yibao Pavilion is owned by the Wong family, which maintains bases on both the Wangyun and Chasing Cloud continents. It is said that the Wong family's patriarch possesses unfathomable cultivation, spending years in secluded meditation to comprehend the principles of heaven and earth, making him one of the preeminent figures in this realm. The Wong family has numerous descendants spread across various continents. Hence, most of the managers at Yibao Pavilion share the surname Wong. These prominent families possess their own cultivation channels and refrain from participating in the competitions of the major cities, focusing instead on commerce, and their reputations are generally excellent. Does our guild also have its own shop? We do, but our shop is quite small, limited to selling ordinary items like spiritual tea. Therefore, if you wish to acquire quality goods or wish to sell rare items, it is advisable to seek out merchants like those at Yibao Pavilion. As the woman continued speaking, she suddenly paused. "Someone is looking for me. Please make yourself acquainted with your new surroundings." She handed the crystal stone to Su Lin and departed the courtyard. Once she left, Su Lin integrated the crystal stone into his body. In that instant, he gained a clear understanding of the entire courtyard. It was protected by the guild's grand array. With the crystal stone, he could enter and exit freely while others could not intrude. The courtyard contained a spiritual spring and trees bearing spiritual fruits, which could enhance his cultivation. Available for his consumption. Should an outsider attack, he could manipulate the courtyard's formations to counter the intruder and swiftly request reinforcements from the guild, ensuring his safety. The wall of the sitting room could project a task board for accepting quests. During large competitions, one could pay a fee to watch the events from within the room. Naturally, the contests held in Tian City primarily involve sparring among cultivators, a competition that occurs annually. Having familiarized himself with the environment, Su Lin settled cross-legged in his bedroom, retrieving a substantial amount of purple gold spiritual ore from his storage bag to commence his cultivation of the golden jade dharma body. One by one, the purple gold was absorbed into Su Lin's body, merging with his flesh. His skin, which had already taken on a cold, silvery hue from the considerable amount of cold jade he had absorbed, transformed from silver to a deep crimson, and then back to a normal complexion as the purple gold infused into him. Utilizing his cultivation technique, Su Lin began to circulate the cold jade and purple gold within himself. This meditation lasted over 10 days, until he sensed that his body could no longer absorb any more spiritual ore, prompting him to cease his practice. As he stood up, Su Lin assessed his cultivation level. He had reached the 6th level of qi condensation, the power of his physical body, having benefited from the extensive use of cold jade and purple gold, had attained the strength of the 7th level of qi condensation. The only aspect lagging behind was his spiritual power, which remained at the 3rd level of qi condensation due to a lack of corresponding techniques. This was still the result of his extraordinary achievement in subduing the fierce tiger and snow bear. To further enhance his cultivation, he needed to elevate his spiritual power. Only then could he break through to the 6th level of qi condensation. The path of cultivation demands steadiness, and one must tread carefully and diligently. Stretching lazily, Su Lin sipped a cup of spiritual tea and began to organize his collection of storage bags. At that moment, he still possessed over 10,000 pieces of purple gold spiritual ore and cold jade, more than 300,000 spirit stones, 2 snow bear cubs, and various weapons. He meticulously examined each weapon, all of which were ordinary blades and daggers, unremarkable and suitable only for sale to merchants. The exact price could be determined later. The two snow bear cubs, being rare creatures, should fetch a good price. As he continued to categorize his numerous items, he stumbled upon two secret manuals within one of the storage bags. Picking one up, he focused intently on it. The technique was named Invisibility Technique. Once mastered, it allowed the practitioner to momentarily obscure their presence, enabling them to launch a surprise attack on unsuspecting foes. However, the invisibility would dissipate upon initiating an attack. This technique could confound adversaries of one level higher, meaning that once learned, a Foundation establishment cultivator could not be easily detected by those lacking special abilities. But it would have no effect on nascent soul opponents. Su Lin felt a surge of joy. He was currently in need of techniques, and learning the invisibility technique, combined with his golden jade body, would significantly enhance his safety in combat. The other manual was called Wave Cleaving Slash. By concentrating and gathering chi, the practitioner could unleash a formidable blade of light, possessing decent offensive power. Both techniques could cultivate spiritual power, precisely what Su Lin required. At that moment, under the full moon, Su Lin stepped outside, sitting on a stone bench in the courtyard, gazing at the luminous moon and reflecting on his solitary existence. A wave of melancholy washed over him, drawing tears to his eyes. After stabilizing his emotions, he left the courtyard and made his way to the hall. The main area remained bustling with activity, with dozens of young women attending to guests, introducing them to the surroundings. Su Lin found a table and ordered a pot of wine along with a few small dishes, beginning to drink alone. The flavors of the wine and dishes reminded him of his hometown, yet he felt the absence of loved ones and friends acutely. "Why are you drinking alone here?" Su Lin looked up to find the girl who had attended to him a few times before. He smiled. "I was just sitting in the courtyard, intending to raise a toast to the moon, but ended up alone with my shadow. I thought it better to come here to distract myself from my homesickness." He invited the girl to join him. "Would you sit and share a drink with me?" "All right. I happen to have some free time," she replied. Su Lin gestured for the waiter to bring an extra set of chopsticks, pouring a cup of wine for her. "I still don't know your name." "Sun Kur. You can call me Kur," she said. Su Lin raised his cup in a toast to her. The spiritual wine had little intoxicating effect, merely possessing the taste of wine. "Are you also a practitioner here?" he inquired. "I'm not. I was born and raised here. My parents passed the trials and left for the chasing cloud continent last year. My aptitude is insufficient, so I've been living here, earning some spirit stones while slowly cultivating. Only when I reach full Foundation establishment can I apply to reunite with my parents on the chasing cloud continent." "Do you miss them?" "Of course. But my father often reminds me that as cultivators, our actions must align with the universal principles and not be shackled by mundane emotions. For ordinary humans, a century is a long life, and they must cherish their fleeting moments with loved ones. In the realm of cultivation, Foundation establishment practitioners live over 200 years, while those who reach the core formation stage can survive for 500 years, not to mention the mighty beings of the nascent soul realm. The longevity of cultivators necessitates continuous improvement of their skills. Only by enhancing their cultivation can they better protect themselves and their families. What is your current cultivation level? My aptitude is quite poor. After more than 10 years of cultivation, with my parents' help, I'm now at the 10th level of chi condensation. But I cannot break through to Foundation establishment. Before my mother left, she told me that someone like me would need a rare item called a cleansing marrow pill to reshape my body to succeed in Foundation establishment. I've searched for that elusive item for a long time without success." The girl smiled as she poured Su Lin another cup of wine. "I remember when you first arrived. You hadn't even reached the first level of chi condensation. In just over a month, you've reached the 6th level. However, I must advise you, do not take shortcuts in your cultivation. A solid foundation is essential for further advancement. Naturally, I hope you achieve Foundation establishment soon. If you hear of any cleansing marrow pills, do think of me." Su Lin downed his cup, absolutely. As Su Lin and Kutter savored the fine wine, they shared stories of their pasts. The entrance of the hall was bustling with people, and amidst the lively atmosphere, their table felt like a serene oasis. Gradually, the bright moon was veiled by clouds, and the wine pot ran dry. Su Lin and Kutter exchanged goodnights and departed the hall. Returning to his bedroom in a much lighter mood, Su Lin took out his spirit stones and began to practice the newly acquired technique. Su Lin rested for a moment. then surrounded himself with a circle of spirit stones, which radiated a rich aura of spiritual energy, enveloping him in a dense mist of vitality. Following the guidance of the stealth technique, he concentrated his mind to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy, directing it to impact his soul. Waves of energy continuously expanded his spiritual essence, empowering his soul and significantly enhancing his mental prowess. Unfortunately, as he absorbed the energy, the spirit stones rapidly lost their potency. Turning to ash, Su Lin retrieved several thousand more spirit stones and once again employed the technique to fortify his soul. At last, his spiritual power reached the 4th level, and his mental strength increased as well. In that moment, as Su Lin willed it, his form quietly vanished from the room. In his invisible state, Su Lin looked down and could not see his feet. He raised his hands and saw nothing there as well. This state lasted for about a minute, but he soon felt a depletion of mental energy, causing his form to gradually reappear. Instead of hastily continuing his cultivation, he pondered that the stealth technique relied on formidable mental strength to create a protective layer that concealed his presence. The stronger the soul, the more robust the mental power, thus prolonging the effectiveness of invisibility. Just a few breaths had drained nearly 10,000 spirit stones. At this rate, he would surely run out. It seemed he must utilize the mysterious stone at his chest. Su Lin was perplexed by this spirit stone, which had fused with him. Without actively sensing it, he was entirely unaware of its existence. Moreover, it did not emit spiritual energy unless he consciously drew from it. Regaining his composure, he channeled his energy, causing the stone to unleash a torrent of spiritual power that surged directly into his soul. Having anticipated this, Su Lin exerted full control over the stone's force, modulating the influx to a manageable level. As the relentless waves of energy struck his soul, it gradually expanded, and his mental strength was further augmented. Immersed in his training, he only ceased when he could no longer absorb any more spiritual energy. Upon opening his eyes, he noticed a newfound brightness. His soul power had ascended to the 6th level, and the invisibility technique could now persist for 5 minutes. Astounded, Su Lin recognized that advancing through each level in cultivation demanded exponentially greater spiritual energy. To reach the 6th level, he would typically require at least 200,000 to 300,000 spirit stones. Yet, the stone within him continuously provided energy, showing no signs of depletion. Naturally, such matters were best kept to himself. He understood the wisdom of concealing wealth and resolved to study ancient texts for answers when time permitted. For now, enhancing his cultivation was of utmost priority. Grasping the wave-splitting slash, Su Lin pressed his hands together, and the technique transformed into a beam of white light that fused into his consciousness. He once again immersed himself in cultivation, channeling the energy from the stone at his chest. 3 days and nights passed in stillness as the wave-splitting slash gradually took form in his mind. After another 3 days and nights, Su Lin opened his eyes, fixed his gaze ahead, and shouted, "Slash!" A dazzling blade of light erupted from his brow, cleaving a massive gash into the solid wall before him. Rising, Su Lin examined the fissure closely. The power of the wave-splitting slash was tremendous, though it could not be used in rapid succession. Each strike required time to gather strength, necessitating a 10-minute wait before launching another attack. It served as a formidable surprise offensive. At this moment, Su Lin's soul had broken through to the 7th level of Qi condensation, nearing the 8th level, and his available mental energy had once again increased. His physical strength and soul power had both reached the 7th level, while his cultivation remained at the 6th level. To progress further, he needed to elevate his cultivation swiftly. Gradually, Su Lin began to comprehend the relationship among these 3 abilities. Soul power primarily cultivates mental strength, enabling the casting of spell attacks. His current capabilities, summoning, invisibility, and the wave-splitting slash, were all forms of mental assault, the primary means of attack for cultivators. Physical strength focuses on defense. The golden jade body technique he mastered was specifically designed to enhance physical resilience. With a sufficiently robust body, he could withstand attacks without sustaining serious harm, positioning himself in a place of invulnerability. Cultivation, on the other hand, gauges the capacity to endure both soul and physical demands. The higher one's cultivation, the more advanced techniques one can learn. It is akin to a house. Greater cultivation allows for a larger dwelling, accommodating more possessions. Now, with his physical and soul powers surpassing his cultivation ability, he found himself at an impasse. Only by enhancing his cultivation could he continue to strengthen both his soul and physical prowess. All forms of cultivation require substantial resources to sustain. The gold and jade body technique necessitated vast amounts of purple gold and cold jade, which are rare treasures. Had he not captured a recently birthed snow bear king, he would not have acquired such a wealth of high-quality cold jade. On his return journey, he fortuitously rescued fellow disciples from Flame City, exchanging for the purple gold essential for cultivation. With ample resources at his disposal, he was able to elevate his physical strength to the 7th level. The enhancement of soul and cultivation relied chiefly on the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, following the prescribed methods and progressing steadily. The spiritual energy was sourced from various spirit stone mines across the continent. If he adhered strictly to conventional cultivation, it could take decades to establish a foundation. To achieve rapid advancement, the use of spirit stones was imperative. Transitioning from the 1st to the 6th level of Qi condensation purely through spirit stones would require millions, a task insurmountable for someone newly arrived on Wanyan continent. Yet, he had accomplished this feat, all thanks to the mysterious stone at his chest. Su Lin sensed that this stone lay hidden within him, as long as he needed it. He could continuously draw forth an unending supply of spiritual energy, seemingly inexhaustible. While he understood that the stone would eventually deplete, by that time, he would likely have reached a new realm. To survive in the realm of cultivation, one must not only engage in arduous training, but also seize various opportunities. Isolated practice yields slow progress. Only by constantly seeking opportunities throughout the continent can one acquire better resources. To obtain superior resources, one must enhance their abilities. It seemed prudent to quickly visit Yibao Pavilion to procure necessary items for his cultivation. Su Lin once again arrived at Yibao Pavilion, where he called for Wong Lele. Through several encounters, Su Lin discerned that Wong Lele possessed a certain childlike innocence, yet she relished making friends. Wong Lele quickly approached him, exclaiming, "Oh, you've already reached the 6th level of Qi condensation. Your progress is remarkable." Su Lin presented her with a storage bag, saying, "This is for you." Upon opening it, Wong Lele discovered it contained hundreds of spirit stones, along with dozens of cold jade and purple gold. "Not bad. You've struck it rich," she remarked. "Not really," Su Lin replied modestly. "I just happened to acquire these. I have 2 baby snow bears, but I'm unsure how to sell them." Wong Lele, upon hearing this, hurriedly suggested, "Let's go to my father and hear his opinion." Ascending to the 3rd floor, they found Lele's father. Wong Lele explained the situation, and her father asked Su Lin to take out the baby snow bears for a closer inspection. These are offspring of a fully matured foundational snow bear, exhibiting great potential for growth, quite a rarity. While the market has some pets for sale, most are adult beasts that are difficult to level up. These baby snow bears, with proper nourishment of rare ores and herbs, can quickly advance, potentially surpassing the foundational stage and even reaching the core formation stage. I recommend entrusting these 2 little snow bears to our Yibao Pavilion for auction. This way, you can maximize your returns. All right, Senior Wong, I shall heed your advice. I also have some miscellaneous items. Could you appraise them? Su Lin inquired, presenting weapons and armor obtained from bandits. Lele's father examined them and stated, "These are all ordinary items. I can purchase them for 100,000 spirit stones." He then instructed Su Lin to exchange his bronze card for a silver crystal card, explaining, "This card contains 300,000 spirit stones. I have included the value of those ordinary items as well as the scattered spirit stones in your storage bag. With this card, you will enjoy a 40% discount on transactions at Yibao Pavilion. If you find yourself short on spirit stones, you can also defer payment for up to 1,000,000 spirit stones." Elated, Su Lin realized that with the baby snow bears yet to be auctioned, his current lack of spirit stones had been resolved. "Thank you for your assistance, Senior Wong," he said, bowing respectfully. Observing Su Lin's maturity, Wong Lele's father smiled and remarked, "Allow me to gift you a storage belt. Carrying so many small storage bags is quite inconvenient. This belt is equivalent to dozens of your current bags and occupies little space. I hope you acquire many fine treasures. Next month, a grand auction will be held in Qing City, where many valuable items will be available. Without funds, you may only watch helplessly." After imparting this advice, Wong Lele's father invited Su Lin to select the items he needed. Initially intending to accompany Su Lin, Wong Lele was halted by her father, who said, "Lele, stay for a moment. I wish to assess your progress in cultivation." Once Su Lin departed from the third floor, Wong Lele sighed. Father, I've been too busy helping to attract customers these past few days to train. Her father chuckled, saying, cultivation requires consistent effort. Although you may be a bit lazy, you haven't fallen too far behind. I would like to discuss your new friend, Su Lin. He is a newcomer, having just arrived in Qing City, and was even below level 1 in Qi condensation when I brought him to the guild. I observed him closely. He has already reached level 6 and will soon attain level 7. Moreover, he appears to have practiced a technique for enhancing physical strength, as his physical prowess has also reached level 7. Oh, he practices the golden jade body technique, which I helped him acquire, Wong Lele responded. He must have ventured into the ice cave to obtain cold jade, and he managed to get 2 baby snow bears. I wonder where he got the purple gold. Do not pry into others' private matters, her father advised. In the realm of cultivation, such inquiries are frowned upon. What I wish to convey is that you should maintain contact with him. Should he come across more valuable items, he may bring them to me for processing. You know, my position here is not secure. Success in Yibao Pavilion relies on performance. If one lacks impressive items during auctions, others will look down upon you, even disparage you. I have not received any noteworthy auction items recently, and if not for the 2 baby snow bears Su Lin provided, I might have lost my place on the 3rd floor. Making friends with him is no issue. I enjoy conversing with him. But is he truly capable? I see him as merely fortunate. Good fortune is indeed significant. Some individuals are born under fortunate stars, achieving success without excessive effort. Currently, only Su Lin has offered me items that can help me navigate through this difficult period. He does not seem to be a person who forgets his loyalties, which is why I encourage you to engage with him. After all, we at Yibao Pavilion are among the foremost merchants in Qing City, and collaborating with us is undoubtedly a wise choice. Meanwhile, Su Lin, now in possession of a silver membership card, meticulously scoured the 2nd floor's boutique area for useful items. Completely unaware of the discourse taking place above between the Wong family, the layout of the 2nd floor mirrored that of the 1st, divided into sections for elixirs, magical artifacts, martial techniques, and weapons, but with a more extensive variety. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, it was rare for sales personnel to actively recommend items. Patrons were left to make their own selections. Su Lin still possessed some ordinary elixirs and had no intention of venturing into dangerous locales. He passed through the elixir section and arrived in the weapons and armor area. Having learned the art of invisibility, Su Lin lacked close combat techniques. His wave-splitting strike was a form of magical attack, rendering common swords ineffective. For safety's sake, he purchased 2 sets of superior defensive attire and proceeded to the martial technique section. To be honest, most techniques available at the counters were lackluster, and his previous acquisition of the golden jade body technique had been a stroke of luck. He did not intend to spend too many spirit stones on techniques, as magical artifacts were his primary need. In the magical artifacts section, Su Lin searched diligently, with 2 summoning beasts at the late foundational stage. As long as he did not encounter fully matured foundational or core formation beasts, the beast binding rope was not essential. Instead, he opted for its upgraded version, the spirit binding rope, capable of ensnaring any beast below the core formation stage for 15 minutes, priced at 30,000 spirit stones. He purchased 3. The beast trap, which could be set to create a trap that activated when a beast stepped on it, was priced at 100,000 spirit stones, and he acquired 2. The soul-devouring gloves, a one-time use item that could continuously consume the souls of beasts below the initial core formation stage for a limited time, were priced at 200,000 spirit stones. Considering the discount, he decided to buy 2. With his spirit stones dwindling, Su Lin departed from Yibao Pavilion and returned to the guild. Su Lin returned to his room and activated the task acceptance screen, scrutinizing it carefully. The screen featured a filtering function, which allowed Su Lin to exclude tasks suitable for the Qi gathering stage, focusing instead on those appropriate for the foundation establishment phase. The screen displayed a plethora of tasks, ranging from collecting rare herbs and slaying monsters to forming teams for exploring secret realms or purchasing various items. Some tasks even involved finding companions or bounty hunting. Each task, when clicked, revealed specific requirements, completion deadlines, and the corresponding rewards. To accept a task, one must first pay a deposit amounting to 1/10 of the total reward. Once accepted, the task would no longer appear on the task board. Upon successful completion, one could collect the reward at the task center using a token, but failing to meet the deadline would result in the task reappearing on the board with the deposit being forfeited. After sifting through numerous options, Su Lin found nothing suitable. Feeling somewhat anxious as a newcomer, in his impatience, he decided to seek help from Kur. He sent her a telepathic message, inquiring if she was available. Kur replied, saying she was still busy in the hall and would not be free for another 5 hours. All right, I will wait for you in my room, Su Lin responded. After resting for a while, he ventured to the hall to purchase some food and drinks. Upon seeing him preparing the meal, Kur couldn't help but stifle a laugh, though she quickly composed herself, noticing a middle-aged man, resembling a steward, observing them. Su Lin arranged the food and drink in the living room and picked some fruits while waiting for Kur's arrival. Soon, she knocked on the door, and Su Lin welcomed her in. You must be tired after a long day. I didn't expect you to be so busy. Kur sighed, what can I do? I'm here alone, unable to enhance my cultivation. My parents had planned to go to the chasing cloud continent to find a marrow cleansing pill to help me rebuild my body, but they have yet to find it. I am stuck here, longing to cultivate but unable to make any breakthroughs. I truly do not know what to do. Su Lin poured a cup of wine for Kur and himself, raising his glass. Do not lose heart. You are still young and will surely obtain the marrow cleansing pill to achieve foundation establishment. Kur drank her wine in one go. Thank you. I hope it comes soon. As they dined, Su Lin asked, is that middle-aged man in charge? You seemed a bit fearful of him. Kur replied, his name is Li Fu, and he manages the reception staff. He is quite unpleasant and enjoys taking advantage of girls. Now that my parents have left, he often says unkind things to me. I ignore him, but he keeps piling on the work. Su Lin was taken aback. Is it possible for such things to happen even here? Kur sighed. There are troubles everywhere. What is so surprising about that? She looked at Su Lin and said, if you could earn more spirit stones, you might hire me as your steward, and I would no longer need to work in the hall. What does hiring a steward entail? How many spirit stones are required? Su Lin inquired. Guests residing in private courtyards can apply for steward services from the guild. The stewardess role is to assist guests in organizing their rooms and courtyards and to facilitate the buying or selling of various cultivation items, much like a personal secretary. The fee for a private steward is paid annually, amounting to 1 million spirit stones. I might be able to do it, as I am familiar with this place. Please consider hiring me. However, I currently lack sufficient spirit stones. I only possess a silver card from Yibao Pavilion, which allows me to overdraw up to 1 million spirit stones. Additionally, I have 2 snow bear cubs at Yibao Pavilion awaiting auction. I believe they could fetch around 1 million spirit stones. That should not pose a problem, but the auction is still some time away, and the overdrawn spirit stones must be repaid. I'll wait a bit longer, Su Lin replied. Kur, the reason I asked you to come is that I would like your assistance in selecting a suitable task. Mining stones is not a viable option. If I can complete 1 or 2 good tasks, I will surely be able to hire you as my steward. Completing tasks is indeed an excellent method to enhance cultivation, but high-reward tasks often come with risks. Let us search together, Kur suggested. After a considerable time of searching, Su Lin suddenly discovered a task offering a reward of 3 million spirit stones to retrieve a fire flame fruit from the Corpse King Hall. Upon examining the task details, Su Lin noted that the Corpse King within the hall was at the peak of foundation establishment, guarding the fire flame fruit, which ripens every 30 years and was nearing maturity. He pondered, realizing that while the Corpse King was formidable, he was not invincible. Moreover, with his ability to become invisible, he felt that stealthily acquiring the fire flame fruit would pose little danger. Just as Su Lin resolved to accept the task, Kur voiced her concerns. Su Dage, you are only at the 6th level of Qi gathering. How can you evade a peak foundation establishment Corpse King? Please do not take risks for my sake. There will be better opportunities in the future. Su Lin chuckled and demonstrated his invisibility technique, instantly vanishing from sight. Kur gasped, Su Dage, where are you? What kind of spell is this? Su Lin reappeared, saying, this is an invisibility technique I recently learned. I also have 2 summoned beasts at the later stages of foundation establishment, so I should not encounter too much danger. He then encouraged Kur to have another drink. In truth, I wish to hire you as my steward right now, but accepting the task requires a deposit, and I need to prepare some magical items for task completion. Once I finish this task, I will definitely come to employ you. I didn't expect you to know the invisibility technique. As long as you are careful, it should be fine. I recall that the Corpse King Hall is filled with corpse energy. You should prepare some detoxification pills. The Corpse King has strong physical defenses, but lacks magical attacks, and is relatively slow. Fortunately, the task only requires obtaining the fire flame fruit. but you must still be cautious. Su Lin smiled. You seem well informed. Given that you do not often go out to cultivate, how do you know all this? Kerr looked up at him. I love reading. There are many texts here, and I often browse through them, so I am aware of many things. Besides, the hall is bustling with guests, and by listening to their conversations, I can learn quite a bit. Su Lin felt a surge of curiosity about his mysterious spirit stone, but restrained himself from asking, as it was his greatest secret. He accepted the task. Using the silver card from Yibao Pavilion to pay the 30,000 spirit stones, smiling at Kerr. I could have directly hired you as my steward, but now I do not have enough spirit stones. Kerr stayed with Su Lin for a while longer before taking her leave. He accompanied her to the door. I plan to gather some supplies tomorrow to complete the task, and I should return in about 10 days. Kerr looked deeply at Su Lin, saying, The Corpse King Hall is still dangerous. You must take care. As he watched Kerr's figure disappear into the depths of the peach grove, warmth surged within Su Lin's heart. Once again, Su Lin found himself at Yibao Pavilion. Since he was heading to the Corpse King's Hall, it was prudent to prepare some essential supplies. The antidote for corpse poison was not expensive, and Su Lin purchased several pills for backup. Given that zombies typically engaged in close combat, he also acquired a small shield, which could transform into a ring that would automatically manifest to block attacks when danger approached. While Su Lin was examining his items, Wong Lele approached him, inquiring, Are you buying so many antidotes to venture into Zombie Valley? Su Lin was delighted to see her. Indeed, I have received a mission to retrieve the fire fruit from the Corpse King's Hall. Would you like to accompany me to speak with my father about any precautions? After pondering, Su Lin recognized that this was his first mission, and it would be wise to prepare thoroughly. However, he hesitated to disturb the esteemed Wong Sr. too often. Wong Lele, however, pulled Su Lin upstairs, assuring him, It's no trouble, you are my friend, and gathering information is nothing to fret over. Upon learning of Su Lin's quest, Wong's father regarded him with a serious gaze. The Corpse King is at the peak of the Foundation establishment stage. Since you dare to go, you must possess some confidence. However, I must warn you, when the fire fruit ripens, other cultivators will undoubtedly come to seize it. Your adversaries will not only include the Corpse King, but also other practitioners. In the realm of cultivation, one must be most wary of fellow cultivators. Su Lin, realizing he had overlooked this aspect, bowed respectfully to Wong Sr. Thank you for your guidance. I recognize my oversight. Wong Sr. then produced an octopus-shaped spider carved from black jade. This is the jade spider. I'll lend it to you. Place it at the entrance of the Corpse King's Hall. It will create a soul-confusing array that will prevent cultivators below the late Foundation establishment stage from entering. Naturally, those who have surpassed that level would not venture into such places. Gratefully, Su Lin accepted the jade spider. Thank you for your assistance, esteemed Wong Sr. I still have other preparations to attend to, so I must take my leave. As Su Lin departed the third floor, Wong Sr.'s gaze was filled with a deep expectation, hoping that this fortunate young man would return with delightful surprises. Accompanied by Wong Lele, Su Lin continued to select suitable items on the second floor of Yibao Pavilion. Wong Sr.'s words resonated with him. He had regarded fierce beasts as his primary foes, neglecting the fact that this was the realm of cultivation, where true competition lay among cultivators. To stand out, he must defeat one opponent after another. In the treasure area, a soul-consolidating pearl priced at 200,000 spirit stones caught his eye. This one-time use item could be employed by a fierce beast at the brink of death to absorb the dissipating souls of its kin, releasing a powerful attack based on the level and number of absorbed beasts. After some contemplation, Su Lin purchased a soul-consolidating pearl, which vanished into his palm. In the same area, he also found a set of sword formations, a transient array composed of 6 swords, capable of ensnaring enemies within its confines, making escape exceedingly difficult. Priced at 500,000 spirit stones. With a sigh, he lamented that his offensive capabilities were woefully inadequate, relegating him to rely solely on magical artifacts for combat. To accomplish his mission, he reluctantly purchased the sword formation, having nearly exhausted the overdraft limit on his silver card. Su Lin bid farewell to Wong Lele and returned to his room to adjust his state of mind in preparation for the adventure ahead. The Corpse King's Hall lay within the Zombie Valley to the east of Tian City, devoid of any teleportation arrays, necessitating travel by horseback. Within Tian City, there were shops selling horses, and upon his arrival, Su Lin had tamed a white steed, thus alleviating some of his expenses. Though a fierce tiger could also be ridden, Its speed paled in comparison to that of the white horse over long distances. Currently, the tiger and snow bear rested within the summoning ring while the white horse galloped towards Zombie Valley with Su Lin. After 5 days of travel, as he journeyed onward, the number of visible cultivators dwindled. Upon entering the valley, he encountered various types of zombies. Some crawled on the ground while others aimlessly wandered, attacking any living creature they detected. The Zombie Valley, being remote and devoid of spiritual minds, had few visitors, and even fierce beasts were reluctant to tread there. As Su Lin cautiously advanced, upon the sight of an intruder, the zombies immediately approached him. Su Lin swiftly cast an invisibility spell, rendering himself unseen. The zombies, unable to perceive him, wandered away, allowing Su Lin to relax and continue his advance. Along the way, he encountered no cultivators or fierce beasts. When he revealed himself, the zombies swarmed toward him once more. In response, Su Lin unleashed a wave-splitting slash, sending a blade of light slicing through several zombies, cleaving them in half, and continuing forward until it severed a large tree. Pointing his palm at the fallen zombies, Su Lin utilized the soul-consolidating pearl to absorb their souls. The zombies' low levels rendered their souls feeble, easily consumed by the pearl. Summoning the fierce tiger, Su Lin commanded it to unleash a roar. The zombies trembled in fear, with many collapsing from the sheer force of the roar. Holding the soul-consolidating pearl, Su Lin collected the souls as he exited the valley, having increased the pearl's contents. Upon leaving the zombie valley, he arrived at the zombie cave, where the zombies were evidently stronger than those in the valley, each at the initial stage of Foundation establishment. Reflecting on the previous encounters, he deduced that only post-Foundation establishment zombies could access the cave, not rushing to descend to the next level. Su Lin continued to eliminate zombies alongside the fierce tiger. Thanks to the antidote, the corpse poison posed no threat to them as they advanced deeper into the cave, accumulating a fifth of the souls within the pearl. The second level of the cave featured a greater variety of zombies, most at the mid-Foundation establishment stage, with some even reaching the late stage. Apart from physical attacks, several zombies donned gray robes and conjured lightning from a distance to strike their foes. The fierce tiger, adept at close combat, found it increasingly challenging to cope, prompting Su Lin to summon the snow bear. Once summoned, the snow bear shielded Su Lin with its massive form, unleashing ice balls and arrows that felled zombies with every strike. The combination of the snow bear's ranged attacks and the tiger's melee prowess quickly cleared the area of zombies. After collecting the souls, Su Lin, accompanied by both the bear and the tiger, steadily approached the Corpse King's Hall. Not far into their journey, a dozen varied zombies closed in on them. The tiger lunged forward, claws and fangs at the ready, while the snow bear provided magical support from behind. As the number of zombies dwindled, a sudden, deafening explosion erupted, catching the tiger off guard and leaving it bleeding profusely. Su Lin quickly commanded the tiger to retreat. At that moment, a red-robed zombie beside the tiger began to swell rapidly. Su Lin urgently instructed the snow bear to unleash ice balls, immobilizing the red-robed zombie and preventing its self-detonation. As the red-robed zombie struggled against the freezing ice, its soul became increasingly disoriented. Su Lin seized the moment to employ his summoning technique, effortlessly subduing the red-robed zombie. Checking his summoning ring, he noted, "Explosive zombie, mid-Foundation establishment stage. When encountering foes of higher levels, it will choose to self-detonate, wielding the power of a full-force strike from a mid-Foundation establishment fierce beast." Su Lin contemplated the strategic potential of the explosive zombie for surprise attacks and realized he still had one summoning slot available. He began searching the second level of the cave for more red-robed zombies. Their scarcity made the search lengthy, but after clearing a path to the Corpse King's Hall, he finally encountered another. Employing his tried-and-true method, he successfully subdued the zombie. Throughout this journey, Su Lin's various skills had significantly improved, and his cultivation steadily advanced, nearing the 7th level of Qi consolidation. With additional training, a breakthrough was imminent. Reaching the entrance of the Corpse King's Hall, Su Lin found the area eerily quiet, devoid of both zombies and cultivators. To ensure a foolproof approach, Su Lin retrieved the jade spider and positioned it before the entrance of the Corpse King's Hall. The jade spider emanated waves of dark miasma, and swiftly, the hall's doors vanished into thin air, eluding any attempt to locate them. With the formation meticulously arranged, Su Lin stowed away the bear and tiger, venturing into the Corpse King's Hall with only the 2 exploding zombies, cloaked in stealth. Upon entering the Corpse King's hall, Sulin refrained from hasty advancement, opting to discreetly survey his surroundings. It was a palatial edifice, and he found himself at the entrance, a corridor stretching before him. At the corridor's terminus, an ornate gate stood ajar, from within which the clamor of combat echoed. Sulin quickened his pace, leading the two zombies forward. Upon crossing the threshold, he beheld at the heart of the main hall a crimson plant, towering over 10 feet, upon which a fruit, ablaze with fiery essence, was in the process of coalescing. It was undoubtedly the fire ember fruit, the objective of his mission. Surrounding it, a colossal zombie clad in black, wielding 2 chains, was locked in battle with several cultivators. To Sulin's astonishment, a crimson mastiff was also assailing the cultivators. Scattered upon the ground lay over a dozen corpses, while only 3 cultivators remained, brandishing their blades. Their backs pressed together in a defensive posture, yet unable to evade the Corpse King and Mastiff's onslaught. One of the cultivators cast a rope towards the Corpse King, which Sulin recognized as an upgraded spirit shackling cord. Transforming into a beam of golden light, the spirit shackling cord firmly bound the Corpse King. By this point, the Corpse King seemed accustomed to such restraints, immediately shielding its head with its hands, exposing its sturdy back to the adversaries. The Mastiff stood guard nearby, and when the cultivator cast another spirit shackling cord, the Corpse King willingly advanced, allowing the rope to bind it once more. Unable to capitalize on the Corpse King's confinement, the cultivators could only watch as the spirit shackling cord lost its potency after a few minutes, vanishing into nothingness. The Corpse King, now freed, grew even more tempestuous, striding forward and brandishing its iron chains, dragging a Foundation establishment cultivator towards it. The Mastiff swiftly followed, sinking its teeth into the cultivator, who perished on the spot before even uttering a cry. Witnessing this, the remaining 2 cultivators rapidly hurled all their offensive magical artifacts at their adversaries. And under the cover of this distraction, they turned and fled. The Corpse King's immense physique hindered its speed, but the Mastiff was exceptionally agile, intercepting the 2 cultivators within moments. Seeing no avenue of escape and facing imminent mauling by the Mastiff, they exchanged a glance and, with gritted teeth, initiated self-detonation. The cultivator's self-detonation unleashed immense power, and the Mastiff, having reached the great perfection of the Foundation establishment realm, only a hair's breadth away from core formation, suffered a head wound from the blast due to its proximity. Turning back towards the Corpse King, who was slowly approaching, it was about to say something when suddenly, the 2 red-robed zombies drew near and abruptly detonated themselves once more. Caught off guard, the Mastiff had not anticipated an attack from the zombies, and its mouth was once again injured in the explosion. Enraged by its injuries, the Mastiff ferociously charged towards the Corpse King, engaging it in combat. At this juncture, Sulin dared not attempt to pluck the fire ember fruit, for any revelation of his presence would likely provoke a joint attack from the 2 fiends, resulting in his swift annihilation. Seizing the opportunity of the Corpse King and Mastiff's engagement, Sulin stealthily prepared a beast trap pit, then steeled his resolve, concealing his presence as he observed the struggle between the Mastiff and the Corpse King. The Mastiff appeared to be of a higher caliber than the Corpse King, but this was the Corpse King's domain, and the Mastiff had already sustained head injuries from the 2 detonations. The 2 ferocious beasts fought to a deadlock, and Sulin remained hidden in a corner, refraining from making a sound. The Mastiff gradually grew accustomed to the Corpse King's fighting style, striking left and right, each attack tearing away chunks of flesh from the Corpse King. The Corpse King roared in agony, its iron chains whirling ever faster, and several times, the chains directly struck the Mastiff, sending fur flying and causing bloody gashes. The Mastiff, spurred by the blows, unleashed its ferocity, howling as its entire body doubled in size. Lunging forward, the Mastiff's powerful forepaws pinned the Corpse King to the ground, and with jaws agape, it bit down with all its might on the Corpse King's throat. The Corpse King struggled desperately, yet unable to break free. It could only use its iron chains to constrict the Mastiff's abdomen. The Corpse King's arm strength waned, and the Mastiff's massive form gradually shrunk, its jaws clamped firmly on the Corpse King's neck. Finally, the Corpse King's arms fell limp. Witnessing the demise of the Corpse King, the Mastiff wearily rolled off its body, its form reverting to its normal size. As it was about to rest, Sulin emerged from the corner, focusing his energy, and the cleaving wave hurtled towards the Mastiff's head. Caught unawares, the Mastiff was aghast, attempting to evade, but the battle with the Corpse King had depleted its stamina. and the Corpse King's iron chain still ensnared it. It could only tilt its head, and the cleaving wave slash inflicted a deep wound on its shoulder. Struggling to rise, the Mastiff staggered towards Sulin, who hastily summoned the fierce tiger. The fierce tiger pounced, engaging the Mastiff in combat. Despite its grievous wounds, the Mastiff was, after all, of a higher caliber than the fierce tiger. Before the Mastiff, which was nearing core formation, the fierce tiger's attacks soon faltered. Sulin commanded the fierce tiger to retreat slowly, luring the Mastiff towards the trap. The wounded Mastiff, oblivious, advanced step by step into the trap. At that moment, the fierce tiger crouched before the trap, feigning a pounce. The Mastiff, dragging its wounded body, lunged first, and with a resounding crash, the Mastiff and the fierce tiger tumbled into the trap together. Falling into the trap, the Mastiff paced back and forth, unable to escape. Venting its rage, the Mastiff turned its fury upon the fierce tiger, expending its last ounce of strength to bite the fierce tiger to death. Sulin had no time to lament the loss of his pet. Swiftly binding the Mastiff with the spirit shackling cord, he then rushed to the Corpse King, using the soul-gathering pearl to absorb the Corpse King's soul. The Corpse King's potent soul instantly filled the soul-gathering pearl, which shone with dazzling light, concealing itself within Sulin's palm. Sulin returned to the edge of the trap, where the Mastiff was still firmly ensnared. Beside him lay the corpse of the fierce tiger that had accompanied him for several months. With no time for sorrow, Sulin immediately employed a summoning spell on the Mastiff. However, the summoning spell had little effect on the Mastiff, which was on the brink of forming its core. In desperation, Sulin donned the soul-devouring gloves. A beam of white light emanated from the gloves, enveloping the Mastiff, whose spiritual essence was consumed by the gloves and surged into Sulin's mind. The force of this spiritual energy was overwhelming, causing Sulin's head to throb painfully. He exerted every ounce of his strength to control the absorption, but the disparity in power was too great, leading to a nauseating sensation. Just as he contemplated surrendering, the mysterious spirit stone embedded in his chest suddenly activated, drawing away the Mastiff's spiritual essence. As the Mastiff's power waned, Sulin seized the moment of its disorientation to launch an attack. Finally, the summoning spell succeeded, and the Mastiff ceased its resistance, becoming Sulin's summoned beast. Having subdued the Mastiff, Sulin dismantled the trap. He retrieved some healing elixirs from his pocket and administered them to the Mastiff, which showed significant improvement in its condition. He commanded the Mastiff to recuperate nearby while he began to clear the battlefield. The scene in the Corpse King's hall was chaotic, apart from the intact flame fruit. Over 10 corpses of cultivators lay strewn about, including the carcass of the Corpse King itself, its throat bitten through by the Mastiff. The iron chain it had wielded lay discarded on the ground, emanating a faint, cold light. Sulin picked up the chain, examining its end, which bore several carved characters, Corpse King's iron chain. This seemed to be a valuable item, so he stowed it away, along with the scattered storage bags of the fallen cultivators. His gaze fell upon the Corpse King's massive body, uncertain of its potential use. He decided to take it back as well, reasoning that if it proved worthless, he could simply discard it later, as his storage belt was sufficiently spacious. After thoroughly clearing the battlefield and securing the flame fruit in a specially crafted jade box, Sulin sat cross-legged to recuperate his depleted spiritual energy. Several hours later, he rose, sensing that his cultivation had broken through to the latter stages of the 7th level of Qi condensation, with aspirations of soon reaching the 8th level. Although his physical strength remained at the 7th level, it was at its peak, and with just a bit more cold jade and purple gold, he could break through. Most surprisingly, his spiritual power had surpassed the 8th level and reached the 9th level. What could account for this? Reflecting on the recent events, Sulin recalled that while subduing the Mastiff, he had utilized the soul-devouring gloves. Typically, these gloves could only disrupt the souls of exotic beasts and draw them out, not absorb them. The Mastiff's high level had caused a backlash, nearly injuring his own soul. If not for the timely activation of the Spirit Stone, which consumed the Mastiff's essence, he would never have been able to tame the creature. The sudden enhancement of his spiritual power must have been a consequence of the Spirit Stone absorbing part of the Mastiff's essence and feeding it back to him. This reasoning, however, did not quell Sulin's inner turmoil. What exactly was this stone? Why could it autonomously absorb the souls of exotic beasts? All these questions remained a mystery, yet the benefits it provided were manifestly clear. Unable to remove it, he buried these uncertainties deep within his heart, vowing to seek answers in due time. The Mastiff's injuries had healed significantly thanks to the elixirs. Through the summoning ring, Su Lin learned that the Mastiff's full name was the Netherworld Mastiff. It had long resided in the Netherworld domain behind the Zombie Valley, familiar with the Corpse King. During the last ripening of the flame fruit, many cultivators had attempted to seize it. Although the Corpse King had repelled them, he had sustained minor injuries. This time, the Corpse King had specifically summoned the Mastiff for assistance, yet the two old acquaintances had come into conflict. The Mastiff remained furious. Having traveled a great distance to aid the Corpse King, who had promised a chance for the Mastiff to break through to the foundational establishment and successfully form its core. Instead, it had been met with an explosive zombie attack. Thankfully, the Mastiff had acted decisively, employing the dissolution secret technique, which had momentarily enhanced its power at the cost of greater injuries, allowing it to eliminate the ungrateful foe. Confounded, the Mastiff pondered why the Corpse King had betrayed it. Perhaps it was simply a brutish creature lacking intellect. Regardless, it felt a twinge of satisfaction knowing that its new master treated it well, providing ample elixirs for recovery. Without the cultivator's elixirs, its healing would have taken much longer. Though aware that the cultivator's storage bags contained numerous valuable items, the Mastiff could not open them. Only cultivators possessed that ability. This limitation was the reason it could slay cultivators, but not utilize their treasures or elixirs. The Corpse King also could not access these bags. Why did it hoard them? Each time the Mastiff encountered the Corpse King, those bags were mysteriously absent. Where could they possibly be concealed? It was truly a puzzling individual. Acting in a whimsical and obscure manner, Su Lin examined the capabilities of the Netherworld Mastiff. Netherworld Mastiff, false core, surpassing the pinnacle of foundational establishment, but not yet formed. Physical attack, special ability, Netherworld dissolution. Upon reaching a certain level of injury, it could elevate its cultivation by 1 realm, with a cooldown period of 1 month. Now understanding that the Mastiff's sudden doubling in size and its subsequent annihilation of the Corpse King stemmed from the activation of Netherworld dissolution, Su Lin recognized that the Mastiff had temporarily ascended to the core formation realm, only to suffer severe injuries afterward, allowing Su Lin to successfully launch a surprise attack. Had he not incited their internal strife, he would never have been able to tame this extraordinary beast. Of course, without the Spirit Stone, all he could have done was hastily clear the battlefield and escape, never dreaming of acquiring such a formidable ally. After all, among Su Lin's summoned beasts, the Netherworld Mastiff possessed the greatest offensive potential. Engaging in conversation with the Mastiff, Su Lin gleaned insights into its presence in this locale. Curiously, he pondered what opportunities the dim-witted Corpse King could possibly offer for the Mastiff to form its core. Was it merely about consuming the flame fruit? Su Lin inquired whether devouring the flame fruit could enable a breakthrough. If he could have a core-formed pet, his combat strength would significantly increase, making the acquisition of the 1,000,000 Spirit Stones required for hiring Kur an attainable goal. The Mastiff shook its head in dismay. The flame fruit held no value for enhancing its cultivation. Thus, Su Lin began to search the area, sensing that the Corpse King's hall still harbored undiscovered secrets. Su Lin thoroughly searched the hall of the Corpse King, neither uncovering any hidden passages nor discovering any rare treasures. The Mastiff followed closely behind him, wagging its tail while grumbling about the frugality of the Corpse King. This fellow, every time he slays a cultivator, discards their bodies, and those storage bags, just like me. He cannot open, yet he never shares them with me. Hearing the Mastiff's complaints, Su Lin became increasingly eager to uncover the secrets of the hall of the Corpse King. After all these years, the Corpse King must have amassed a considerable collection of storage bags, a significant fortune indeed. The hall was not particularly vast, and Su Lin quickly combed through it, still finding nothing, until he reached the far end of the hall, where a statue of a young man was carved into the wall, clad in a white robe, with delicate features and deep-set eyes gazing into the distance. His right hand held a pristine white scepter, while his left hand rested casually behind him. The entire figure seemed utterly out of place in this world of the undead. Su Lin circled the statue several times, touching it at various points, yet there was no reaction. He examined the surroundings for anything unusual, concluding that if there were any mysteries, they must lie with this statue. As he moved behind the statue, he noticed that the left hand of the statue was not as pristine as its right, but bore a striking resemblance to the Corpse King's blackened palm. He took out the Corpse King's body and aligned its left hand with that of the statue, which suddenly came to life. The statue shifted backward, revealing a door before Su Lin. He summoned the snow bear and, accompanied by his two summoned beasts, stepped through the door. Beyond the door lay a world alive with the melodies of birds and the fragrance of flowers, teeming with exotic plants and the scent of herbs. Birds flitted leisurely about, and in the distance, a faux mountain featured a cascading waterfall, creating a delightful sound of splashing water. Beside the faux mountain stood a thatched pavilion where a young man in a white robe sat leisurely, holding a white scepter in his right hand. Upon witnessing this mysterious scene, Su Lin was taken aback. Although he sensed no hostility from the young man, the situation felt eerily strange. This young man, who evidently resided here, must be connected to the Corpse King. After all, he had just slain the Corpse King. No, it was the Mastiff that had done so. However, the Mastiff was now his summoned beast, and he feared that its involvement could not be easily dismissed. With this in mind, Su Lin turned to leave. Sensing that his two summoned beasts were also aware of the danger, trembling and frozen in place. Just then, the young man looked up at Su Lin, who hastily cast an invisibility spell, causing him to vanish into thin air. The young man smiled slightly, lifting his scepter to emit a beam of white light that transformed into a rope, binding Su Lin tightly and revealing his figure once more. Su Lin quickly addressed the young man. "Senior, I have inadvertently trespassed here and disturbed your cultivation. I shall take my leave at once. I beseech you, spare me." The young man regarded Su Lin with keen interest, glancing at the two trembling summoned beasts on the ground before waving his scepter, causing the binding rope to dissipate. "Outsider, come and join me for a cup of tea." Su Lin understood that there was no escaping under the gaze of the young man. Reluctantly, he approached the pavilion, reproaching himself for not returning sooner after reaping the benefits. Now facing an utterly formidable opponent, he stowed the two summoned beasts into his ring. These once formidable creatures now appeared close to fainting from fear. Was this still the loyal summoned beast he once knew? The absurdity of the situation struck him. Noticing Su Lin's swift action, the young man's eyes narrowed slightly. He gently tapped the table, and a steaming cup of fragrant tea materialized before him. "Outsider, please, enjoy the tea." Su Lin recognized that, given the vast difference in their cultivation levels, the young man had no need for further tactics. He sat down, lifted the teacup, and took a sip. The fragrant tea flowed down his throat, warming his entire being, and he felt a renewed sense of stability in his cultivation after that single sip. "Thank you, Senior, this tea is exquisite. This is a century-old green pine leaf brewed in spring water, beneficial for a cultivator's progress. If you appreciate it, I shall gift you some." Hearing this, Su Lin felt a surge of joy. Since the young man was offering him something, it seemed unlikely he would seek to end his life. "Thank you, Senior," he replied, bowing respectfully. "The little Corpse King outside was slain by you, wasn't it?" The young man observed Su Lin with a half-smile. Beads of sweat formed on Su Lin's forehead. "When I first entered, the Corpse King was battling a Mastiff. The Mastiff killed the Corpse King, and I have since tamed it. If you seek revenge for the Corpse King, I could relinquish the Mastiff to you." The Mastiff, hidden within the summoning ring, could not hear Su Lin's words. Otherwise, it would certainly be in turmoil. "Did we not agree to be good masters? How can we continue to be friends after this?" The young man shook his head. "One Corpse King falls, and soon another will rise. I am indifferent to the matter." "Are you a summoner?" "I cannot truly be called a summoner, but the spells I cast are summoning spells," Su Lin replied. The young man nodded. "The number of human cultivators is vast, and their wisdom is extraordinary. The variety of spells they create far surpasses that of our undead kin. We can only exist within the confines established by cultivators. Mere survival is challenging enough, let alone making breakthroughs." Su Lin was at a loss for words and could only sip his tea. "Such are the rules. Your cultivation is profound, and I hold great admiration for you." The young man chuckled. "I am the king of this netherworld continent, having cultivated for several millennia, achieving the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage, merely a hair's breadth away from the divine transformation stage. Yet, the spiritual energy of this continent is scarce, preventing any advancement. To attain the divine transformation, I must journey to the cloud-pursuing continent." After taking a sip of tea and setting the cup down, he sighed. "As a being of this netherworld, I am not permitted within the major cities. Should I attempt to enter, I would be met with array attacks. Faced with the arrays and the nascent soul experts of those cities, I am utterly powerless, rendering me unable to use the teleportation devices to reach the cloud-pursuing continent." The young man turned his gaze to Su Lin. "I have contemplated this for some time. To reach the divine transformation stage, I must leave this place. To do that, I must rely on your identity as a cultivator, for instance, by becoming your summoned beast. Su Lin was taken aback. Are you suggesting that I sign a contract with you to become my summoned creature? Wouldn't that be a great indignity for you? The young man shook his head in resignation. I have attempted various methods, yet under the laws of heaven and earth, I cannot enter the cities nor teleport away. It seems that only by becoming a summoned creature can I gain the recognition of these rules. However, the time is not yet ripe. The young man regarded Su Lin, shaking his head. The summoning technique you have learned is the most rudimentary of spells, capable only of summoning creatures devoid of intelligence. Once a creature becomes a summoned beast, it loses the potential for further advancement. To summon beings like me, endowed with intelligence, while allowing them to continue evolving, you must study the advanced spirit pet technique. I possess the knowledge of this technique, but you must first elevate your summoning skills to an advanced level. And your own cultivation must reach the foundation establishment stage before you can learn it. Su Lin contemplated this. His summoning technique was currently at the intermediate level, and his cultivation had reached the 7th level of Qi condensation. At this rate, it would not be long before he met the requirements to practice the spirit pet technique. The young man then cautioned Su Lin, there are 2 matters we must agree upon beforehand. First, in order to transform me into your spirit pet, your cultivation must reach the pinnacle of foundation establishment. Otherwise, it will be impossible to succeed. Furthermore, before becoming your spirit pet, I must sign a contract with you. You cannot erase my intelligence, and when I wish to leave, you cannot refuse. After the young man finished speaking, he glanced at Su Lin and continued, there is one more thing. Once I become your spirit companion, I must remain concealed within your ring on this vast Wangyun continent, never revealing my form or assisting you in any endeavors. I have had conflicts with various major cities, and I fear that their lords may harbor hostility towards me. Not only would I be in danger, but you might also be implicated. Upon hearing this, Su Lin, though increasingly convinced of the young man's sincerity, furrowed his brow. According to your words, not only do you occupy one of my summoning slots, but you also cannot fight for me. Am I not at a disadvantage? The young man replied earnestly, we of the Yuming clan uphold the sanctity of contracts. I am disclosing these difficulties to you in advance. Should you disagree, I will not harm you. You may leave freely. And it matters not if you inform the council elders of my presence. They are aware of my existence here, yet are powerless against me. Only upon my departure from the Yuming realm would I be susceptible to annihilation. As for my inability to engage in combat, I can offer you some cultivation resources as compensation. After deliberation, Su Lin decided to accept the young man's terms. After all, he could learn a more advanced technique in spirit companion summoning and acquire valuable cultivation materials. Moreover, if he were to outright refuse, there was no telling what the young man might do with his staff. He might find himself back at home. Predecessor, I accept your conditions. Once I reach the foundational stage, I will return to learn the spirit companion summoning technique. The young man nodded, gesturing towards a corner of the courtyard. There lies a substantial collection of various weapons and techniques, all gifts from the earlier minor corpse kings. Feel free to take whatever you need. Su Lin approached the corner, where weapons and tomes were piled high like a small mountain. He wasted no time and collected everything into his storage belt before returning to the young man. Thank you for your generosity, predecessor. I will strive to enhance my cultivation swiftly and fulfill my promise to you. The young man sipped his tea and remarked, in 7 to 8 years, the time for the great city tournament will arrive again. You must accelerate your training and aim for advancement. Only by reaching the chasing cloud continent can I successfully level up, and you too can quickly attain the golden core. After a moment's thought, the young man handed Su Lin a necklace. This necklace contains my essence and can shield you from a full-force strike during the mid-infant stage without harm. But it can only be used once. Su Lin accepted the necklace, solemnly placing it around his neck. The young man then instructed Su Lin to summon his 2 spirit beasts. The snow bear and mastiff appeared before him, trembling and bowing low. The young man observed the 2 creatures and shook his head, finding it hard to accept that he would be associated with such lowly beings. He spoke to the mastiff, which suddenly stood tall, turned to Su Lin, circled him a few times, wagging its tail vigorously. The young man advised Su Lin to dismiss the bear and dog, explaining that the snow bear had little potential for advancement and would offer limited assistance in the future. However, the mastiff was promising, having already reached the false core stage. I informed it that as long as it protects its master well, it will achieve the golden core. The Mastiff will undoubtedly do its utmost to safeguard you. Once you master the Spirit Companion summoning technique, it will successfully become a golden core pet. Now, return to your world. Remember to seek me out once you succeed in the foundational stage. Only then can the Mastiff attain the golden core. When you return, I shall have further gifts for you. With that, the young man waved his hand, and Su Lin felt a rush of energy before opening his eyes to find himself standing in the hall of the Corpse King, gazing down at his storage belt. Filled to the brim with various resources, Su Lin understood the wisdom of keeping wealth concealed. He swiftly made his way out of the hall of the Corpse King, stowing away the jade spider and hastening back to Qingtian City. As Su Lin's figure faded into the distance, the young man in the white robe remained seated in the pavilion, a flicker of anticipation igniting in his tranquil gaze that had endured for millennia. Without delay, Su Lin returned to the courtyard of the guild. After confirming that the formation was intact, he emptied his storage belt, revealing not only hundreds of thousands of spirit stones, but also over 1,000 assorted weapons. Carefully sorting through them, he set aside those with scarce spiritual energy, along with dozens of weapons, protective gear, and magical artifacts that he could not comprehend at the moment, placing them in a separate compartment. Besides the weaponry and armor, Su Lin had acquired hundreds of various manuals. Most were unsuitable for his cultivation, so he grouped these manuals with the ordinary weapons, intending to sell them at Yibao Pavilion, while keeping a few to study thoroughly during his quiet moments. Su Lin first submitted the fire flame fruit through the task screen, and a dazzling array of colors flashed before him as a crystal emerged from the screen, hovering in front of him. Upon inspection, he found it contained 3 million spirit stones. After securing his deposit and reward, Su Lin returned to his dormitory and reclined comfortably on his bed. Though his journey had been tiring and fraught with danger, the rewards were undeniably substantial. Having completely relaxed his mind, Su Lin enjoyed a restful night. The following day, he retrieved the several weapons imbued with spiritual energy, seeking a suitable tool for himself. After much deliberation, he selected a pair of azure gloves. At first glance, they appeared unremarkable, yet within them lay extraordinary power. Donning them would enable him to unleash double his strength in an instant. Among the manuals he had obtained was one titled Rock Shatter, a formidable fist technique. It comprised 2 stages, the initial stage, Rock Shatter, and upon mastery, it could even strike down opponents whose bodies were as hard as stone. The upgraded version, Mountain Collapse, was a technique suited for group battles, where a single punch could cause mountains to crumble and rocks to shatter. With these gloves, Su Lin finally found a technique that resonated with him. He also prepared a sharp Qingxiao sword and a set of Qingxiao sword techniques for Kur. The rest he placed into his storage belt before stepping out of his room and heading straight to Yibao Pavilion. Under Wong Leilei's guidance, Su Lin returned to the 3rd floor of Yibao Pavilion. He first returned the jade spider to Wong's father, then handed over his storage belt. Elder Wong, could you please assess how many spirit stones these items can fetch? Wong's father was taken aback by the sight of the storage belt. Most customers in this establishment typically presented their items directly. It was rare for someone to simply offer their storage bag. As he probed into the contents of the storage belt, even with his extensive experience, he could not help but be astonished. The belt was filled with various weapons, and upon a cursory glance, there appeared to be over 1,000, along with a multitude of manuals piled high like a mountain. Even more shocking was the presence of a dark corpse king's body, accompanied by its indestructible iron chain, which it frequently wielded. Wong's father shook his head, steadying his thoughts. Convinced he had not misjudged, he lifted his gaze and scrutinized Su Lin closely, realizing that this young man was becoming increasingly inscrutable. While there were no particularly precious items among the collection, the sheer volume was perplexing, leaving Wong's father to ponder how this recently arrived Qi condensation stage cultivator had acquired such wealth. Bound by professional ethics, Wong's father could not inquire about the origins of the items, yet Su Lin's significance in his eyes had undoubtedly escalated. Regardless of whether the young man was concealing some profound secret or merely enjoying good fortune, the mere fact that he had obtained a snow bear cub was surprising enough. His recent venture into the Hall of the Corpse King to procure the fire flame fruit had even resulted in him bringing back the Corpse King, not to mention the mountain of weapons and techniques. With these assets, Su Lin could easily establish his own shop. Su Daoist, please take a seat and enjoy some tea. I will arrange for someone to inventory this batch of goods. Wong's father instructed 2 attendants to take the items from the storage belt to the adjacent room for counting. He then sat opposite Su Lin and, after a moment of thought, suddenly inquired, Su Daoist, would you be interested in becoming a special guest at our Yibao Pavilion? Su Lin was taken aback and quickly asked, Elder Wong, what does it mean to be a special guest? In this realm of cultivation, every major power possesses its own distinguished guest, each enjoying the protection of their respective factions based on their rank. Should the faction that has employed a guest require assistance, they may request the guest to lend their aid. Some guests are adept in magical arts, others excel in alchemy, some are skilled in forging artifacts, while others can provide various rare treasures. I have invited you to serve as a guest due to your ability to supply precious items. Beyond the protection afforded, what additional benefits accompany the role of guest? Certainly, as a guest of our Yibao Pavilion, your items will be prioritized for sale, and you shall enjoy a minimum discount of 30% on your purchases at Yibao Pavilion. Moreover, with your guest card, you can withdraw 50 million spirit stones at any time. Elder Wong, will my freedom be compromised upon accepting this role? Not at all. Should you choose to relinquish your position as a guest, you need only return the guest card. This gesture is merely our goodwill towards promising cultivators like yourself. As mutual benefit fosters enduring collaboration. Su Lin pondered for a moment. Being a newcomer from the Wongyuan continent, securing the protection of a powerful faction would greatly aid his development. Having interacted with Yibao Pavilion on several occasions, he found the experience quite satisfactory. Very well, Elder Wong. I agree to serve as a guest of Yibao Pavilion. Elder Wong chuckled heartily as he presented Su Lin with a token radiating vibrant hues. Su Lin accepted the token with care, just as two attendants completed the inventory of items. Elder Wong reviewed the list. Friend Su, we have roughly appraised the items you brought, and they are valued at approximately 100 million spirit stones. You may entrust us with their sale, or sell them to us directly. Upon hearing Elder Wong's words, Su Lin was momentarily taken aback. It seemed astonishingly simple to become a wealthy individual with such a fortune. Observing Su Lin's stunned expression, Elder Wong smiled. Do not be misled by the allure of 100 million spirit stones. Sometimes, a single valuable technique can be worth that much. Furthermore, the true treasures cannot be acquired merely with spirit stones. Our establishment is named Yibao Pavilion for a reason. Selling items externally is merely our simplest business. The crux lies in barter, hence the name. Awakening from his reverie, Su Lin inquired, Elder Wong, how do you suggest I manage these items? Acknowledging Su Lin's question with a nod, Elder Wong recognized the young man's propensity to seek guidance. I recommend selling some of the less significant items directly to us, while entrusting us with the auction of those imbued with spiritual energy, particularly valuable techniques, and the corpse of the Corpse King. This approach will yield greater benefits. Su Lin clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you for your guidance, Elder Wong. I shall proceed as you suggest. Elder Wong allocated 30 million spirit stones to Su Lin. The remainder, along with the 2 little snow bears, will be paid to you post-auction. Rising to take his leave, Su Lin was escorted by Elder Wong. Lele, when you have the chance, show our guest Su to the treasure pavilion. Farewell, guest Su. As Wong Lele and Su Lin exited the room, Su Lin inquired, Lele, what is the treasure pavilion? Wong Lele replied mysteriously, the treasure pavilion is filled with rare and exotic items that cannot be found elsewhere. Only our guests and individuals of status from the major factions are granted entry. I must also procure a mask for you, as most buyers and sellers prefer to conceal their identities. Can we visit today? Su Lin asked. Unfortunately, not today, Wong Lele replied. I must first register your guest status before applying for the mask. The soonest we can go is the day after tomorrow. I will contact you once everything is prepared. If that is agreeable? Very well. Thank you, Brother Lele. After escorting Su Lin from Yibao Pavilion, Wong Lele returned to Elder Wong's chamber, where Elder Wong remarked, you will assist guest Su with his registration, and in doing so, gather more information about him. It is rather remarkable that he could acquire such a wealth of treasures in such a short time. Wong Lele popped a spirit fruit into his mouth. Father, does this mean we can now move to the 4th floor? Elder Wong laughed heartily. With the items provided by Su Lin, ascending to the 4th floor poses no challenge. Wong Lele continued. What distinguishes the 3rd floor from the 4th? And what are the 5th and 6th floors? The 3rd floor is occupied by ordinary elders, numbering over 20. The 4th floor houses the law enforcement elders, 5 in total, who can adjudicate the majority of matters within Yibao Pavilion. Currently, 1 law enforcement elder is vacant, and we are vying for that position. Originally, Elder Tian was the most likely candidate, but my performance has certainly surpassed his. And who resides on the 5th floor? The 5th floor is home to the sole Grand Elder. If the law enforcement elders cannot reach a consensus, they must seek the Grand Elder's judgment. As for the 6th floor, that remains a mystery known only to the Grand Elder. Upon returning to the guild, Su Lin entered the hall and immediately noticed Ku standing at the counter, her small face flushed with anger and her eyes brimming with tears. As the middle-aged manager berated her loudly. When Ku saw Su Lin arrive, she wished to inquire about the outcome of his mission, but was apprehensive that he might have failed or no longer wished to hire her, so she could only gaze at him with hopeful anticipation. Su Lin strode over. While Manager Li continued to scold Ku vehemently, "You failed to do this task, and you failed to do that one as well. How can you be so foolish? Hey, I'm speaking to you. Where are you looking?" Su Lin stepped forward, pulling Ku behind him, and said, "She will no longer be a receptionist. From now on, Ku will be my personal steward." Upon hearing Su Lin's declaration, Ku's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally settled. Tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. Manager Li glanced at Su Lin, who was still in his ordinary attire, and exclaimed, "Hiring a steward costs 1,000,000 spirit stones. Do you have that kind of money?" Su Lin produced the guest token from Yibao Pavilion. "This should suffice." Upon seeing the guest token, Manager Li was taken aback, stepping back 2 paces and rubbing his eyes to confirm its authenticity. Indeed, this was the guest token of the Wong family's Yibao Pavilion. Manager Li understood that holding this token signified being a distinguished guest of the Wong family, under their protection, indicating that the bearer was no ordinary cultivator. With a hurried smile, Manager Li said, "So you are a guest of Yibao Pavilion. In that case, there is no issue with your hiring of Sun Ku. As a member of the guild, it is my honor to assist you." "Very well, I shall proceed with the formalities for Ku." "Farewell," Su Lin replied. Back in the courtyard, Ku asked, "Was the mission successful? How did you become a guest of Yibao Pavilion?" Su Lin sat down and sipped some spirit tea. "The mission went relatively smoothly. I acquired some items during the task, which I sold at Yibao Pavilion. They were impressed by the quantity I brought, and thus appointed me as a guest. To this day, I am still unclear about the significance of this guest status. Various noble families and sects have a tradition of appointing guests, whose status is exalted and not bound by restrictions, only called upon when the hiring party requires assistance. This, in essence, fosters goodwill between various factions and capable cultivators. Now that I have spirit stones, how do I proceed with the formalities?" "You will no longer be bullied by Manager Li," he continued, feeling a surge of frustration. "He always tried to take advantage of me, thinking I had no backing. Thankfully, I won't have to deal with him anymore." Ku glanced around and said, "Brother Su, you need a larger living space. This place only has 1 bedroom, which is quite inconvenient. I do not wish to return to my small room." Su Lin patted his storage belt. "I have tens of millions of spirit stones here. You may decide on a new residence. Brother Su, please gather your belongings. I will take you to the new place shortly." After more than an hour, Ku returned, no longer dressed in the uniform, but adorned in a beautiful emerald green ensemble. Su Lin was momentarily taken aback by her transformation. "Do I look good? I haven't worn my own clothes in ages. Now, let me take you to our new home." The new courtyard was situated in the heart of the guild. Upon opening the gate, a denser aura of spiritual energy enveloped them. Various trees and flowers were planted around, complemented by a pavilion and waterside structures. Passing through the living room, there were 2 spacious bedrooms. Ku smiled and said, "This large room is yours, and I will stay next door." As he surveyed the pristine courtyard and the smiling Ku, Su Lin felt an unexpected sense of belonging wash over him. He produced the Qing Shao sword and the Qing Shao sword technique, handing them to Ku. "This is for you. As a cultivator, you must enhance your cultivation." Ku examined the sword and technique, sighing, "I have already reached the 10th level of qi condensation. However, my physical strength is too weak to establish a foundation. I can only await a fortuitous opportunity." The 2 ventured into the courtyard, and Su Lin began practicing the shattered rock technique. The fierce wind from his punches sending leaves swirling around, while Ku, clad in her emerald attire, drew her sword and danced amidst the falling leaves. A sight of exquisite beauty. After finishing his training, Su Lin returned to his room to absorb the energies of cold jade and purple gold. Under the nourishment of the 2 types of spiritual minerals, Su Lin's body alternated between a pristine white and a fiery red. In this interplay of extremes, his physique grew increasingly robust. Finally, He heard a crack, his body shimmering momentarily before returning to its normal complexion. Su Lin's physical strength reached the 8th level of Qi condensation, while his cultivation power peaked at the 7th level, on the verge of another breakthrough. Feeling the surge of improvement within himself, he glanced at his storage belt, noting that ample cold jade and purple gold remained, assuring him that reaching the foundational stage would not pose a problem. At that moment, a voice echoed in his mind. "Brother Su, I have obtained your mask. When will you visit the treasure pavilion?" Su Lin stepped into the courtyard, where Ku'er was preparing tea. Upon seeing Su Lin, she handed him the freshly brewed tea. "The water you provided was from the Baiquan spring, along with a century-old pine leaf. These are rare products from the Netherworld realm and not easily obtained." Su Lin looked at her in astonishment. "You truly are well informed. You even recognize this." Ku'er sighed helplessly, "Perhaps due to my weak constitution. My spiritual power is particularly adept. I can remember everything I read after a single glance. Over the past few years, I have perused nearly all the books in the guild, and I have some recollection of the events that transpired in Qingtian City. For instance, regarding the pine leaf. The records state that the king of the Netherworld favored drinking it steeped in Baiquan water. I have never seen Baiquan water, but I recognized the pine leaf from illustrations, and I thought the taste should not be mistaken. Did the records mention the name of the king of the Netherworld? No. It merely stated that the king of the Netherworld attempted several times to leave through the main city's teleportation array, each time thwarted by several elders of the council, who could not ultimately subdue him. Listening to her words, Su Lin felt an increased sense of trust towards the mysterious youth's words. He inquired further, "Soon. I plan to visit the Wong family's treasure pavilion. Will you accompany me?" Ku'er shook her head regretfully. Entry to the treasure pavilion requires a special status, and attendants are not permitted. Everyone inside wears specific masks, rendering their identities and cultivation levels unrecognizable. Without a status, I cannot enter. Do you know what treasures are housed within the treasure pavilion? I am not sure of the specifics, but most treasures on this continent can be procured there. It is not limited to weapons and pills. They often sell treasure maps, discovered by various adventurous cultivators who, due to their limited capabilities, are unable to explore further and thus decide to sell them. There, one can also gather various pieces of information, all of which come at a corresponding price. Su Lin nodded. "My esteemed steward, take a good rest. I shall see what treasures I can uncover." Su Lin donned a mask and followed Wong Lele to the end of the 3rd floor of the Yibao Pavilion, where a luminous barrier stood in his way. The barrier swept across Su Lin's mask as if to verify his identity. Upon confirmation, it opened, allowing him to step inside. The world beyond the door was enveloped in darkness, and as Su Lin entered, he was randomly teleported to a seat. This was the VIP area of the treasure pavilion. Surveying his surroundings, he found everything shrouded in a mysterious mist, rendering other cultivators invisible and their presences undetectable. Before him stood a small flag bearing the number 36. Numerous items materialized in the air before him, each shimmering with radiant light. He could summon any of them simply by reaching out. Once the projection of an item settled into his grasp, he could discern its name, effects, and price with clarity. This time, Su Lin had not brought any items to sell, nor did he intend to purchase anything. He merely sought to immerse himself in the atmosphere of the treasure pavilion. Aimlessly observing various items, he summoned those that piqued his curiosity. After perusing just a few, he realized that everything available in this place was of exceptional quality, far superior to what one might find in the halls of the 1st or 2nd floors. Among the items, he noted the icebound blade, which contained the soul of an ice giant. Upon striking an opponent, it would automatically unleash its freezing properties, making it inescapable for those at the foundation establishment stage and below. Priced at 8 million spirit stones, the targeting mirror, which contained solar rays that rendered the opponent blind upon use. Priced at 6 million spirit stones, the Li Guang Bao, which came with 3 divine arrows capable of injuring early-stage core formation cultivators. Priced at 30 million spirit stones, and the void robe, allowing the wearer to become invisible for 30 minutes. Priced at 30 million spirit stones. As Su Lin lamented his own poverty, he suddenly spotted a familiar iron chain. It was the Corpse King chain he had entrusted to Wong Fu for sale. He hastily summoned it, the Corpse King's shackles, an indestructible item infused with the resentment of the Corpse King, capable of devouring the opponent's soul, priced at 12 million spirit stones. Just as he was examining it, the chain abruptly vanished from view, replaced by an emotionless voice in his mind. This item has been sold. Su Lin felt an inner thrill. It seemed that he had accrued a considerable amount of spirit stones. In his moment of joy, his gaze fell upon a purple glove, strikingly similar to the blue one he owned. Upon examining it, he read, "The Dwarven King's Fury," a mysterious glove from the Dwarven Kingdom that enhances the power of fist techniques. This item comes in various colors. When combined, its power is doubled. Priced at 30 million spirit stones. Su Lin swiftly purchased it, and his mask flickered as the mysterious consciousness overseeing the Yibao Pavilion confirmed his identity, promptly delivering the purple glove before him. He then turned his attention to the various techniques available. Every tome present was of exceptional quality. After meticulously browsing through hundreds, he discovered a suitable secret technique for Kur, the transformation void technique. Cultivators practicing this technique could disregard their physical cultivation level and focus solely on enhancing their spiritual abilities, achieving the effect of transforming Qi into void and solidifying their soul. The price was 20 million spirit stones. With gritted teeth, Su Lin secured the transformation void technique. And with a flicker of his consciousness, he hastily departed from the treasure pavilion, realizing that further exploration would deplete his funds. Upon exiting, he did not emerge at the entrance, but instead found himself in a secluded corner of the second-floor hall, where foot traffic was brisk and no one noticed his sudden appearance. Just as he was about to leave, he heard Wong Fu's voice call out, "Taoist Su, would you care to visit my humble abode?" Turning around, Su Lin saw Wong Fu smiling at him and quickly returned the gesture with a respectful bow. Wong Fu led him up the staircase, and along the way, all the attendants greeted Wong Fu with bows. "Greetings, Elder Wong." Upon reaching the room, an attendant offered a cup of spirit tea. Wong Fu invited Su Lin to enjoy the tea while explaining, "The corpse king chain you entrusted us with has been sold for 12 million spirit stones. According to the regulations here, the Yibao Pavilion takes a 10% commission. However, since you are our honored guest, you only need to pay a 10% agency fee, totaling 120,000 spirit stones." Su Lin expressed his gratitude to Wong Fu. Wong Fu waved his hand dismissively. "In a few days, I shall be moving to the 4th floor. You have been quite helpful to me." Although Su Lin was unaware of the inner workings of the Yibao Pavilion, he could discern that Wong Fu had received a promotion. He hurriedly replied, "All credit goes to your esteemed abilities. I dare not claim any merit." Wong Fu laughed heartily. "Your spirit stones have been recorded in your guest token and can be accessed at any time. Should you acquire any rare items in the future, please continue to entrust them to me for sale." Su Lin assured him, "Certainly, certainly," and took his leave. Exiting the Yibao Pavilion, he returned directly to his residence at the guild. In the courtyard, Kur was practicing her swordplay. Upon seeing Su Lin's return, she wiped the sweat from her brow and offered him a cup of hot tea. Su Lin settled into the pavilion, with Kur standing dutifully behind him. After taking a sip of tea, he produced the transformation void technique. "I found a technique suitable for your cultivation. Take a look." Kur picked up the transformation void technique, perusing it with a serious expression. Su Lin reassured her, "Do not rush. Sit down and read it slowly." After some time, she closed her eyes in contemplation. With her hands forming seals, her left thumb connected with her right index finger, and her right thumb with her left index finger, creating a circular formation. Moments later, a wisp of green smoke emanated from her head. As the smoke dissipated, Kur opened her eyes. "I have seen the introduction to this technique before and found it incredible. How could one cultivate the spirit independently of the body? Now that I study it, I realize my previous thoughts were overly naive. If I continue to cultivate this technique, I genuinely have the potential to solidify my soul. Although my offensive power may not be substantial, I can certainly defend myself." Su Lin rose to his feet, clenched his right hand, and struck out at a nearby rock, shattering it to pieces. He shook his head. "What a pity that my fist techniques are not yet perfected. Otherwise, this rock would remain intact." Kur smiled to comfort him. "You have only just begun your cultivation. How could you master it immediately?" Su Lin looked at Kur and advised her, "You must diligently cultivate. The transformation void technique combined with your swordsmanship will ensure that, as long as you do not encounter a core formation opponent, no one can harm you." Kur resumed her examination of the transformation void technique, stating, "I estimate that if I were to solidify my soul, it would take at least a year. A year is not too long. It would also take me a year to solidify my foundation," Su Lin replied, retrieving 2 gloves from his storage pouch. He inquired, "Kur, do you know what these gloves are?" Kur took the gloves and examined them closely. These should be artifacts from the Dwarven Kingdom. In fact, most weapons and defenses used by cultivators originate from there. According to records, the Dwarven Kingdom lies behind the Netherworld continent, where spiritual energy is scarce. The dwarves possess immense physical strength and excel in forging various weapons, making them renowned craftsmen. Although there has been no conflict between the Dwarven Kingdom and human cultivators due to the separation by the Netherworld continent, there have been a few clashes with the Netherworld itself. While the Dwarven Kingdom holds some advantages, they dare not encroach upon the realm of the formidable Netherworld King. Their focus remains on strengthening their physical prowess and forging weapons for sale to cultivators. Hearing about the Dwarven Kingdom for the first time piqued Su Lin's curiosity. He recalled the Marvel movies he had watched, where the dwarves were also master craftsmen. Su Lin could not help but imagine whether the dwarves in this realm of cultivation sported long beards and spoke in deep, booming voices. Given the vast distance, how were so many magical artifacts transported here? Did they utilize teleportation arrays? Su Lin inquired. Not quite, replied the other. Teleportation arrays cannot transport large quantities at once, and the costs associated with using them are exorbitant. To generate profit, there are specialized groups among human cultivators dedicated to the transportation of various goods. Akin to a security agency, they have pacts with various factions, and even the underworld pays them for their services, ensuring that their caravans remain unmolested. Intrigued, Su Lin continued. Since the dwarves are adept at forging, do we, as cultivators, have the opportunity to learn from them? Certainly, it is common for cultivators to acquire practical skills. This not only enables them to craft items for personal use, but also enhances their cultivation during the process. Most cultivators focus on forging, alchemy, and array formation. For instance, I have practiced knitting techniques. With quality materials, I can craft commendable protective gear. Where do cultivators learn their forging techniques? Su Lin pressed on. The majority learn through literature. A basic understanding suffices. However, to become a true master of forging, one must traverse great distances to the Dwarven lands, where authentic and powerful forging techniques can be acquired. Will the dwarves impart their true forging methods? In response to Su Lin's query, Kutter smiled. The dwarves will share basic forging techniques with cultivators, and if one can afford the price, intermediate methods can also be obtained. Nonetheless, the elite forging techniques remain a closely guarded secret, vital for their survival. That being said, mastering intermediate forging techniques qualifies one as a genuine forging master, and such knowledge significantly enhances one's physical prowess. Hence, many cultivators seek to study in the Dwarven Kingdom. Nodding, Su Lin returned to his chamber. After a brief respite, he retrieved cold jade and purple gold to commence his training in the golden jade incarnation technique. Yet, as time passed, he felt his progress was markedly sluggish. Su Lin recognized that his physical constitution was merely average, while establishing a foundation posed no issue. Achieving breakthroughs was a formidable challenge. The question of how to augment his physical strength had long troubled him. Previously, he had not discovered a viable solution. But the thought of studying forging techniques in the Dwarven lands now seemed an excellent opportunity. As his cultivation deepened, Su Lin increasingly sensed lurking dangers. Each night, he would awaken tormented by thoughts. Why had he come here? Why had countless mortals been summoned over the ages? How could he return to his homeland? These conundrums remained perplexing riddles for him. Faced with unknown threats, Su Lin felt powerless. The only course of action was to diligently elevate his cultivation level. Only by surviving could he hope to uncover the answers. However, despite being far from home, Su Lin gradually grew fond of life here. Compared to his previous monotonous existence, each day was laced with danger and solitude, yet brimming with novelty. With an adventurous spirit, he resolved to adapt to this new reality and strive to enhance his life. To establish a foothold in the realm of cultivation, one must not only work on improving their skills, but also possess means of livelihood. Su Lin had been fortunate to acquire a substantial bounty from the mysterious youth, yielding considerable profits, yet now he felt the pangs of dwindling resources. Journeying to the Dwarven Kingdom to learn forging techniques would not only bolster his physical strength, but also provide a means to earn spirit stones, a true win-win situation. Having navigated the complexities of society, Su Lin understood that a solid foundation was essential for progress in the cultivation world. Furthermore, there was the possibility of discovering additional treasures in the Dwarven lands. Resolving to visit the Dwarven Kingdom, Su Lin began his training anew. After circulating his energy for a cycle, he opened his eyes to the dawn of the following day. Stepping out of his room, Su Lin found Kutter sewing something in the living room. Upon noticing him, she held up her work for him to see and cheerfully remarked, "I am crafting a cloak for you. Regrettably, the materials are lacking, or the outcome would be even better." Su Lin produced a crystal card and handed it to her, stating, "Here are 20 million spirit stones. During my absence, procure any necessary items from the Spirit Treasure Pavilion." Kutter accepted the card and asked, "Oh, are you off to complete a task again? May I accompany you?" Su Lin sat down, observing her, and said, "This time, I am not undertaking a task. I intend to visit the Dwarven Kingdom to learn forging techniques. You know my physical constitution leaves much to be desired, and studying forging will strengthen it." Upon hearing this, Kutter lowered her head. "Then your journey will take a considerable time before you return." Su Lin nodded. "I estimate at least 1 to 2 years. In the realm of cultivation, dangers lurk at every corner. One must remain vigilant." Kutter lifted her gaze, tears silently streaming down her cheeks. "Please be cautious. While the dwarves have little conflict with cultivators, you are still in a foreign land, and I have heard their tempers can be quite fierce." Gently wiping away her tears, Su Lin smiled. "Why are you crying? I am not embarking on an adventure, but rather seeking knowledge to earn a living. Otherwise, I could not afford such a beautiful steward like you." Kutter chuckled lightly. "I am not beautiful at all. I will check the archives for information on what to pay attention to when visiting the Dwarven Kingdom. Meanwhile, you should explore and prepare as well." Within the city of Tian, apart from large stores like the Spirit Treasure Pavilion that sold various items, there were also merchants specializing in singular products, some focused on elixirs, while others dealt primarily in weapons and magical artifacts. After inquiring around, Su Lin learned that the finest artifact shop in the city was the Tian Tower, operated by the Ouyang family. Tian Tower was situated in the most bustling area of Tian City, with a constant flow of traffic at its entrance. Upon entering, Su Lin was greeted by a stunning array of weapons, armor, and magical artifacts. A cursory glance revealed that the quality of the wares in the hall far exceeded those on the second floor of the Spirit Treasure Pavilion, with each item possessing unique attributes. Noticing Su Lin perusing the items, a staff member quickly approached to introduce. "All of our magical artifacts are specially crafted by master blacksmiths exclusively for our store. Our forging masters have spent many years studying in the Dwarven Kingdom, far surpassing ordinary artisans. Each artifact is imbued with powerful enchantments, and we have a wide selection for your choosing. I seek an artifact that enhances my martial prowess," Su Lin expressed. "This type of item is located in the eastern section. Allow me to guide you there." The attendant led Su Lin to the eastern area dedicated to various gauntlets and iron rings, encouraging him to take his time, selecting while attending to other customers. Su Lin meticulously examined the wares, noting that these weapons could significantly amplify the user's attack power, with prices generally ranging in the hundreds of thousands of spirit stones. Some items not only increased offensive capabilities, but also possessed additional effects. Some were poisonous, while others inflicted damage on the opponent's spirit or caused excruciating pain, or even resulted in wounds that refused to heal and continued to bleed. Such items were typically priced in the millions of spirit stones. As Su Lin was contemplating his selection, a commotion erupted at the entrance, accompanied by the excited chatter of the staff. "Master Qing has arrived. Master Qing is here." Curious, Su Lin turned towards the entrance and observed a middle-aged man clad in black attire being escorted by a throng of admirers. With an air of arrogance, he ascended the stairs, flanked by 2 young maidens. Su Lin waved over a nearby attendant and handed him several spirit stones, inquiring, "Who is this Master Qing?" The attendant tucked away the spiritual stones and said with admiration, "Master Qing is one of the foremost blacksmiths in Tian City. Since his return from the Dwarf Kingdom, most of the magical artifacts he personally crafted have fetched tens of millions of spiritual stones, and the demand far exceeds the supply. Previously, every shop clamored to purchase his creations. Our employer exerted considerable effort to persuade Master Qing to agree to exclusively provide his works for Tian Tower. This is his first trading visit, and we are yet to learn what remarkable artifacts he has brought." Su Lin nodded, gesturing for the attendant to depart. After observing for a while, he turned and made his way to Yibao. Upon arriving, Su Lin identified himself as a guest elder, and the attendant respectfully escorted him to the presence of Wong Fu. Wong Fu had tea served and, smiling, inquired, "Have you acquired something valuable, my friend Su?" Su Lin shook his head, stating, "I have been resting these past few days and have not ventured beyond the city. I have come to discuss a matter with you." Esteemed elder. Wong Fu promptly asked for the details. After sipping his tea, Su Lin explained, I plan to travel to the Dwarf Kingdom to learn the art of forging, which may take 1 to 2 years before I return. During my absence, if the steward, Sun Kuer, requires any items, I hope you may assist her. Upon hearing Su Lin's intention to visit the Dwarf Kingdom, Wong Fu's expression remained unchanged, yet waves of thought surged within him. He understood that Yibao was in dire need of the various magical artifacts crafted by masters. Currently, they could only purchase them at exorbitant prices from cultivators. If Su Lin could become a dedicated blacksmith for Yibao, it would not only fill a significant gap in their business, but also elevate Wong Fu's standing within the establishment. Though he was uncertain whether Su Lin could truly become a master craftsman, Wong Fu's keen eye for potential led him to believe that Su Lin seemed favored by fortune. Even if he could not achieve mastery, he should have no trouble becoming a competent blacksmith. With this in mind, Wong Fu inquired, Do you have any plans for your journey, my friend Su? Su Lin shook his head. I have never been to the Dwarf Kingdom and can only rely on my own exploration. Wong Fu nodded, as you are a guest elder of Yibao. We have some business dealings with the Dwarf Kingdom and maintain relationships with several long-standing friends there. I intend to write you a letter of recommendation. Upon your arrival, present this letter at the Ice and Fire residence in Dwarf City. The proprietor, the Master of Ice and Fire, will help you find suitable learning opportunities. Hearing Wong Fu's words, Su Lin was delighted. A recommendation would spare him the trouble of inquiring everywhere. He quickly bowed in gratitude. Wong Fu waved his hand dismissively. No need for thanks. You are a guest elder I have employed. We are akin to family. Wong Fu produced a crystal, placing it in his palm. And soon the contents of the letter were inscribed upon it. He handed the crystal to Su Lin and asked, Is there anything else you require for this journey? Su Lin carefully stored the letter, replying, Nothing much, but I am unsure what items are necessary in the Dwarf Kingdom. I would like to prepare accordingly, both for personal use and as potential gifts. Seeing Su Lin's understanding of social nuances, Wong Fu was pleased. The lifestyle of the Dwarf Kingdom is quite similar to ours, with an abundance of daily necessities. They are adept at forging but lack alchemical skills. Thus, various elixirs, particularly those for physical enhancement, are highly sought after. You should purchase some, and I will also prepare a selection for you. It is prudent to be well prepared. With that, Wong Fu instructed a young attendant to gather several hundred high-quality elixirs. After the attendant departed, Wong Fu continued, Once you leave, any items you have here that are successfully auctioned will have their proceeds deposited into your account. With your guest elder card, you can withdraw funds anywhere, which is quite convenient. As they conversed, the attendant swiftly returned with the elixirs, and Wong Fu handed them to Su Lin. As you are soon to embark on your journey, I shall not detain you further. Should you encounter any difficulties, feel free to mention my name to the Master of Ice and Fire. We have been friends for many years. Su Lin accepted the elixirs and took his leave. As Wong Fu watched Su Lin's retreating figure, he mused, If this young man can become a master craftsman, I too may rise as a distinguished elder among the enforcers. Back at the second floor of Yibao, Su Lin procured additional items before returning home to the guild. Kuer was still in the library, researching information about the Dwarf Kingdom and had not yet returned. After resting for a while, Su Lin practiced the Shattered Rock Fist technique before returning to his chamber to meditate, continuing his study of the Golden Jade Dharma body for 3 days straight. When Su Lin finally opened his eyes, he felt his abilities had solidified, particularly his cultivation, which was on the verge of a breakthrough. He decided to slowly circulate the peculiar spiritual stone at his chest, and a wave of warmth surged through him, accompanied by a sensation of tearing within. As the pain intensified, a powerful current surged forth, propelling Su Lin to reach the 8th level of Qi condensation. Now at a higher level, Su Lin felt an infusion of strength, bolstering his confidence for the upcoming journey to the Dwarf Kingdom. Exiting his room, he encountered Kuer, who stood guard with a sword. Upon seeing Su Lin emerge, Kuer sensed his successful advancement and expressed her joy. Among the cultivators I know, Brother Su, your rate of advancement is the swiftest. Su Lin did not share her sentiment. After all, his current cultivation was insufficient to protect himself against stronger foes. As his cultivation progressed, he increasingly felt his own insignificance. To safeguard himself and others, he realized he must persistently tread the path of cultivation. Kuer, have you discovered any useful information? Kuer sheathed her sword and led Su Lin to a pavilion, where she brewed 2 cups of spiritual tea. After sitting down, she began. I now have a basic understanding of the dwarf kingdom, and I will share it with you gradually. Su Lin smiled. Have a sip first, no need to rush. The dwarf kingdom lies on the eastern side of the Netherworld continent, comprising a single massive city known as Dwarf City. Surrounding this city are various dwarves engaged in different trades. Some mine metals, others farm, and some hunt. The city itself is home to the elite of the dwarf kingdom, ruled by the dwarf king, the most powerful cultivator in the realm, who is said to have reached the late stage of core formation. The king does not manage daily affairs. He dedicates himself to cultivation and has appointed 6 ministers to assist in governing the kingdom. Each minister has their own responsibilities and only consults the king for difficult matters. If one wishes to learn the art of forging, they must apply to join a sect. There are 2 major sects in the dwarf kingdom: the Broken Gold Alliance, which focuses on offensive weapons, and the Conservatory, which specializes in defensive gear. Both sects are of similar scale and possess their unique strengths. These 2 major sects lay the foundation for learning forging techniques, and becoming an apprentice is straightforward. One simply needs to pay a sufficient number of spiritual stones. Then, through assessments, outstanding performers can become formal disciples. Of course, even as a formal disciple, numerous assessments await, and victors earn new titles and learn new forging methods. Upon completing studies at these 2 sects, one should be capable of crafting good items. Yet these will only be ordinary weapons and armor, not classified as magical artifacts. To forge magical artifacts, one must join the Enchantment Institute. As Kuda spoke, she lifted her teacup for a sip. Su Lin refilled her cup, and Kuer glanced at him before continuing. Only items that are both sturdy and imbued with spirit can undergo enchantment. The essence of enchantment is to infuse objects with magical power, which is why the Dwarf Kingdom's magical artifacts are renowned across the continent. To join the Enchantment Institute, one must first reach the perfected initial stage of forging and receive recommendations from both major sects, passing the Institute's assessments to gain admission. However, once a cultivator enters the Enchantment Institute, they are regarded as a master within the Wandering Cloud continent because the Institute's admission standards are exceedingly stringent. Even dwarves must pass rigorous examinations, and for cultivators, it is an arduous task indeed. In the Enchantment Academy, one can acquire intermediate forging techniques, which represent the pinnacle of craftsmanship available to practitioners. The true advanced forging techniques, however, are reserved for the king and his 6 ministers, accessible only to the most distinguished dwarven masters, and their dissemination is strictly forbidden. Any breach of this secrecy would result in certain death. The relationship between dwarves and practitioners is generally amicable, with many friendships established between them. Therefore, your visit should pose minimal danger. Though it is crucial to note that disciples from various sects are obligated to participate in the wars of the Dwarven Kingdom. Their adversaries include not only the creatures of the Netherworld, but also the monstrous beasts that lie in close proximity. According to records, to the north of the Dwarven Kingdom lies a gathering place for these beasts, which launch large-scale assaults on the Dwarven continent every few years as part of their survival strategy. Engaging in warfare against these creatures is perilous, so you must safeguard yourself. Su Lin nodded, affirming, "Of course, I am going to learn the forging techniques, not to engage in battles." That reassures me. This encapsulates the essential information about the Dwarven Kingdom. I have also located a reliable courier service, the Hongyan Gate, to transport supplies. Once I have prepared your clothing, I will bring it to you. Su Lin patted Kuer on the shoulder, expressing gratitude. "I appreciate your efforts. I plan to depart tomorrow. During my absence, should you require assistance, seek out Elder Wong at Yibao Pavilion. I have entrusted him with your care." Kuer nodded, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Fearing Su Lin might notice, she hurriedly turned and retreated to her room. The next morning, Su Lin organized his belongings into his storage belt and stepped outside. In the courtyard, Kuer stood beneath the peach blossoms, clad in a pristine white gown, radiating beauty. Su Lin approached her. "You could have rested a little longer. Why come so early to see me off?" Kuer choked on her words. "A journey of thousands of miles. Su Gu, please take care of yourself and return swiftly." Su Lin playfully pinched her nose. "Rest assured, during my absence, you must diligently cultivate your skills and strive to establish your foundation." With that, Su Lin turned to leave. Kuer watched his retreating figure until it faded from view. Exiting the city gates, Su Lin summoned his white steed and headed towards the zombie valley, navigating through it and bypassing the zombie caves. Ahead lay the other end of the Netherworld, the Dark Forest. The Dark Forest, also part of the Netherworld, differed from the zombie realm. It lacked the wandering skeletons and zombies, with only the occasional sighting of undead knights and bone giants. Su Lin dismissed his white steed and summoned his mastiff to accompany him, intending to enhance his summoning skills. According to his agreement with the Netherworld King, he needed to advance his summoning technique to a higher level to upgrade it to spirit pet technique. Since dwarves could not be summoned as beasts, this locale was quite suitable for practice. The mastiff emerged from the ring, circling around Su Lin, tail wagging as it sniffed its master. Unfortunately, its face could not display joy, so it resorted to instinctively pleasing the one capable of granting it spiritual advancement. After a few laps, the mastiff suddenly realized this was its home turf, recalling its female companions. With eager eyes, it communicated its thoughts to Su Lin, esteemed master. I have some storage bags belonging to practitioners in my den. Shall I retrieve them for you? Su Lin regarded the mastiff with a glimmer of intrigue in his eyes and replied, hurry back. Watching the mastiff's departing figure, Su Lin pondered, typically, once a beast is tamed, it forgets its past, like the snow bear forgetting the little snow bear. Yet, this mastiff seemed to retain its intellect. He recalled the Netherworld King had also remarked on its commendable nature, suggesting it bore many secrets. As the mastiff's silhouette vanished from sight, Su Lin summoned the snow bear and continued his exploration. Along the way, he encountered predominantly initial and mid-foundation dark-type creatures, which he easily subdued before releasing them back into the wild. Through this continuous practice, Su Lin's summoning skills grew increasingly adept, bringing him closer to an upgrade. After a day and night of traversing the depths of the dark forest, the mastiff had yet to return. Based on the sensations from the summoning ring, Su Lin sensed the mastiff was nearby, albeit its energy felt somewhat diminished, while its spirit was notably elevated. Not giving it much thought, he grew fatigued from the journey. Spotting a lush green meadow, he summoned his white steed, allowing it to graze freely while he sat cross-legged to meditate, with the snow bear standing guard. Just as Su Lin reached a state of transcendence, a mournful cry from the white steed pierced the air. He opened his eyes to witness a monstrous creature attacking the steed. The beast, entirely black and resembling a horse, sported wings and clawed hooves. It seized the white steed and ascended into the sky, releasing it to plummet down with a mournful cry, falling silent upon impact. Having dispatched the white steed, the black creature soared towards Su Lin. The snow bear, witnessing this, unleashed several ice balls towards the beast, which ignored them completely, the snowballs bouncing harmlessly off its hide. As the creature approached, Su Lin retrieved the soul condensation pearl from his palm and detonated it directly at the beast. The pearl was filled with the death energy of numerous zombies and even contained the energy of a corpse king. Its explosion would challenge even the mightiest of flying mounts. The beast attempted to retreat, but, being too close, could only evade a direct hit to its head. Instead, it was struck with the full force of the pearl, staggering back several paces while emitting a furious neigh. Seizing the opportunity, Su Lin donned both gloves and unleashed a powerful shattering rock punch. The air around him seemed to be drained, and the strike landed squarely on the beast's abdomen, forcing it to retreat further. Furious at the assault, the beast opened its massive jaws, unleashing a bolt of black lightning that surged towards Su Lin. He swiftly dodged, but the creature took to the skies, glaring down at him with icy eyes, then opened its mouth again, revealing a black fireball forming within. As the fireball emerged, surrounding trees ignited in flames, and Su Lin felt an overwhelming sense of peril. He knew that if this black fireball struck him, he would not survive. Rising to his feet, he opened his garments. The necklace gifted by the Netherworld King radiated a brilliant white light. The beast, upon sensing this aura, recoiled in fear, recognizing the presence of the king. Old Black, you're in trouble for attacking the king's friend. The mastiff appeared before Su Lin. Upon hearing the mastiff's declaration, the beast was struck with terror, its mouth opening to explain. But the black fireball fell from its jaws, hurtling towards Su Lin. The fireball's immense power left Su Lin no room to evade. Fortunately, the snow bear lunged from the side, swatting the fireball away. The intense heat seared the snow bear's massive paw, producing a scent of roasted flesh. It quickly expelled several snowballs to mitigate its injuries. Seeing the snow bear wounded, Su Lin hastily administered a healing elixir and returned it to the ring. Old Black, what are you doing? I told you this is the king's friend. Do you seek the king's wrath upon your clan? The mastiff stood protectively before Su Lin, its face reflecting unwavering loyalty. Yet, Su Lin noticed its legs trembled, not from fear, but from something else entirely. The creature hastily landed, glancing between Su Lin and the Mastiff. Mastiff, we are longtime friends. You know my loyalty to the king. Please, do not misinterpret my actions. The Mastiff stood firm, proudly declaring, this is my master and the king's friend. The king has tasked me with escorting him to the dwarven kingdom on a matter of utmost importance. You have offended me, but that is of little consequence. Now you have angered a friend of the king. If the king were to learn of this, your entire clan would find themselves in dire straits. The Pegasus hastily protested. I was unaware that he was a friend of the king. The king possesses boundless power. How could someone so feeble possibly be his companion? The Mastiff scoffed dismissively. Does the king need to explain his friendships to you? The Pegasus opened its mouth, yet words failed to materialize. The Mastiff continued. While it may be excusable that you were unaware of my master's friendship at first, what are the later events? Are you not familiar with the king's necklace? Even if you did not recognize it, I proclaimed that he is a friend of the king, and yet you still attacked with a fireball. How do you account for that? The Pegasus stammered. Upon seeing the king's necklace, I refrained from further action. The fireball was inadvertently released. The Mastiff chuckled coldly. Little Black, your words insult my intelligence. You, a cultivator at the core formation stage, could accidentally let a fireball slip? Do you expect me to believe that? Would the king believe it? The Pegasus was at a loss for words, contemplating before nodding at Su Lin, esteemed guest. May I speak with Brother Dog for a moment? Upon receiving Su Lin's nod, the Pegasus humbly beckoned the Mastiff to a secluded spot. Brother Dog, I am in a predicament. I implore you to assist me. The Mastiff shook his head. Little Black, under different circumstances, I might turn a blind eye. But now you have assaulted a friend of the king. You know well the king's temperament. The Bone Dragon clan is far more formidable than you. Those who defy the king's orders meet with annihilation. I cannot aid you in this matter. As the Mastiff spoke, he suddenly felt a chill, noticing the glint of menace in the Pegasus's eyes. He quickly added, of course, there is another way. You could eliminate us all. However, my master possesses the necklace bestowed by the king. Whether you can kill him is one issue, but after doing so, the king will surely be informed. The Pegasus, fearful of having its thoughts laid bare by the Mastiff, hastily retracted its intentions. Brother Dog, I have recently tamed several charming female dogs who have heard of your exploits and wish to make your acquaintance. Upon hearing this, the Mastiff's face assumed a mysterious expression. Little Black, what are we to do? I cannot decide this matter. I shall ask my master on your behalf. The Mastiff returned to Su Lin's side, affectionately nudging his pant leg, and said, Master, that little black horse realizes it has committed a grave error and seeks your forgiveness. What do you think should be done? Su Lin regarded the Mastiff and inquired, what is the background of this Pegasus? What is its rank? Little Black's cultivation is at the initial stage of core formation. In the Netherworld continent, he is somewhat significant, controlling a vast territory, though his intellect leaves much to be desired, often engaging in efforts that yield little reward. Su Lin glanced at the Mastiff and inquired, do you aspire to achieve core formation? Upon hearing the words core formation, the Mastiff's eyes blazed with fervor as it stood erect. Nodding vehemently, Su Lin further probed, since becoming my summoned beast, have you perceived any anomalies in your cultivation? The Mastiff paused, reflecting intently before replying. I feel as though my cultivation has been irrevocably fixed, rendering any further advancement unattainable. Su Lin observed the Mastiff and explained, I cultivate the art of summoning. Once a creature becomes a summoned beast, its cultivation stagnates. To elevate your cultivation, I must refine my summoning art into the art of spiritual pets. Are you familiar with the art of spiritual pets? The Mastiff shook its head in negation. The art of spiritual pets resides with the great king, who intended to impart it to me. However, I am presently incapable of cultivating it. Two prerequisites must be met. The summoning art must attain an advanced level, and I myself must successfully establish my foundation. I am on the cusp of establishing my foundation, and my summoning art is nearing completion. I estimate that upon acquiring the Pegasus as a pet, my summoning art will reach its zenith. Consequently, upon successfully establishing my foundation, I can then learn the art of spiritual pets. Su Lin patted the Mastiff's head and reassured, consider this. Once you become my spiritual pet, I shall procure elixirs and panaceas for you, rendering core formation a mere formality. Furthermore, the great king has pledged to assist me in elevating the grade of my spiritual pets. Upon hearing this, the Mastiff nodded incessantly, exclaiming, Master, rest assured. Blackie's intellect is notoriously deficient. I shall speak with him. With a swift movement, The mastiff materialized before the Pegasus, declaring, "Blackie, you are in dire straits. Did you not cause the master's white horse to perish?" The Pegasus glanced furtively from side to side, muttering, "Indeed. I harbor an aversion to these creatures encroaching upon my domain, particularly white horses. This white horse was a gift from the great king to the master, who intended to ride it to the dwarf kingdom. By causing the great king's gift to perish, assailing the master despite the great king's protective amulet, and even grievously wounding the master's beloved snow bear despite my pronouncements that the master is a friend of the great king. Do you believe the great king will spare you? Will he spare your entire race?" The Pegasus was aghast. The king of the netherworld was known for his decisive and ruthless actions. Should he endanger his entire race due to his own actions, he would be eternally culpable. He pleaded incessantly, "Elder Mastiff, please intercede on my behalf and implore your master to speak kindly of me." The mastiff shook its head, surreptitiously wagging its tail, and remonstrated. "Blackie, it is not as simple as that. Even if the master disregards your assault and offers words of leniency, the great king will not pardon your race. Disobeying the great king's commands is tantamount to contempt for his dignity, and attacking the great king's friend is a blatant affront to his honor. You are well aware of the great king's temperament. Do you believe he will tolerate such provocation?" At this juncture, the Pegasus could no longer maintain its composure. Its forelegs buckled, and it prostrated itself on the ground, lamenting tearfully, "Elder Mastiff, I beseech you to save me, for the sake of our long-standing friendship." The mastiff feigned hesitation for a moment before assisting the Pegasus to its feet, declaring, "To safeguard your race, there is but one recourse. However, I fear you may object." Upon hearing that salvation was possible, the Pegasus hastily plastered a smile on its face and approached the mastiff, exclaiming, "I am willing to do anything to save my race. I cannot become the bane of the Pegasus race." The mastiff gnashed its teeth and reluctantly proposed, "The only solution is for you to become the master's summoned beast, just as I am. Upon witnessing this, the great king will recognize you as the master's pet and will naturally cease to pursue the matter." The Pegasus recoiled inwardly at this suggestion, protesting, "I have always been unfettered and unconstrained. How can I willingly seek a master? Is there no other alternative?" The mastiff rebuked him with exasperation, "Blackie, you are incorrigible. Do you believe I desire you to become the master's summoned beast? Previously, there was only myself, the little bear, and the white horse. I was the most powerful among us, and I was the alpha here, save for the master. Now, the white horse has been slain by you, and the snow bear has been grievously wounded. Your grade surpasses mine, and upon your arrival, you may very well become the master's most favored summoned beast. What do I gain from this? Forget it. I shall abandon this matter. I shall depart with the master immediately, and I shall not concern myself with when the great king chooses to punish you. Rest assured, I shall often reminisce about you after your race has been annihilated." Upon hearing the mastiff's pronouncements, the Pegasus could no longer resist, pleading, Elder Mastiff, please do not be angry. I am willing. Rest assured, even if I become a summoned beast, I shall obey only your commands, aside from the master's. You are aware that I admire your wisdom the most, throughout this continent. Who is not cognizant of the fact that you are the most intelligent mastiff aside from the great king?" These words were music to the mastiff's ears. "Blackie, upon becoming the master's pet, the status of your race in the great king's eyes will be elevated once more. Due to your sacrifice, your race will be spared annihilation, and its status will be enhanced. You are the greatest benefactor of the Pegasus race." Upon hearing these words, the Pegasus beamed with delight, exclaiming, "Elder Mastiff, please hasten to persuade the master to subjugate me." The mastiff observed the Pegasus, inwardly chuckling. It is rare to witness such eagerness to be subjugated. This Blackie is truly as dim-witted as his name suggests. The mastiff led the Pegasus before Sulin, announcing, "Master, Blackie has voluntarily abandoned darkness and embraced the light, intending to become your summoned beast and accompany you to the dwarf kingdom. Please grant your consent." Sulin feigned reluctance, inquiring, "I have a clandestine mission in the dwarf continent. Is this Pegasus trustworthy?" Upon hearing this, the Pegasus, fearing that Sulin would refuse to accept him, hastily prostrated himself once more, lamenting tearfully, "Please, master, you must accept me. Although I am merely at the nascent stage of core formation, I am willing to become your mount, carrying you to the dwarf continent, to atone for my sin of slaying the white horse." Upon hearing the Pegasus's entreaty, Sulin finally nodded in acquiescence. "Very well, I shall accept you. When I cast my spell, you must not resist." The Pegasus nodded incessantly and obediently stood aside, awaiting Sulin's incantation. Sulin concentrated his mind and began to cast the summoning spell repeatedly, hundreds of times. Despite the Pegasus's surrender and full cooperation, success remained elusive due to the vast disparity in their grades. Sulin, exasperated, exclaimed, "You are deliberately resisting. I shall not accept you." The Pegasus recoiled in terror, protesting, "Master, please do not be anxious. I am indeed not resisting. I suggest that you first inflict grievous wounds upon me. Then reveal the Great King's amulet to create a deterrent effect. Success is certain." Sulin sighed. "Very well, you have requested this." Sulin and the Mastiff joined forces, inflicting grievous wounds upon the Pegasus. Taking advantage of its near-death state, Sulin, with the ring in one hand and the summoning spell in the other, finally succeeded in summoning the Pegasus as his new pet in a flash of white light. With the successful acquisition of the Pegasus, Sulin's soul power surged dramatically, reaching the pinnacle of the 10th grade. Sulin could establish his soul foundation at any moment. At this juncture, Sulin's soul was at the 10th grade, while his physical strength and cultivation remained at the 8th grade. Sulin sensed that his upgraded soul power was even more formidable, and the power of both the invisibility art and the wave-splitting slash had been greatly amplified. The Pegasus, now a pet, stood obediently aside, its mind somewhat muddled. It had merely ventured out for a stroll, and upon encountering a white horse that it detested, it had slain it in a fit of pique. However, what had transpired subsequently? It had assaulted a human and a bear, only to discover that this cultivator was a friend of the Great King. The garrulous old dog had arrived and launched into a tirade, and it had inexplicably become someone else's pet. Most unjustly, it had even implored others to beat it, leaving it battered and bruised. Sulin retrieved some pills from his storage bag and instructed the Pegasus to consume them to hasten its recovery. The Pegasus swallowed the pills, and its injuries visibly improved, its eyes softening somewhat. The Pegasus approached Sulin and nudged him with its head, expressing its gratitude. Upon the Mastiff's observation, it was seized by considerable trepidation. It hastily approached, relinquishing several storage pouches into Sulin's possession, declaring them to be the accumulated treasures of the Mastiff lineage over millennia. Despite their inability to unlock them, ancient lore suggested that their owners were at least Foundation establishment cultivators, implying the presence of valuable contents. Sulin, instructing the Mastiff and Pegasus to remain vigilant, proceeded to open the storage pouches. Though once secured by cultivators' seals, the passage of time and the departure of their masters had rendered these seals fragile, allowing Sulin to breach them with ease. Within the pouches lay an assortment of spirit stones, elixirs, and commonplace magical implements, along with a selection of esoteric texts. Deeming the elixirs and implements unremarkable, Sulin directed his focus toward the texts, one of which piqued his curiosity after prolonged scrutiny. Upon opening the manual, he encountered a passage penned by the cultivator who had once practiced its teachings. A core formation cultivator in his twilight. He had been captured during the conflict with the Nether Continent. Resigned to his fate, he inscribed the manual with the hope that a future reader would extend aid to his descendants residing in Flame City. The manual, titled Soul Compression Art, detailed the method of compressing a cultivated soul. A soul at the 10th level could be compressed to the 3rd, and upon reaching the 10th level again, it could be further compressed to the 5th. This cyclical process allowed for the accumulation of power, enabling a Foundation establishment cultivator to contend with a core formation cultivator, and a core formation cultivator to challenge a nascent soul cultivator upon mastery. The cultivator posited that physical strength could be compressed in a similar fashion. Though his search for corresponding techniques had been fruitless, he suspected that the dwarves of the Dwarven Kingdom possessed expertise in physical cultivation, though the specifics eluded him. Sulin sighed, accepting the pervasive nature of conflict within the cultivation world. He committed the location of the cultivator's family in Flame City to memory, intending to visit them when the opportunity arose, thus fulfilling the cultivator's wish. Commencing the study of soul compression art, Sulin initiated his cultivation. The art involved dividing the cultivated soul into 10 segments, each of which had to be forcibly shattered and suppressed within the body before being fused with another. The 10 segments were ultimately compressed into 3. With his soul at its zenith, Sulin was ideally suited for compression. He steeled himself and, following the secret method, began to dismantle his soul. As the complete 10th level soul was torn asunder, Su Lin experienced excruciating pain, originating from the depths of his very being. Possessing a resilient disposition, Su Lin understood that greater strength demanded greater trials. For the sake of a brighter future, he deemed the present suffering insignificant. He gritted his teeth, enduring the division of his soul into 10 parts. Subsequently, he began to compress one of the segments. The agony of compression far exceeded that of division. The segment of the soul was subjected to constant suppression, during which impurities were purged, leaving behind pure spiritual energy. Though his outward appearance remained unchanged, Su Lin's soul was undergoing transformation. When the first segment was finally compressed, beads of perspiration dotted Su Lin's brow. He opened his eyes, sensing that his soul was akin to that of a Qi condensation cultivator. He directed a surge of energy toward a distant tree, unleashing a cleaving wave slash. The tree was cleaved in two, the power of the strike rivaling that of an ordinary 5th-level Qi condensation cultivator. If he could cultivate his soul to its zenith once more, he might indeed be able to challenge a core formation cultivator after establishing his foundation. The resounding fall of the tree startled the mastiff and Pegasus. The mastiff, ever astute, trotted over, wagging its tail and showering Su Lin with praise, asserting that even a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator would struggle to withstand such a blow. Su Lin regarded the mastiff, recalling the pain he had endured during cultivation. Had it not been for the manual the creature had provided, he would not have suffered so. Su Lin rose and delivered a sharp kick to the mastiff, questioning if it knew the reason for the blow. The mastiff barked several times, professing ignorance of its master's inscrutable intentions. It affirmed its belief that every action of its master was imbued with profound significance, which would eventually be revealed through contemplation. Hearing the mastiff's audacious flattery, Su Lin burst into laughter. As he chuckled, he stroked the mastiff's massive head, prompting the creature to feign ecstasy, squinting and observing Su Lin covertly. Upon confirming Su Lin's genuine amusement, the mastiff congratulated itself on its performance, marveling at its undiminished skill and flattery, and contrasting its success with the ineptitude of that little black one, who, despite being a core formation cultivator, lacked the finesse to compete for Su Lin's favor. The Pegasus, having teleported to Su Lin's side, remained oblivious to the situation. It had merely witnessed Su Lin kicking the mastiff, followed by the mastiff's pronouncements and Su Lin's subsequent laughter. The Pegasus could only offer a few awkward chuckles, unsure of the cause for mirth. Observing the Pegasus's incongruous laughter, the mastiff's eyes gleamed with mischief. It questioned the Pegasus's insincere smile, insinuating that the Pegasus, in its capacity as a core formation cultivator, was looking down on their master. The Pegasus was filled with trepidation. As Su Lin's pet, its very existence was subject to Su Lin's will. It vehemently denied any contempt for its master, prompting the mastiff to demand a genuine smile. The Pegasus, in desperation, gazed imploringly at Su Lin. It looked up and laughed, but its equine features betrayed no hint of mirth. Witnessing the bickering between the mastiff and the Pegasus, Su Lin's loneliness abated. He ignored the two jesters and resumed compressing his soul. Soon, the second segment was successfully compressed. Su Lin sensed that the combined power of the two compressed segments was comparable to that of a 6th-level Qi condensation cultivator, likely due to the removal of impurities from the spiritual energy. Further compression would require continued cultivation, and the present was not conducive to such endeavors. Su Lin stored the mastiff in his ring and inquired of the Pegasus if it knew the way to the dwarven city. The Pegasus affirmed its knowledge of the general direction, explaining that it could transport Su Lin to the vicinity of the city, as their presence as beings from the netherworld might provoke hostility among the dwarves. Su Lin nodded, storing the Pegasus in his ring. He proceeded on foot toward the dwarven city. After several hours of walking, the dwarven city came into view. Before the city gates stood 2 rows of dwarven guards. The dwarves were shorter than the cultivators, but possessed immense strength. The guards, wielding massive axes, were arranged in 2 lines. To enter the city, one had to pay 100 spirit stones and obtain a city entry token. Following protocol, Su Lin approached the gate, paid the required fee, and received a copper token. Holding the token in his hand, he entered the city gates. The dwarven city was significantly larger than Skysplit City. The city teemed with bustling crowds, predominantly dwarves, but also a considerable number of human cultivators. The streets are lined with numerous shops, the majority of which deal in magical artifacts. Some specialize in an array of weaponry, others in various types of armor, while still others offer a diverse assortment of goods. Aside from the artifact stores, there are numerous lodgings available for practitioners seeking refuge. Su Lin chose the largest inn, intending to familiarize himself with the local customs before preparing some gifts to pay a visit to the Ice and Fire Master. Upon entering the inn, a short dwarf attendant hurried over and inquired, "Do you require accommodation, sir?" Su Lin nodded and replied, "I am new here and plan to stay for a few days. Could you recommend a quiet room?" The dwarf nodded, stating, "Certainly. We have a lovely courtyard available for 1,000 spirit stones per day, with a minimum stay of 10 days. Su Lin handed the attendant 10,000 spirit stones and added a tip of 100 spirit stones, saying, "Thank you, kind sir. Please arrange a comfortable place for me." The dwarf accepted the stones, beaming with gratitude, and said, "Thank you, esteemed guest. I shall escort you to your quarters." The attendant led Su Lin through several doors to a secluded courtyard, explaining, "This area is the most tranquil and should meet your requirements." Su Lin surveyed the serene setting and nodded in approval. He then produced an additional 500 spirit stones and asked, "Might you know the location of Ice and Fire residence?" The attendant, now even more enthusiastic, replied, "Indeed. It is not far from here. I will provide you with a map shortly. It is quite easy to find. Ice and Fire residence specializes in various weapons, and the Ice and Fire Master is a formidable cultivator of the core formation stage, a prominent figure in this dwarf city." Upon hearing this, Su Lin nodded and gestured for the attendant to depart. Shortly thereafter, the attendant returned with a map of the dwarf city, indicating that it would only take a few streets to reach Ice and Fire residence. Su Lin further inquired, "Are there any local taboos I should be aware of? As a newcomer, I wish to avoid causing any trouble." The attendant pondered for a moment before responding, "There isn't much to be overly concerned about. With the king and ministers in charge, the residents here focus solely on their business and pay little heed to other matters. As for outsiders like yourself, they typically come to learn the art of forging or to purchase magical artifacts, so illegal activities are quite rare." After the attendant departed, Su Lin settled into a meditative posture for a brief respite before venturing out to explore the city. The shops primarily offered a wide variety of magical artifacts, both in quantity and quality exceeding that of Qing Tian City and at far more reasonable prices. Although various pills were available, their rarity and high cost suggested that merchants profiting from the price difference between the two locations were reaping substantial rewards. As Su Lin strolled leisurely, he soon arrived at Ice and Fire residence. Observing the bustling interior from the entrance, he noted a number of practitioners inside, along with several dwarves selling an assortment of weapons. Upon entering, a clerk approached him, asking, "What can I assist you with today?" Su Lin smiled and replied, "I wish to pay a visit to the Ice and Fire Master." The clerk shook his head apologetically, regrettably. "The master is currently out visiting friends and will not return for 7 to 8 days. Su Lin's expression turned to one of disappointment. "I see. In that case, I shall return in a few days." The clerk accompanied him to the door, saying, "In 7 or 8 days, the master will be back. May I ask how you are addressed? Should I inform him of your visit?" Su Lin waved his hand dismissively. "No need. I will return in a few days." Returning to the inn, Su Lin rested for the day. The following morning, he visited the tea house within the inn, ordered a pot of spirit tea, and seated himself by the window to enjoy the view of the dwarf city while listening to the conversations around him. Nearby, a few practitioners were discussing their plans to join a sect to learn the art of forging. The Book of Gold Alliance and the Conservation Hall will be recruiting disciples next month. "Are there any changes to the apprenticeship conditions this time?" One responded, "I heard it's the same as in previous years, a fee of 100,000 spirit stones for an internship position and 1,000,000 spirit stones for full discipleship. What are the differences between an intern and a full disciple?" Another asked, "As far as I know, interns start by mining iron ore, while full disciples can directly learn the art of forging without such preliminary work." Having overheard this, Su Lin left his seat and approached the group of practitioners, bowing respectfully, "Esteemed friends, I have come from Qing Tian City to study the art of forging and just arrived yesterday. Are you also planning to seek apprenticeship?" The practitioners, all at the Qi gathering stage, stood to return his greeting. "Indeed, we plan to seek apprenticeship next month. Which sect do you intend to join?" Su Lin inquired. "I am still undecided between weapon forging and armor forging, and find myself in a bit of a quandary." The practitioners laughed heartily. "We are similarly uncertain. We might as well apply to different sections. I and Brother Chun will apply to the Conservation Hall, while Brothers Li and Guan prefer weapons and will go to the Book of Gold Alliance." Su Lin smiled and clasped his hands together, wishing them well. I wish you all success in your apprenticeships. I have yet to decide where to apply, but regardless of the choice, I hope to receive your guidance. Su Lin returned to his room, rested for a few days, and then made his way back to the Ice and Fire Pavilion. Upon his arrival, the young attendant who had previously welcomed him came forward eagerly, exclaiming, "Welcome back, esteemed guest." Su Lin smiled and inquired, "Is the master present?" The attendant replied, "He just returned yesterday. Allow me to inform him of your visit. May I ask how to address you?" "I am here on behalf of Elder Wong from the Yibao Pavilion in Qing City, delivering a letter to the master," Su Lin responded. The attendant ascended the stairs to announce his arrival and soon returned, inviting Su Lin to a room at the end of the third floor. He knocked on the door, saying, "Master, the guest has arrived." The door swung open, revealing a diminutive maid who ushered Su Lin inside. The Ice and Fire Master, with his flowing white hair, exuded the aura of a remarkable individual. He invited Su Lin to sit and inquired, "It has been a while since I last saw Elder Wong. How has he been?" Su Lin respectfully replied, "Elder Wong is well and likely seated on the fourth floor of the Yibao Pavilion now." "Oh, he has been promoted to the position of law enforcement elder. How delightful." Su Lin then presented the letter to the Ice and Fire Master, who examined it carefully. "Your desire to learn the art of forging is a minor matter. I shall write a letter to Elder Shangwan of the Dwarven Alliance. You need not go through an internship. You may directly become a formal disciple," he stated. Su Lin quickly rose and clasped his fists in gratitude, saying, "Thank you for your kindness, master, but I would prefer to start as an intern disciple, as I possess no forging experience." The Ice and Fire Master pondered briefly. "That is indeed wise. A solid foundation is essential for crafting extraordinary artifacts. I shall write you a letter to carry with you. I suggest you seek out Elder Shangwan in the Dwarven Alliance and familiarize yourself with the craft. Should any issues arise, present my letter to him." After speaking, the Ice and Fire Master took a crystal and deftly inscribed a seal before handing it to Su Lin. After expressing his gratitude, Su Lin carefully stowed the letter and took his leave. Upon returning to the inn, Su Lin rested for a few more days before receiving news that the Dwarven Alliance was beginning to accept intern disciples. He vacated his room and made his way to the entrance of the Dwarven Alliance. At this moment, thousands of cultivators were gathered outside, awaiting their turn to become disciples, with a number of dwarves intermingled among them, seemingly there to learn as well. After several hours, the gates of the Dwarven Alliance swung open, and a dwarf riding a war chariot approached the crowd. "All of you here to learn the art of forging at the Dwarven Alliance. Becoming an intern disciple is quite simple. A fee of 100,000 spirit stones will grant you the attire of an intern disciple, as long as you wear this attire. The protective array of the Dwarven Alliance will not hinder your entry. Dwarven kin wishing to register may do so with a letter of recommendation." Following the throng of cultivators to the registration area, Su Lin paid the spirit stones and received a set of azure intern disciple garments. Clad in his new attire, he stepped through the gates of the Dwarven Alliance. Upon entering, a colossal sword came into view, stretching 1,000 meters in length, its blade a deep crimson hue. Just a glance at it sent a shiver through Su Lin's soul. He felt that even the slightest movement of this blade would spell his doom. He sensed that even a core formation expert would find it challenging to withstand its might. Beneath the gigantic sword, an inscription read, "Time has its cycles. The heavenly law its changes. Only the heart of the strong can delve into the depths." The Dwarven Alliance was divided into 5 sections. The vast open area upon entry served as the residence for intern disciples, while ascending further led to the quarters of formal disciples, both residing at lower levels. The third tier housed the core disciples, predominantly dwarven craftsmen, with few cultivators among them. The upper 2 levels were reserved for the elders, while the highest tier was the abode of the Alliance Lord. It was said that the red-haired Lord of the Dwarven Alliance was nearing the late stages of core formation and was renowned as a master craftsman among the dwarves. The magical artifacts he forged were unattainable by ordinary folk, only accessible to regional overlords or esteemed elders willing to pay a handsome price. Su Lin arrived at his designated stone cave, which was quite modest, containing only a stone bed, a stone table, and a stone stool. The entrance bore an inscription of his number, Intern Disciple 1987, matching that on his attire. Upon the stone table rested a thick tome titled Mineral Compendium. Upon opening it, he found it filled with detailed records of hundreds of thousands of minerals, including names, appearances, origins, characteristics, and the types of magical artifacts they could forge, as well as precautions to take during the forging process. Su Lin calmed himself and carefully perused the mineral compendium. On the first page, he found a passage stating, "To forge divine weapons, one must utilize the spiritual materials of heaven and earth. All things can be incorporated into artifacts, yet the materials required vary with the crafted item. Anyone entering my realm of artifact forging must possess a profound understanding of the celestial elements to unravel the mysteries of forging." The text was categorized into 6 sections: gold, jade, silver, copper, iron, and earth, each containing information on thousands of various minerals. This indeed appeared to be the foundation of forging. Such knowledge could not simply be imprinted in memory. It required heartfelt recollection. Fortunately, Su Lin had always been a top student with an exceptional memory back in his homeland. He turned page by page through the mineral compendium, deeply absorbing the material, which evoked memories of his own arduous examinations. 2 days later, all newly arrived intern disciples were summoned for a lecture. They gathered in a grand hall capable of accommodating thousands. Seated on the floor as a middle-aged dwarf craftsman ascended the platform. "I am Kuan Yin, a mid-level craftsman responsible for instructing you in the fundamentals of forging. You have all perused the mineral compendium left in your chambers, correct? Weapons can be classified into several categories. For ordinary people, as long as a weapon is sharp, it can be deemed satisfactory. Crafting a sharp weapon is not overly complex. One needs only to find quality minerals and forge them diligently to succeed. Yet, why do we cultivators refer to our weapons as magical artifacts? It is because we must imbue various magics into them, a process known as enchantment. There are numerous methods of enchantment, which we shall not delve into now. What I must convey to you is that a successfully enchanted magical artifact must possess several fundamental qualities. It must be incredibly sturdy and possess a certain degree of flexibility. The weapon itself must adhere to the principles of forging, with specific runes inscribed according to these principles. And lastly, and most importantly, a quality magical artifact must possess its own soul. Upon returning, study the mineral compendium diligently and familiarize yourselves with the attributes of various minerals. Not far from here lie many mountains and diverse mines. You must venture forth to personally extract various minerals and observe them closely. In 10 days, I shall return to teach you the basics of forging." With that, Kuan Yin departed, and Su Lin and the others returned to their respective caves, continuing their recitation of the mineral compendium. After several days of study, Su Lin gained new insights into the various minerals. Singular minerals could yield ordinary items. Yet true divine weapons were often products crafted from multiple rare materials. By mixing several minerals in specific proportions, new substances could be formed. The ratios were closely guarded secrets of the various sections. The pursuit of knowledge was endless, with new minerals being discovered daily, as minerals formed the very foundation of weapon forging. In the tome, Su Lin also identified the cold jade and purple gold relevant to his cultivation of the golden jade body. Cold jade, white in color and frigid to the touch, was found in the icy caverns outside Qing City and could enhance the ice attributes of forged artifacts. Purple gold, red in hue and hot to the touch, was sourced from the fiery mountains in the northeast of Flame City, suitable for crafting fire attribute weapons. Su Lin nodded to himself, realizing that the mineral compendium contained remarkably accurate information. Mastering its contents would undoubtedly prove beneficial. After 2 more days of study, Su Lin picked up a mining pick and departed from the Duanjin Alliance. Following the map's guidance, he arrived at a mining site bustling with intern disciples of the Duanjin Alliance, all gathered together extracting minerals. Finding an open area, Su Lin swung his pick and began to mine. In the land of the dwarves, where various minerals abound, it wasn't long before Su Lin unearthed numerous types of ores. He meticulously compared the ores against his books, deepening his understanding of the mineral classes. 10 days later, Kuan Yin once again addressed the assembly, this time imparting the fundamentals of basic forging techniques. He instructed the apprentice disciples to utilize the furnaces and tools at the forge, emphasizing their necessity for crafting items. To forge magical artifacts, one must start with a basic body. Thus, each disciple should contemplate what they wish to create before renting molds at the forge. Each type of item requires different ores, and confusion must be avoided. Forging demands perseverance. During this process, one must attentively observe and remember the reasons behind each failure, progressing gradually. Should there be any questions, they could send him a message, with each disciple granted one opportunity for clarification. In 10 days, he would return to collect the crafted items. Upon returning to his quarters, Sulin pondered what type of item he should forge, ultimately deciding to create a sword. At the forge, he spent 10 spirit stones to rent a sword mold, and with the mold in hand, he entered the forging chamber. Inside, 2 young assistants tended the fire and managed the tasks. Following the procedure, Sulin melted bronze, ore, and poured it into the mold. Once it took shape, he picked up a hammer to shape the blade, and after a vigorous session, he quenched it in cold water, then reheated and continued to strike. As swords are the most common weapons, Sulin soon crafted a sword that resembled a fine piece. He waved the sword around, noting its sharpness. However, as an ordinary weapon, it bore little use for cultivators. Determined to enhance the sword, he attempted to infuse it with cold jade, aiming to imbue it with a hint of frost. Unfortunately, the blade could not withstand the intense heat, shattering into 2 pieces with a few strikes. This initial experiment ended in failure. Undeterred, Sulin, possessing a variety of ores, sought to incorporate purple gold into the sword. However, it too could not endure the hammering, and after several days, multiple swords were rendered useless. Leaving a few spirit stones for the assistants, he returned to his room with his head bowed. In the following days, Sulin devoted himself to reading and contemplating methods to enhance weapon potency. An idea struck him. He could forge another sword, this time leaving 2 grooves on the blade. While it was still red hot, he introduced molten purple gold, and upon witnessing the melding of the 2 metals, quickly plunged the blade into icy water. The bronze sword, now infused with purple gold, emitted a wisp of blue smoke as it cooled. Once the smoke dissipated, Sulin retrieved the sword, which now exhibited an unusual hue, with faint red streaks within the blue. After a few swings, flickers of flame appeared, and with a triumphant laugh, he reveled in his newly enchanted weapon. 10 days later, the disciples presented their crafted weapons. The majority were ordinary, yet over 100 succeeded in imbuing their items with magic. Tian did not inspect the mundane weapons, his gaze lingering on the enchanted ones. He nodded in approval, noting that with dedication, simple enchantments were not overly difficult. However, he remarked that their method was flawed. While creating the weapon's base, they should leave patterns in proportion, then introduce a different spiritual or avoiding damage. He shared a mnemonic for the proportions: gold 1, 33, jade 0, 39, silver 1, 57, copper 2, 23, iron 3, 69, with earth-type ores being numerous for self-exploration. These ratios were merely guidelines. Mastery required further practice. He hoped to see improved creations in a month. After delivering his address, Tian departed, and Sulin, along with the other disciples, returned to their abodes. In the ensuing month, Sulin recited the mineral book in the mornings, mined ores in the afternoons, and forged items in the evenings. Following the mnemonic improved his success rate. Though the power of the weapons remained unchanged, deep in thought, he sought a method to elevate the quality. Observing his collection of finished products, he realized their weakness stemmed from their composition of common iron or bronze, which inherently limited their efficacy. If he could use premium ores or those with innate attributes, the power of the items could be significantly enhanced. Without delay, Sulin returned to the forge, where the young assistants had succumbed to slumber. He rewarded them with several spirit stones, prompting them to rekindle the flames. He first withdrew purple gold, and as the assistants increased the fire's intensity, the ore melted into a golden liquid. Sulin poured this liquid into the mold, carefully adhering to the proportions and then infusing it with a toxic stone, swiftly sealing it with spirit stones before plunging it into icy water. After the blue smoke cleared, a fiery red sword with a hint of green emerged. Sulin grasped the sword and examined it closely. Its entire body was a vivid red, with eerie green stripes swirling along the blade. He pricked his finger, allowing a few drops of blood to fall upon the blade, which absorbed the essence. In that moment, Sulin felt a resonance with the sword. Clearly sensing its newfound power, the purple gold toxic sword, sharp and imbued with fire attributes, could unleash toxins during an attack, disrupting opponents. Pleased with his creation, Sulin believed this sword would surely impress his instructor. A month later, Tian returned to the podium, scrutinizing the array of weapons presented before him. He selected over 10, inspecting them closely. Among them was a flying knife made from platinum secret, or, remarkably sharp, enhanced with dazzling diamonds that could affect an opponent's vision. a great axe forged from meteorite, with fiery cloud stones integrated into its blade, formidable in the hands of body cultivators, and the purple gold toxic sword, which possessed both fire and poison attributes, a rare find. Kunyan reminded the disciples that successful forging of a fine artifact required not only exceptional skill, but also superior ores. Treasures of immense rarity, dependent solely on chance. Only true celestial materials could yield extraordinary weaponry. Even the most talented forger could not transform ordinary ores into artifacts. Nevertheless, excellent forging techniques and high-quality ores complemented each other, both indispensable. He noted their current forging skills were still nascent, urging them to practice diligently. A new textbook titled Methods of Forging awaited them in their quarters, and he stressed the importance of earnest effort in their craft. A year from now, a forging competition would take place, with the top 100 advancing to become formal disciples of the Duanjin Alliance, and the top 10 offered opportunities to enhance their cultivation in the mine of 10,000 ores. Kunyan then retained Sulin and 10 others, gesturing for the rest to disperse. He acknowledged their humble creations, yet as novice forgers, their ability to produce such fine tools exceeded his expectations. He presented each of them with a copy of Insights on Forging, a compendium of his extensive experience, urging them to study it thoroughly. Upon returning to their quarters, Sulin began to read the 3 books with great care, integrating their teachings. In the days that followed, he frequented the forge, crafting various weapons and growing increasingly proficient in the art of forging. Half a year passed, and Master Kunyan announced that in 3 months, a competition would be held. Each disciple was required to submit a magical artifact, to be evaluated by a judging panel organized by the elders of the Duanjin Alliance. To ensure fairness, the weapons forged for this competition could not be designed by the participants themselves. They had to select from a provided list of 10 magical weapons. These 10 artifacts included the Qian Kuan, Shimu Jing, Zhanyao Dao, Kuan Ling Suo, Sang Hun Zhong, Huiyun Jian, Juling Axe, Bao Lai Zhu, Feng Yun Ci, and Zhen Hun Yin. These artifacts served as a benchmark for assessing whether a forger had reached an introductory level, each possessing its own challenges in crafting. The Qian Kuan, Shimu Jing, and Feng Yun Ci, being small in size, required the inscription of thousands of runes. Testing the forger's mastery of intricate carving, Zhanyao Dao, Sang Hun Zhong, Huiyun Jian, and Juling Axe demanded a significant amount of special ores, necessitating a precise combination of various spiritual minerals. Bao Lai Zhu required the coalescence of materials under extreme cold and heat to achieve a relatively stable balance. As any disruption could result in a violent explosion, Kuan Ling Suo tested the disassembly of weapons, as only by transforming Kuan Ling wood into rods and infusing it with spells could one ensnare an enemy. Zhen Han Yin involved the complementary use of numerous special magnetic ores, affirming that each weapon was extraordinary. In recent days, Su Lin had attempted to forge several of these weapons, experiencing both success and failure. As the competition day approached, he ceased to concern himself with other matters. With a substantial amount of spirit stones still in his possession, he procured a wide array of ores and secluded himself in the forge, diligently refining his craft. As he accumulated experience, Su Lin's forging skills grew increasingly refined. With only 1 month remaining until the competition, he began to meticulously prepare his entry, ultimately deciding to focus on the Kuan Ling Suo. Early in his journey into the realm of cultivation, Su Lin's most formidable treasures had been the beast-binding rope and the Kuan Ling Suo. After employing them a few times, he gained some experience, and now, 2 Kuan Ling Suo remained in his possession, providing an excellent opportunity for study. Taking out the Kuan Ling Suo he had purchased, Su Lin, who had previously only utilized it without close examination, now scrutinized it with newfound understanding of forging techniques. He observed that the Kuan Ling Suo was composed of segments of Kuan Ling wood, each adorned with hundreds of intricate patterns, within which lay complex spells and gemstones to enhance its power. Although dwarves were not particularly adept at crafting spells, an art reserved for practitioners of spiritual power, such spells could be readily purchased in the dwarf city. For augmenting artifacts with spells significantly enhanced their efficacy, ingenious merchants procured them in bulk from cultivators and resold them here, creating a mutually beneficial arrangement. Guided by the indications of the Kuan Ling Suo, Su Lin visited a shop specializing in spells. The shopkeeper presented a selection for Su Lin to choose from. After carefully examining them, Su Lin inquired about their differences. While the merchant lacked the ability to create spells, He understood some underlying principles. Symbols and spells are two distinct entities. Symbols refer to talismans, which embody the revered names and secret writings inscribed within. They are typically written or drawn on paper or other materials and consist mostly of characters, images, and symbols. Spells are incantations recited aloud and can also be inscribed on talismans to enhance their power, depending on the type of technique. The efficacy of the inscribed spells varies. Some cure ailments, some provide protection, some attack, some render invisibility, and others induce illusions, encompassing a wide variety. After pondering, Su Lin considered, what type of spell should I add to the Kunling Suo? To enhance the Kunling Suo, he needed to incorporate spells that would inflict damage and induce illusions, incapacitating the bound beasts. I have excellent finished products available for just 10,000 spirit stones. Su Lin paid the spirit stones and returned to his chamber with the spells. Next, he sought to acquire Kunling wood, which is sourced from the eastern part of the dwarf continent, characterized by its golden yellow trunk. Any creature that approached would be irresistibly enchanted by the tree, unaware of its demise until it succumbed, becoming nourishment for the tree. Initially, Su Lin intended to extract some himself, but with the competition date drawing near, he opted to purchase several pieces instead. In addition to the Kunling wood and spells, he required some gemstones for embedding. Fortunately, these posed no challenge. As long as he had sufficient spirit stones, everything would be manageable. Su Lin prepared materials to craft 5 Kunling Suo and, re-energized, headed to the forge, where he enlisted 2 familiar apprentices, rewarding each with 100 spirit stones. The young boys were overjoyed and expressed their gratitude repeatedly. Su Lin waved them off, calming his mind to devote himself fully to crafting the Kunling Suo and striving to become an official disciple. The Kunling Suo was forged from 108 segments of Kunling wood, each inscribed with spells and spirit stones. In conjunction with the enchanting power of the Kunling wood to ensnare beasts, each segment of Kunling wood could not be directly catalyzed with intense flames. It needed to be wrapped in the skin of a deep-sea giant shark and gradually liquefied using a gentle flame. When the shark's skin began to crack, the liquefied Kunling wood was poured into a mold, left to cool, and the intricate patterns were carved. Subsequently, the spells and spirit stones were embedded in the grooves. Su Lin carefully wrapped a segment of Kunling wood in the giant shark's skin and placed it over the fire. He refrained from allowing the apprentices to manage the flames, instead channeling his spiritual energy to maintain a low heat. He remained transfixed as the shark's skin gradually tightened around the Kunling wood. Once the moment was ripe, he retrieved the liquefied Kunling wood and poured it into the mold, then proceeded to forge the next segment. After 3 days, Su Lin completed the crafting of all 108 segments of Kunling wood. Next, he needed to carve the intricate patterns onto each piece. The inscription of the patterns required adherence to certain rules, though there was room for innovation according to the forger's insights. Each segment of Kunling wood measured approximately 7 inches and required 81 patterns to be engraved. The patterns for the Kunling Suo were meticulously documented in the forging manual. Su Lin compared the finished products he had with the patterns in the book and noticed slight variations in the intricacies of some. He did not rush into action, but instead mentally calculated the formulas for each pattern, concluding that the discrepancies in the finished products did not enhance the power of the Kunling Suo, but rather introduced minor flaws, likely due to insufficient skill on the part of the forger. Su Lin adhered strictly to the pattern schema outlined in the book, carefully inscribing each pattern onto the Kunling wood. After completing 9 segments, he would meditate to rest and restore his energy, ensuring his body remained in optimal condition. 5 days later, all the patterns were etched onto the Kunling wood, and Su Lin began to fill the grooves with spells and spirit stones. According to the rules, all spells had to be perfectly embedded within the grooves and secured with spirit stones. Subsequently, each segment of Kunling wood embedded with spells needed to be soaked in ice water infused with spiritual energy. Su Lin lost track of time as he poured his heart and soul into crafting each segment of Kunling wood. The number of segments soaking in the ice water increased until finally, all 108 segments were completed. These finished segments of Kunling wood radiated a dazzling golden hue, captivating the eye. The next step was to bind these spell-infused segments together with ancient spider silk. Su Lin, with a solemn demeanor, steadily connected each segment. Once all segments were joined, the golden Kunling Suo began to take shape. The final step required the completed Kunling Suo to be immersed in spiritual water for 1 day to absorb spiritual energy. An inspired idea struck Su Lin. He decided to substitute the ice water with fine wine, adding a substantial quantity of high-quality spiritual minerals to catalyze the process. As the spirit stones dissolved into the wine, Su Lin submerged the Kunling Suo within it. After a full day and night, Su Lin retrieved the crafted Kunling Suo and was astonished to discover that it differed fundamentally from any he had encountered before. While other Kunling Suos were golden yellow, the one in his hand was nearly transparent and exuded a rich aroma of wine. Su Lin pricked his finger, anointing the artifact with his blood to establish ownership. The Kunling Suo emitted a brilliant white light, and once the radiance faded, its attributes were revealed. It was a demon binding rope, capable of ensnaring and confusing perfected core formation beasts and effective against Foundation establishment cultivators. This is the first magical artifact meticulously crafted by Su Lin, who engraved his name upon the demon binding rope. Subsequently, he fashioned 2 additional ropes with the remaining materials. Armed with the enhanced version of the spirit binding rope, he returned to his chamber, filled with confidence in his creation. For Su Lin, becoming an official disciple was not a challenging endeavor, if he so desired. He could easily secure a spot as a formal disciple by presenting the recommendation letter from the Ice Fire Master to Elder Shangwan. However, Su Lin understood the importance of solidifying his foundation in craftsmanship. Having previously been ignorant of the intricacies of forging, he recognized that hastily becoming an official disciple would only invite criticism and hinder his development. Through a year of diligent practice, Su Lin had acquired the fundamental skills of forging. He was convinced that his crafted artifact would surely stand out. Even if he did not secure a place among the top 10, making it into the top 100 would be no trouble at all. Gazing at the demon binding rope he had fortuitously acquired, Su Lin fell into deep contemplation. This recent breakthrough stemmed from a flash of inspiration. Substituting ordinary ice water with a local specialty wine had prompted the upgrade of the spirit binding rope into the more powerful demon binding rope. Now, he pondered how to adjust the formulas for forging other items to enhance their efficacy. Each finished magical artifact adhered to a fixed formula, and altering it was no simple task. To create something uniquely his own, Su Lin knew that the methods he had learned thus far were still too rudimentary. Yet, he was also acutely aware that he would not have ample time to dedicate solely to mastering the art of forging. It was merely a skill to ensure his survival. To venture further, he needed to elevate his cultivation and become stronger, thus seizing control of his destiny. Calming his thoughts, Su Lin recalled that he had not devoted himself to cultivation for quite some time. Seizing the opportunity presented by his current free time, he took out some cold jade and purple gold, beginning his practice of the golden jade body. After nearly a year of mining and forging, Su Lin's physical strength had significantly increased. At this moment, his cultivation of the golden jade body progressed smoothly, swiftly elevating his physical prowess to the late stage of level 8. And even his spiritual power reached the mid-level of 8. Su Lin then compressed the 3rd and 4th strands of his soul together. Externally, his soul ability appeared to be only level 4. Yet Su Lin knew that his soul was far purer than that of ordinary practitioners. The power of a level 4 compressed soul exceeded that of a typical level 10. He was confident that if he successfully compressed all his soul strands and cultivated to the maximum level before compressing again, he would not be at a disadvantage even against a Foundation establishment practitioner. Contemplating Foundation establishment practitioners led Su Lin to think of Ku Er. Having been out for nearly a year, he wondered whether she had succeeded in her own cultivation. He had just crafted the demon binding rope. He could ask someone to bring it back for Ku Er to present to Elder Wong and see how many spirit stones it might fetch. However, he realized he had not prepared a gift for her during this prolonged absence. Perhaps he should forge something special to take with him. With this thought, Su Lin rose and strolled towards the forge. At that moment, a crescent moon hung low in the sky, with wisps of clouds drifting by, partially veiling its face. As he gazed skyward, he could not help but recall his distant relatives and wonder how they fared. In this unfamiliar world, he could only press onward. If he wished to reunite with his loved ones, he must bury his longing deep within and strive to grow stronger. After all, only the strong have the right to grasp their destiny. With each step, Su Lin felt increasingly resolute. He was grateful to Ku Er, who, despite not being able to meet his family, alleviated some of his emotional burdens and allowed him to focus on his journey. Inside the forge, the The young apprentice had already returned to rest. Su Lin ignited the furnace, its flames illuminating his face, which bore a hint of nostalgia. After some contemplation, he decided to craft a necklace for Ku'er. Extracting purple gold from his storage belt, he melted it down and painstakingly shaped it into interlocking rings, each adorned with dozens of intricate patterns. Within these patterns, he inscribed protective runes and soaked them in a millennium-old spirit herb essence. Additionally, he forged a heart-shaped pendant from the finest cold jade, enhancing it with a speed-boosting talisman. This necklace would not only provide some protection, but also enhance the wearer's speed when the talisman was activated. The following day, Su Lin visited a merchant traversing the continent to commission them to deliver his items to the inn in Qingtian City where he resided. Upon returning to the Broken Gold Alliance, he marked his crafted demon binding rope with a seal and submitted it to Master Kunyan, awaiting the results of the evaluation. In the grand hall of the 4th floor of the Broken Gold Alliance, 5 elder judges were examining over 100 artifacts selected by Kunyan. The number of artisans capable of producing complete items was indeed few, and after eliminating those that were barely finished and weak in power, only the finest remained to be presented before the elders. Elder Song, what do you think of this Demon Slayer blade? It is crafted from a single piece of cracked gold stone, with an exorcism talisman added to the blade's edge, enhancing its damage against exotic beasts. I believe it deserves a place among the top 10. Elder Hu, I find this aiming scope forged by this practitioner quite intriguing. Typically, it requires only a dazzling talisman to create, yet this Danzongzi has incorporated sunstone into the design, significantly boosting its power. I am particularly impressed by the explosive beads crafted by this dwarf youth. Each one is flawlessly made, truly a classic. My esteemed elders, please take a look at the work submitted by this practitioner named Su Lin. He has remarkably upgraded the spirit binding rope into the demon binding rope, a novel artifact previously unseen. As the elders examined the demon binding rope, its appearance bore resemblance to the spirit binding rope, yet its distinct coloration elicited nods of approval. This demon binding rope exhibits remarkable efficacy against ferocious beasts, and to our surprise, it also affects practitioners. Elder Shangwan lifted the demon binding rope for careful scrutiny, pondering for a long while before addressing his fellow elders. Not long ago, the Ice Fire Master entrusted me to pay attention to a practitioner named Su Lin. It appears this is him. I propose we rank him first in this competition. I am also curious to learn how he managed to upgrade the spirit binding rope to the demon binding rope. Given the recommendation from the Ice Fire Master, it was indeed appropriate to designate Su Lin's artifact as exceptional. Should they request him to submit his formula, it would allow for the recording of his achievements. As future admission to the Enchantment Institute would heavily depend on the merit points accumulated by the disciples, let the order be given. Kunyan, fetch the formula for our review. Upon receiving the elder's directive, Kunyan hurriedly summoned Su Lin. The judges have unanimously recognized your demon binding rope. In this evaluation, your artifact stands out as the best and has been awarded first place. The elders wish to know how you upgraded the spirit binding rope to the demon binding rope. Frankly, I am quite curious as well. Su Lin hurriedly bowed. Thank you, Master Kunyan, for your guidance over the past year. I have greatly benefited. The process for crafting the demon binding rope was consistent with the steps outlined in the book, but during the final soaking, I incorporated a specialty wine from my hometown. This wine has the effect of exciting and enchanting both practitioners and beasts, yet it does not belong to the category of elixirs. It is unique to my homeland. If the master desires, he may directly request the merchants to procure it. After speaking, Su Lin produced a gourd from his storage belt, filled with the exquisite wine. This is what I used, and I invite the master to taste it. It is quite delectable, though excessive consumption may lead to intoxication. Kunyan accepted the gourd, opened it, and was greeted by an enticing aroma. Unable to resist, he took a hearty sip. Indeed, this is quite delicious. What do you call it? It is wine, a specialty of my hometown. Kunyan nodded, securing the gourd. Your contribution of the formula is commendable, and your merits will be duly recorded. It is essential to understand that only by entering the Enchantment Institute can one learn the true methods of forging. The primary condition for admission to the Enchantment Institute is the merit points accumulated by disciples. Henceforth, you must strive to be more diligent and aim for early mastery so you can enter the Enchantment Institute. Su Lin nodded in agreement and then inquired of Master Kunyan. Can what I have forged thus far really not be considered a magical artifact? Kuan Yin was in high spirits today, having indulged in a few sips of fine wine. He found himself more talkative, The demon-binding cord you have crafted can be referred to as a pseudo-magical artifact, and it could fetch a good price in the market. However, your demon-binding cord cannot be considered a true magical artifact. Do you know why? Su Lin cupped his hands in salute. Please enlighten me, master. Kuan Yin took another hearty swig of wine. A true magical artifact must possess its own soul. Only those imbued with a soul can be regarded as genuine treasures. Su Lin inquired, I have often heard that magical artifacts require a soul. But where does this soul originate? Kuan Yan's gaze became somewhat unfocused, as if he were slightly intoxicated from the wine he had never tasted before. He shook his head, clearing his mind. This wine is indeed intoxicating. Let me tell you, the soul of a magical artifact can be obtained by capturing ferocious beasts. You must first craft an artifact that can extract souls. Then seek out these beasts to draw out their souls and seal them within the artifact. In this way, the artifact will gain a soul. Additionally, certain rare materials may also develop a soul after enduring the passage of time. Genuine magical artifacts possess their own spirit, although such divine weapons are non-existent in the cloud-watching continent. Kuan Yin unsteadily rose to his feet to learn the true art of forging. One must be familiar with the vast majority of ores in the world. The mining book you read contains limited records and is merely a written account. In due course, you will have the opportunity to visit the most important treasure trove of our Broken Gold Alliance, the 10,000 Mines Abyss. There, you will truly experience all the precious ores of this world, which will greatly benefit your forging skills. Cherish this opportunity. Upon finishing his words, Kuan Yin waved his hand, signaling Su Lin to withdraw. The effects of the wine overtook him, and he staggered back to his quarters, collapsing into a deep slumber. Back in his room, Su Lin reflected on what Master Kuan Yin had said. He realized that the weapons he had forged lacked a soul. He recalled that even the items he had used seemed devoid of their own essence. It appeared that he had yet to encounter a true magical artifact, let alone craft one. Learning the art of forging was no simple task. His earlier promise to return in a year or two now seemed somewhat exaggerated. A few days later, Kuan Yin announced the results of the trials, and Su Lin, along with 100 disciples, officially attained the status of formal disciples, allowing them to relocate to higher quarters within the Broken Gold Alliance. Su Lin also received the purple robes of a formal disciple. The new quarters were significantly larger than those of the apprentice disciples, featuring not only a bedroom, but also a small forging chamber for crafting minor items. As Su Lin stepped outside, he encountered a young female cultivator who had just finished meditating. Upon seeing each other, Su Lin laughed. Firelinger, is that you? This girl was none other than the disciple from Qinghua Island, whom Su Lin had rescued on his journey back from the ice cave. Firelinger, delighted to see him, exclaimed, Brother Su, are you also learning the art of forging? I saw the list the other day, and your name was at the top. I thought it was a coincidence. It turned out that in order to enhance the strength of the sect, the master of Qinghua Island required his disciples to learn various skills. Firelinger had a natural affinity for forging, leading her to be sent to the dwarven city for study. In her first examination, she earned her qualification as a formal disciple by crafting the heaven and earth measuring ruler. Unfortunately, I did not make it into the top 10 this time. Otherwise, I would have had the chance to visit the 10,000 Mines realm, Firelinger pouted. What mysteries lie within the 10,000 Mines realm? Su Lin inquired. I can't say for certain, but senior brother Huolingzi told me that the best place to rapidly improve forging skills is the 10,000 Mines realm. There, all kinds of rare ores can virtually manifest for practitioners to use. It is the essence of the entire dwarven kingdom. After exchanging insights on forging with Firelinger, Su Lin returned to his room, now even more intrigued by the 10,000 Mines realm. 3 days later, the formal disciples were summoned together to commence their new studies under the guidance of the esteemed dwarven master Du Zhong. He distributed the new textbook, Forging Principles, and advised, to grow into a true forger, the only path is through contemplation and practice. Each month, you must submit a qualified product. You may request ores from the forging workshop. If you apply for ores, you must produce quality weapons, while some loss is permissible. Excessive waste or prolonged absence of submitted products will result in the cancellation of your formal disciple status, reverting you back to apprentice. The items you submit will also serve as a crucial criterion for your eligibility to enter the Enchantment Institute. Upon returning to his room, Su Lin began studying the new forging principles. The new principles provided a more profound understanding of the intricacies of forging, detailing the appropriate fire types for different materials. Materials were categorized into 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, each with interactions of mutual generation and restraint. A weapon should incorporate elements that correspond to its characteristics to enhance its power. Su Lin planned to forge a giant spirit axe, a type of heavy weapon favored by the dwarves, which would also test the forger's mastery over the spiritual ores. He first applied for black iron ore to forge the giant spirit axe. Then, following the book's instructions, he employed fierce flames to shape the axe, etching golden patterns to augment its offensive capabilities. In a stroke of creativity, Su Lin embedded a piece of meteorite into the blade, increasing its weight and destructive potential. He then inscribed attack-enhancing runes into the patterns and discreetly added a frenzy rune to the handle, allowing the wielder to unleash their latent potential in times of peril. Once the giant spirit axe was completed, Su Lin immersed it in spirit stone water. When the moment was ripe, he retrieved the axe, which now gleamed with a pitch-black sheen and a chilling glimmer at the blade's edge. Holding the axe, Su Lin felt an overwhelming urge for battle. He engraved the words double wood onto the axe's body, a customary practice among forgers to mark items they deemed exceptional. As Su Lin stored the giant spirit axe in his storage bag and stepped out of his room, he found Firelinger just about to leave. "Brother Su, have you completed your weapon?" Su Lin presented the giant spirit axe to her. "This is my improved version of the giant spirit axe, submitted for this month's task." "What have you crafted?" Firelinger beamed, conjuring a wind and cloud stinger from thin air. "Look, this is my wind and cloud stinger, perfect for female users." Su Lin took the wind and cloud stinger, noting its silvery white body and the faint blue light emanating from its tip. "I remember the tip of the wind and cloud stinger emitted a silver glow. Did you add something else to it?" "You have a keen eye." "I added a scorpion stone to the tip, enhancing its poison attributes." Su Lin nodded, realizing that all those who became formal disciples possessed their unique skills. "I must go submit my weapon. Are you heading to submit your task as well?" "Let us go together." On their way, Su Lin inquired about Huolingzi's progress. Firelinger informed him that Huolingzi had reached the mid-stage of foundation establishment and was striving for the later stage. The elders of the sect remarked on Huolingzi's outstanding talent, assuring that he would have no issues reaching the core formation stage. "I must study for a few more years, and if I cannot enter the Enchantment Institute, I will have to return to elevate my cultivation and establish my foundation sooner. Otherwise, I will fall further behind Huolingzi." As they chatted and laughed, they arrived at Master Duzhong's residence. After a young attendant announced their arrival, they entered the courtyard where Duzhong was examining a weapon closely. The two stood quietly by, waiting for his attention. After a while, Duzhong sighed deeply. Casting the sword he held onto the ground, rigid imitation, utterly devoid of originality. He turned to the two. "You are here to submit your tasks, aren't you?" "Let me see." Firelinger was the first to present the wind and cloud stinger. Duzhong took it in hand and gave it a gentle swing, causing the stinger to shimmer with a faint light, its silver-white body interlaced with a hint of blue, emanating an air of the uncanny. Indeed, the wind and cloud sting has been enhanced with the addition of the scorpion stone, augmenting its venomous attributes, truly a remarkable creation. Duzhong then took the giant spirit axe forged by Su Lin, as soon as he grasped the axe. His expression turned grave. This axe possesses the power to influence one's emotions. With the axe in hand, Duzhong ventured into the courtyard, wielding it for a time before channeling his strength into a powerful swing aimed at a massive stone. The blade struck the stone without emitting a sound, as though slicing through tofu. Duzhong examined the axe closely and discovered a concealed demon-sealing talisman near the axe handle. "Su Lin, did you embed this talisman?" "Indeed. In dire straits, this talisman might offer a path to survival." "Excellent, excellent, excellent," Duzhong exclaimed several times. "This giant spirit axe shall henceforth be known as the Frenzied Demon Axe, forged in abundance. It will prove effective during the next beast siege." "Well done, Su Lin." Su Lin promptly clasped his hands in reverence, acknowledging, "Any progress I have made is entirely due to your teachings, Master. Do not be modest. Your craftsmanship has truly impressed me. Go and rest now. In a few days, you shall journey to the 10,000 Mines realm." The 10,000 Mines realm, located within the Dwarven King's palace, is an expansive, subterranean world, believed to have been established over countless generations by the ancestors of the Dwarven race. Due to their inability to enhance their spiritual essence, dwarves have never held an advantageous position within the realm of cultivation. Throughout numerous epochs, They have managed to evade extinction primarily because they do not pose a threat to cultivators and excel in the art of forging divine weapons. The entirety of the Dwarven Kingdom's foundation rests within this 10,000 Minds realm. As it is referred to as a realm, it implies that it harbors a wondrous world of minerals. Each individual who enters describes it differently. Some say it resembles a village, others a city, and even the most powerful beings cannot discern its true nature. The dwarves do not obstruct any cultivator wishing to enter the 10,000 Minds realm. As long as one has accumulated sufficient merit, entry is permitted. The best method to amass merit is through the periodic beast sieges, during which many cultivators willingly participate in battle to gain merit, which can be exchanged for dwarven forged artifacts or the privilege to enter the 10,000 Minds realm. Currently, Su Lin and his 9 fellow disciples stood before the palace, awaiting entry. Although the entrance to the 10,000 Minds realm lies within the palace, once inside, it transforms into an entirely different world. The nature of the fortunes one may encounter relies solely on chance. Upon entering the realm, your perception of time and space will differ completely from here. Time there is effectively frozen in relation to the outside world, regardless of how long one remains inside. Emerging will feel but an instant. I must caution you, once you enter the 10,000 Minds realm, you shall forget everything about your current existence, as if you were born there as an ordinary person. Every encounter and every ordinary word spoken to you will serve as a trial. Successfully passing these trials will yield rewards, while failure will result in your departure. Under the guidance of the Elder of the Broken Gold Alliance, Su Lin and his companions arrived at the threshold of the 10,000 Minds realm. After verifying their identities, the gatekeepers opened a path, revealing an imposing bronze door, thick and grand, behind which lay the enigmatic world beyond. The time has come. You must enter and return swiftly. Upon hearing the Elder's command, Su Lin approached the bronze door. As he reached for the handle, a powerful force drew him inside, and his figure vanished from the sight of the others. As Su Lin awakened from his reverie, he found himself in his bedroom at home. Sitting up, he heard voices outside. It was his wife, Meng Jing, conversing with his parents. I've prepared the packages and provisions. He insists on seeking a master, and I couldn't dissuade him. His father replied, if he wishes to go, let him. If he succeeds in his studies, it will bring honor to our family. Your mother and I are still in good health. We will manage while Su Lin is away. Shaking his head, Su Lin stood up, pondering why he was still here. Wasn't he supposed to be seeking a master? At that moment, a flood of memories surged into his mind. His name was Su Lin, a native of the Chu state, with both parents alive and a wife and child. In the Chu state, those of high repute were all blacksmiths. To rise above, one must learn the art of forging. He had studied under the village master for several years, who had remarked on his good aptitude, suggesting that with the guidance of a renowned master, he could become a great craftsman. However, Su Lin was unaware of where to find such a master, only hearing tales of numerous academies in the distant capital that taught the art of forging. Upon exiting his room, his wife Meng Jing exclaimed, "You're up so early. The child is still asleep. I haven't called him yet." Su Lin first greeted his parents. I may be gone for several years. Please take care of yourselves. He then took Meng Jing's hand, saying, you will have to endure some hardships during my absence. Together, they entered the child's room, where the child slept soundly. Su Lin kissed the child's cheek and quietly withdrew. After bidding farewell to his parents and Meng Jing, Su Lin set off toward the capital. This journey would take him over a month. One day, while walking, he noticed something shimmering at his feet. Picking it up, he discovered it was a necklace. The necklace was entirely white, with a small dragon intricately depicted on the pendant. Su Lin examined it closely but could not discern the material. As someone who had learned some forging techniques, he recognized that the necklace was undoubtedly extraordinary. He tucked the necklace away and continued on his way, soon arriving at a village. Upon entering the village, he saw a group of children playing, supervised by a few older kids. Approaching one of the older boys with a smile, he inquired, may I ask where this place is? The boy looked at Su Lin and replied, this is Li Family Village. Where are you from? Are you headed to Duan Family Town? Su Lin responded, I am on my way to the capital. Why do you think I want to go to Duan Family Town? Because the largest place nearby is Duan Family Town. You must pass through there to reach the capital. Oh, little brother, I am quite weary. Is there a place to rest in the village? Continue ahead. At the crossroads, look eastward, and you will find a tavern with a small flag hanging out front. Grateful. Su Lin continued onward and soon spotted a small establishment with a sign reading, Li Family Inn. As he entered, a tavern keeper approached him. "Welcome, sir. Are you here for a meal or a room?" Su Lin chose a seat by the window and said, "I wish to go to Duan Family Town." "How far is it?" "It's still several dozen miles to Duan Family Town, and with nightfall approaching, I suggest you stay the night and leave in the morning." "Very well. Then I shall have something to eat first." "Excellent. I will arrange some dishes for you, and then I will show you to your room." Shortly after, the tavern keeper brought out some vegetables and rice. "In this rural area, we only have these. I hope you understand." Not long after dinner, darkness enveloped the village. Sitting alone in his guest room, Su Lin listened to the calls of adults summoning their children home, the scene reminiscent of his own family. He reminisced fondly. That night, he slept soundly, dreaming as if he had returned home, reuniting with his parents and Meng Jing, once again cradling his child. At dawn, Su Lin awoke with tears in his eyes. He steadied his emotions and went to settle his bill at the inn, inquiring about the road to Duan Family Town before departing from Li Family Village. The village was half a day's journey from Duan Family Town, and he would have to walk. The weather was sweltering, and after only a short distance, Su Lin was drenched in sweat. He took out a water bottle to drink, but suddenly noticed an old man sitting beneath a large tree, groaning in pain, with a cane discarded beside him. Su Lin hurriedly stepped forward, offering the gourd filled with water to the elder. After taking a few sips, the elder caught his breath and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, young man." Su Lin assisted the elder in settling down and inquired, "Elder, where are you headed? How did you come to fall here?" The elder, panting slightly, replied, "I hail from Duanjia Town, not far ahead. A few days ago, I visited a friend in Lijiazwang, and today, while returning home, I accidentally twisted my ankle and can no longer walk. Young man, could you assist me in getting back?" Seeing the elder struggle, Su Lin was reminded of his own aging father. If his father were in such a predicament, he would surely yearn for help. He took out some provisions from his pack and urged the elder to regain his strength before hoisting him onto his back. With the aid of a walking stick, he began the slow journey toward Duanjia Town. Under the scorching sun, Su Lin carried the elder, stopping intermittently, and it was only by dusk that they finally reached Duanjia Town. Su Lin helped the elder into his home, where the elder's only daughter, upon seeing her father injured, rushed to fetch a doctor and expressed her gratitude to Su Lin, ensuring he had a place to rest. After a night of silence, the next morning, Su Lin prepared to take his leave. At this time, the injured elder was able to stand with the help of a cane. He asked, "Young brother, I owe you much for your assistance yesterday. Where are you headed now?" Su Lin replied, "I am bound for the capital to study the art of forging. I cannot afford to linger, as my parents and wife await my return." "Do you have acquaintances in the capital?" the elder queried. "To be frank, I have never been to the capital. Upon arrival, I shall have to seek opportunities wherever I can." The elder pondered for a moment before saying, "Please, take a seat. I have a proposal for you." Once seated, the elder continued, "The master forger, Master Mo Lin, is an old friend of mine. My daughter is already betrothed to his son, and their wedding is approaching. I had planned to escort her to the capital, but now, due to my age and injury, I cannot make the journey. I wish to entrust you with the responsibility of escorting her to the capital for her wedding. In doing so, you may also seek apprenticeship under Master Mo Su Lin," although willing, felt a twinge of hesitation. "Elder, while this is indeed a noble endeavor, I am but a single man. Escorting your daughter may compromise her reputation." "Fear not," the elder reassured him. "In a few days, the Mo family will send someone to collect her. Your role will merely be to accompany my daughter to ensure her comfort. Otherwise, she would feel disheartened to travel without any family by her side. I had intended to pass down our family heirloom, the jade dragon necklace, to her, but I have inadvertently lost it. Alas, I lament my failures in old age." Upon hearing of the jade dragon necklace, Su Lin quickly retrieved a necklace he had found in Lijiazwang. "I discovered this necklace a couple of days ago. Might this be it?" The elder's eyes widened in astonishment as he gingerly accepted the necklace, caressing it with reverence. "Indeed it is. This is the treasured heirloom of my family." The elder gazed intently at Su Lin. "Young man, may I ask you a bold question? Would you consider becoming my adopted son? If you were to escort my daughter to her wedding, Master Mo would surely accept you as an apprentice. In my twilight years, I long to have a son." Seeing the elder's sorrow, Su Lin felt a wave of compassion wash over him. He helped the elder into a proper seated position, then called for the elder's daughter, kneeling down to express his acceptance of the elder as his adoptive father. The elder wiped away his tears and laughed heartily. What a fortunate coincidence. Here is a spirit essence from our family, a legacy of the Duan lineage. Should you strive to become a master forger but find yourself at an impasse, infusing this essence will elevate you to the status of a master. Given our limited talents, neither my daughter nor I can utilize it. Master Mo has already achieved mastery and has no need for it. I now pass it to you, hoping you will master your craft soon. The elder then produced a golden necklace. This Qilin necklace is also a family treasure. Your sister's jade dragon necklace will protect her, while your Qilin necklace contains the essence of the Qilin, allowing you to summon it in battle. Su Lin accepted the necklace and the essence with deep gratitude. Days later, a wedding procession arrived to collect the bride. Su Lin and Duan Shui bid farewell to the elder, who entrusted a letter to Su Lin to deliver to Master Mo, stating that he would soon join them in the capital. Mounted on horseback, with Duan Shui in a carriage, they set off with a contingent of more than 10 from the Mo family towards the capital. On one occasion, as they traversed a narrow mountain path, a sudden cacophony of drums echoed from either side, and a volley of arrows rained down, catching the wedding party unawares and resulting in significant casualties. Those who survived quickly sought refuge behind their horses. A group of over 10 bandits emerged, with their leader brandishing a large sword, bellowing, "Kill the men. Take the women to the mountains." In that critical moment, Su Lin recalled the teachings of his adoptive father. Gripping the Qilin necklace, he silently recited the incantation. A thunderous roar erupted from the necklace, and a majestic Qilin materialized before him, its unyielding gaze fixed upon the assailants. The leader staggered back, shaking his head in disbelief. "Fear not, it is but an illusion." With that, he lunged at Su Lin, but the Qilin effortlessly swatted him aside, sending him soaring into the air, where he fell to the ground, shattered. The remaining bandits, terrified, knelt in submission. One of the bandits crawled forward on his knees, pleading, "Esteemed sir, since you have such a formidable beast for protection, would you consider leading us? We have untold riches in our lair, and we would gladly follow your command. The lovely maiden could be yours as well." Su Lin, filled with righteous indignation, thought of the harmony he had shared with the wedding party and found their greed abhorrent. Had he not worn the Qilin necklace gifted by his adoptive father, he would surely have perished. The idea of becoming a bandit leader was utterly foreign to him. With a pointed finger, he directed the bandit who had proposed the alliance. The Qilin unleashed a torrent of flames, incinerating the bandit before he could utter a sound. Under the intimidation of the Qilin, Su Lin ordered the remaining bandits to be bound and secured, while he dispatched a subordinate to ride ahead to the nearby town and inform the authorities. Meanwhile, he tended to the wounded and kept a vigilant watch over the bandits. After an hour, the formidable Qilin let out a roar and transformed into a beam of golden light, merging back into the Qilin necklace in Su Lin's possession. As the Qilin vanished from sight, Su Lin felt a sharp pain in his chest, accompanied by a sensation that memories were surfacing from the depths of his mind. He strained to recall them, but could not grasp the details. Days passed, and Su Lin often awoke from dreams, enveloped in a haze of confusion, feeling as though he had forgotten something significant. This troubled him greatly, as he had no one to confide in. He observed those around him, as if they were veiled in mist, clear yet indistinct. Only thoughts of his parents and wife brought him solace. After more than 10 days of travel, Su Lin and his companions finally arrived in the capital. The bustling metropolis of Chu was exceptionally vibrant. But Su Lin had no time to marvel at the sights as he followed the Mo family to their estate in the capital. This journey had been far from tranquil, marked by encounters with bandits and the loss of lives, all of which required urgent reporting to Master Mo. Upon reaching the Mo residence, however, they found the gates firmly shut. The Mo family members rushed to inform the household, and after a lengthy wait, a young man hurriedly emerged. He was Mo Qing, Duan Shui's betrothed. Having escorted Su Lin and Duan Shui into the courtyard and ensured their accommodation, Mo Qing invited them to sit in the main hall. "Brother Su, Sister Shui," he began, "our family is currently facing a grave predicament. My father, due to a certain treasure, has offended a powerful general of the court and has been imprisoned. His fate hangs in the balance." Su Lin promptly inquired about the details, to which Mo Qing responded with a sigh. "Our family possesses an ancestral treasure known as the Ascendancy Pavilion. This artifact can be utilized once annually, enabling its user to ascend to the celestial realm and acquire the art of forging. Consequently, the Mo family has produced master craftsmen throughout the ages. The current general's forging skills are already exceptionally refined, but he has been unable to overcome a particular impasse. Thus, he sought to borrow our Ascendancy Pavilion. However, the pavilion can only be used by one individual, and its inheritance can only occur upon the death of the previous user. Even if the general were to seize the pavilion, he would be unable to use it without my father's lineage. The general devised a ruse. He arranged for my father's old acquaintance to commission him to forge a scarlet firmament sword, which he then presented to the rebel leader. The rebel leader used the sword to slay numerous court generals. After defeating the rebels, the general brandished the scarlet firmament sword and falsely accused my father of treason. Despite my father's vehement denials, the general's influence was overwhelming, and the evidence appeared irrefutable. My father was subsequently imprisoned. The general is using this as leverage, demanding that my father take his own life and bequeath the Ascendancy Pavilion to him. Otherwise, he threatens to execute the entire clan for treason. My father is a man of unwavering integrity, and this matter concerns the Mo family's most prized possession. Without the Ascendancy Pavilion, the Mo family will never again produce master craftsmen. Therefore, my father would rather perish than submit. The general has been stymied, but I have heard that he is growing impatient. I fear that he will resort to a massacre to coerce my father. If that happens, the Mo family will face utter annihilation. Su Lin inquired, "Is there no dissent from other officials in the court regarding this blatant act of usurpation?" Mo Qing replied with a wry smile. "Firstly, the general's power is too great. Secondly, the evidence in this case is seemingly irrefutable. Although we have friends in court, they are unable to speak out. The general is determined to become a master craftsman, and anyone who stands in his way will become his mortal enemy. Is it not through diligent study and practice that forging masters are made? Brother Su, you have yet to enter the realm of forging, so you are unaware of its intricacies. Learning the craft is simple. A master imparts the techniques. However, becoming a novice, intermediate, or even advanced forger depends on individual talent and expert guidance. I, for example, am currently an advanced forger. But to become a forging master, one must possess an ancestral treasure. Forging masters can absorb the spiritual energy of the world, enabling them to create divine weapons of unparalleled power. The world's spiritual energy is finite, capable of supporting only 10 masters. Only when one departs can another ascend. Therefore, each master relies on an ancestral treasure to attain mastery. At that moment, a clamor erupted outside, accompanied by a flurry of commotion. A servant rushed in, exclaiming, "Young master, disaster. The general has dispatched troops to surround the estate." Mo Qing was aghast. "He has arrived swiftly. What are we to do?" Mo Qing dashed towards the door, with Su Lin and Duan Shui close behind. Upon reaching the gate, they observed thousands of soldiers encircling the Missouri estate. A general brandishing a great axe sat astride a magnificent steed. "Let the Mo family's representative come forth," he bellowed. Mo Qing hastened forward. "General Chen," he pleaded, "we have known each other for many years. I implore you to inform the general that my father had no intention of forging a sword for the rebels. He merely crafted the scarlet firmament sword for a friend." General Chen sneered. "Official duties supersede personal sentiments. The general has decreed that all Mo family servants and direct and collateral descendants shall be apprehended. Kill them all." With that, he pointed his axe and commanded, "Slaughter them." As soldiers brandishing swords and spears charged forward, Mo Qing collapsed to the ground. Su Lin and Duan Shui stepped forward. Su Lin summoned the Qilin, while Duan Shui conjured the jade dragon. The dragon soared above the estate, while the Qilin guarded the gate. The soldiers recoiled in terror, unable to advance. From behind General Chen, a middle-aged man emerged, his hands clasped behind his back. General Chen immediately dismounted and knelt. "Greetings, General." Seeing General Chen kneel, the soldiers regained their composure and knelt in unison, chanting, "Greetings, General." The general ignored his troops and approached Mo Qing, Su Lin, and Duan Shui. The Jade Dragon and Qilin appeared together. "Are you members of the Duan family?" Su Lin and Duan Shui bowed to the general. Su Lin replied, "I am here on my adoptive father's orders to escort my sister, Duan Shui, to marry into the Mo family. I implore the general to investigate this matter thoroughly and not to wrong innocent people." The general waved his hand, ordering his troops to retreat 100 paces. He then beckoned Mo Qing, Su Lin, and Duan Shui to approach. "If I cannot become a master, my position as general will be jeopardized. I have made too many enemies during my tenure, and my entire family would suffer if I were to step down. For the sake of my family, I must become a forging master as soon as possible, even if it means wronging your father. The general turned his gaze to Su Lin and Duan Shui. You are not members of the Mo family and should depart immediately. The Jade Dragon and Qilin are formidable, but their summoning is limited. Furthermore, if you were to kill me, you would be committing treason, and the court would pursue you and your families relentlessly. The consequences are self-evident. Mo Xing sighed. Sister Shui, Brother Su, do not assist me any further. The general is correct. Even if we were to slay all the soldiers here, what would it accomplish? We would ultimately meet our demise, and the additional bloodshed would be futile. The general has been fair and decisive throughout his administration, and he has inevitably made enemies. It seems that he is determined to obtain the Ascendancy Pavilion. The general sighed. For the sake of my clan, your father and the Mo family must be sacrificed. I only desire the Ascendancy Pavilion. Once I become a master, I will treat the Mo family with kindness. However, your father is too obstinate, and you must persuade him. Mo Xing sighed, unsure of what to do. How could he bring himself to persuade his father to commit suicide? Just then, Su Lin interjected. General, you need only become a master. It is not necessary to acquire the Ascendancy Pavilion. The general regarded Su Lin. You are not a member of the forging community and may be unaware that becoming a forging master requires a lineage. There are currently 7 forging masters in Chu, with 3 others remaining concealed. Those 7 masters who have revealed their identities possess the means to protect themselves. If Mo Lin had not secretly forged a divine weapon for the rebels, I would not have had this opportunity. Mo Xing opened his mouth to speak, but the general silenced him with a glance. I have told you all this to convey that I am determined to obtain the Ascendancy Pavilion in order to become a master. Su Lin approached the general, as if having made a decision. General, becoming a master does not require resorting to violence. I possess something that may aid you in your endeavor. With that, Su Lin produced the master's soul from his bosom and held it aloft. The general gazed at Su Lin's hand, where an egg-sized crystal emitted a soft light. He pondered for a moment, then exclaimed in astonishment, "Is that the long-lost master's soul?" Su Lin nodded. "My adoptive father bestowed this master's soul upon me. I am willing to offer it to the general to avert the Mo family's calamity. Mo Lin's forging of a sword for the enemy was an accident. I implore the general to investigate thoroughly." With that, Su Lin presented the master's soul to the general. Mo Xing was dumbfounded, unable to utter a word. The general received the soul and examined it intently. Indeed, it is a master's soul. I never imagined that such a treasure would fall into the hands of the Duan family. The Duan family is remarkably patient, having not produced a master for centuries. The general cast a glance at Mo Xing and remarked, "The matters concerning your father are indeed rooted in reason. Do not hastily deduce that I orchestrated everything. Ultimately, it is your father's unwise associations that led us here. I merely had prior knowledge and chose not to intervene. Upon my return to the residence, I shall elucidate the truth to King Chu, and your father shall return in a few days." The general then turned his attention to Su Lin, saying, "Your disinterest in coveted treasures has spared the Mo family from annihilation, and you have aided me in ascending to a masterful stature. Here, I present to you a creation pill. Upon consumption, it will unveil the essence of forging, enabling you to become an intermediate blacksmith directly, thus sparing you decades of arduous training. I bestow it upon you as a token of gratitude." After speaking, the general handed a golden pill to Su Lin and departed, followed closely by General Chun and his troops, leaving the Mo family estate in a state of tranquility. Mo Xing looked at Su Lin, about to speak. When the summoning time arrived, the Jade Dragon transformed into a silver light and flew back into Duan Shui's embrace, while the Qilin morphed into a golden beam, darting towards Su Lin's chest. He felt a sudden excruciating pain, cried out, and lost consciousness. In his stupor, Su Lin found himself in an unfamiliar place. He had returned home, yet it was not the countryside he knew, but a bustling city. His wife, Meng Jing, was a teacher at a school. Their child had just begun kindergarten, and his parents were enjoying their retirement, traveling far and wide. The family of 3 lived a tranquil and joyful life. Watching their child grow, a smile gracing Su Lin's face. The scene shifted, and Su Lin found himself in a strange realm filled with various fantastical beasts, skeletons, zombies, and sorcerers wielding diverse spells. He yearned to return home, but found himself unable to escape, forced to navigate this wondrous world. Suddenly, Su Lin jolted awake from his dream. Blinking at his surroundings, he was still in the guest room of the Mo family estate. His maid, upon seeing him awake, expressed her delight. Please rest a while longer. I shall inform the master. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Su Lin closed his eyes again, the vividness of his dream lingering. So real it felt like the true world. He surveyed the room, touched the bed, and felt his own face. Both were tangible. What could this all mean? At that moment, the door opened, and Mo Xing, accompanied by Duan Shui and a middle-aged man clad in a purple robe, entered. Mo Xing stepped forward to support Su Lin, introducing, Brother Su, this is my father. Father, this is Su Lin, the one who saved our family. The middle-aged man approached, examining Su Lin's complexion. Thanks to you, our Mo family has averted disaster. Please, rest well, and once you have recovered, we shall discuss our next steps. I have already arranged for your adoptive father to come to the capital. Soon, your family will be reunited. After expressing his gratitude, Su Lin remained in the room, still unable to untangle his thoughts. The notion of family reunion brought to mind his own family. His parents and wife were here. Yet were they in the small village or in that dreamlike, familiar yet distant place? Could it be that he had conjured those images of cinemas, airplanes, and hot pot from thin air? It seemed prudent to return home and inquire with his wife, Meng Jing, and child. In the following days, Su Lin diligently learned the art of forging alongside Mo Xing. According to Mo Xing, the general had successfully ascended to the status of a master blacksmith, solidifying his position within the court. The individual who clandestinely delivered the divine weapon, the Qishao sword, to the rebels was, in fact, not dispatched by the general, but rather a trusted confidant cultivated by the rebels over many years, a misjudgment on the part of the Mo family in choosing their associates. Mo Xing revealed that the creation pill bestowed by the general could indeed enable Su Lin to evolve into an intermediate blacksmith. However, his physical condition was not yet optimal. He needed to wait until he reached peak health to achieve the best results. The time was not yet ripe. As Su Lin listened to Mo Xing's words, his mind wandered, unable to concentrate. He had been plagued by the same peculiar dreams daily, either transporting his child to and from school, shopping for furniture with Meng Jing, or traveling as a family. Among these dreams, he often found himself battling various bizarre creatures, and occasionally, a girl named Ko'er appeared. Though her face remained obscured from view, silent and contemplative, Su Lin pondered, having never left his small village before, from whence did these peculiarities arise? Recently, the frequency of these dreams had escalated, and he felt an inexplicable fog surrounding everything, obscuring clarity. If this world was genuine, then the dreams must be illusory, yet he felt the dreamscape was far more vivid. If the dreams were real, then what was the nature of his current reality? Caught in the throes of torment, Su Lin received word from Mo Xing that his father-in-law had arrived. Su Lin entered the living room and, from a distance, heard the sound of hearty laughter. Upon stepping inside, he saw his adoptive father engaged in animated conversation with Master Mo. Su Lin hurriedly approached to pay his respects. Master Mo chuckled and said, Brother Duan, your adopted son is quite remarkable. He is not driven by greed. To save me, a stranger from the Mo family, he willingly offered up a treasured possession. For all these years of our friendship, I had no idea that the soul of the master was in your hands. You have kept this secret from me for decades. Su Lin, please, take a seat. Duan Lao invited him to sit down. He turned to Mo Lin and said, My dear brother Mo, you know that our Duan family lacks the skill of forging. The acquisition of this master's soul was purely serendipitous. Initially, our ancestors intended to cultivate a master, but they were thwarted by the sage known as the Divine Machine. He warned that if the descendants of the Duan family were to practice the art of forging, calamity would surely befall us. As you know, the Divine Machine's prophecies are never made lightly, so we have kept it hidden and never shared it with others. In my generation, I have only one daughter, and with no one to carry on our lineage, I am fortunate to have encountered Su Lin, which feels like fate. Master Mo looked at Su Lin and inquired, I hope you won't take offense, Brother Duan, but I suggest you entrust this master's soul to Shuer. Though she cannot advance, my son, Mo Xing, certainly can. Do you doubt our Mo family? Duan Lao glanced at Master Mo. Brother, are you truly unaware? Mo Lin nodded. I don't understand. Logically, after years of friendship, you should know our Mo family's principles. Granting this to Mo Xing would only enhance our family's power. What could be wrong with that? Duan Lao's eyes sparkled with wisdom. Brother Mo, you are too close to see clearly. Have you considered whether the court would allow your Mo family to have two masters? If both of you emerged as masters simultaneously, I assure you, within 3 years, your family would face annihilation. Upon hearing this, Master Mo felt as though he had been struck by lightning, left speechless for a moment. Duan Lao continued, "You have already suffered an unwarranted disaster with one master. If there were two, even if King Chu did not intervene, other powerful nobles would surely seek to eliminate you." Mo Lin remained silent for a moment, then sighed. "Brother Duan is right. Our Mo family cannot withstand the crisis posed by two masters." Su Lin, having handed over the master's soul to the general, realized that while it seemed a loss, it also served to eliminate a hidden danger. With the protection of the Duan family's Jade Dragon and Qilin, combined with the strength of the Mo family, their two families could remain secure. Mo Lin rose and bowed deeply. "Your words have enlightened me, Brother Duan." "Thank you." Duan Lao quickly returned the gesture. "We have been friends for many years. We are like family now. It is unfortunate for Su Lin that he has lost the opportunity to become a master." "Su Lin, I hear the general has gifted you a creation pill. Please, let me see it," Duan Lao urged. Su Lin promptly retrieved the pill and handed it over. Duan Lao examined it closely. Indeed, this is a creation pill crafted from the essence of the heavens, combining the skills of thousands of alchemists. It is said that once consumed, one can instantly become an intermediate forger. "Su Lin, I believe your body has recovered sufficiently. You should consume the pill soon and become a forger," Duan Lao advised. Mo Lin waved his hand. "Wait, let me examine this creation pill." After studying it for a while, he said, "Su Lin, while consuming this pill will indeed elevate you to an intermediate forger, it carries a fatal flaw. Are you aware of it?" Both Su Lin and Duan Lao shook their heads. "Once you consume this pill, your cultivation will be permanently capped at the intermediate level. No matter how hard you strive, you will never ascend to the advanced tier. Are you willing to accept this?" Upon hearing this, Su Lin fell into silence. Duan Lao inquired, "Is this true?" Mo Lin returned the creation pill to Su Lin. "Brother Duan, have I ever lied to you in my life?" Duan Lao nodded. "Su Lin, since Master Mo has stated this, it must be true. The choice is ultimately yours." Su Lin asked, "Master Mo, if I were to diligently cultivate, how many years would it take to become an advanced forger?" Master Mo regarded Su Lin for a moment. "Based on my experience, with your aptitude, you would need to study under me for at least 30 years to achieve that." Su Lin pondered. In 30 years, he would be 60 years old. He hesitated. Mo Lin continued, "If you wish to become an advanced forger more swiftly, there is another way. To upgrade the creation pill to a creation of things pill." Duan Lao asked eagerly, "What is a creation of things pill?" The creation of things pill is a unique elixir of King Chu, forged from the creation pill using the royal fire, which allows one to directly become an advanced forger upon consumption. "How can we persuade King Chu to use royal fire for this?" Duan Lao queried. "With the power of my Mo family and the Jade Dragon and Qilin from your Duan family, there will surely come a time for us to achieve great deeds. Su Lin, I suggest you learn the art of forging from me while waiting for an opportunity to prove yourself. What do you think?" Su Lin nodded in agreement. After all, he was not content with merely becoming an intermediate forger. In the following 2 years, Su Lin studied the art of forging at the Mo family. While the basics were straightforward, advancing was exceedingly difficult. Under Master Mo's guidance, Su Lin grasped the fundamental forging techniques. During this time, Mo Xing and Duan Shui had married, and upon the birth of their son, Su Lin was suddenly reminded of his distant family. Realizing he had established a foothold in the capital, he felt compelled to bring his parents and wife to live with him. However, fearing the dangers of bandits along the way, he decided to return home first. Su Lin approached Duan Lao to discuss his plan to retrieve his family. Duan Lao nodded. "This is important. I will accompany you to find Master Mo." Upon learning of this, Mo Lin naturally supported him. "Su Lin, I will send someone to fetch your family. You need not make the journey yourself." Su Lin quickly declined Master Mo's kindness. "The journey is fraught with peril. I will feel secure only with the Qilin that my adoptive father bestowed upon me." Mo Lin nodded. "That is reasonable. Go ahead, and I will ensure accommodations are arranged for you. Be cautious on your way and return swiftly." Su Lin expressed his gratitude, returned to his room to prepare provisions for the journey, and sought out Mo Xing for a fine steed. At dawn the next day, he galloped away towards his hometown. The journey was uneventful, and Su Lin, weary from travel, finally returned home. As he entered, he saw his wife, Meng Jing, scolding their child. The moment the child spotted Su Lin, he leaped with joy, exclaiming, Daddy is back. Meng Jing, filled with surprise upon seeing Su Lin, could hardly continue reprimanding the child as she threw herself into Su Lin's embrace, tears streaming down her face. You have returned. As Su Lin gazed upon his wife in his arms and the child nestled against him, his heart swelled with warmth. This was his home, his most treasured possession. He gently stroked Meng Jing's head, wiping away her tears, and bent down to lift their child. Where have Daddy and Mommy gone? I have come to take you both to the capital. They went to meet friends for tea and chat. They should be back soon for dinner. Why don't you sit for a moment while I prepare the food? As the family conversed, Su Lin's parents entered from outside, their faces lighting up at the sight of him. After exchanging greetings, he broached the topic of their journey to the capital. Su Dad pondered for a moment. Your mother and I shall not accompany you. We have grown accustomed to life here and prefer not to venture too far. Upon hearing his grandfather's refusal, Su Lin's child rushed over, embracing him, exclaiming, I want to go. I want to be with Grandpa and Grandma. Seeing this scene, Su Lin chuckled, Father, let us all go together. It is better to keep the family united. Su Lin's mother, unable to resist, added, Yes, I have never been to the capital. Su Dad nodded. We can go, but the journey may be perilous. Just recently, old Yang from the neighboring village encountered bandits while visiting Duanjia town. Fortunately, he lost only money but returned unscathed. If we run into bandits along the way, it could spell trouble. Su Lin removed the Qilin necklace from around his neck, declaring, With this treasure, I can withstand any peril. He recounted the origins of the necklace and his adoption of an honorary father. Upon hearing that the necklace contained a Qilin, the child clamored for Su Lin to summon it. Initially reluctant to cast a spell, Su Lin could not resist his child's pleas, and with his parents harboring doubts, he warned, I will summon the Qilin, but you must be cautious not to be frightened. The family gathered in the courtyard. Grandpa embraced his grandson. Meng Jing held Grandma's hand, and Su Lin clutched the necklace, murmuring incantations. With a resounding roar, a magnificent Qilin materialized before them, causing the family to tremble in fear. Su Lin quickly urged his parents to sit, bringing his child closer to the Qilin. When the creature displayed its gentle nature, the child tentatively reached out to touch its leg. The Qilin lowered its head, nudging the child with its horn, eliciting joyous laughter. Recalling the last incident, Su Lin warned Meng Jing, when the Qilin returns to its place, I may faint for a moment. Do not be alarmed. She nodded, and after allowing the child to play with the Qilin for a while, Su Lin recited the incantation, watching as the Qilin transformed into a beam of yellow light. Racing back to his chest, a sudden pull ensued, and once more, he lost consciousness. This time, his faint lasted 2 days. When Su Lin regained awareness, he did not open his eyes, for he had recollected everything. Unsure how to communicate with his family, he remained with his eyes shut, contemplating the events that had transpired. Everything here was a test. The myriad realms had conjured a family from memories in his mind, orchestrating various events to evaluate him. Aiding old Duan tested his kindness. Returning the jade dragon necklace assessed his integrity. The wedding procession, resisting bandits, gauged his bravery and loyalty. Rescuing the Mo family examined his conscience. It was evident that the trials were not yet complete, and he remained within their grasp. Why had he suddenly awakened? Fearing to open his eyes, Su Lin listened as Meng Jing admonished their child. It's your fault for wanting to see the great Qilin. Now look, your father has fainted. What should we do? The child approached, gently touching Su Lin's hand, calling softly, Daddy, please wake up. I won't look at the great Qilin anymore. Su Lin's father reassured them. Do not panic. Su Lin himself mentioned he would faint for a while, so let us remain calm. As he overheard their conversation, a realization dawned upon Su Lin. What of the illusion? When he first arrived in Wanyan continent, he yearned to dream of home, blissfully unaware that he was but a guest. Now, he decided to treat this as a dream. Being able to awaken within it was a rare opportunity. With this thought, Su Lin opened his eyes suddenly, startling the child. He laughed heartily. I have been awake all along, merely playing with you. The child leaped into Su Lin's embrace, sobbing. Daddy, please don't faint again. I won't look at the great Qilin anymore. Meng Jing chimed in. You only know how to frighten our son. Su Lin rose from the bed, lifting his child. It was just a jest. How is the preparation for our journey? When can we depart for the capital? Meng Jing replied while tidying up. Most things are packed. We can rent 3 large carts tomorrow and be on our way. Su Lin nodded. Then let us rest early, for the journey will take a month. As night deepened, the child, exhausted from a day of play, fell into a deep slumber. Meng Jing, blushing, looked at Su Lin. A month-long journey. Aren't you going to rest? Su Lin approached, took her hand, and brought her to the bed, planting a kiss on her cheek. He extinguished the oil lamp, and in the darkness, Su Lin held Meng Jing tightly, his eyes filled with sorrow as tears flowed uncontrollably. The following day, Su Lin and his family set forth on their journey to the capital, with Su Lin riding ahead, while Meng Jing and the child traveled in one cart and his parents in another. Suddenly, Su Lin sensed something amiss. He could no longer feel his spiritual cultivation. Yet his physical strength had notably solidified. On the third day, through careful observation, Su Lin discovered that the spiritual energy of this world was slowly converging upon his chest. The invisible, mysterious spirit stone there was continuously absorbing the world's spiritual essence. As the energy flowed into him, Su Lin felt an increasing connection to the myriad realms, and everything around him grew clearer. He recalled that each time he summoned the Qilin, it would return to the necklace at his chest, with each summoning igniting a sudden warmth in his heart. Was it possible that the Qilin's return awakened the spirit stone in a unique manner, thus facilitating his awakening? If not for the mysterious spirit stone, how could he explain the events? Now, the spirit stone continued to draw spiritual energy from the world, simultaneously enhancing his physical prowess. He resolved to seize this fortuitous opportunity. As he walked, Su Lin felt his physical strength augmenting without the need for conscious cultivation, solely reliant on the spirit stone's absorption of energy to nourish him. Before entering the myriad realms, Su Lin's physical strength had neared level 9. Over the course of the month, with the spirit stone's unceasing nourishment, he swiftly surpassed level 9, reaching level 10, and then achieving full mastery of level 10. However, due to his inability to establish a foundation, he could no longer elevate his physical cultivation, nor could the spirit stone continue to absorb spiritual energy. One night, while resting in an inn, Su Lin lay in bed contemplating how to further enhance his cultivation. As he pondered, he drifted into slumber. In his dreams, he stood before a towering black mountain. At its base lay a cave. Approaching the cave entrance, he noticed a piece of paper affixed to the door. Upon tearing it down, he discovered it contained a cultivation method titled Body Reforging Technique. Before Su Lin could meticulously examine the cultivation technique, the cavern's entrance abruptly swung open. Deep within, a presence as if a pair of eyes fixed upon him. Startled, Su Lin instinctively recoiled, but the manual in his grasp suddenly surged with energy, compelling him into the cave. Upon entry, the technique transmuted into myriad characters that swirled around him before embedding themselves within his being. A searing pain, akin to 1,000 arrows piercing him, jolted Su Lin awake from his reverie. Nearby, Meng Jing slumbered peacefully. Su Lin's eyes fluttered open, the technique from his dream indelibly etched in his mind. After a moment of contemplation, he realized it was precisely what he needed. The flesh reconstitution art involved dismantling a perfectly honed 10th-level physique and commencing cultivation anew. This process purged impurities, resulting in a far more formidable body. Though arduous, the reconstructed physique possessed power surpassing that of ordinary cultivators, akin to the soul compression technique Su Lin had learned. Overjoyed by this discovery, Su Lin's enthusiasm roused Meng Jing from her sleep. She nudged him gently, inquiring if he was not weary from the day's journey. Su Lin, brimming with excitement, embraced her, declaring that he was not only untired but invigorated. After a bout of passionate intimacy, Meng Jing drifted back to sleep, while Su Lin, unable to rest, began to cultivate. The technique, though painful, was not difficult to execute. It required the disintegration of the cultivated flesh from within, imperceptible externally, yet necessitating the complete remodeling of every tissue. Concerned about disturbing Meng Jing, Su Lin ventured outside. Under the cloak of midnight, he found a secluded spot and initiated the dismemberment of his physical form. Waves of agony emanated from the depths of his marrow, which he stoically endured. As the pain intensified, Su Lin persevered. Finally, he sensed the fragmentation of his cultivated flesh. At that moment, the spirit stone on his chest activated, drawing in ambient spiritual energy to mend his physical form. Awakening from the torment of cultivation, Su Lin pondered the peculiar acquisition of this technique. It seemed to materialize out of thin air. Attributing it to the myriad mind's realm seemed implausible. The most likely cause was the spirit stone, which, sensing the stagnation of his physical form, had somehow facilitated the acquisition of this technique. But how could the spirit stone perceive his condition? And how did it obtain this technique? Could it possess consciousness? Alarmed, Sulin scanned his surroundings, finding no one. Sensing the elusive spirit stone nestled against his chest, he dwelled on these questions, finding no answers. He resolved to keep his doubts to himself. In the days that followed, Sulin dedicated himself to cultivation, pulverizing his already cultivated flesh. Though excruciating, he could distinctly feel the enhanced combat prowess of his reconstructed body. Amidst his diligent cultivation, Sulin remembered his summoned beasts. He examined the ring on his left hand, still present but unable to summon his pets through his techniques. Perhaps this was a rule of the myriad mind's realm. After more than 10 days of cultivation, Sulin's physical level dwindled from 10th to 0th grade. Yet his physical capabilities soared. The reconstituted flesh was devoid of impurities, every sinew brimming with power. Both his offense and defense had significantly improved. The journey to the capital was uneventful, and the Sulin family settled into a spacious residence prepared by the Mo family. In the ensuing months, Sulin devoted his days to honing his forging skills. With newfound clarity, he recognized the similarities between his techniques and those of the dwarves, suggesting that the latter had originated here. The forging techniques of the myriad mind's realm were more comprehensive and produced more potent artifacts. Recognizing the opportunity to elevate his forging skills, Sulin cherished this chance. After all, outside this realm, he would not have access to a master craftsman like Mo and an inexhaustible supply of rare ores. In between crafting items, Sulin completed the flesh reconstitution art. He no longer needed to engage in daily physical training. The spirit stone ceaselessly absorbed spiritual energy, and through its feedback, Sulin's physical strength gradually returned to the 3rd level. At this level, Sulin could defeat other Qi condensation 10th level cultivators with his physical strength alone. Moreover, with his numerous other abilities, he believed he could prevail even against Foundation establishment cultivators. At night, Sulin reveled in the rare domestic bliss. His adoptive father, Duan, shared a fondness for spirits with Sulin's father, visiting him regularly for a drink. Sulin's children were fond of Duan, calling him Grandpa Duan. Duan would stroke his white beard, chuckling heartily. Sulin also cherished his time with Meng Jing, knowing that this was merely an illusion, yet one so vivid that he wished to remain within it. Sulin knew that a new trial was imminent, perhaps the final one, and that his time here was limited. Another year passed, during which Sulin immersed himself in cultivation. His forging skills became increasingly refined, and his physical strength gradually approached the 10th level again. Reconstituting his flesh once more, Sulin felt far more powerful than before. But as he was immersed in his cultivation, a major event occurred in the capital. The Prime Minister had betrayed the kingdom. In recent years, the King of Chu had rarely appeared to oversee state affairs. In court, the general controlled the military, while the Prime Minister managed everything else. Rumors had circulated that the King of Chu was gravely ill and would soon pass away. Coincidentally, a foreign nation had launched an attack, and the general had led the army to war, leaving the Prime Minister in the capital. The Prime Minister, long resentful of his subordinate position, seized the opportunity to stage a rebellion, aiming to assassinate the king and seize the throne. The Prime Minister had held power for many years, and nearly all the officials in the capital were his prot-gs. Those loyal to the King of Chu were quickly overwhelmed, with only a small faction retreating into the royal palace. Some placed their hopes on the general, expecting him to lead his troops back to quell the rebellion. However, the general remained unmoved, taking no action. The rebellion in the capital inevitably affected the Mo family. One day, as the Mo family sought to avoid the chaos, an unexpected guest arrived, Li Gao, a confidant of the King of Chu, accompanied by a boy in his teens. Li Gao met with Mo Lin and produced a letter from the King of Chu. Knowing that he was unlikely to survive, the king entrusted his youngest son to Mo Lin, requesting that he preserve the king's last bloodline. After entrusting the child, Li Gao departed alone, intending to return to the palace and perish with the king. Mo Lin was torn. He summoned Duan, Mo Xing, and Sulin to a secret chamber to discuss their next course of action. In these times, the survival of both our Mo family and your Duan family hangs in the balance. Were it not for the late King of Chu's decree, my status as a Grandmaster, coupled with either your Duan family's Jade Dragon or Qilin, would have ensured our family's patronage by whichever faction seized power. Now, with the king entrusting the prince to us, the success of the Prime Minister's rebellion would undoubtedly lead to our annihilation. Defending the prince by force would mean facing the onslaught of the entire army. while surrendering him to the Prime Minister would brand us as traitors in the eyes of the world. What, then, is to be done? After a moment of contemplation, Master Duan inquired, "Does the King of Chu have any chance of turning the tide?" Mo Lin shook his head. "From what I gather, such a possibility is non-existent." Master Duan declared, "Regardless of whether the King of Chu can avert disaster, betraying the prince is out of the question. Though history is often written by the victors, the Duan family cannot bring itself to betray a young and defenseless ruler." Mo Lin nodded. "Though the Mo family has not received significant favors from the King of Chu, we have lived under his reign for generations. We must uphold our loyalty. However, our strength alone is insufficient to guarantee the prince's safety." Suddenly, Su Lin interjected, "What of the great general? Could we entrust the prince to him?" Mo Lin and Master Duan exchanged surprised glances before falling into deep thought. The great general is indeed a loyal subject. It is only puzzling why he has remained inactive. However, as the prince's maternal uncle, sending the prince to him might be a viable option. Even if the King of Chu were to meet an unfortunate end, the great general could enthrone the prince as the new ruler. In such a scenario, our Mo and Duan families would be blameless, if not meritorious. However, with the great general stationed far at the border, who could escort the prince there? Su Lin stepped forward and volunteered, "I can escort the prince to the border. With the Qilan's protection, I can ensure his safety." Su Lin knew that this mission would bring rewards upon successful completion. Mo Lin and Master Duan exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. "Your involvement may offer a solution. Mo Xing's identity is too conspicuous, and his every move would attract attention. You, on the other hand, have been secluded in cultivation, and the outside world knows little about you. Therefore, you shall be the one to escort the prince to the border." With the decision made, Mo Lin and Su Lin went to meet the prince. The prince, now as skittish as a frightened bird, feared that the Mo family would capture him and present him as a gift to the Prime Minister. Upon hearing Mo Lin's idea, the prince was overjoyed. "Thank you, Elder Mo, for your noble gesture. If I can safely reach the great general, the Prime Minister would not dare to harm my father. However, the journey is long and treacherous. How can we ensure a safe arrival?" Su Lin stepped forward and bowed. "I carry the Duan family's treasure, the golden Qilan. Even against an army, it can ensure the prince's safety." Su Lin was confident, knowing that this was merely a test. Moreover, his unique physique set him apart from other trial takers, who were ordinary mortals unable to use any magic. He, on the other hand, had inadvertently cultivated his physical body to perfection. The ordinary weapons of this world could no longer harm him. In this myriad mineral realm, he was akin to a god. Though the prince was unaware of Su Lin's true abilities, he knew that the Qilan was the Duan family's treasure, capable of breaking through any army. He gladly agreed. "Then I shall trouble you, Brother Su." Su Lin bid farewell and returned home. In these tumultuous times, his family dared not venture outside. Su Lin gathered his parents, Meng Jing, and their child, informing them of his mission to escort the prince to the great general. Su Lin's father nodded. "This is a matter of loyalty and righteousness. I naturally agree. However, you must be careful on the journey." Su Lin nodded. "With the Qilan's protection, who can harm me?" Su Lin and Meng Jing returned to their bedroom. Meng Jing said tearfully, "Though the Qilan offers protection, the Prime Minister has many capable individuals. What if they can control the Qilan? And what if they unleash a barrage of arrows? What will you do?" Though Su Lin knew that Meng Jing was merely a virtual wife, he did not want her to worry excessively. He whispered into her ear, "I have a great secret that I have not told anyone. I have already cultivated to the point of being impervious to weapons. Even an army cannot harm me." Fearing that Meng Jing would not believe him, Su Lin took her hand and led her to the backyard. There, a massive rock weighing several thousand pounds stood. Su Lin asked Meng Jing to stand far away as he single-handedly lifted the rock and threw it into the sky. The rock soared high into the air before plummeting back down, heading straight for Su Lin. Meng Jing screamed in terror, covering her eyes, unable to watch. Su Lin did not flinch. As the rock fell, he caught it with one hand and threw it into the sky again, this time even higher. As the rock fell once more, Su Lin took a step back and unleashed a single punch, shattering the rock into pieces. Meng Jing ran to Su Lin, taking his hand to examine it closely. There was not a single scratch on Su Lin's hand. Meng Jing stared at her husband, her eyes wide with disbelief. She could not comprehend what had just happened. As night fell, Su Lin and the Crown Prince of Chu changed into ordinary attire, bid farewell to Mo Lin, and quietly left the Mo family's residence, preparing to head to the border and seek refuge with the great general. They had not gone far when the path ahead suddenly lit up, revealing thousands of soldiers blocking their way. At the front of the formation, an old man stood on a chariot, smiling at Su Lin and the crown prince. "Your Highness, it has been a while." It was none other than Yel Xiong, the prime minister rebelling against Chu. Next to Yel Xiong, Li Gao was bound tightly. It seemed that Yel Xiong had long sent people to track Li Gao, intending to capture them all in one fell swoop. Su Lin and the prince tried to retreat to the Mo family, but their path was also blocked. They were surrounded. Seeing the situation, Su Lin stepped forward, shielding the prince behind him. "Prime Minister, are you not afraid of my Duan family's Jade Dragon and Qilin?" Yel Xiong laughed heartily. "I would not have come here personally without preparation. You are welcome to try." Su Lin held the necklace, silently chanting the incantation. At that moment, a Taoist priest next to the prime minister stepped forward. He lit a yellow talisman, chanting words, pointed at Su Lin, and shouted, "Seal." Su Lin finished reciting the incantation, but the Qilin did not appear. Su Lin took out the necklace and saw that it was wrapped in a faint thread. "This is the saint sealing talisman that I acquired at great cost. Your Qilin and Jade Dragon cannot be summoned now. Your Highness, accept your fate." Su Lin sighed. It seemed that his secret could no longer be concealed. Su Lin dashed toward the prime minister, his level 10 reforged body displaying extreme speed. The crowd only saw a blur as Su Lin arrived in front of the prime minister. He first punched the Taoist priest, whose mortal body could not withstand Su Lin's attack. He was instantly torn to pieces, his remains scattered on the ground. Before the prime minister could react, Su Lin dragged him off the chariot and brought him before the crown prince. At this moment, the crown prince and the prime minister's army were completely bewildered. When the crown prince saw that Su Lin had actually captured the prime minister, he was overjoyed. He exclaimed, "Brother Su, quickly take the old thief back to the Mo family. The rebel army will be nothing without their leader." Su Lin carried the prime minister to the side of the road. There were several towering trees. Su Lin threw the prime minister to the ground, embraced a giant tree over 30 zhang tall, and gently lifted it, uprooting it. He raised the tree and threw it toward the rebel army. The rebel army watched the giant tree falling from the sky, erupting in a deafening uproar. The tree landed in the middle of the army, instantly crushing dozens of people. The remaining soldiers, witnessing this incredible scene, scattered in all directions, leaving only a few generals staring at each other in disbelief, as if in a dream. Su Lin proclaimed loudly, "Yel Xiong has been captured. I can eliminate you as easily as crushing a few ants. However, I do not wish to commit further bloodshed, so I shall grant you an opportunity to redeem yourselves. At this juncture, will you not surrender?" Among the generals, one was a relative of the prime minister and was acutely aware of his grave transgressions. While others might have a chance of mercy upon surrendering, he had personally led the execution of numerous confidants of the king of Chu, and no matter what, his life was forfeit. He cried out, "Do not believe him. Let us rescue the prime minister." With that, he spurred his horse towards Su Lin, while the other generals stood still, silently watching him charge ahead alone. As Su Lin saw him approach, he bellowed, "Halt." The sound reverberated, causing the warhorse to rear back in fright, and with a thud, it collapsed to the ground, pinning the man beneath. Su Lin stepped forward, seized the man, and hurled him skyward. The figure shrank as it ascended until it was nearly invisible, before plummeting back down, growing larger until it landed with a resounding crash, splattering into a grotesque heap. The remaining generals, stripped of any illusions, knelt in submission, pleading for mercy. "Spare us, Your Highness." Su Lin ordered the binding of the prime minister and retreated with him and the remaining generals to the residence of the Mo family. At this moment, chaos erupted within the Mo household. The prime minister had intercepted the heir, and fearing collateral damage, they were at a loss for what to do. Just then, news arrived. The heir and Su Lin had successfully captured the prime minister and several generals, and were now at the gates. Mo Lin inquired, "What of the rest of the troops?" The others had scattered in disarray. Su Lin and his entourage entered the hall, where Mo Lin and Elder Duan hurried over. They beheld the prime minister, eyes tightly shut, collapsed on the ground, while the other generals knelt, too afraid to look up. Seeing that nearly all of the prime minister's capable military leaders were present, Mo Lin could not help but feel elated. Now, the rebel forces are leaderless. The crisis in the capital can be resolved. Elder Duan discreetly questioned Su Lin about the turn of events. Su Lin, wishing to avoid elaboration, simply stated, "It was merely luck. The prime minister was too overconfident and too close to me. which led to his capture. The others naturally surrendered. Elder Duan cast a skeptical glance at Su Lin, though he recognized that this was neither the time nor place for questioning. Mo Lin produced 2 necklaces and instructed the leading generals to wear them. The moment the necklaces touched their skin, they transformed into a wave of warmth, merging into their bodies. This is the soul-binding chain. Unless you comply with my directives, with a mere thought, your lives will be forfeit. Having witnessed Su Lin's prowess, the 2 dared not resist. Now further compelled by Mo Lin's mystical artifact, they resolutely joined the Mo family's ranks. What are your orders? We shall comply with the instructions of the immortal and elder Mo, as we have turned from darkness to light, and will seek to redeem ourselves. Mo Lin, noting their deference to Su Lin, was intrigued. You too, go and restore order to the Prime Minister's forces. Do not allow the chaos to endanger the citizens of the capital. Execute anyone who resists. If peace is restored to the capital, it will be a significant achievement, sufficient to spare your lives. The 2, feeling a surge of joy at the prospect of survival, pledged to pacify the troops with utmost diligence. The remaining generals, seeing the opportunities for merit, clamored to have soul-binding chains placed upon them, expressing their willingness to atone for their sins. 2 among them, having prior acquaintance with Mo Lin, knelt before him, weeping, Elder Mo, save us. For the sake of our past friendship, grant us a chance to prove ourselves. Another, a frequent patron of the Flower Pavilion with Mo Qing, hurried to his side, pleading, Brother Qing, our long-standing friendship cannot be forsaken. If you grant me a chance to redeem myself, I shall cover all your expenses at the Flower Pavilion henceforth. Mo Lin, recognizing that those who had rebelled would face execution without significant merit and unwilling to witness the demise of his old friends, directed them to the palace of the king of Chu to deliver the good news. He reasoned that with this accomplishment, he could advocate for them, ensuring their lives would be spared, if not their former positions reinstated. The other generals, lacking prior ties to the Mo family, noted the opportunity for merit and quietly approached Mo Lin, offering bribes for his favorable words. Mo Lin, understanding the importance of maintaining their hopes, nodded in agreement, subtly suggesting they plead with the heir for protection. The heir was still in disbelief at Su Lin's extraordinary display of prowess. Reflecting on the events, he could hardly accept what he had witnessed. How could Su Lin have traversed dozens of meters in an instant? How could he effortlessly uproot a towering tree and hurl it hundreds of meters away? How could he launch a man so high that he vanished from sight? Clearly, he was no ordinary mortal. The heir glanced at Su Lin, who stood beside Elder Duan, smiling silently. Before long, reports began to pour in. Tranquility had returned to the capital. All was well within the palace. The king was sending for the heir and inviting Elder Mo and Su Lin to the palace. Elder Mo instructed Mo Qing to safeguard the Mo residence with several surrendering generals, while he, Su Lin, and the heir escorted the prime minister to the palace of the king of Chu. Seated high upon the throne, the king surveyed the sparse loyal ministers standing at attention. As Elder Mo and his party entered the grand hall, they bowed to the king. Overcome with emotion, the king wept upon seeing the heir. Master Mo, had it not been for your heroic efforts, my kingdom would surely have perished. Mo Lin quickly replied, Your Majesty, with your great fortune, the realm is secure. It is not the deeds of a few scoundrels that can shake it. The king's gaze fell upon the prostrate Yelxiong, and he erupted in fury. You treacherous old thief! I trusted you, yet you have committed such treasonous acts. Guards, throw this old scoundrel into the depths of a dungeon. Once we have purged his remaining supporters, execute them all. With a command, Yelxiong was dragged from the hall. The heir approached the king, whispering a few words in his ear. The king turned to regard Su Lin with astonishment, then summoned Li Gao, inquiring further. Once Li Gao finished his report, the king rose and moved to Su Lin, bowing deeply. So it is an immortal who has descended to save our nation from calamity. Please, allow this humble king to pay you my respects. Su Lin quickly returned the gesture. Your Majesty, please do not say such things. I merely possess a few tricks and have learned some physical skills. By chance, I achieved a modest accomplishment. The king smiled. If you have any requests, please do not hesitate to voice them. Before Su Lin could respond, Mo Lin interjected. My nephew has a keen interest in the art of forging. He possesses a creation pill gifted by the Grand General. If the king does not mind, please upgrade it to a creation elixir to fulfill this child's aspirations. The king chuckled heartily. This is no trouble at all. Where's the creation pill? Su Lin promptly presented it to the king. The king held the creation pill in his left hand, while with his right, he began to trace symbols upon it, murmuring incantations. In no time, flames erupted from the pill, enveloping it in a dazzling array of colors. After a moment, the flames extinguished, releasing a fragrant aroma. The king's complexion paled slightly as he handed the newly transformed elixir to Su Lin. This is the creation elixir. Once consumed, it will allow you to commune with the world's spiritual energies and elevate you to the rank of a master forger. However, it is strange, according to historical records. Several centuries ago, a hermit who achieved great merit also consumed a creation elixir, only to vanish without a trace thereafter. Su Lin accepted the elixir. The king of Chu then spoke. Since Master Su has practiced the art of body cultivation, I possess a manual entitled the Longevity Scripture. The contents are exceedingly profound, seemingly beyond the grasp of ordinary practitioners. Perhaps only someone of your caliber, a cultivator, might delve into its mysteries. After this, the king summoned a servant to fetch an ancient tome from the treasure pavilion and presented it to Su Lin. At this moment, fatigue marked the king's visage. Everyone must perform their duties to stabilize the situation promptly. According to the accounts of the surrendering rebel leaders, the previous 2 commands for the Grand General to return home were never relayed to the front lines, leaving him entirely unaware of the events transpiring here. Li Gao hastened to inform the Grand General of all that has occurred, allowing him to focus on defeating the enemy without distraction. Once these arrangements were made, the king escorted the crown prince back to the inner palace, while Mo Lin and Su Lin departed the royal compound. Along their way, the courtiers they encountered vied to express their goodwill, and the guards gazed upon Su Lin with admiration. Upon exiting the palace and riding back to the Mo residence, the citizens lining the streets shouted, "Thank you, Master Mo, for your heroic intervention that has alleviated our suffering." Mo Lin, mounted on his steed, reflected with deep emotion. The chancellor, in pursuit of personal gain, has instigated this turmoil. No amount of death could atone for his crimes. Upon returning to the Mo manor, Su Lin first entered his own home, acutely aware that his time here was limited. The hermit mentioned by the king had seemingly vanished into thin air, likely a fellow outsider who, upon completing their task, returned to the dwarven king's palace. It appeared that the ultimate reward here was to attain the status of a master blacksmith. Contemplating his imminent departure, Su Lin felt a pang of reluctance. After all, it was here that he could see his parents, Meng Jing, and his child. Although he understood that this was merely an illusion, the experience felt so vividly real that he was loath to leave. As Su Lin crossed the threshold of his home, his child dashed out to him, and he scooped the little one into his arms, planting a kiss upon the child's cherubic face. Meng Jing stood at the entrance, gazing at the father and child with rapturous delight, a genuine smile gracing her lips. Indeed, her husband was now a celebrated hero, and as his wife, she naturally felt a sense of pride and honor. Holding the child, Su Lin approached Meng Jing, who intertwined her arm with his as they returned to their chamber, where dinner was already prepared in the kitchen. Su Lin poured himself a glass of wine and filled another for his father and Meng Jing. He raised his cup, intending to utter a few words, yet found himself at a loss for what to say. After all, this was merely a fleeting illusion, a dream that, despite its vividness, would ultimately require awakening. Su Lin opened his mouth but could not find the words. Tears welled in the corners of his eyes. The child, taken aback, exclaimed, "Daddy, why are you crying?" Su Lin gently patted the child's head, replying, "I am not crying. A mosquito just flew into my eye." Struggling to express himself, he finally said, "Master Mo has urgent matters to discuss with me. You both enjoy your meal. Do not wait for me." With that, Su Lin downed his drink in one gulp and rose to leave his home. Su Lin entered the room of his adoptive father, where Elder Duan was indulging in his drink. Upon seeing Su Lin, the elder was elated and gestured for him to take a seat, instructing a servant to bring out the utensils. After sharing a few cups of wine with his adoptive father, Su Lin inquired, "Earlier in the court, the king of Chu bestowed upon me a creation pill. Should I consume it, I would ascend to the rank of a senior blacksmith. However, he mentioned that centuries ago, someone who took this pill mysteriously vanished. Do you know of this tale, father?" Elder Duan pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "I reside in Duan family town and seldom interact with the outside world. It would be best to consult Master Mo regarding this matter, as it is getting late. Let us ask him together tomorrow." After finishing dinner with his adoptive father, Su Lin accompanied him to visit Duan Shui for a short while before returning home. Upon his arrival, he found his parents and child already asleep, while Meng Jing sat at the bedside, mending the child's clothing. Seeing Su Lin return, Meng Jing smiled sweetly. "Did you finish discussing important matters?" A pang of sorrow surged within Su Lin, and tears threatened to spill. He quickly suppressed his emotions, approached Meng Jing, clasped her hand tightly, and playfully nipped her ear, causing her to melt into his embrace. The following morning, after breakfast, Su Lin and Elder Duan made their way to Master Mo's residence. Upon hearing Su Lin's query, Master Mo recalled, "I came across a record of this in the chronicles of the court. Out of curiosity, I remember quite clearly that the hermit was surnamed Yin. He aided the state of Chu in defeating the formidable Qing and was rewarded with a creation pill. In our dynasty's texts, only you and Mr. Yin have received such a pill. After Mr. Yin consumed the creation pill, celestial music resounded from the heavens, and a rainbow of light enveloped the earth. He and his family vanished without a trace, perhaps ascended to immortality. Are you concerned about the possibility of disappearing as well?" Su Lin chuckled softly. "Mr. Yin was a hermit of great merit, and thus entitled to ascend to the realm of the divine. I, however, am unworthy of such aspirations. It is far more prudent to seek an auspicious day to become a senior blacksmith." After exchanging a few pleasantries, Su Lin took his leave, fully aware that consuming the creation pill would mean departing from the realm of Wanmen. His parents, Meng Jing, and child would merely be figments of his memories, destined to fade away. He pondered whether the Qilin necklace could accompany him back to the dwarf continent. Su Lin was reluctant to take the Qilin necklace with him, for in this realm, the Qilin was an invincible entity. However, upon entering the realm of cultivation, its power would wane considerably. It would be wiser to leave it behind for his adoptive father to safeguard. As the time for parting drew near, Su Lin cherished the moments spent with his family even more. In the days that followed, Su Lin requested Meng Jing to let their child take a few days off from school. They explored the nearby mountains and waters together, reveling in their familial bliss. After their excursions, once everyone else had drifted into slumber, Su Lin opened the longevity formula gifted by the King of Chu. As he perused the text, Su Lin was taken aback. Although the cultivation techniques described within were unattainable in this realm, they presented an opportunity for advancement once he returned to the outside world. According to the book, the human body comprises skin, flesh, bones, tendons, and blood, which could be cultivated using cold jade for the skin, purple gold for the flesh, the essence of myriad minerals for the bones, meteorites from beyond the realm for the tendons, and the souls of the stars to refine the blood, ultimately achieving an indestructible body and eternal life. This longevity formula resembled a cultivation outline, merely outlining the direction of physical cultivation without the detailed guidance of his own golden jade dharma body. Upon comparison, he found no discrepancies. However, he still had a considerable distance to cover before achieving the golden jade dharma body. The text indicated that he needed to obtain millennial cold jade and purple gold soul, the whereabouts of which in the Wanyan continent remained a mystery. As for the other materials, he had never even heard of them, leaving him utterly perplexed about how to acquire or cultivate them. It seemed the journey to achieving an indestructible body would be long and arduous. Reflecting on this, Su Lin suddenly felt a wave of vigilance wash over him. He had grown complacent in this blissful existence, almost forgetting the harsh realities of the cultivation world. Everything here was but an illusion, and his loved ones were mere manifestations of his imagination. No matter how delightful the dream, it remained a fabrication. To truly reunite with his family, he must continue forward. Only by becoming stronger could he seize control of his destiny. With this resolve, Su Lin began to calm his mind and contemplate his future path. He had reached the pinnacle of level 10 in the reconstructed physical strength. To enhance his physical prowess further, he needed to continue cultivating the golden jade dharma body and seek opportunities to practice the longevity formula. As for his spiritual power, he could not perceive it here, having attempted several times to compress it further without success. It appeared that he would need to return to the Wanyan continent to continue his training. His cultivation still remained at the 8th level of Qi condensation, but his combat prowess should surpass that of most early Foundation establishment cultivators. Once he returned to the Wanyan continent, he would hasten to establish his foundation and replace his summoning techniques with spirit pet techniques to enhance his companion's combat abilities. There was much to accomplish, and he could no longer afford to delay. Having resolved to leave, Su Lin hesitated no longer. His family was a product of his memories. When he departed, they would naturally revert to his mind. He needed to explain things to his adoptive father and Master Imo. Early the next morning, Su Lin kissed Meng Jing's cheek, bid farewell to his parents, and escorted his child to school. He then proceeded to his adoptive father's home, only to find Elder Duan visiting Duan Shui. Su Lin hurried over, engaged in conversation briefly, and then invited Elder Duan and Imo Xing to accompany him to visit Master Imo. Once everyone was seated, Su Lin removed the Qilin necklace and handed it to Elder Duan. Father, I am about to consume the creation pill. I am uncertain if any unusual phenomena may occur, so I ask you to safeguard this necklace for me. Elder Duan, upon hearing Su Lin's words, took the necklace with care and instructed Imo Xing to fetch Duan Shui, believing that the combination of the Jade Dragon and Qilin would ensure greater safety. Su Lin then bowed respectfully to Master Imo. In the past few years, I have learned much under your guidance. Should I consume the creation pill and leave this place, I hope you take care of your health. Master Imo gazed deeply at Su Lin. Nephew, your words sound as if you were bidding us farewell. Do you harbor knowledge of some secret? Su Lin laughed heartily. Master, whether true or false, if there is a bond, that is sufficient. Why cling to such matters? Upon hearing this, Elder Duan grasped Su Lin's hand anxiously. Child, are you truly leaving us? Su Lin knelt before Elder Duan and bowed thrice. As I depart today, should fate allow, we shall meet again. Rising, Su Lin retrieved the creation pill and swallowed it. As the pill dissolved in his mouth, a multitude of forging techniques materialized in his mind, alongside the myriad raw materials and their combinations etched into his memory. In that instant, Su Lin ascended to the rank of senior blacksmith. As he consumed the creation pill and attained this new rank, an extraordinary phenomenon unfolded in the sky. A cascade of rainbow light descended, enveloping Su Lin and his family. Accompanied by celestial music and a fragrant aroma, they ascended into the air, soaring towards the celestial realm until they vanished from sight. Within the realm of Wanmen, Elder Duan gazed at the Qilin necklace in his hand, tears streaming down his face. Outside the bronze gates of Wanmen, the elder of the Duanjin Alliance awaited the emergence of his disciples. A burst of white light illuminated the surroundings as 10 figures materialized before him. The elder promptly commanded everyone to sit and stabilize the techniques they had acquired, and the group complied without delay. Su Lin closed his eyes, immersing himself in the various forging methods that had surfaced in his mind. The once perplexing challenges now appeared clear. Even the techniques for forging armor and enchanting artifacts were vividly imprinted in his consciousness. He sensed that, given sufficient spiritual minerals, he could craft exquisite divine weapons with an exceptionally low failure rate. The techniques of the body reforging formula and the longevity formula were now firmly lodged in his memory, ready for cultivation when the time was ripe. Once he had stabilized his mind, Su Lin opened his eyes and stood, waiting for the elder to ensure everyone had regained their composure before leading them back to the Duanjin Alliance. Upon returning to the Duanjin Alliance, Su Lin commenced his daily practice of the soul compression technique, forging 2 magical artifacts each month to present to Du Zhong. Upon each artifact, he inscribed the characters Shuang Mu. Merchants arrived at the Duanjin Alliance every month to procure these artifacts. There were designated individuals responsible for transferring the dwarven blacksmith's crafted artifacts to the merchants, and occasionally, some disciples managed to forge exceptional items that could also be sold to the merchants, eventually flowing into the Wanyan continent. Over the past few months, merchants received news of a newly emerged Shuang Mu master within the Duanjin Alliance, whose creations were ingeniously conceived and immensely powerful, becoming highly sought after in various major cities, though their scarcity rendered them insufficient to meet the demand. When the merchants inquired with the elders of the Duanjin Alliance about the identity of this new Shuang Mu master, the elders were equally perplexed. The alliance possessed an abundance of talented blacksmiths, and they could not fathom that this Shuang Mu master was, in fact, Su Lin, who had just recently been promoted to a formal disciple. Outside Lingxiao City in the Wanyan continent, the assassin Fu Jun had been hiding in the woods for 3 days, having accepted 30 million spirit stones to eliminate Qing Jiangzi, who was passing through. Fu Jun had thoroughly ascertained that both he and Qing Jiangzi were at the initial stage of foundation establishment. To ensure the successful completion of his task, Fu Jun borrowed the 5 tiger blade from the Hallmaster. This blade was imbued with the souls of 5 mid-foundation establishment ferocious tigers, and with its inherent power, Fu Jun felt confident in fulfilling his mission. Unaware of the impending danger, Qing Jiangzi was en route to visit a friend. Having just acquired a Ziyun sword crafted by the Shuangmu master, known for its unparalleled sharpness and inscribed with a beast-sealing technique. The true utility of this technique remained a mystery, but given its origin, it was expected to possess extraordinary effects. As Qing Jiangzi walked, a blinding white light enveloped him, accompanied by a surge of blade energy. He swiftly retreated, but the blade's brilliance proved too sharp, resulting in a grievous wound to his right leg, blood streaming profusely. Fu Jun, wielding the 5-tiger blade, advanced menacingly, a sinister smile on his face. Qing Jiangzi, today you shall not escape this calamity. Qing Jiangzi staggered backward, leaning against a large tree, gasping for breath as he inquired, "Who are you?" Fu Jun coldly scoffed, "You shall never know," and swung the blade toward Qing Jiangzi. The air crackled with energy as the 5 mid-foundation establishment tigers materialized, encircling Qing Jiangzi from above and all sides. In this moment of peril, Qing Jiangzi drew the Ziyun sword and thrust it toward the blade's glow. A flash of purple light emanated from the Ziyun sword, and a colossal hand appeared from thin air, its fingers detaching from its palm. Each finger confronted a ferocious tiger, and upon contact, several tigers were struck as if by divine thunder, dissipating into wisps of azure smoke that flowed back into the blade. When the Ziyun sword collided with the 5-tiger blade, the latter was cleaved in two, its tip falling to the ground. The fingers returned to the palm, which transformed into a fist, striking Fu Jun stunned. He failed to evade and was grievously injured by the blow. Hastily employing a ground escape talisman to flee the dangerous scene. Having narrowly escaped death, Qing Jiangzi gazed at the Ziyun sword in his hand, feeling as if in a dream. Meanwhile, on the 4th floor of Yibao Pavilion, Wong Leilei's father wore a troubled expression. In a few days, the Grand Elder shall return to the chasing cloud continent. Initially, I had high hopes for my advancement, but the neighboring old Wong has inexplicably acquired 2 weapons forged by the Shuangmu master, surpassing my contribution value. The duck that was almost in my grasp may now take flight. Unable to sleep at night and lacking a solution, Wong's only recourse was to ask Sun Ku-er to deliver a letter to Su Lin, who was studying at the Duanjin Alliance, requesting him to connect with the enigmatic Shuangmu master and commission several weapons to regain his standing. However, Su Lin had only recently arrived, making it unlikely he would know the master, who was known for their eccentric temperament and would hardly extend favors to a newcomer. A headache ensued. Unbeknownst to Su Lin, the artifacts he had forged had caused quite a stir in the outside world. He received a new outfit brought by a messenger from Ku-er and began to read her letter, learning that she was well, having successfully established her foundation and was now also a practitioner at the initial stage of foundation establishment. She expressed her hope for Su Lin to return soon. Smiling, Su Lin set the letter aside and picked up Elder Wong's correspondence. As he read, his eyes widened in astonishment at the immense demand for the weapons he had crafted. However, upon reflection, this made sense. By sheer coincidence, he had cleared a significant challenge within the Wanmine realm, elevating himself to the status of a senior blacksmith. On the Wanyan continent, he should also be able to enter this esteemed rank. The number of senior blacksmiths in the dwarven city was limited to merely a few dozen, catering exclusively to fixed clients, making it impossible for ordinary individuals to obtain their creations. Because his artifacts had yet to gain widespread recognition, they were accessible to outsiders. Recognizing Wong's father's assistance to him, Su Lin felt compelled to reciprocate. He retrieved 5 meticulously crafted artifacts and arranged for them to be sent back to Qingtian City, to be delivered to Sun Ku-er. With these items, Wong's father would surely be satisfied. Su Lin then resolved to reduce his forging output, submitting only 1 artifact each month going forward, and to minimize the circulation of excessively powerful artifacts in the market. In his future crafting endeavors, he would ensure to leave behind methods of resolution to prevent harm from his own creations. At present, while the magical artifacts Su Lin forged possessed considerable power, they still lacked a crucial element: enchantment. Enchantment involved capturing the soul of a ferocious beast post-mortem, using a soul-gathering pearl and embedding it within the artifact. The stronger the beast, the greater its spiritual power, and thus, the enhanced potency of the artifact. Through his outstanding performance in the Wanmine realm, Su Lin had grasped the method of enchantment but lacked available souls for use. While soul-gathering pearls containing beast souls were common, They predominantly belonged to first-level Foundation establishment beasts, yielding limited power and exorbitant prices. Su Lin planned to participate in a beast hunting event scheduled for the following month, intending to acquire souls during the battles. To the north of the dwarven continent lay an expanse of boundless wilderness, characterized by mountains, grasslands, oceans, and deserts, yet devoid of spiritual energy. In this desolate region, it was arduous for practitioners to cultivate, making it more suitable for the growth of various exotic beasts. For countless millennia, this land had birthed innumerable ferocious creatures, which, through the survival of the fittest, gradually evolved into spiritual beasts on the Wanyan continent. It was said that deep within the wilderness lay a Yuan-Ing-level beast king, commanding over 100 spirit beasts at the Jindan stage and countless Foundation establishment ferocious beasts that dominated the area. Every few years, beast hordes would invade, and through numerous skirmishes, the ferocious beasts would plunder resources and eliminate the weak, strengthening the strong. The dwarven continent, adjacent to this wilderness, faced constant assaults, prompting the establishment of a crucial stronghold at Tiger Mouth Pass. Flanked by mountains and positioned at a height, the beast hordes found it challenging to leverage their numerical advantage, forcing them to mount attacks in groups. Within the pass, various defensive mechanisms were in place, requiring merely 10,000 seasoned dwarven warriors to keep the beast tied at bay. Beyond the Tiger Mouth Pass lay a flat expanse, where the dwarves had set up a second line of defense, the 9 Great Passes. These passes occupied strategic geographical positions, each permanently garrisoned by 100,000 dwarven warriors to safeguard the city. Should the beast tide breach these 9 passes, the dwarven city would be left defenseless, entirely exposed to the claws and fangs of the beasts. The long-standing conflict between the exotic beasts and the dwarves had prompted practitioners to join the dwarven army voluntarily, seeking to acquire dwarven-forged equipment and a chance to enter the Wanmine realm. The Beast King, unwilling to contend with both practitioners and dwarves simultaneously, reached an accord with them. Yuan-Ing level beings would not participate in the conflict, nor would Jindan stage practitioners, while the Beast King's forces could only besiege the dwarven city. To the practitioners, the dwarven city held little importance. What they valued were the dwarves' forging skills, as even if the dwarves were ousted from their city, they could continue to ply their trade in the cities of the practitioners. The dwarves, however, cannot abandon their capital, which bears the legacy of their ancestors. In the realm of countless minds, the very existence of their city signifies the dwarves as an independent force. Should they lose their royal city, they would swiftly succumb to assimilation by the cultivators, and the dwarven race would fade into history. Therefore, the dwarves exert every effort to defend the Tiger's Mouth Pass and the 9 major strongholds. Beastly assaults on the city typically occur in spring, when lush grasses abound and the creatures are well-fed and exuberant. A few months prior, sentinels reported the gathering of a significant number of wild beasts. In response, the ministers mobilized troops and stationed sufficient forces and equipment at the Tiger's Mouth Pass and the 9 strongholds, preparing for the war that comes every few years. Su Lin and Huolinger also submitted their applications to join the battle. Huolinger sought a chance to enter the realm of countless minds, while Su Lin aimed to collect beast souls to enhance his strength. An additional vital reason for Su Lin's participation was his desire to contribute to the dwarves. During his time in the dwarven city, he formed close bonds with his dwarven teachers and classmates, enjoying a harmonious coexistence. The dwarves, lacking the ability to wield magical powers, relied solely on their innate strength in combat and possessed straightforward personalities, making it easy for Su Lin to befriend them. Coupled with the connection to the realm of countless minds, Su Lin felt even more inclined to assist the dwarves. Su Lin recognized that his forging skills had reached the pinnacle accessible to cultivators. After this war, he would need to return to the realm of cultivators to strive for Foundation establishment. Before departing, he wished to slay several fierce beasts as a contribution to his dwarven friends. In preparation for the battle, Su Lin worked tirelessly to forge weapons and armor. At Huolinger's request, he crafted a fire cloud sword for her, its blade a deep crimson. When activated with spirit stones, it emitted searing heat that could pierce through dozens of meters, capable of overpowering even the most formidable of beasts at the core formation stage. Once everything was ready, Su Lin conserved his energy, awaiting the call to the stronghold. Although the dwarven ministers valued the war, they did not overly concern themselves. After all, such grand battles occurred only once every 3 years. As long as the commander at Tiger's Mouth Pass did not hastily open the gates, the beasts would find it exceedingly difficult to breach their defenses. For decades, the wild beasts had halted at the Tiger's Mouth, posing no threat to the 9 strongholds. Even if some adept flying beasts managed to cross the Tiger's Mouth, their sparse numbers could not inflict significant harm. It could be said that as long as the Tiger's Mouth stood, the dwarven city was as secure as a fortress. However, the Tiger's Mouth fell. The beasts, employing over a year to navigate through the air, burrow underground, and circumvent mountains, amassed a considerable force on either side of the Tiger's Mouth, concealing themselves from view. They deliberately gathered before the Tiger's Mouth to draw the attention of the castle's defenders, ultimately launching a surprise attack from behind. Though the Tiger's Mouth was perilous, its rear was vulnerable. Taken by surprise and caught between 2 fronts, the defenses crumbled, and the 10,000 soldiers stationed there became fodder for the beasts. With the loss of the Tiger's Mouth, the beastly army swiftly mobilized, with hundreds of thousands of ferocious beasts flooding through, advancing towards the 9 strongholds. Unlike previous encounters, this time the tide of beasts fought not in chaotic disarray. They seemed to possess unified command. Without orders, they refrained from attacking even when the enemy was near. And when they did launch an assault, they exhibited an unyielding ferocity that was truly terrifying. Upon learning of this dire situation, the dwarven king immediately issued a decree, summoning cultivators and dwarves to aid in the defense of the strongholds. To bolster morale, the dwarven king announced rewards. All participants could exchange their merits for various powerful weapons and magical artifacts. Su Lin glanced at the list of rewards, noting that the king's prized gloves, adorned with white and red, were among the top 10. To obtain these gloves, one needed to slay 10 early-stage core formation beasts or 1 late-stage core formation beast. A task nearly impossible for Su Lin, who had yet to establish his foundation. The Duanjin Alliance, the most formidable sect for weapon forging on the dwarven continent, was commanded by the king to dispatch personnel to assist in defending the critical Golden Valley Pass. Nestled centrally, Golden Valley Pass boasted vast fields behind it and mountains on either side. Dwarven soldiers had already established a robust defensive line on the mountains, preventing the beasts from using a fraction of their forces to execute a surprise attack. They could only resort to a frontal assault. However, unlike the Tiger's Mouth, the terrain here was expansive, better suited for large-scale battles. Su Lin and Huolinger readied their equipment and joined the elite 1,000 from the Duanjin Alliance, swiftly arriving at Golden Valley Pass under the leadership of Elder Shangwan. At that moment, the pass was manned by 100,000 dwarven warriors tasked with defense, supplemented by a few hundred cultivators. With the arrival of the elite forces from the Duanjin Alliance, morale soared. The following day, under the leadership of the castle's commander, Su Lin ascended the city walls alongside Elder Shangwan. The walls towered over 10 zhang high, and from their vantage point, they beheld an endless sea of beasts. At the forefront of the horde were formidable creatures such as elephants, rhinoceroses, and hippos. Behind them stood tigers, lions, leopards, gorillas, and even some never-before-seen beasts, all lined up in perfect formation. Further back, numerous fierce birds of prey also formed ranks. Su Lin observed carefully. The beasts at the front displayed a distinct lack of intelligence. Why were they not in a state of panic? At that moment, the beastly horde suddenly split in two, allowing a group of docile herbivores, such as horses and deer, to walk calmly toward the carnivores. These herbivores laid down before the predators, surrendering themselves willingly. Witnessing this, Su Lin's heart sank. It seemed this battle would be far from easy. Su Lin then examined the defensive mechanisms atop the walls, rows of massive crossbows, catapults, and the most formidable threat, cannons placed every 10 meters or so. These cannons possessed immense power, capable of inflicting severe damage on the beastly horde. The dwarven warriors performed their duties with unwavering composure, while numerous cultivators conserved their energy, preparing to seize merit in the upcoming conflict. Below, the beasts finished their meal and remained eerily silent, the atmosphere growing increasingly tense. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from the rear of the horde, igniting a frenzy among the creatures. The massive beasts at the front and middle surged forward, with wolves and hyenas scattering around them, charging toward the pass. In an instant, the sound of their stampede echoed like thunder, shaking the very earth. Atop Golden Valley Pass, the commander waved his flag, and the drummers sounded the call to battle. The defending warriors unleashed a barrage of crossbow bolts and hurled massive stones, raining down upon the beasts like a storm. Hundreds, if not thousands, of wild beasts fell under the assault, their lifeless bodies carpeting the ground. Yet the remaining beasts, undeterred by death, pressed on, while the defenders ignited arrows to incinerate the fallen. From the back of the horde came another roar, and a swarm of fierce birds soared in, their claws grasping massive stones, some even carrying beasts as they approached the pass. The castle commander swiftly adjusted his strategy, assigning sharpshooters to target the birds. Under the archers' fire, the majority of the birds were shot down, and those that managed to reach the pass posed little threat. The beasts' attacks varied in intensity, sometimes fierce, sometimes sporadic, but never relenting. Su Lin felt little interest in engaging with these ordinary wild creatures. Instead, he observed the battle unfolding around the pass. Awaiting the emergence of the more intelligent beasts, he sensed a pair of eyes watching the battlefield from the rear, a multitude of beasts poised and waiting for orders. As dusk approached, the defenders gradually lowered their guard. After sunset, a great fire would ignite outside the city, and the beast horde would cease its assault, marking the end of a day's defense. Yet another wave of thousands of birds and beasts surged from both the sky and ground, prompting the castle commander to rally the soldiers, urging them to defeat this onslaught and earn a much-needed respite. The fierce beasts were struck down by a hail of arrows, scattering in disarray, while the predators lurking beneath the gates posed no threat to the defending forces. Just as the sentinels relaxed their vigilance, thousands of beast corpses suddenly burst open, revealing the hidden spirit beasts that leapt forth to ascend the city walls. Dwarven warriors seized their massive axes, and the cultivators wielded their magical artifacts, engaging in battle with the spirit beasts. Unfazed by the onslaught, the spirit beasts targeted the city's colossal crossbows and artillery. Caught off guard, both the crossbows and cannons sustained some damage before the spirit beasts were ultimately vanquished. As the sun dipped below the horizon, fierce flames consumed the animal carcasses at the foot of the walls, forcing the beast horde to retreat momentarily, avoiding the fire. Upon the city walls, Su Lin and other blacksmiths diligently repaired the damaged defensive equipment. After completing his tasks, Su Lin approached Elder Shangwan. "Elder, I sense something amiss with this assault by the aberrant beasts. The spirit beasts exhibit an unusual level of discipline." Elder Shangwan, having participated in numerous defensive stands, agreed, finding this instance rather peculiar. "What are your thoughts?" he inquired, familiar with Su Lin due to the correspondence from the Ice Fire Sage and their amicable exchanges over fine wines. Elder Shangwan recognized Su Lin's advanced forging skills and hoped to see him earn accolades after the conflict concluded. "To know both ourselves and our adversaries is to achieve victory in every battle. We must devise a means to discern the spirit beast strategies," Su Lin proposed. Elder Shangwan nodded in agreement. "Indeed, yet our foes are a horde of aberrant beasts. What means do we possess to uncover their intentions?" Su Lin smiled. "I have 2 pets, both of which are creatures from the nether realm. They resemble the beasts outside the city and share a telepathic bond with me. I wish to release them to gather information." Hearing this, Elder Shangwan deemed the approach viable. "Time is of the essence. Let us go to see General Li." Having known General Li for many years, Elder Shangwan felt no need for pretense as they made their way to the general's residence. Upon learning of Elder Shangwan's arrival, General Li was elated and hurried to greet him. "Elder Shangwan, thank you for leading the reinforcements today. Why haven't you taken a moment to rest before visiting?" After exchanging pleasantries, Elder Shangwan remarked, "Li, do you not find this beast tide somewhat peculiar?" The gravity of the situation dawned on General Li as he replied, "You too have sensed it? This assault is not as chaotic as before. It feels as though someone is orchestrating it." Elder Shangwan nodded, realizing their thoughts aligned. He gestured towards Su Lin, introducing him. "This is Su Lin, a disciple of the Duanjin Alliance. Not only is he an exceptional blacksmith, but he is also well-versed in tactics. He possesses 2 summoned pets capable of communicating with their master. Su Lin suggests we allow these summoned beasts to scout the enemy's dispositions. What do you think?" General Li turned to Su Lin. "Can you summon your pets for us to see?" Su Lin nodded and, with a thought, summoned his majestic hound, a flying horse, and a snow bear. The snow bear approached Su Lin, surveying the surroundings with a cold gaze. The flying horse knelt beside him, awaiting its rider. The hound circled Su Lin, wagging its tail, before gazing intently and lamenting, "Master, you have not called for me in so long. I nearly perished from longing." As it spoke, tears streamed down its face. Su Lin, accustomed to the hound's antics, paid it little mind, while Elder Shangwan and General Li stood in astonishment. The two straightforward dwarves exchanged glances and, in unison, raised their thumbs in admiration. What an extraordinary display of loyalty! Su Lin summoned the snow bear into the ring, but its intelligence was too low to complete the task. Elder, General, I have two pets. The Pegasus is at the early stage of foundation establishment, and although the Mastiff has yet to reach that stage, it is quite clever. Since both are in beast form, sending them to gather intelligence should be effective. General Li and Elder Shangwan exchanged glances, then turned to Su Lin along with the Pegasus and Mastiff. I concur with Daoist Su's proposal. This beast assault is rather peculiar, and gathering intelligence on the enemy is crucial. If you manage to uncover vital information, I will commend you for your efforts, said the general. After discussing a detailed plan with the two, Su Lin left the general's residence. Utilizing the token provided by General Li, he exited the city gate, evading the firewalls, and summoned the two beasts. You are to venture to the beast camp ahead and gather information. Strive to ascertain who is leading this beast assault and their strategy for breaching the city. Once you have the information, return swiftly to report. The Pegasus and Mastiff, both seasoned beasts, understood Su Lin's directives and swiftly made their way towards the beast camp, their dark forms vanishing into the night. Upon returning to the checkpoint, Su Lin awaited the battle on the following day. As dawn broke, the city's protective flames extinguished, and a tide of ferocious beasts surged forth once more. As with the previous day, the assault began with colossal beasts battering the city walls, followed by aerial and agile attackers, interspersed with stealthy strikes from foundational beasts. This strategy left the defenders in a precarious position. Although the dwarven warriors and cultivators were formidable, their numbers were limited. Each casualty diminished their strength. While the beast horde seemed endless and fearless. Previously, the beast horde had lacked unified leadership and merely charged in chaos, making them easier to fend off. However, this time, they attacked in formation and employed various tactics, posing a significant threat to the defenders. As the day passed, hundreds of dwarven warriors fell, and some of the fortifications were damaged. When night fell, the protective flames reignited, causing the beasts to retreat temporarily, restoring a semblance of tranquility to Jinggu Pass. In the ensuing days, the beast assaults grew increasingly frequent, with new strategies emerging. A plethora of aerial and terrestrial beasts launched relentless attacks, resulting in escalating casualties among the defenders and considerable damage to their weapons and equipment. As night descended, General Li invited Elder Shangwan and Su Lin to his residence. After sharing a few cups of tea, General Li's brow furrowed. Brother Shangwan, Daoist Su, the situation is dire. Elder Shangwan inquired. I too have observed the heavy losses among the defenders. General Li, you must request reinforcements from the royal city. General Li sighed. I dispatched a messenger several days ago. The minister responsible for military affairs responded that all 9 strategic passes are under unprecedented assault, suffering severe losses. According to their assessment, the primary target of the enemy's assault is here. Reinforcements will arrive, but their numbers will be limited. We must primarily rely on ourselves. Elder Shangwan shook his head. Relying solely on ourselves will be exceedingly difficult. I suspect the beasts have yet to unleash their full strength. They are likely waiting for the opportune moment. General Li's eyes burned with intensity. The beasts this time have a unified command, making them particularly formidable. Daoist Su, have your pets returned with any news? Su Lin shook his head, just as he sensed a message coming from his pet ring. General Li, my pets have reached the checkpoint. I will retrieve them. General Li beamed with joy. Let us go together. Before long, the three, accompanied by the two beasts, returned to the general's residence. The Mastiff eagerly reported the intelligence. Master, the assault is being led by the second-in-command of the Wildlands, the golden-haired spirit ape at the pinnacle of Foundation establishment. It commands 3 spirit beasts at the early stage of Foundation establishment. Other passes are primarily led by spirit beasts at the mid to late stages of Foundation establishment. The expressions of General Li and Elder Shangwan grew grave. I did not expect that the golden-haired spirit ape would lead this charge. It is said to be the most valued subordinate of the Beast King, the Snow Domain Spirit Fox, second only to it in cultivation. Moreover, this spirit ape is adept in tactics, making it a formidable adversary. Su Lin inquired further, what about the other 3 early-stage spirit beasts? Do you know their roles among the horde? The Mastiff replied, the giant-toothed elephant primarily leads the attack, while the flying bat handles communications and logistical support. The two-headed hounds serve as the central guard and provide reinforcements. I am the most trusted subordinate of the two-headed hounds, serving as the chief guard. Old Black is too clumsy to contribute effectively, merely blending in with the horde. Upon hearing this, the Pegasus became anxious. It opened its mouth to speak. But the Mastiff continued. I overheard the golden-haired spirit ape say that in a few days, once our city's artillery is sufficiently damaged, they will launch a full-scale assault to capture Jingu Pass in one fell swoop. At this revelation, Su Lin and General Li rose to their feet. Su Lin instructed the two beasts, return and continue gathering intelligence. Come back at this time tomorrow. He patted the Mastiff's head with a smile, saying, well done. He then gave the Pegasus a reassuring pat on its back, adding, I will remember your contributions. After sending the two beasts out of the city, Su Lin returned to the general's residence to continue discussions on how to counter the enemy. Upon learning of the imminent full-scale assault by the beast horde, Elder Shangwan and General Li grew anxious. Through the battles of recent days, it became evident that merely defending would not suffice to hold Jingu Pass. To repel the beasts, they needed to devise new strategies. Su Lin proposed, it seems we must undertake a decapitation strike to eliminate the golden-haired spirit ape, which will drive back these beasts. Elder Shangwan and General Li exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. It must be done, otherwise, we will surely fall to the advancing beasts. But how can we eliminate this golden-haired spirit ape? Su Lin chuckled lightly. First, we must find a way to eliminate those early-stage spirit beasts. Once that is accomplished, the golden-haired spirit ape will have to personally lead the charge. If it emerges, we will have our opportunity. After sipping his tea and contemplating, Su Lin continued. Eliminating those early-stage spirit beasts should not be overly difficult. We can concentrate our artillery fire and have the Pegasus draw near. Once we have a lock on the target, we can unleash our artillery and giant crossbows in unison, ensuring we can dispatch the spirit beasts. However, we must be careful not to mistakenly harm my Pegasus. General Li nodded in agreement. This is straightforward. I will assign our most skilled marksman to the task. After eliminating the golden-haired spirit ape's aides, we will devise a plan to eliminate it. Once the golden-haired spirit ape is slain, the beast horde will retreat without a fight. After hearing Su Lin's strategy, General Li and Elder Shangwan nodded repeatedly. The dwarves excelled in foraging and possessed remarkable martial prowess. Yet they were not suited for strategic deployments and were unaccustomed to devising clever tactics. However, upon hearing Su Lin's plan, the two dwarves felt enlightened, their worries dissipating. The following day, Su Lin shared the operational plan with the Mastiff and Pegasus, instructing them to prioritize safety. After the early-stage spirit beasts were eliminated, they would reconvene to arrange the next steps. The assaults by the beasts intensified, leading the defenders to divide into two shifts, taking turns to fight. Su Lin and General Li stood atop a high platform, gazing into the distance. They observed a dense throng of beasts organized in formation, launching successive attacks. Among the ranks, Su Lin finally spotted the Pegasus, closely following a giant elephant. This giant elephant appeared rather ordinary, merely slightly larger than its counterparts. And it did not charge forward, but lingered at the rear. Su Lin tugged at General Li's sleeve and discreetly pointed. General Li's eyes brightened as he too spotted the giant toothed elephant. General, from this distance, can we strike it down? General Li smiled. Not a problem. Once we lock onto the target, it will surely be a fatal blow. Su Lin discreetly guided the Pegasus away from danger. General Li descended from the platform and gathered 20 artillery pieces and 100 giant crossbows. With a command, dozens of cannonballs and over 100 crossbow bolts surged towards the giant toothed elephant. The beast had no time to react before it was reduced to a mass of flesh, throwing the entire horde into disarray. The garrison on the city launched another wave of attack, causing the beast horde to scatter in disarray, suffering heavy losses. At that moment, a few cries emanated from the rear of the beast horde, prompting the creatures to gradually quiet down and slowly retreat. For the first time, the battlefield fell silent before dusk. The following day, the creatures launched a renewed assault. Su Lin and General Li remained atop the high platform, searching for the elusive figure of the flying horse. After a prolonged search, they found nothing but saw a Tibetan Mastiff trailing behind a gray rhinoceros, moving back and forth. The siege that day grew even more intense, as hundreds of foundational beasts clad in various pelts mingled within their ranks, sporadically charging the city walls to slaughter the defenders, wreaking considerable havoc. The number of exotic beasts scaling the walls increased, placing the garrison at a disadvantage. Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, 6,000 dwarf warriors were dispatched for reinforcement, bringing with them an array of siege tools, which helped stabilize the situation once more. As night fell, the Tibetan Mastiff entered the city, bearing new tidings. After the giant-toothed elephant was slain, the golden-haired spirit monkey had sent 2 dogs to organize an offensive. The swift Old Black was instructed to return and summon additional reinforcements. For now, Old Black was hiding in the distance, reluctant to reveal himself. While he managed the beast horde alongside the 2 dogs. "Why haven't I seen the 2 dogs?" General Li inquired anxiously. "They are disguised in rhinoceros hides, which is why you haven't noticed them. This cunning spirit monkey plans to have me don hippopotamus skin tomorrow," Su Lin replied with a nod. "You must ensure the flying horse returns swiftly and remains unseen by the spirit monkey. Tomorrow, try to advance with the 2 dogs, and once you receive my warning, make a hasty retreat." After the Mastiff departed, Su Lin and General Li exchanged knowing smiles, sensing the impending doom for the 2 dogs. At dawn, the beast horde once again surged forth in a tide of aggression. Su Lin and General Li remained vigilant atop the high platform. Through intuition, Su Lin soon spotted the Mastiff, now disguised as a hippopotamus, accompanying a gray rhinoceros, engaged in conversation. The rhinoceros nodded repeatedly as they drew closer to the front lines of the battlefield. Under Su Lin's guidance, General Li clarified their objective and hurried to position the archers, while Su Lin urged the Mastiff to leave the perilous vicinity. Upon seeing the Mastiff gradually distancing itself from the gray rhinoceros, a sudden cannon fire erupted nearby, igniting a blaze and creating a deep crater within several dozen yards. The 2 dogs, unable to react in time, were instantly struck down. As the beast scattered, silence reclaimed the battlefield. In the ensuing days, the beast horde refrained from further assaults. The defenders seized this rare opportunity to repair their equipment. Yet, amidst this tranquility, an ominous aura lingered. Both General Li and Su Lin remained oblivious to the golden-haired spirit monkey's next move. To uncover the answer, the Mastiff would need to be consulted. That evening, the Mastiff and the flying horse finally returned to Jingu Pass. The golden-haired spirit monkey suspected that the defenders possessed some mystical artifact capable of discerning the ranks of the beasts. It dispatched 8 messengers, instructing that 1 foundational beast from each of the other passes be summoned here. Once assembled, an all-out assault would commence. The spirit monkey demanded that all foundational beasts refrain from approaching the battlefield and stay out of cannon range until the unified attack was initiated. Su Lin, upon hearing this, felt a headache coming on. "Do you have any idea when the beasts from the other passes will arrive?" he asked. "It's hard to say, but the latest they will attack is within 7 days, was the reply. Rising from his seat, Su Lin paced a few times before addressing Elder Shangwan and General Li. "We can no longer afford to wait. The golden-haired spirit monkey must be eliminated," Elder Shangwan remarked. "Eliminating the spirit monkey would indeed bring this conflict to an end, but how can we accomplish that?" Su Lin sat down resolutely. "It seems our only option is to infiltrate the enemy camp and assassinate the spirit monkey." Su Lin understood that assassinating the spirit monkey was an exceedingly perilous task, given that the opponent was a fully realized spirit beast with human-like intelligence. However, if the spirit monkey were not swiftly dealt with, the impending all-out assault would lead to the city's downfall, and he would be doomed regardless. He could not bear the thought of witnessing his comrades, those he had grown close to, and Fire Ling meeting their demise at the hands of the beasts. To infiltrate the enemy and eliminate the spirit monkey, he was the most suitable candidate, as his bond with his pet would enable him to locate the target accurately. Additionally, his ability to become invisible would allow him to evade the beasts. Though the assassination mission appeared fraught with danger, careful planning could greatly enhance their chances of success. Su Lin first sent the Mastiff away from the city, instructing it to ascertain the spirit monkey's location and report back the following day. Upon returning to the general's residence, Su Lin, General Li, and Elder Shangwan devised a strategy to eliminate the spirit monkey. "I possess the ability to become invisible, allowing me to approach the golden-haired spirit monkey without disturbing the beast horde. However, I am uncertain if I can evade its detection, given its high rank," he expressed. "There is no need for concern. I have several invisibility rings here. When worn, unless confronted by a nascent soul-level spirit beast, your presence will remain undetected for half an hour. These were meticulously crafted by the dwarven master blacksmith and are exclusive to frontline commanders, General Li assured him. He continued, I will also dispatch our most skilled assassin to accompany you, aiming for a decisive strike. After pondering this, Su Lin added, I possess binding ropes that can ensnare the spirit monkey, but I lack a divine weapon, which raises concerns about swiftly killing it. If the beasts surge in, our mission is bound to fail. Elder Shangwan then produced a peculiar weapon from his waist, one side resembling a sword blade and the other a serrated edge. This is the severed limb blade, incredibly sharp, crafted by the leader of the Broken Gold Alliance. It has tasted the blood of countless ferocious beasts. I entrust it to you. Once the spirit monkey is ensnared by the binding ropes, this blade will surely sever its head, he declared. Su Lin accepted the severed limb blade, feeling its chilling aura. It seemed as though countless vengeful spirits were howling within its blade. He quickly secured the weapon and clasped his hands in gratitude. With this treasure, the evil monkey shall surely meet its end. On the second night, the mastiff returned to the city, having learned the location of the golden-haired spirit monkey. Su Lin arrived at General Li's residence, where a diminutive, lean assassin awaited. Su Lin, this is our most adept assassin, Jing Li, at the foundational stage. I have assigned him to assist you in completing the task. Upon hearing General Li's words, Jing Li clasped his fists towards Su Lin. Taoist friend Su, I shall follow your lead tonight. Su Lin quickly reciprocated. We are all serving the kingdom. There is no need to differentiate between us. Su Lin and Jing Li discussed their action plan, deliberating the details of their operation. Once prepared, they conserved their energy, waiting for the night to deepen. At the stroke of midnight, Su Lin and Jing Li exchanged a glance, bid farewell to General Li, and stealthily exited the city, their figures vanishing into the darkness. Approaching the beast horde, Su Lin activated his invisibility technique, while Jing Li donned a black cloak, causing him to disappear as well. The mastiff calmly led the way, soon bringing them to the heart of the beast horde. The foremost beasts lacked cultivation and seemed fearful of the mastiff. Parting ways as it approached, the mastiff strutted proudly ahead, barking occasionally to remind the beasts to remain vigilant. Before long, the trio reached the center of the horde, where numerous foundational beasts had gathered. Upon seeing the mastiff, they greeted it warmly. The mastiff boisterously declared, The spirit monkey king has sent me to inspect the camp. Rest well, for in a few days, we shall launch a full-scale attack. Soon, they arrived at the rear of the beast horde, where the mastiff halted. The cave ahead is where the spirit monkey rests. This spirit monkey seldom sleeps and is currently engaged in some task. Su Lin released the flying horse, and he and Jing Li donned another invisibility ring. Following the flying horse and the mastiff, they approached the cave. As the flying horse and mastiff reached the cave entrance, the mastiff announced loudly, Spirit Monkey King, the flying horse has returned and has urgent matters to report. The cave door opened, and a cold voice beckoned, Enter. The Pegasus lowered its head and stepped into the stone cave, with Su Lin and Jing Li stealthily following behind. The entrance to the cave closed once more. Outside, the mastiff commanded, My lord has matters of great importance to discuss. You are to remain 100 zhang away and refrain from eavesdropping. The two hounds had already promoted the mastiff to captain of the guard in their previous lives. Following orders, the guards quickly retreated to a distance, while the mastiff crouched at the cave entrance, guarding the door. Upon entering the cave, Su Lin immediately spotted a massive ape reclining on a stone bed, its fur a pristine white, save for a tuft of golden hair atop its head. Su Lin noted that the creature wore a golden glove on its right paw. The Pegasus approached the spirit ape and knelt before it, saying, Beast King, I have heard that you faced obstacles in your siege, and I am here to offer this treasure as assistance. With that, the Pegasus extended a package with its wings. The spirit ape, without suspicion, reached out and accepted the package, murmuring, What treasure could this be? Upon opening it, he discovered a black iron box. When he lifted the lid, a blinding white light erupted, dazzling him and obscuring his vision. At that moment, Su Lin and Jing Li revealed themselves and simultaneously threw out the binding ropes for demons. The ropes ensnared the spirit ape tightly. Jing Li stepped forward, brandishing a dagger aimed at the ape's heart. The spirit ape rolled to evade the dagger, opening its mouth to call for the guards. Observing this, Su Lin swiftly tossed a specialized spirit sealing cap, which landed on the ape's head and tightly bound its mouth, rendering it silent. With the residual blade drawn, Su Lin joined Jing Li in their assault on the spirit ape. Despite being restrained by the binding ropes, the ape adeptly dodged, avoiding critical injuries even as their weapons inflicted numerous wounds upon it. As the time limit of the binding ropes approached, Su Lin threw another, once more ensnaring the spirit ape. Realizing its plight, the ape stomped its foot, and its massive form shrank to that of an ordinary monkey. Though still bound, the now smaller spirit ape became more agile, darting left and right until it reached the stone bed and deftly opened the cave door with a flick of its finger. The mastiff, observing from outside, barked loudly, "By the king's command, you are to retreat 1,000 zhong. Those who defy this order will face execution." The guards hastily withdrew, and the mastiff rushed into the cave to secure the entrance. Enraged, the spirit ape's golden fur bristled, but it could only remain vigilant, unable to voice its fury. Jingli turned to Su Lin and asked, "Could we possibly slow its movements?" Su Lin summoned the snow bear and instructed it to unleash a barrage of ice balls. While the spirit ape dodged some, it could not evade all. The icy projectile slowed its movements considerably. With a fierce growl, Jingli expanded in size, his arms doubling in length, and his speed surged as he lunged forward to firmly grasp the spirit ape. Seizing the opportunity, Su Lin stepped closer, wielding the residual blade to cleave the spirit ape in two. After vanquishing the spirit ape, Su Lin retrieved the soul-collecting pearl and trapped the ape's essence within. Upon inspection, he discovered a storage pouch on the spirit ape, which was filled to the brim with various elixirs. He handed the pouch to Jingli, saying, "Brother Jing, please accept this. I desire the glove upon its hand. What say you?" Jingli nodded. "I am adept with short weapons. This glove would serve me no purpose. You may keep it." The mastiff circled the spirit ape's corpse before rushing over to pull Su Lin aside, exclaiming, "Master, the spirit ape possesses a demon core. Once I regain my advancement capabilities and consume it, I shall successfully condense my core." Hearing this, Su Lin promptly sliced open the ape's belly and extracted a demon core the size of a chicken egg. He glanced at Jingli, who smiled and said, "Since Brother Hound requires it, the demon core is yours. In truth, you have contributed the most to this victory." Su Lin stowed the demon core, removed the golden glove, and severed the spirit ape's head. He placed the dismembered body upon the stone bed, draped it with a cloth, and then, alongside Jingli, concealed their forms and followed the Pegasus and Mastiff out of the cave. Upon exiting, the Mastiff and Pegasus turned to the stone door and proclaimed loudly, "Rest assured, my lord, I shall convey your orders without fail. Await good news." With that, the two creatures swaggered away from the beast horde and returned to the city. Upon seeing the golden-haired spirit ape's head, General Li rejoiced. Without this spirit ape's organization, the outside beast horde would be but a disordered mass. "Tomorrow, we shall launch an attack. If we can eliminate the flying bats, this army shall collapse without a fight." Su Lin smiled. "To kill the flying bats, we must devise a meticulous strategy. We cannot afford to be careless. I propose that the Mastiff and Pegasus ambush first, locating the bats precisely. Tomorrow, we will initiate a feigned attack to draw the enemy's attention, while I, Jingli, and Firelinger stealthily approach the flying bats for a decisive strike." He wished to assist Firelinger, who had not yet made significant contributions. General Li and Elder Shangwan conferred for a while and found Su Lin's plan plausible. They dispatched someone to summon Firelinger and inform her of the mission for the following day. Upon learning that the golden-haired spirit ape had been eliminated, Firelinger was taken aback, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment as she gazed at Su Lin. "Brother Su, I never anticipated you would achieve such a monumental feat." Su Lin chuckled but said nothing. He departed the city with the Mastiff and Pegasus, and once outside, he inquired, "After the spirit ape's death, the guards should remain unaware, correct?" The Mastiff shook its head. "Typically, if the spirit ape does not summon them, other fierce beasts would not dare approach the cave." Su Lin urged them to swiftly locate the bats within the horde and await the counterattack the following day. The next day, the beast horde did not initiate an assault. They congregated, uncertain of their next move. Suddenly, the gates of Jinggu Pass swung open, revealing 6,000 dwarven warriors wielding enormous crossbows. Before the beasts could react, the dwarven soldiers unleashed a volley of rockets, thousands of arrows streaking through the sky and raining down upon the horde. Thousands of ferocious beasts were pinned to the ground, while the rest, lacking command, began to panic and scatter, plunging the horde into chaos. The dwarven warriors provided no respite for the beasts, unleashing wave after wave of crossbow bolts. As the pandemonium escalated, Su Lin, Jing Li, and Firelinger arrived at the heart of the beast horde. Utilizing his bond with his pets, Su Lin quickly pinpointed the flying bats, the sole remaining early-stage demon beast, attempting to stabilize the chaotic beast tide. Su Lin hurled the binding ropes, ensnaring the flying bat tightly. The bat attempted to retreat, seeking help from the Mastiff and Pegasus. But the Mastiff swiftly clamped its jaws around its wings, while the Pegasus unleashed a torrent of black flames, driving the other beasts away. Not wishing to compete for glory, Jing Li and Su Lin allowed Firelinger, wielding the Fire Cloud sword, to rush forward, swiftly delivering a fatal blow to the flying bat. Su Lin collected the flying bat's soul and, alongside his companions, surged forth from the central command. With the loss of their leader, the entire beast horde scattered in disarray, transforming the vast wilderness into a chaotic scene of fleeing creatures. Unperturbed by the remaining ferocious beasts, Su Lin and his companions focused on eliminating the foundational demon beasts. Hundreds of these fled in terror, only to be systematically slain by the cultivators. From dawn until dusk, the dwarven warriors and cultivators annihilated all remaining demon beasts. As night fell, the area before Jingu Pass was devoid of any wild creatures, and the defenders celebrated their resounding victory. General Li divided the forces into two groups, leading 5,000 dwarves to continue defending Jingu Pass, while the remaining soldiers, under Elder Shangwan's command, took the golden-haired spirit ape's head to assist in defense at other passes. Su Lin accompanied Elder Shangwan, and wherever they went, the mere sight of the spirit ape's head caused any attacking demon beasts to lose morale and retreat. With the internal and external pressure, they soon found themselves on a flying vessel, navigating to the remaining passes, which were swiftly reclaimed from the beast horde. The battle raged from spring into the height of summer, and now, the invading beasts have been vanquished almost entirely. Even the golden-haired spirit apes, which posed a significant threat to the dwarven kingdom for centuries, now have their heads displayed prominently at the entrance of Tiger and Appo's Mouth Pass. Without the leadership of the formidable golden-haired spirit ape, who had attained the pinnacle of the core formation stage, the beast kings at the nascent soul stage were rendered unable to engage in battle. The creatures of the wilderness suffered a crushing defeat, leaving them incapable of launching any further assaults on the dwarven kingdom for a century, thus granting the kingdom a precious respite. At this moment, Su Lin sat within the royal palace of the dwarven kingdom, where the king had hosted a banquet to honor the soldiers and cultivators who had contributed to the war effort. Su Lin's storage belt was now equipped with a complete set of 5-colored gloves, and given the immense merit he had achieved, acquiring these gloves only cost him a fraction of his accrued merits. There were no other items available for exchange on the divine weapon list. Seated at the head of the table, Su Lin paid little heed to this matter. In his heart, he felt that contributing to the dwarven kingdom was a fitting way to repay the dwarves for their teachings. However, the ministers of the dwarven kingdom found themselves in a quandary. According to the kingdom's traditions, rewards must be given for merit, and penalties imposed for failure. This principle underpins the king's authority. Now, with Su Lin having accomplished extraordinary deeds, yet choosing not to claim his rewards, an unprecedented situation had arisen. If Su Lin were a dwarven citizen, he could have been appointed to an official position or given command in the military. If he had not mastered his forging skills, they could have gathered masters to expedite his learning. If he required divine weapons, he could have chosen from an array of options. Yet this accomplished cultivator was already a high-level forger and did not seek further artifacts, which left them perplexed. The king, too, felt a headache coming on and passed the dilemma to his ministers, insisting that they fulfill Su Lin's needs before he departed the dwarven kingdom. The principle of clear rewards and penalties was a national policy that could not be compromised. As the banquet proceeded, the ministers, acting on the king's behalf, announced the rewards for the meritorious individuals. Dwarven soldiers were promoted in rank, and various honors were bestowed upon them, while the cultivators received coveted divine weapons. Fireling, too, successfully obtained the qualification to enter the mine of 10,000 minerals. Su Lin paid little attention to these accolades, instead raising his cup frequently with General Li and Elder Shangwan, celebrating their newfound friendship forged through the trials of war. Witnessing this camaraderie, the ministers felt even more troubled. It was becoming evident that Su Lin genuinely regarded the dwarves as friends and placed little value on the rewards, complicating their task further. The king reiterated his command that Su Lin's wishes must be accommodated, creating a significant conundrum. After the feast, as the dwarves and cultivators took their leave, Su Lin bowed deeply to several ministers, expressing, I have been in the dwarven city for nearly 2 years now, under the guidance of esteemed masters. I have perfected my forging skills. In a few days, I shall return to Tian city. The mountains are high and the roads long. It will be difficult to meet again. Please convey my farewells to the king. Upon hearing of Su Lin's imminent departure, the ministers exchanged glances and one stepped forward, saying, Daoist Su, we have a request. Su Lin, somewhat bewildered, pondered why these ministers would seek him out. As a mere cultivator at the Qi condensation stage with a modicum of forging skill, he wondered what they could possibly require of him. Nevertheless, acknowledging their words, he stated, Gentlemen, you flatter me. If there is anything I can assist with, please do not hesitate to command me. I shall do my utmost to fulfill your requests. The chief minister glanced awkwardly between his colleagues and Su Lin, explaining, Daoist Su, the recent beast invasion was fierce. Without your assistance and that of your companion, the 9 great passes would surely have fallen. Even if we could defend Dwarven City, the losses would have been devastating. You have rendered extraordinary service to our Dwarven kingdom. Just as Su Lin was about to express his humility, the chief minister continued, In our land, we place great importance on clear rewards and penalties. This is the foundation of our nation. Your slaying of the golden-haired spirit ape has secured a century of peace for us. Such unparalleled merit cannot go unrewarded. However, Su Lin had only claimed a pair of gloves, leaving an abundance of his merits unaccounted for, which posed a dilemma for them. Upon hearing this, Su Lin could not help but chuckle softly, realizing the situation. I see. However, I truly do not require further rewards. I am now a high-level forger and can craft many items myself. If you insist on rewarding me, might I request an elevation in my status to forging master? The ministers shook their heads. Daoist Su, you do not understand the intricacies involved. Currently, there are only 3 forging masters in the Dwarven kingdom. One is the king, whose title is inherited, and each king automatically ascends to forging master due to lineage. The other 2 have dedicated over a century to their craft to achieve this rank. Attaining the title of forging master is exceedingly difficult, as it requires forging weapons capable of injuring nascent soul experts. In truth, you are already a high-level forger, a status that only a few dozen hold in our realm, sufficient to establish yourself in the W continent. Upon hearing this, Su Lin nodded. It seems I am destined to remain apart from the title of master in this lifetime. My lords, I truly have no other requests. I appreciate the king's intentions. The ministers, hearing Su Lin's words, quickly dissuaded him. The king has ordered us to fulfill Daoist Su's wishes. Please do not place us in a difficult position. After some contemplation, Su Lin recalled that he required several spiritual ores for his cultivation of the longevity technique, and thus he inquired of the dwarven ministers, in that case. I would like to request some spiritual ores. The ministers sighed in relief. The dwarven kingdom was rich in minerals, and acquiring spiritual ores would not pose a challenge. Please list the precious ores you require, Daoist Su. We may lack in other areas, but we have plenty of ores. I require 10,000-year cold jade, purple gold mine soul, essence of 100 minerals, outer realm meteorites, and the souls of the stars, Su Lin enumerated. The ministers exchanged wry smiles. Daoist Su. The 10,000-year cold jade and purple gold mine soul are located within the domain of the cultivators. The former can be found in the ice cave outside Qingtian city, guarded by the Snow Bear King, while the latter is situated in the Centipede Cave to the north of the Flame City, protected by the red-footed centipede. Both of these ferocious beasts are at the core formation stage and are far beyond our reach to mine. However, the essence of 100 minerals is indeed our specialty. And we do have some outer realm meteorites, though they are in limited supply. As for the souls of the stars, we have not heard of them. After their discussion, the ministers instructed their subordinates to retrieve the essence of 100 minerals and outer realm meteorites. Shortly thereafter, an official from the treasury presented a storage belt to the ministers, who then handed it to Su Lin, saying, Here are all the essence of 100 minerals and outer realm meteorites we possess. We hope you will accept it, Daoist Su. Su Lin graciously accepted the storage belt, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, esteemed ministers, for your generous gift. The chief minister considered for a moment before adding, Daoist Su. These ores alone may not suffice to match your merit. I noticed you exchanged for a pair of gloves, suggesting you are adept at utilizing your fists. I have a martial technique here that can enhance the power of your strikes. I would like to present it to you as well. After speaking, the minister handed a manual to Su Lin, who accepted it with gratitude and took his leave. Upon returning to the residence of the Duanjin Alliance, Su Lin found Firelinger waiting outside the cave. Upon seeing him, she rushed forward. Big brother Su, I will be heading to the mine of 10,000 minerals for training tomorrow. These past few days, thank you for your care. I hope you can visit me in Flame City when you have the time. Hearing her words, Su Lin congratulated her. Your forging skills have matured. After the tempering in the mine of 10,000 minerals, you will surely advance. I will be returning to Qingtian City in a few days and may not have the chance to see you again shortly. Here, I have crafted a suit of armor specifically for brother Huolingzi. Please help me deliver it to him. With that, he handed her a set of red phosphorus armor designed to withstand extreme heat, adding, before long, I will be visiting Flame City to mine for purple gold ore. Huolinger carefully stored the red phosphorus and urged, you must come quickly. My senior brother and I will accompany you to the Centipede Cave. After bidding farewell to Huolinger, Su Lin returned to his chamber. He first brewed a cup of spiritual tea and took a few sips. Then, he retrieved the essence of 100 minerals and an extraterrestrial meteorite. According to the teachings of the longevity technique, the essence of 100 minerals is used to refine bones, while the extraterrestrial meteorite is for honing muscles. At this moment, his flesh and skin had yet to be fully cultivated, rendering his bones and muscles incapable of further refinement. Su Lin carefully stored these spiritual minerals and then took out the secret manual gifted by the chief minister, a tome dedicated to a martial art known as Shattered Stars. The essence of Shattered Stars lies in harnessing the surrounding spiritual energy, drawing it into one's fist, and unleashing it in an instant. This technique is intrinsically linked to the user's physical strength. The more robust the body, the greater the power. If one could train their physique to a divine level, this technique could even shatter celestial bodies. With eyes closed, Su Lin committed this technique to memory. In his mind, the various transformations of Shattered Stars unfolded, layer upon layer, until he grasped them fully. An hour later, he opened his eyes and gently clenched his fist. The sparse spiritual energy in the vicinity began to converge towards his hand. Once the area was devoid of spiritual energy, he sensed a force coalescing in his right hand. Releasing his grip, he dispersed the power. The spiritual energy here was not abundant, and he anticipated that its potency would amplify significantly in the realm of cultivators. Su Lin then produced 5 gloves, golden, purple, azure, crimson, and white, each radiating a gentle halo. He donned them one by one, acutely aware of the changes in his fists. With 1 glove, his power doubled. With 2, it quadrupled. With 3, the force of his punches increased 4-fold. At that moment, Su Lin could feel that a single strike from him would compel even a foundational-level cultivator to evade his might. Su Lin donned the 4th glove, and the 4 gloves on his right hand melded seamlessly, radiating 4 distinct luminescences that dazzled the eyes. After experiencing the power of the Shattered Star, he realized that with all 4 gloves, a single punch could unleash 8 times the force, enough to severely injure an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator. Steadying his mind, Su Lin placed the 5th glove on his hand. The moment the final glove was donned, the brilliance of the previous 4 instantly dimmed, converging into a singular entity. To the naked eye, it appeared merely as an unremarkable silver glove. Yet, Su Lin sensed the immense power contained within. He estimated that with all 5 gloves, his punch could deliver a staggering 32 times the attack power, sufficient to obliterate a cultivator at the early stage of foundation establishment. After disassembling the gloves, Su Lin began to meticulously examine their construction. As a master forger, he could distinctly sense an undercurrent of rage embedded within the glove. A fury not sealed from some exotic beast, but rather stemming from ancient times, from its creator, the dwarven king of a bygone era. Calming his thoughts, Su Lin attuned himself to the fury within the glove, as if transported back thousands of years, witnessing a crowned dwarf pacing within a palace. His steps quickening as he began to roar. The scene shifted to the dwarf king before a forge, wielding a hammer as he crafted. A flash of multicolored light heralding the emergence of 5 gloves, forged from his wrath, the fury of the dwarven king. Such formidable artifacts could be created solely from the emotion of anger. Was this truly the skill of a forging master? Leaving the chamber, Su Lin walked through the empty plaza of the Broken Gold Alliance, feeling an overwhelming sense of solitude. After a moment's contemplation, he summoned the snow bear. Desiring to avoid the incessant chatter of the mastiff, he turned to the snow bear, his most loyal companion. The skeleton white horse, and Fierce Tiger had all sacrificed their lives for him, while the Snow Bear had forgotten its 2 cubs. Recalling the rage and helplessness the Snow Bear displayed while protecting its offspring, Su Lin felt a surge of sorrow. He remembered the Snow Bear's desperate urgency as the Fierce Tiger pinned its cub beneath its claws and its resolute decision to surrender for the safety of its young. Overwhelmed by a deep-seated grief, he took the Snow Bear to the forge, ignited the flames, and retrieved the essence of 100 minerals to begin his crafting. The Snow Bear's gaze lingered in his mind, and Su Lin's pain, anger, and helplessness transformed into profound sadness as he worked rapidly, gradually shaping a sword. With each strike upon the blade, tears fell from his eyes, cascading onto the sword and causing its surface to shimmer with ethereal light. Glancing at the Snow Bear, whose expression was neither joyous nor sorrowful, Su Lin sighed, delivering the final blow to forge a sword imbued with sorrow. He named it, the Tears of the Snow Bear King. Without focusing on the sword's attributes, he quietly secured it within his storage belt. Lowering his gaze to the Snow Bear, standing vigil beside him. Placing a hand atop the Snow Bear's head, he murmured, "In the past, I was too weak, causing you and your children to be separated. If given the chance, I will reunite you all." The Snow Bear remained silent, having forgotten its beloved cubs. Now solely focused on protecting its master, its hollow eyes vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Days later, Su Lin bid farewell to his friends in the dwarven city and departed, summoning a Pegasus to ride upon. As the Pegasus unfurled its wings, they soared towards the netherworld continent. Upon arrival, Su Lin commanded the Pegasus to halt and summoned the Mastiff from his pet ring, stating, "You have 3 days to attend to your personal matters." The Mastiff, upon hearing this, excitedly circled around Su Lin before sniffing the air, seemingly detecting something, and dashed into the dark forest. The Pegasus nodded at Su Lin and took flight towards the horizon. The spiritual energy of the netherworld continent was thinner than that of the skyward city, but significantly richer than that of the dwarven city. Su Lin released the Snow Bear to guard him as he sat cross-legged, beginning his cultivation. After completing a full cycle, he felt his cultivation more solidified. It was time to establish his foundation. For 2 consecutive days, Su Lin meditated in tranquility. At this moment, his physical cultivation had reached the 10th level after reconstruction, and his spiritual cultivation had compressed all mental energies to perfection. His overall cultivation had also reached the pinnacle of the 9th level, and with continued quiet practice, he would naturally achieve complete mastery at the 10th level. Although he had some understanding of how to establish his foundation, he needed to return to consult Kuer and Elder Wong for deeper insights. With his cultivation stabilized, Su Lin began practicing his techniques. He had now mastered the invisibility technique. His wave-cleaving slash had evolved into the mountain-crushing strike suitable for group attacks, while the most potent technique remained the Shattered Star. Donning the 5 gloves, Su Lin invoked his technique, lightly clenching his right fist. The surrounding spiritual energy was drawn in like a black hole, swirling and converging towards him. The silver gloves seemed like an abyss, insatiable as they absorbed more and more energy, until Su Lin felt he had reached his limit. Aiming at a massive rock ahead, he struck with force, and a thunderous sound erupted as the rock shattered into countless fragments. At that moment, the Pegasus and Mastiff rushed in from a distance. Witnessing this scene, the Mastiff sensed a profound threat and exclaimed, "Master, your punch could easily slay a mid-stage foundation beast." Su Lin glanced at the 2 beasts and nodded. The Pegasus knelt, allowing Su Lin to mount. After recalling the Mastiff into his summoning ring, Su Lin patted the Pegasus, which then unfurled its wings and soared back towards the skyward city. Days later, Su Lin arrived at the gates of the skyward city. Dismounting, he stored the Pegasus in his ring and strolled into the city. After 2 years away, the city had not changed much. The gates were still bustling with people, and he could faintly sense newly arrived cultivators cautiously inquiring for information. With no desire to admire the streets, Su Lin hastened towards the Earthly Association. Shortly thereafter, he finally caught sight of the long-missed blue flag. After 2 years apart, the sight of the flag evoked a feeling of returning home within him. "I am back." Su Lin returned to his residence, where a protective net scanned him to confirm his identity. He then stepped into the courtyard. At that moment, dusk was settling in, and Kuer sat in front of the pavilion, resting her chin on her hand, lost in thought, with vibrant peach blossoms blooming behind her. Sensing someone's presence, Kuer was startled. She abruptly looked up and saw Su Lin. Covering her mouth with her hand, she stood up and rushed to Su Lin. embracing him as tears streamed down her face. "You're back," she exclaimed. Su Lin gently patted her head, asking, "Why are you crying, my dear steward?" Embarrassed, Kura released her hold and pulled Su Lin to sit in the pavilion. "I'll go make you some tea," she said. Watching her busy figure, Su Lin felt a profound sense of tranquility. It had been a long time since he experienced such a feeling of home. He released 3 pets from the ring. Kura had seen the snow bear before, but upon encountering the mastiff and the Pegasus, she was taken aback. Are these summoned beasts? They seem quite formidable. The Pegasus held its head high, remaining silent, while the mastiff, being the clever one, looked at Kura, then at Su Lin, wagging its tail as it approached her. "You must be the mistress, right? I am a mastiff from the Netherworld continent. You can call me Little Mastiff. The Pegasus is called Little Black. It is both the master's summoned beast and my little brother." The Pegasus, upon hearing this, grew displeased. "You are of a lower level than I, and cannot even carry the master to fly. What gives you the right to be my elder brother? Just because I followed the master before you. The one who came first is naturally the elder brother." The Pegasus glanced at the snow bear. "Little snow bear came before you. Do you call it elder sister?" The snow bear, not understanding their conversation, loyally followed Su Lin. The mastiff declared loudly. Little snow bear voluntarily relinquished the title of elder sister. "If you don't believe me, ask her." The Pegasus, looking at the snow bear, sighed in defeat. Forget it. Asking her would be pointless. Listening to the 2 beasts bicker, Kura laughed heartily. All right, stop arguing. I will arrange a place for you to stay." Su Lin observed Kura's industriousness and the curious Pegasus and mastiff, advising, "Here, you will not return to the summoning ring. The spiritual energy is still abundant. And although you cannot upgrade for now, you can accumulate spiritual power in the meantime. Once I successfully establish my foundation and master the spirit pet technique, we will strive for a breakthrough." After saying this, Su Lin returned to the living room to rest. Shortly after, Kura joined him, sitting beside him, and he inquired, "Kura, you have succeeded in establishing your soul foundation. Do you have any insights to share?" Kura pointed around the living room. "Brother Su, look." Upon inspection, Su Lin noticed several new bookshelves filled with a variety of books. Kura explained, "Over the past 2 years, I have purchased every book I could find and read through them all. As I have established my soul foundation, my memory is exceptionally strong. I am now perhaps the person who has read the most in Qingtian City." Su Lin smiled. "Then, by following me, you have become my military advisor." Kura blushed and shook her head. "I am not fit for devising strategies." She continued, "Knowing that you are about to establish your foundation, I specifically gathered many books and tales related to foundation establishment. Your cultivation path differs significantly from my soul foundation." Su Lin asked, "What are the differences?" Establishing a soul foundation does not require precious materials. It merely necessitates enhancing one's soul power to break through bottlenecks. However, without a physical body as a foundation, there is ultimately no combat capability. You are on the path of cultivation foundation establishment, which means you must find the most suitable treasure to integrate into your body, transforming it into your innate magical artifact. Su Lin pondered for a moment. "I have also learned a bit about foundation establishment. They say it involves integrating a treasure. Does this treasure have any special requirements?" "Indeed, it does. For mortals to cultivate, they must first condense qi, gathering the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to refine their ordinary bodies into cultivable forms. Only upon achieving perfect qi condensation can one proceed to foundation establishment. An ordinary cultivator's body cannot support further advancement. Only by integrating ancient magical artifacts into the body can one remodel it, aiding in the absorption of more spiritual energy while simultaneously strengthening both the physical body and soul, ultimately condensing qi into a dan." "You mentioned ancient magical artifacts. Must they be ancient?" Su Lin queried. "The texts state that only ancient magical artifacts, having endured the passage of time, can harmonize with the world's spiritual energy. Artifacts crafted by contemporary smiths may melt, but their efficacy is not guaranteed. Thus, if I find an ancient magical artifact suitable for me, I should be able to successfully establish my foundation," Su Lin concluded. "In theory, yes. However, the number of ancient artifacts is exceedingly scarce, with most being collected by large clans and families. Those scattered among the populace are nearly non-existent, and even if they are often of inferior quality." Kura noted, "Though my parents succeeded in establishing their foundations using only ordinary artifacts, their combat prowess remains quite low. To progress further in the path of cultivation, one must not overlook any step. Without acquiring a good innate magical artifact, the chances of forming a Dan diminish significantly. In the cultivation realm, battles can arise at any moment. With insufficient combat power, one may become prey. Those scions of influential families must have established their foundations using heirloom artifacts, right? Su Lin asked. To my knowledge, there are still many unexplored mystical places in the Wanyan continent. These locations are occupied by powerful families and sects, and their descendants seek opportunities there to establish their foundations. The establishment itself is not difficult. The challenge lies in finding a powerful ancient magical artifact. I suggest you consult Elder Wong. The Wong family is a top-tier clan and surely possesses methods I am unaware of. After Kuer's thorough explanation, Su Lin gained a sufficient understanding of how to establish his foundation. As for acquiring an ancient artifact, he felt less concerned. If Kuer's parents could succeed, then as a high-level smith, he should have no trouble finding a suitable magical artifact. Two paths lay before him. One was to seek the king of the netherworld, who might very well be the most formidable expert in the Wanyan continent. Since he required Su Lin's assistance, he surely had a way to resolve this dilemma. The second option was to approach Elder Wong, who was unaware that Su Lin was the master of dual wood. If he had enough magical artifacts to entrust to him for sale, it could further elevate his status in the Yibao Pavilion, potentially making him a supreme elder. After much contemplation, Su Lin decided to visit Elder Wong first. After all, the relationship between Su Lin and Elder Wong was mutually beneficial. Seeking the king of the netherworld would merely be a one-sided plea for help, and one must eventually repay favors. Furthermore, the king was a Yuaning expert with strength far exceeding his own, and if he were to unwillingly become Su Lin's spirit beast, the dynamics of their relationship would be reversed if he were to assist Su Lin. The next day, Su Lin accompanied Kuer to the Yibao Pavilion. Upon arrival, he had someone announce their presence to request an audience with Elder Wong. Shortly thereafter, Elder Wong, accompanied by Wong Lele, personally came down to greet them, much to Su Lin's surprise. Upon reaching Elder Wong's quarters on the 4th floor, Wong Lele took Kuer to explore and see if there were any items worth purchasing. A young attendant presented spiritual tea, and Elder Wong first invited Su Lin to enjoy some. He then remarked, "Not long ago, the 5 magical artifacts you brought, Dao Friend Su, all originated from the hands of Master Dual Wood, which has notably elevated my standing in this Yibao Pavilion." "Thank you." Su Lin smiled and waved his hand dismissively. "It is but a trifling matter, hardly worth mentioning. My progress here in the Wanyan continent is largely due to the support of seniors like you. I wonder how your competition for the position of Supreme Elder is progressing?" Hearing Su Lin's inquiry, Elder Wong sighed. "Initially, my contributions were significantly ahead. However, the neighboring old Wong seems to have struck up a friendship with some minister from the Dwarf Kingdom and has managed to acquire several high-level magical artifacts. Now, our family contributions are nearly equal, making it difficult to predict the outcome." Upon hearing Elder Wong's words, Su Lin retrieved over 10 magical artifacts from his storage belt. Each was a meticulously crafted masterpiece, engraved with the characters Dual Wood. "Elder Wong, these artifacts should support your bid for the Supreme Elder position, right?" Upon the sudden appearance of numerous divine weapons and magical artifacts, Wong's father could not contain his elation. "These are the creations of the esteemed Master Shuangmu. Such rarity. In recent months, this enigmatic master has scarcely unveiled any new artifacts. Even with ample wealth, one cannot procure his works in the market." As Wong's father meticulously examined each piece, he was astounded to encounter the tear of the Snow Bear King. This sword, unsealed by the soul of a beast, possesses its own sword spirit, capable of swaying the emotions of adversaries in its dance. Such a feat is only achievable by a master craftsman. Could it be that Master Shuangmu has attained the rank of a master? Su Lin, with a smile, humbly gestured, "This sword is merely a stroke of luck. Replicating it would undoubtedly prove futile." Hearing this, Elder Wong abruptly lifted his head. "So, you are indeed Master Shuangmu? How could I have overlooked that, Shuangmu, for Shuang and Lin?" Su Lin waved his hand dismissively. "It was merely a fortunate advancement. I prefer to keep my identity concealed, and I implore you, Elder Wong, to maintain discretion." Elder Wong nodded in agreement. "You are most wise, Master. An overly ostentatious craftsman often invites calamity. After all, should someone be harmed by an artifact you forged, it is likely they might misplace their wrath upon you. Decades ago, the renowned craftsman Mr. Sima met with tragedy for assisting the Assassin Alliance in creating several artifacts. leading to the extermination of his entire family, with the culprits remaining unknown. Rest assured, Master Su, I will handle your artifacts without revealing your identity. Su Lin responded. That is precisely what I desire. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Su Lin inquired, Elder Wong, I wish to establish my foundation. Do you have any sage advice? Elder Wong scrutinized Su Lin for a moment. You have attained the 10th level of Qi condensation. Your foundation appears solid, and now seems the perfect moment for a breakthrough. However, I wonder if you are prepared with your life artifact? Su Lin shook his head. This life artifact requires ancient materials. As you know, my time in the Wanyan continent has been brief, and I have yet to find a suitable option. Elder Wong pondered for a moment. Our Wong family, alongside the Ming and by families and several other sects, controls an ancient relic site. Each year, cultivators in need of foundation establishment seek opportunities there. Next month marks the annual opening of the relic. Would you be willing to take the risk? Elder Wong, what precisely is this ancient relic? I would appreciate a detailed explanation. In an indeterminate year and location, an epic battle once transpired between two factions of formidable cultivators, their powers transcending realms and breaking the barriers of time and space, resulting in the creation of this site. It spans vast expanses, forming its own world, inhabited by various extraordinary beings unable to leave. While we cultivators may enter, only those at the Qi condensation level can do so. Once those at the foundation establishment or core formation levels cross the threshold, they would cause spatial disturbances and be forcibly ejected. Within lie abundant ancient artifacts and the remains of celestial beings. Who obtains them relies solely on chance. What dangers lurk within the ancient relic? Dangers indeed abound. Firstly, each time the relic is opened, it draws the focus of various factions, cultivating their most promising individuals, all with solid foundations and protective artifacts bestowed by their families. Within the relic, actions remain concealed from the outside world, and one must rely solely on their own will. Should conflicts arise over treasures, external identities bear little weight, and only personal strength matters. Furthermore, the relic houses an array of extraordinary creatures, most at the foundation establishment level, yet some may possess core formation abilities. And in uncharted territories, one might even encounter ancient beings at the nascent soul level. These beings harbor a deep-seated animosity towards the living, should one cross paths with them. They may be overwhelmed. Others may not initiate an attack unless their protected artifacts are disturbed. For thousands of years, our Wong family has diligently compiled a map of the relic. As long as one avoids the areas marked as dangerous, they are unlikely to encounter perilous creatures. I recommend you venture into the ancient relic. It presents an opportunity to seek a suitable life artifact while also serving as a chance for cultivation. I will prepare a teleportation crystal for you, should you encounter insurmountable risks, allowing you to return directly. Elder Wong, can summoned beasts manifest within the relic? They can. I nearly forgot. Su Daoist, as a summoner, your summoned beasts are not classified as cultivators and are thus exempt from the rules within the relic. Each time the relic opens, cultivators seeking treasures often bring their pets along. Some have summoned their own, while others are provided by their families. Pets can be of great assistance within the relic. Upon concluding his explanation, Elder Wong handed Su Lin a jade slip. This contains our Wong family's records regarding the ancient relic, including its map. The relic constitutes a world unto itself, inaccessible to powerful cultivators. Within, most remains are preserved in the state they were in at the time of collapse. The realm of the relic is vast. Our Wong family's explorations cover only a minuscule portion. The areas marked in red on the map indicate the presence of core formation creatures and even nascent soul beings. Do not approach them under any circumstances. At that moment, Wang Lele and Sun Kur entered the room. Su Lin rose to take his leave. Thank you, Elder Wong. I shall return to prepare. When the time comes, I will venture into the ancient relic to seek my fortune. Next month marks the opening. I will have Lele inform you in advance. Su Lin and Kur departed from Yibao Pavilion, heading directly back to the guild's residence. As Su Lin walked, he pondered how to chance upon opportunities at the celestial battlefield. Upon returning to his residence, he spotted Kaer seated outdoors, engrossed in her reading. Though her physical cultivation was modest, her spiritual prowess was remarkably potent. She possessed an exceptional memory and vast knowledge. Su Lin inquired, "Are you familiar with the ancient relics?" Contemplating briefly, Kaer replied, "There are ancient texts that describe these relics as a collective term. Whether in the Wangyun continent, the Chasing Cloud continent, or even in the legendary Tian continent. Numerous ancient relics exist. The origins of these sites remain a mystery, with various explanations offered. However, the most credible and widely accepted assertion is that ancient relics were formed through the battles of powerful cultivators. She continued, eons ago, a cataclysmic war erupted in the cosmos, ensnaring nearly all cultivators, even those at the pinnacle of power. The conflicts among cultivators disrupted the universe's natural order, causing certain areas of the battlefield to experience temporal and spatial distortions, transporting them across time and space and imprisoning them in various locations. As the ages passed, some fortunate cultivators discovered entrances to these battlefields, entering and occasionally finding treasures within. Over generations, the secrets of these relics have gradually been unveiled. Turning to Su Lin, Ku'er suddenly exclaimed, I surmise that the Wong family must possess an entrance to one of these relics and allows you to seek out treasures suitable for foundational cultivation. Su Lin nodded, producing a jade slip from his pocket. This contains detailed records of the relics accumulated over generations by the Wong family. It appears that I must explore within these relics to find the life-bound artifact essential for my foundational cultivation. Upon hearing this, Ku'er expressed concern. These ancient relics are dominions held by various clans and are deemed forbidden grounds. While exploring the relics to procure a suitable life-bound artifact is the best approach. I have heard that dangers abound within. Is it not too perilous for you to venture forth? Su Lin waved dismissively. The ancient relics are quite unique. Only those at the Qi condensation stage may enter. Once one reaches foundational cultivation, they are immediately teleported out. Since all participants share the same cultivation level, safety should be manageable. Furthermore, the map delineates safe zones from hazardous areas. As long as one remains cautious, formidable adversaries should be easily avoided. To ensure utmost safety, Elder Wong has also gifted me a teleportation talisman to use should I encounter insurmountable danger. Reassured by Su Lin's explanation, Ku'er advised, do prepare thoroughly to secure a commendable life-bound artifact. After Ku'er departed, Su Lin began meticulously studying the jade slip. It contained comprehensive accounts of past Wong family disciples' experiences within the relics. Cultivators could only enter the ancient relics via a teleportation array, and each explorer would be randomly transported to different areas. Inside the ancient relics, a unique world existed, mirroring the external terrain with deserts, oceans, mountains, and forests. Once within, one would inevitably encounter fellow treasure seekers. However, due to the vastness of the relics and the multitude of treasures contained, most treasure hunters would avoid conflict, save for the exceedingly belligerent individuals. Nevertheless, the relics were home to various peculiar creatures, necessitating vigilance from treasure seekers. Among the most common were the soul spirits, translucent white beings typically at the Qi condensation level, devoid of intelligence. If left undisturbed, they would not initiate an attack. Following them in prevalence were the moon souls, which varied in shape, mostly semicircular and at the foundational cultivation's initial stage, though occasionally one might encounter a full moon-shaped moon soul comparable to a perfected foundational cultivator in strength. Albeit they were rare, moon souls rarely attacked cultivators unprovoked, yet they had a peculiar tendency to follow cultivators closely, adhering to them regardless of their movements. When encountering moon souls, one must not act rashly. Although a single moon soul poses little threat, being surrounded by numerous ones could lead to troublesome scenarios. The most perilous entities within the relics were the weapon souls, which often formed from ancient artifacts, exhibiting higher levels of power and typically existing in solitude, resembling various weapons and treasures. Even the weakest weapon souls possessed foundational cultivation, with some capable of reaching the strength of a core formation practitioner. Should one encounter a nascent soul weapon soul, the situation could become dire. Weapon souls inherently despise all living beings. Upon meeting one, they would attack relentlessly. Moreover, after entering the relics, one must be wary of certain stones and trees, which, after millennia of existence, may have gained sentience and could suddenly assault cultivators. Within the relics, should fortune favor one, they might occasionally glimpse the corpses of powerful cultivators. However, these remains are safeguarded by spiritual light, rendering them inaccessible to ordinary cultivators. The ancient artifacts, suitable as life-bound treasures, are often scattered near the remains of these powerful figures, making acquisition challenging, though some artifacts may be found abandoned in the wilderness, relying solely on luck for retrieval. The jade slip categorized various regions by color, indicating which areas were relatively safe and which should be avoided. Su Lin diligently absorbed all the information within the jade slip, preparing himself for the impending journey into the unknown. Among the myriad of records, one location particularly captured Su Lin's attention. Multiple generations of treasure-seeking cultivators had documented a massive corpse in the northeastern section of the relics. This colossal body was so immense that it resembled a city. Only from an elevated vantage point could one discern its true form. According to the records, this corpse lacked spiritual protection, yet it was perilous to approach. Many had witnessed firsthand that any cultivator who drew near would be swiftly absorbed into its depths. Over thousands of years, at least 1,000 individuals had been taken, with none ever returning. Even those equipped with escape artifacts stood no chance of evading that fate. More alarmingly, all those absorbed vanished completely, never to reappear in the realm of the living. For countless millennia, no survivor had emerged from within. This place was indeed a forbidden zone, one that cultivators must avoid at all costs. Even the myriad of creatures inhabiting the relics held an inherent fear of it. Daring not to approach, Su Lin set aside the jade slip and meticulously contemplated the optimal strategy for his upcoming endeavor. He was not lacking in spirit stones, and it was imperative to prepare a comprehensive assortment of elixirs, alongside procuring a few offensive artifacts. Crafting them himself was simply not feasible within the time constraints. However, he did intend to forge several items, starting with a mask. Having recently ascended to the rank of a senior artisan, revealing his true visage carried an increased risk. Moreover, Su Lin planned to custom-make several items for his 3 pets, as they would serve as his primary combat strength upon reaching the ancient ruins. He ventured to the largest talisman shop in Qing City, intending to select some effective talismans. These items were costly and single-use. Had he been a newcomer, he would not have dared to inquire. Yet now, bolstered by his skills in forging, he enjoyed a steady income. With over 100 million spirit stones in his guest card, allowing him to spend lavishly. Upon revealing his status as a guest artisan at Liangming Yibao Pavilion, the shopkeeper personally ushered Su Lin into the VIP room, presenting an array of exquisite spirit talismans. Su Lin initially chose the wind talismans for speed enhancement, followed by the invisibility talismans to extend stealth duration, and fire, water, and lightning talismans for amplifying various attacks. Noticing Su Lin's substantial purchases, the shopkeeper recommended a teleportation talisman, a recent acquisition from a master talisman maker. This remarkable item could randomly transport the user several dozen miles away, making it invaluable for escape in times of peril. Su Lin, recognizing its worth, procured several, depleting tens of millions of spirit stones in the process. Elixirs were equally essential for this expedition, necessary for detoxification, stamina recovery, and replenishing spiritual energy. Although Su Lin's physical and spiritual capabilities were only at level 10, they were significantly enhanced through rigorous training and compression, making him far stronger than an ordinary level 10 cultivator. As such, common elixirs yielded minimal effects, compelling him to seek out the finest concocted by a master alchemist. Exiting the Danding Pavilion, Su Lin gazed at his emptied guest card and sighed, lamenting how difficult it was to earn money, yet so easy to spend it. Upon returning to his residence, Su Lin began crafting his items. His first creation was armor for the snow bear, a creature known for its thick hide and proficiency in ice-based attacks. He melted cold jade and fashioned a complete suit of armor tailored to the snow bear's physique. The armor, gleaming white from the cold jade, blended seamlessly with the bear's appearance, rendering it nearly invisible upon close inspection. Additionally, Su Lin inscribed speed-enhancing talismans onto the armor, significantly boosting the snow bear's agility. Next, he turned to the fiery steed, which possessed lower defensive capabilities but relied on flame attacks against adversaries. Its most formidable technique, the blazing fireball, could generate extreme heat instantaneously. The steed was Su Lin's most powerful summoned beast, having reached the initial stage of core formation. He crafted armor from black gold, embedding defensive spirit talismans to withstand most attacks. To amplify the steed's fire attacks, Su Lin ingeniously fashioned 4 dental caps embedded with fire-gathering pearls, further augmenting the potency of its blazing fireball. Upon seeing that both the snow bear and the fiery steed had been equipped, the mastiff felt a sense of threat. While it was understandable that the steed, being at the initial stage of core formation, was stronger, the mastiff had always believed itself to be the primary favor of its master, having allied with him first and even persuading the steed to join. Now, with the steed's enhanced offensive and defensive capabilities, its strength far surpassed the mastiff's own. It seemed the steed's status had risen in the master's eyes. Yet the mastiff consoled itself with the thought that loyalty outweighed mere strength. The snow bear was a different matter. It had followed the master longer and appeared more trustworthy. The master seemed to harbor a sense of guilt towards the snow bear, which puzzled the mastiff. What could possibly be the nature of this bond? The mastiff dismissed the idea that the snow bear could have seduced the master, especially with the presence of a charming female companion. The snow bear, having attained late-stage foundation establishment, was slightly weaker than the mastiff, but it was rumored to have once reached perfection in foundation establishment before bearing offspring. The mastiff had never encountered the two little snow bears, wondering if they resembled their master. Regardless, the mastiff was confident in its combat prowess, believing that even if the snow bear had been with the master longer, its strength was still inferior. However, the situation had shifted. With the armor, the snow bear's defensive capabilities had significantly increased. The mastiff calculated that its claws and teeth would struggle to penetrate the snow bear's armor, rendering any confrontation a matter of passive endurance. The snow bear could not harm the mastiff, yet the mastiff would also be unable to defeat the snow bear, leading to an equal standoff. To make matters worse, the snow bear appeared even more alluring in its armor. With one pet's combat capabilities greatly enhanced and the other seemingly more loyal and experienced, the mastiff felt its position threatened. What was it to do? Unbeknownst to Su Lin, the mastiff's inner turmoil was brewing as he contemplated what equipment to forge for it. A protective armor was essential, considering the mastiff's reliance on physical attacks and its swift speed, which made its claws and fangs formidable weapons. However, its physical defenses were average, as demonstrated during its previous encounter with the corpse king, where it nearly fell victim to the king's chains. Thus, while boosting its defenses, Su Lin also aimed to enhance its offensive power. As he mulled over this, he glanced back at the mastiff, who, upon catching Su Lin's gaze, eagerly wagged its tail, wearing a charmingly eager expression. The mastiff believed it was smiling, though whether the master understood this was of little concern. Su Lin retrieved the essence of 100 minerals, a rare treasure from the dwarven kingdom, crafted from a myriad of spiritual ores. Previously, he had used it to forge a tear from the Snow Bear King, which had taken the form of a master artifact. This time, in pursuit of obtaining a life-bound artifact from the ancient ruins, he resolved to enhance his pet's cultivation levels. Su Lin first forged a protective armor for the mastiff, adorning it with several essences from exotic beasts, the wings of a falcon to enhance speed, and the claws of a lion to bolster strength. He inscribed the armor with elemental talismans and speed-enhancing runes, ensuring the mastiff could effortlessly defend against attacks from core formation beasts. After completing the protective armor, Su Lin proceeded to equip the mastiff's front paws with claw covers, forged from meteorite materials and inscribed with acceleration runes, enabling instantaneous speed boosts and incorporating poison attacks. Consequently, this transformed the mastiff into a combatant with the strength of an early-stage core formation beast. Su Lin beckoned to the mastiff, which trotted over, wagging its tail and looking up at him with an endearing gaze. Su Lin tossed 2 pieces of equipment to it. The mastiff promptly donned the protective armor, bouncing slightly and feeling no discomfort. In an instant, it transformed into a blur, teleporting in front of the snow bear, casting a challenging glance before leaping towards the Pegasus, glaring fiercely at it, and then returning to Su Lin's side. With the armor equipped, the mastiff's defense significantly increased, instilling it with confidence to confront even the fierce beasts at the early stage of core formation. Even if it were to falter, escape would be achievable. The mastiff then put on its claw covers, swinging its paws through the air with a swift whoosh. Now fully confident in its ability to battle early-stage core formation beasts and emerge victorious. Delighted internally, the mastiff thought that while its master had only crafted 1 piece of armor for the snow bear, it had received 2. Evidently, it held the highest regard in its master's eyes. Although the little black beast also received 2 pieces, it was too foolish, only worthy of being second. Meanwhile, Su Lin was preoccupied with the orb containing the soul of the spirit ape, contemplating how to utilize this spirit beast's essence, which had reached the pinnacle of core formation. Effectively, according to intelligence from the dwarven kingdom, the golden-haired spirit ape was adept in strategy and transformation, capable of using the pelts of other beasts for disguise. He pondered whether this orb, infused with its essence, possessed similar transformative powers. Delving into the soul orb with his consciousness, he found the golden-haired spirit ape's soul floating silently within. When he probed the spirit ape's essence with his mind, its eyes snapped open, glaring furiously at him but unable to evade his intrusion. Su Lin stored the soul orb in his storage belt and retrieved a piece of color-changing wood, which transformed its hue with the rising and setting of the sun, making it ideal for crafting a mask. To enhance its resilience, he added strands of the spirit ape's golden fur to the wood. Su Lin first liquefied the color-changing wood and the golden fur, then poured the mixture into a mold resembling his own visage. As it began to take shape, he inscribed runes upon it. Once completed, he extracted the spirit ape's soul and infused it into the mask. The moment the spirit ape's essence merged with the mask, it pulsated and floated in the air, morphing into various shapes while emitting a cacophony of roars. Unperturbed, Su Lin chanted a soul-binding incantation, gradually calming the mask's movements. He held the mask in his hands and began forging it with a hammer, each strike echoing the spirit ape's mournful howls until, after 1,000 strikes, the sound ceased. He then submerged the mask into a mystical liquid, causing it to shrink until it ultimately transformed into a pearl. Taking the pearl, Su Lin pricked his finger, allowing his blood to mingle with it. After absorbing his essence, the pearl levitated and positioned itself between his eyebrows. He silently commanded it, and it merged into his body through his forehead. Now, he could distinctly sense that within him resided a mask, invisible to others yet capable of altering its appearance at his whim. The spirit ape mask, allowing him to change his visage at will, imperceptible to all but those of significant cultivation. Overjoyed by this treasure, Su Lin felt a newfound means of self-preservation. With a mere thought, the spirit ape mask manifested on his face, and he transformed into the appearance of Qing from the 10,000 Minds realm. Following this metamorphosis, he sensed his spiritual energy gradually flowing towards the mask, presumably the source sustaining its transformation. Fortunately, this absorption was slow, and with the mysterious spirit stone nestled in his chest, he felt no fear of a depletion of spiritual energy. However, the thought of the enigmatic spirit stone led him to ponder its true nature. What exactly was this stone? How could it absorb the world's spiritual energy? What enabled it to capture the souls of other beasts? How did it convey cultivation methods to him through dreams? These mysteries weighed heavily on Su Lin's mind. Though he lacked answers, he understood that he and the mysterious spirit stone had become one. It had aided him, and to uncover the truth, he must elevate his cultivation level. Once he became sufficiently powerful, the truth would reveal itself. Setting aside his doubts, Su Lin stepped into the courtyard. Upon seeing him, the Pegasus and the Snow Bear were momentarily startled but quickly resumed their activities, recognizing him as their sole master, regardless of his appearance. The Mastiff, feeling more animated, understood that this was Su Lin in disguise, yet wished to express its admiration. It bounced around, patting the Pegasus, then nodding vigorously at Su Lin, and later patted the Snow Bear while exclaiming praises towards Su Lin. Fearing its enthusiasm might not be sufficient, it dashed to Coer's room and dragged her outside. Upon encountering the unfamiliar face, Coer was taken aback, mistaking Su Lin for an intruder. She quickly formed a seal to activate the protective array, which, however, did not initiate any attack. Drawing her sword, she pointed it at Su Lin. "Who are you?" "This is the Su residence, protected by the guild." Realizing Coer did not recognize her master, the Mastiff felt a surge of pride. "Though you are the lady of the house, you cannot comprehend the bond of the soul that connects us." It transmitted its thoughts to Coer. "Before you stands your master, though his appearance has changed. I know it is him through my summoner's instincts." Hearing the Mastiff's message, Coer sheathed her sword and approached Su Lin, reaching out to touch his face, only to retract her hand in alarm. "Is it you, Brother Su? Are you wearing a mask? Why can I feel nothing unusual?" Su Lin reverted to his original visage. "This is a mask I recently forged. It allows me to alter my appearance." Elder Wong was correct. Being a high-ranking blacksmith can incite envy, so it is best to avoid drawing attention. Moreover, I will soon be venturing into the ancient ruins to seek my life-bound artifact. If I were to maintain my true appearance, I would feel hesitant. With this mask, I can act more freely. Coer pouted. "When you visit me, you should ideally appear as you truly are. Otherwise, I might not recognize you." Su Lin gently patted Coer's cheek. "Of course, when I assume a different guise, it requires the use of my internal spiritual energy. While at home, I shall naturally present myself as I am now. Days later, Elder Wong sent a message to Su Lin, instructing him to convene at the Yibao Pavilion for their expedition to the ancient ruins. After bidding farewell to Ku'er, he summoned his 3 spirit beasts into his summoning ring and ascended to the 4th floor of the Yibao Pavilion. Upon meeting Elder Wong, Su Lin informed him of his plan to disguise himself. Elder Wong inquired, "Have you prepared the mask?" Su Lin refrained from divulging the creation of the spirit ape mask, instead producing a common mask he had purchased from the Yibao Pavilion and donning it. Elder Wong inspected it and remarked, "Disguising yourself is wise. It will prevent unwanted attention. Unlike the other Wong family disciples, your status as a guest elder grants you considerable freedom. You can leave at any time. This is an advantage, but because your ties to the Wong family are tenuous, we cannot overly intervene should significant events arise. Once inside the ancient ruins, you may encounter conflicts with other sections. If minor issues arise, no one will pursue it, but should a life be taken, we would be unable to offer protection." Many companions wear masks similar to yours, sharing the same intent. Su Lin queried, "I have thoroughly examined the jade slips and gained some understanding of the situation within the ruins. Is there anything else you wish to impart, Elder Wong?" The Wong family has discovered relics for over 10,000 years, each year sending forth disciples suitable for foundational cultivation. Upon their return, they document their experiences, which culminates in the jade slips you are now perusing. Beyond this, I possess no further insights, yet I have a phrase to impart to you. Wong father glanced at Su Lin and remarked, "Fortune favors the bold. Each year, many venture into the ancient relics. However, half return empty-handed, while the remainder merely unearth a handful of mundane artifacts. After establishing their foundation, most struggle to form thus losing their family's favor. Only a select few, daring and meticulous, can acquire truly exceptional artifacts. Once in possession of such treasures, success in foundational cultivation assures a prosperous future. The path of cultivation is fraught with peril. Any misstep can lead to stagnation, particularly at each major realm, necessitating the wisest choices for advancement." Wong father sipped his tea and continued, "While the jade slips indicate safe zones, which carry minimal risk, they have been scoured countless times, yielding scant opportunities for treasures. Conversely, the perilous regions, often less traversed, may offer greater rewards. I shall lend you a treasure-seeking ring. This artifact is exquisitely attuned to the aura of ancient relics. Upon detection, it will illuminate and emit a series of beeps. The intensity of the glow and the frequency of the sound will correlate to the distance and quality of the artifact. With this, your chances of acquiring treasures will significantly increase. Additionally, I will provide you with a teleportation crystal should you encounter an insurmountable crisis. This will ensure your safe return." Su Lin inquired, "Aside from using the crystal for return, are there other methods?" "Certainly," Wong father replied. "Should you discover a suitable personal artifact, you may cultivate your foundation within the relics. Upon successful establishment, you will be expelled from the ancient site. The ancient relics exist in a realm distinct from our own, and cultivating within them considerably enhances your success rate." At this juncture, Wong Lele entered the room. "Father, everyone is prepared. Brother Su can embark now." Wong father glanced at Lele and huffed, "You too must hasten your training. Observe how Su Kuching has achieved foundational standards within just a few years, whereas you remain at the 9th level of Qi condensation, showing no progress. You are not permitted to wander until you reach the 10th level. We shall discuss foundational cultivation thereafter." Wong Lele smiled ruefully, "But I am still young. There is no need to rush." Wong father regarded Su Lin and declared, "Su Kuching is no outsider. I shall speak plainly. In a few years, the time for competitions will return. Following the contests, I may need to return to the chasing cloud continent. If you have not established your foundation, you cannot accompany me back. You may not understand why one must achieve complete foundational cultivation to venture to the chasing cloud continent. It is because those who use the teleportation array must possess stable cultivation, with the minimum requirement being perfected foundational cultivation. Otherwise, during the teleportation process, one could face utter obliteration. I assume you do not wish to remain here alone?" Upon hearing his father's words, Wong Lele grew anxious. "Then I shall begin my training immediately." Wong father halted him. "First, take Su Kuching to the airship for the handover, then return. I will supervise your training." Su Lin bowed in farewell as he followed Wong Lele to a spacious room on the 3rd floor. Inside, dozens awaited their arrival, most of whom, like Su Lin, wore masks, and were at the 10th level of Qi condensation. Wong Lele introduced Su Lin to a young man, 13th brother. This is the esteemed teacher entrusted to you by my father for the ancient relics. Su Lin offered a respectful gesture towards the youth, who then addressed Wong Lele. Please convey to Elder Wong that I, the 13th, will ensure the teacher's safe passage. Turning to Su Lin, he added, everyone has arrived. Please follow me. The group followed the youth out of the building to a massive airship awaiting them. They boarded and soared into the horizon. The airship journeyed for 5 days and nights before descending. The youth guided the group out, leading them to a valley where hundreds awaited. He approached several leaders from other families, exchanging pleasantries. Su Lin, amidst the crowd, observed quietly. These individuals, like those from the Wong family, were all at the 10th level of Qi condensation, with some donning masks. Su Lin subtly assessed the cultivation levels of those present. Having shattered and rebuilt his physical and spiritual essence, he found himself stronger than most at the same realm. Consequently, he could discern the cultivation progress of others. While the majority were beneath his level, a few remained inscrutable, suggesting they too had encountered various fortuitous events. As Su Lin scrutinized the crowd, some gazes turned towards the Wong family, likely sensing Su Lin and Apos' unique cultivation level, and their attention gravitated towards him. Su Lin, masked and silent, observed. After half a day, the final airship arrived, gathering nearly 1,000 individuals within the valley. Each leading elder retrieved a banner adorned with ancient symbols from their storage bags. In different orientations, they simultaneously planted the banners into the ground, then sat in meditation, reciting incantations. As the incantations reverberated, beams of light emanated from the banners, converging in the air, intertwining before gently descending to coalesce in a vacant spot within the valley. Suddenly, a resounding boom echoed as a portal of time manifested in the empty space. 3 months hence, I shall perform the rites with the other elders to facilitate your return. Should any emerge prior, you may wait here in the valley. The ancient relics are fraught with peril. I urge you to exercise caution. With that, the leading youth commanded the group to approach the portal and enter the ancient relics. Su Lin stepped into the teleportation array, and in an instant, his vision blurred as his entire being seemed to be yanked and hurled into the air, spinning as he descended. After what felt like over 10 minutes, he finally found solid ground beneath his feet. Upon landing, a wave of nausea washed over him, prompting him to sit cross-legged and stabilize his mind. After a while, he regained his composure. At that moment, Su Lin recalled his father Wong's words. To venture into the chasing cloud continent, one must at least reach the pinnacle of foundation establishment. Otherwise, one could not traverse the teleportation array leading there. This thought reignited his concern for Kur. If he were to travel to the chasing cloud continent, Kur, hindered by her physical condition, would have to remain here alone, facing a difficult existence. Although their acquaintance was brief, Su Lin had already come to regard her as family in this realm of cultivation. This sentiment was devoid of romantic implications. In his heart, Meng Jing, far away in his homeland, remained his one true wife, while Kur was akin to a beloved younger sister. It seemed that in order to aid Kur, he must swiftly locate the cleansing marrow pill. To find it, he could either inquire with Elder Wong or seek out the king of the underworld. He decided to pursue the latter, as he intended to learn the art of spirit-beast mastery from him once he successfully established his foundation. However, the foremost task at hand was to discover a suitable magical artifact for his foundation establishment. Su Lin calmed his mind and began to survey the ancient battlefield before him. Here, there was neither sun nor moon. The sky was shrouded in a gray haze, and the earth was cloaked in darkness. Even the occasional trees bore no hint of green, presenting only a bleak gray. The surroundings were eerily silent, devoid of other cultivators. It seemed they had all been transported to different locales. He took out a map for inspection, confirming that he had been teleported to the central region of the ruins, which was deemed a safe zone. A glance at his treasure hunting ring revealed no signs of activity, indicating that this area held nothing of value. However, his summoning ring showed that he could call forth his 3 spirit pets at any time, allowing him to proceed forward with assurance. After traversing for quite some time without encountering any other cultivators or spirits, Su Lin contemplated that limiting his exploration to safe regions would yield little reward. He unfolded the map once more, this time setting his sights on a nearby city marked as potentially perilous. An hour later, he arrived at the desolate city indicated on the map, its gates wide open and devoid of any life. As he approached, he peered through the entrance, revealing an empty expanse filled only with crumbling walls and a faint layer of mist. Entering cautiously, he walked along the streets, hearing not a single sound. He kept a watchful eye on his ring, which remained silent and unresponsive. After walking for a while, he suddenly spotted the figure of a masked cultivator ahead. The stranger appeared startled at the sight of Su Lin and took several steps back, observing him with caution. Su Lin acknowledged him with a slight nod and chose to turn and walk in another direction. Only after Su Lin had distanced himself did the masked cultivator seem to relax and continue his exploration. Su Lin conducted a cursory examination of the crumbling city, finding no clues or treasures to be had. It became evident that if he wished to procure a magical artifact suited to his needs, he would have to venture into more perilous territories. He summoned his hound and Pegasus. As they materialized, both beasts exhibited signs of wariness, an unusual behavior that Su Lin had not witnessed before. "Do you sense something amiss?" he inquired. The Pegasus replied, "This place bears a resemblance to our home in the underworld, suffused with a sense of death and an indescribable scent." The hound contemplated briefly, stating, "This must be the stench of corpses. I have encountered it on the Corpse King's body. Yet here, the miasma contains an essence I have not previously encountered, one that differs from the chasing cloud continent." Su Lin scrutinized the map, his gaze settling on a valley. According to the Wong family's records, venturing further from this point led to rarely traversed regions. The Pegasus carried Su Lin and the hound towards the valley. Along the way, he observed spirits drifting aimlessly below, devoid of purpose, day after day, year after year. After a day's journey, the Pegasus landed outside the valley, and Su Lin, accompanied by the two beasts, stepped inside. As he crossed the threshold, the treasure-hunting ring began to flicker and emit a soft sound, filling him with delight. Following the sound, he advanced towards a thatched hut within the valley. Upon reaching the hut, the ring pulsed with increased intensity, indicating that a treasure lay within. Pushing open the door, Su Lin was met with the sight of a young girl sitting inside, clad in white, playing with a doll. Upon noticing his presence, she turned her head, her eyes streaming with crimson tears. "You mustn't take my doll. You mustn't take my doll," she screamed as she lunged towards him. Moving swiftly, Su Lin sidestepped her punch aimed at his face. The hound transformed into a shadow, darting behind the girl and swiping at her, sending her flying. The girl recovered quickly, producing another doll from her clothing and throwing it to the ground. The doll grew in size, transforming into a life-sized wooden figure that charged at the hound. The hound struck the wooden figure with its claws, causing it to stagger back without sustaining any damage. Seizing the opportunity while the hound was occupied, the girl lunged at Su Lin again, her mouth agape, attempting to bite his neck. This time, Su Lin did not evade. Clenching his right fist, he gathered the surrounding spiritual energy and unleashed a stellar smash, sending the girl reeling several steps back. The Pegasus opened its mouth, unleashing a torrent of flames upon the wooden figure, reducing it to a charred wreck, while the hound delivered another blow, shattering it into pieces. Witnessing this, the girl turned to flee, but Su Lin called the hound back, sensing that the treasure remained within the hut. Entering the thatched hut, the flickering ring guided him to a table, where the source of its brilliance was revealed to be the doll. Su Lin picked it up, noting its rounded, solid belly. Pulling aside the doll's clothing, he discovered a mirror concealed within. Crafted from bronze, the mirror exuded an ancient charm. Su Lin sensed that if he were to merge it with his being, this mirror could become his innate magical artifact. Su Lin meticulously examined the ancient bronze mirror, which exuded an air of antiquity. Its dimensions were akin to that of an ordinary bowl. The front was notably bright, yet it failed to reflect his own visage. On the reverse side, the words soul capture were inscribed in seal script, suggesting its purpose was to absorb the souls of adversaries. Su Lin attempted to use it on the Mastiff and the Pegasus, but to no avail. He pondered whether this was due to their nature as underworld beasts. Recalling the words from the Jade Slip, he remembered that the ancient artifacts obtained in this land could only be employed for Foundation establishment, and only after merging with a cultivator's flesh and blood could they unleash their former potency. He also recalled the Mastiff's remarks about the distinct spiritual energy here compared to that of the Wanyan continent, which might explain why the artifact had lost its magical power. As a master blacksmith, Su Lin scrutinized the materials used in its construction, only to discover they were unfamiliar to him, perhaps lost to the annals of time. Unwilling to concede defeat, he infused his consciousness into the soul capture mirror, seeking to understand its internal mechanisms. Upon entering, he employed his advanced blacksmithing techniques to deconstruct the ancient mirror. Although the materials were unknown to him, the forging methods differed significantly from his own, yet they shared a remarkable resonance. As he delved deeper into the mirror's crafting techniques, he gradually enhanced his own skills. Just as he became absorbed in this newfound understanding, the spirit stone embedded in his chest began to resonate. Ancient spiritual energy from the mirror was slowly drawn into him. Noticing this, Su Lin focused intently on the stone. Its form remained unchanged, quietly absorbing the energy until the mirror was rendered an ordinary reflective surface. The profound connection he had felt upon first acquiring it dissipated. Placing the mirror aside, Su Lin fell into contemplation. The mysterious spirit stone adeptly absorbed various spiritual energies. Previously, in the mind realm, it had drawn energy from that environment, contributing to the perfection of his physical cultivation. Now, as it absorbed once more, he wondered what benefits he might gain. His cultivation had reached the threshold of foundation establishment, and only through successfully establishing a foundation could he further enhance his abilities. It seemed he would need to seek treasures once more. At that moment, he felt a slight warmth emanating from the spirit stone as a wave of energy flowed into his being. To his astonishment, his previously solidified cultivation broke through its confines and strengthened further. He concentrated, confirming the breakthrough. He felt capable of advancing his cultivation anew, even at the condensation level, yet distinctly different from ordinary cultivators at that stage. In haste, he retrieved numerous spirit stones to commence his training. But the spirit stones from Wanyan continent proved ineffective in furthering his progress. He endeavored to utilize the spirit stone in his chest again, yet it yielded no results. After much reflection, he wondered if only this ancient artifact could provide the spiritual power necessary for another upgrade. Suddenly, he recalled a legend that Kuer had once mentioned. While perusing ancient texts, she had come across a tale of ancient cultivators who could reach condensation level 13, capable of overwhelming even the early foundation establishment cultivators of today. Yet, contemporary cultivators could only attain condensation level 10, and no one had surpassed this threshold. Thus, the notion of condensation level 13 remained merely a legend. Feeling his own state, Su Lin realized that with sufficient ancient spiritual energy, he could indeed elevate his cultivation again. He remembered Elder Wong's words. In the realm of cultivation, a single misstep could lead to a cascade of errors. To travel far, one must always remain ahead of others. The prospect of cultivating to the ancient cultivator's condensation, level 13, filled his heart with joy. Although he had never trained at that level, establishing a solid foundation would greatly benefit his future development. Why was it that others could not break through condensation level 10? The answer was undoubtedly the lack of ancient spiritual energy, which likely resided solely within ancient artifacts. Other cultivators, even if they obtained such artifacts, could not dissect them as he could, being a master blacksmith. More importantly, the mysterious spirit stone within him could absorb ancient spiritual energy and nourish him in return, which was paramount. With this realization, Su Lin yearned for more ancient artifacts. 3 months may not seem short, but it was certainly not long. He needed to expedite his treasure-seeking endeavors. Just then, his treasure-hunting ring began to emit a bright glow, accompanied by a sharp beeping sound. Elated, Su Lin surmised that he had discovered a precious item. He swiftly stood and moved toward the direction indicated by the ring. As he advanced, the ring's beeping grew increasingly urgent, suggesting that the treasure was racing toward him. Upon raising his gaze, Su Lin was taken aback. The little girl who had fled earlier was now galloping back with over 20 individuals, a mix of young and old. Some among them wielded various artifacts, swords, seals, and gourds. An elderly man with white hair waved a cane, while a young girl twirled a scarf, their treasures radiating brilliance. The girl shouted as she ran, "He stole my doll. He took my favorite doll." The others were equally incensed, particularly the old man, whose age belied his swift movements. Spotting Su Lin from afar, he hurled his cane, which enlarged mid-air, emanating a beam of white light aimed directly at Su Lin. With no time to spare, Su Lin quickly recalled his summoned beasts and shattered a teleportation talisman, vanishing from the grass hut's vicinity in an instant. One teleportation could span dozens of miles. It seemed those spirits would not pursue him. At least, his treasure-hunting ring showed no signs of activity, indicating it also served to detect enemy movements. Calming his mind, Su Lin summoned the Pegasus and Mastiff once more. Mounting the Pegasus, he ventured deeper into the battlefield, accompanied by the Mastiff. Su Lin rode his flying horse deep into the ruins. Along the way, although he encountered several soul entities, they did not launch any attacks against him. As he ventured further, he realized that this area was no longer marked on the Wong family's map. Su Lin decided to land the flying horse. Since it was an unfamiliar region, it was prudent to search cautiously. After walking for a while, the treasure hunting ring began to glow once again. He stowed away his mastiff and approached on horseback. The treasure hunting ring guided Su Lin to a pile of rubble where, from a distance, he observed over 10 weapon souls dancing around a deep pit, from which a faint glow of a treasure emanated. Upon closer inspection, Su Lin noted that most of these weapon souls were at the late stage of foundation establishment, with a few having reached the core formation stage. Notably, one large hammer-shaped weapon soul exuded mid-core formation power, and he could sense the aura of the treasure from them. Su Lin calculated that in order to acquire the treasure, he would need to defeat these weapon souls. Engaging them directly would likely result in injuries, so he devised a plan to separate and conquer them. After surveying the surroundings, Su Lin set a beast trap at a distance and commanded his flying horse to attract some of the weapon souls away. The flying horse folded its wings and sauntered towards the weapon souls, which, not sensing any life force from the horse, ignored it. As the horse approached the weapon souls, it suddenly turned around and kicked the mid-core formation hammer with its hind legs. Furious, the hammer launched itself at the horse. The flying horse took flight and enraged. The hammer, accompanied by 2 foundation establishment subordinates, chased after it. Following Su Lin's instructions, the flying horse did not soar high, but provocatively glanced back at the hammer while walking away. The hammer, unaware of the horse's speed and sensing its inferior cultivation, pressed on in pursuit, gradually distancing itself from the battlefield. Once the strongest combatant, the hammer, had moved far away, Su Lin summoned his mastiff and shared his plan with it. The clever mastiff targeted the remaining 2 initial core formation weapon souls, a chessboard and a fan. The mastiff approached the group of souls slowly, its body emanating death energy, which the weapon souls did not mind. As it drew near, the mastiff looked around and smiled at the chessboard. Seeing the mastiff's low cultivation, the chessboard remained unconcerned. The mastiff then barked at the fan, which also ignored it. Infuriated by their indifference, the mastiff accelerated, first shredding the fan's surface with a paw, then leaving a scratch on the chessboard. Before they could react, the mastiff turned and ran in another direction. The initial core formation fan and chessboard, taken aback by the mastiff's audacity, retaliated simultaneously. The chessboard launched several flags that struck the mastiff with loud thuds, while the fan summoned fierce winds and flying debris. The mastiff yelped in pain and fled. The chessboard and fan, unwilling to let the insolent creature escape, pursued it, and the trio distanced themselves from the battlefield. Now, only 7 or 8 foundation establishment weapon souls remained by the deep pit. Su Lin, concealing himself, summoned the snow bear. Upon its appearance, the bear's life force immediately attracted the attention of the weapon souls, who lunged towards it. The snow bear retreated, inching closer to the beast trap. When the weapon souls surrounded the snow bear, it seized one and leapt into the pit. Seeing the snow bear jump in, the remaining weapon souls followed suit, attacking the bear once more. Clad in the armor forged by Su Lin, the bear withstood their assaults with little damage. However, Su Lin did not wish to take risks and recalled the snow bear using the summoning ring. According to their prior arrangement, the flying horse, having led the hammer far away, suddenly spread its wings and took to the sky. The hammer attempted to follow, but found it difficult. Watching helplessly as the flying horse soared away, the flying horse quickly returned to the beast trap, where Su Lin, equipped with all 5 gloves, stood above, defeating the weapon souls. Upon the horse's arrival, it unleashed a torrent of flames, swiftly obliterating all the weapon souls. Just as the last of the souls in the pit was vanquished, the mastiff returned, leading the chessboard and fan back. Su Lin instructed the flying horse to contain the chessboard while he and the mastiff confronted the fan. Now bolstered by enhanced offensive and defensive gear, the mastiff was capable of contending with an initial core formation beast. Su Lin donned all 5 gloves and employed the Shattered Star Fist technique to provide continuous support, while the snow bear was summoned once more, attacking the fan from a distance. Despite the fan's initial core formation strength, it could not withstand the combined assault of 3 adversaries possessing core formation combat prowess, and soon was reduced to fragments, devoid of life. The remaining chessboard, lacking any resistance, was swiftly dispatched, leaving behind a small, glowing ancient artifact within the depths. As Su Lin prepared to explore the artifact in the pit, he suddenly heard distant roars. A large hammer came stumbling back from afar. The hammer had traversed at least 100 kilometers, only to find that the cursed black horse possessed wings. If it had wings, it should have flown sooner, it lamented. Instead, it lured me out here and then took off without a trace. I, a mid-core formation weapon soul, have never run so far in my life. The hammer recalled long ago, when it had fought alongside its master, countless cultivators falling to its might. At that time, it was certainly more than just a mid-core formation soul. Unfortunately, its master had been slain in battle, leaving it a wandering soul in this desolate land, with its former power fading away until it was left with merely its core formation strength. Not long ago, it had discovered the glowing deep pit, and though it could not approach the treasure, dancing around it seemed to replenish its strength. Today, while reveling in its dance, the hammer had been rudely interrupted by the black horse, which it had disregarded due to its low cultivation. But when the horse kicked it publicly, the hammer felt compelled to retaliate. It pursued the horse, but to its chagrin, the horse had once again taken flight. Enraged, the hammer returned to the vicinity of the pit, where it spotted the flying horse peering into the depths, alongside the presence of a living cultivator. Initially fatigued, the hammer, spurred by both old and new grievances, unleashed its full might, soaring towards the flying horse with a vengeance. The hammer, fueled by anger, struck with formidable force. Although the horse wore armor, it dared not confront the blow head-on and swiftly dodged aside. The mastiff, an old acquaintance of the flying horse, moved in concert with it, swiftly approaching the hammer and extending its claws towards it. The hammer did not evade, withstanding the blow that left the mastiff's claws aching. Reeling back a few steps, the mastiff lunged again, its front paws on the hammer's head, its sharp teeth biting down on the handle. It bit down hard, leaving a dent in the hammer's handle, causing the hammer a twinge of pain. Turning to glare at the mastiff, it saw the creature retreating, its front paw covering its mouth. Realizing that its teeth had nearly been shattered, Su Lin donned 5 gloves, and although they radiated no light, he sensed an immense power coursing through his hands. Clenching his fist, he drew in the surrounding spiritual energy, and when he felt sufficiently charged, he aimed at the colossal hammer and delivered a crushing blow. The impact echoed like thunder, sending the hammer staggering back several meters, nearly toppling over. Infuriated, the hammer soared into the air once more, gathering momentum to strike down at Su Lin with all its might. Seeing the imminent danger, the snow bear, loyal to its master, expelled a massive ice ball to temporarily halt the hammer's descent. The Pegasus unleashed a torrent of flames at the hammer, which, while failing to harm it, melted the ice sphere. With the obstruction gone, the hammer became even more frenzied, emitting a deafening roar as it leaped into the air, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to Su Lin. Realizing the peril he faced, Su Lin understood that if struck by the hammer, he would certainly be either mortally wounded or killed. After all, the hammer was a mid-stage weapon spirit, while he was merely a novice Qi condensation practitioner. In haste, he retrieved the demon binding rope and hurled it at the hammer. The rope exuded a fragrant aroma, creating a beam of white light that ensnared the hammer in an instant. Witnessing the hammer ensnared, the hound, Pegasus, and Snow Bear unleashed their most powerful attacks upon it. Despite the hammer's anguished cries, it remained unbroken. At that moment, 2 additional foundational weapon spirits approached. Su Lin instructed the hound and Pegasus to engage these new foes, while commanding the Snow Bear to freeze the hammer with ice balls. He then initiated a summoning spell directed at the hammer. Although uncertain if the summoning spell could reach a weapon spirit, Su Lin had no other means to vanquish the hammer. Failing this, he would likely have to flee. Reciting the incantation, an invisible thread connected Su Lin to the hammer. He aimed to absorb its spirit, only to discover that the hammer possessed no soul. Just then, the mysterious spirit stone embedded in his chest radiated a gentle warmth, swiftly siphoning away the hammer's spiritual energy. In a frenzy, the hammer struggled to escape Su Lin's summon, but it was utterly powerless, ultimately succumbing to the complete absorption of its energy. Moments later, the hammer crashed to the ground, devoid of any residual energy. The spirit stone, having drained the hammer's essence, returned the ancient energy back into Su Lin's body, further enhancing his cultivation. Surprised by the summoning spell's remarkable efficacy, Su Lin aimed it at the axe spirit pinned beneath the hound. Once the axe spirit connected with Su Lin's consciousness, its ancient energy was rapidly absorbed, becoming a part of Su Lin's cultivation. After dispatching the remaining weapon spirits and dismantling the treasures below, he allowed the spirit stone to consume the spoils. Once the rejuvenation process concluded, Su Lin felt himself nearing the threshold of Qi condensation level 11, having made significant strides. Upon clearing the battlefield, Su Lin approached a deep pit resembling an abyss. He retrieved several ropes from his storage pouch, securing them to the Pegasus before descending. After descending several dozen meters, he discovered a small bronze cauldron emitting a radiant glow. The cauldron was covered, sealed with a mysterious symbol that Su Lin could not decipher. Periodically, it released a brief burst of multicolored light, emanating waves of spiritual energy that invigorated him with every breath. Recognizing the cauldron as an exceptional treasure, he hastily stowed it in his storage belt and climbed back up. After resting briefly, Su Lin resumed his search for new treasures, this time setting his sights on solitary spirit bodies, as those infused with ancient energy could also provide him with the necessary energy to enhance his cultivation. In the desert, a throng of moon spirits aimlessly followed 3 summoned beasts, with Su Lin stealthily hidden behind them, utilizing an invisibility ring. Silently, he directed his summoning spell at the last moon spirit in line. The foundational level moon spirit offered no resistance, and its energy was swiftly absorbed, dissipating quietly into the air without drawing any attention. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but through the connection established with the moon spirit, Su Lin felt as if the dissipating spirit was smiling at him, a smile filled with gratitude. The moon spirits followed the 3 summoned beasts in a circular pattern across the desert, obediently following Su Lin's orders, devoid of awareness. Perhaps they were searching for someone to lead them out of this forbidden realm. For millennia, they had wandered aimlessly, completely forgetting their own identities. One by one, Su Lin absorbed the energy from the moon spirits, and the number of spirits surrounding the 3 beasts dwindled until only 1 full moon spirit remained. This spirit, possessing early-stage core formation cultivation, became agitated when Su Lin's summoning spell linked with it. The spirit stone within its chest radiated a powerful pull, causing the ancient energy amassed within the full moon spirit to rapidly deplete. Feeling its strength waning, the spirit's singular eye, positioned on its forehead, emitted a brilliant glow. It gazed deeply at Su Lin, then closed its eye, ceasing its struggles. In Su Lin's mind, an ancient voice echoed, "Thank you. Thank you for helping me reclaim my essence. Thank you for aiding in my liberation." As the full moon spirit faded into the air, the throng of moon spirits that had once surrounded the 3 summoned beasts vanished as if they had never existed. Reflecting on the last thoughts of the full moon spirit, Su Lin felt a mixture of understanding and confusion. However, now was not the time to pursue the truth. He still had a distance to cover before reaching Qi condensation level 11, and it was paramount to concentrate on locating more spirit bodies. In the desert, spirit bodies drifted about, their origins unknown to Su Lin, yet he recognized the ancient energy contained within them. This energy sustained the spirits as they roamed the ruins. Yet these spirits were devoid of consciousness, having forgotten their true forms. Should he forcibly shatter a spirit, the ancient energy within would scatter, and in time, new spirit bodies would emerge. Now, employing his summoning spell and the unique absorption ability of the spirit stone within him, Su Lin siphoned the ancient energy from the spirit bodies. Once the spirits lost the ancient energy that sustained them, they truly dissipated. Where these dissipated spirits went remained a mystery to Su Lin, yet he sensed from their expressions of gratitude upon regaining consciousness that for them, this disappearance was a new opportunity. As the number of spirit bodies in the desert diminished, the ancient energy within Su Lin accumulated. He felt himself approaching the critical juncture of Qi condensation level 11. Needing only to absorb a few more strands of energy from core formation level weapon spirits to reach a level previously unattained by any practitioner in the Wongyuan continent. Emerging from the desert, Su Lin entered a forest. Despite being called a forest, the trees in the ground were both black, devoid of leaves, growing ominously upon the gray earth. While Su Lin cautiously surveyed his surroundings, his long-dormant treasure-seeking ring began to shine, accompanied by a melodious beeping sound. He understood that treasures awaited him in this forest. Proceeding with caution, Su Lin did not recklessly enter the woods. He first stored the summoned beasts in the ring. casting an invisibility spell to render himself unseen before gradually advancing into the forest. Just as he entered, the treasure-seeking ring suddenly emitted an urgent sound, abruptly disrupting his invisibility spell and exposing his presence. Surveying his surroundings, he was relieved to find no enemies nearby. He quickly silenced the ring's sound and, relying solely on its flashing light, determined its direction. Concealing himself, Su Lin traversed a considerable distance, and the ring's flashing intensified. After taking a few more steps, he spotted a large, dark tree in the distance, beneath which lay a pristine white stone. Upon the stone sat a figure clad in white robes, a cultivator. The monk in the white robe sat cross-legged with his eyes tightly closed, utterly motionless. Surrounding him were 7 or 8 full-moon spirits of the golden core stage, lingering in the air, reluctant to depart. Su Lin found the scene peculiar and chose not to advance, instead observing from a distance. The monk was silently meditating, and before him lay an ancient storage bag, which, according to the treasure-finding ring's guidance, was the source of the treasures. The full-moon spirits circled around the monk, and whenever they approached him, an invisible barrier repelled them, preventing their proximity. The allure of the storage bag was evidently too strong for the spirits. Despite being unable to approach, they were unwilling to leave. To obtain the storage bag, Su Lin realized he must first deal with these full-moon spirits. Launching a sudden attack would be unwise, given their substantial numbers and their golden core strength. To absorb their spiritual energy, he must divide and conquer. With ample experience in manipulating the full-moon spirits, Su Lin decided to send his hound to provoke them, successfully luring away 2 spirits. He then commanded his flying horse to approach and attack in a wide arc, causing the remaining spirits to pursue it. The flying horse, under Su Lin's direction, did not soar high but merely led them in circles, providing Su Lin with the opportunity to launch a surprise attack. With his rising level, Su Lin absorbed the energy of the full-moon spirits at an accelerated pace. Within minutes, 1 spirit dissipated into the surroundings. After consuming one, he swiftly targeted another, systematically eliminating them until the last spirit was vanquished. Upon absorbing the final spirit, Su Lin's body emitted a series of cracking sounds as murky liquid was forcefully expelled, releasing a foul odor. Once all the impurities were eliminated, he experienced an unprecedented sense of relief, feeling as though a void within him had been filled with fresh spiritual energy. He realized he had reached the 11th level of Qi condensation. Approaching the monk in the white robe, Su Lin gazed silently at him. The monk remained in a tranquil meditative state, yet devoid of any life. The mysteries of what transpired in his past may never be uncovered, and whether he had any surviving descendants remained an enigma. At that moment, he was merely a lifeless body eternally seated upon the stone, unable to find peace in the earth. As Su Lin extended his hand, he sensed a barrier preventing his probing from a distance of about 3 zhang. Standing before the monk, the treasure-finding ring on his finger flickered incessantly. Yet he could not approach. To acquire the storage bag, he needed to breach this luminous barrier. It seemed his only option was to attempt the mysterious spirit stone's absorption. When Su Lin's fingertip made contact with the barrier, he was immediately repelled. He contemplated employing a summoning technique, but the barrier exhibited no consciousness and could not be influenced by such magic. Despite exhaustive efforts, he found himself unable to dismantle the barrier. Torn between the desire to leave and the allure of the treasure tantalizingly within reach, Su Lin fell into deep contemplation. He pondered the nature and origin of this barrier. Enveloping the ancient monk's corpse, it must serve to protect the remains from desecration, likely set in place by the monk in his final moments. After countless years, the barrier still endured, sustained by some treasure. This area, once a battlefield, should have been strewn with corpses. Those unprotected had long since been erased by time, either taken by treasure-seeking cultivators or claimed by weapon spirits. Only those corpses of cultivators who prepared before their demise remained intact to this day. Moreover, this was linked to the restrictions of the place. Only Qi condensation cultivators could enter, while powerful beings might have the ability to dispel the barriers. Understanding the reason for the barrier's existence led him to seek a method to dismantle it. The spirit stones within him could absorb spiritual energy, which suggested a potential way to break the barrier. The current challenge was establishing a connection between himself and the barrier. Su Lin instructed his hound to approach the barrier slowly while he attentively observed any changes in the monk's corpse. As the hound neared within 3 zhang of the white-robed figure, The storage bag before the monk stirred slightly, as if recognizing something, before the hound was bounced back. After much deliberation, Su Lin found no viable solutions until a memory surfaced from a fantasy novel he had read in his homeland. The book mentioned that treasures possessed spirit entities capable of recognizing their masters. If one's appearance and aura mirrored that of the master, the spirit would not perceive them as a threat. Although he lacked the monk's aura, he could don the spirit ape mask to alter his appearance to resemble the monk. Whether this would succeed remained uncertain, but it was worth a try. Su Lin removed the mask from his face, utilizing the transformative power of the spirit monkey mask to alter his appearance to resemble that of a white-robed cultivator. He donned a pristine white outfit and strolled towards the white-robed figure. Upon reaching a distance of 5 zhang from the corpse, the storage bag before the white-robed figure stirred. As Su Lin approached within 3 zhang, the bag's opening spontaneously unfastened, and a beam of white light shot forth, directly connecting with Su Lin's right hand. Harnessing the ancient spiritual energy within him to its utmost potential, Su Lin felt the white light respond to the ancient aura emanating from him. Perhaps due to the long disconnection from its master, the spirit within the storage bag began to perceive the master's essence as hazy. It sensed an indescribable familiarity with the person before it, concluding that even if he were not the master, he must surely share a close bond with him. The spirit stones within Su Lin's body resumed their absorption of the ancient spiritual energy from the storage bag. This time, no barrier appeared, and the spirit within the bag offered no resistance. Perhaps, after tens of thousands of years of waiting, it had grown weary. After a full hour, the spirit stones ceased their absorption, and Su Lin felt his cultivation and qi condensation advance further. He did not hasten to take the storage bag. Instead, he retrieved black wood from his belt and crafted a coffin for the white-robed figure, carefully placing the body inside before digging a deep pit to bury the coffin. As he covered the final bit of earth over the coffin, a ray of light burst forth from the storage bag, forming an image of the white-robed figure in midair, smiling at Su Lin and uttering a single word, "Good." Subsequently, the image of the white robe dissipated, vanishing into the grave. Once all was settled, Su Lin was left with an open storage bag in hand. He peered inside with his spiritual sense. As soon as his consciousness entered the bag, an ancient voice echoed in his mind. In the battle of demons and monsters, the gods suffer. The universe has collapsed. Who can be born alone? As the voice faded, Su Lin beheld 3 ancient artifacts resting quietly within the bag: a flying sword, a plant, and a pearl. He first took out the flying sword, recognizing that, like other ancient artifacts, it could only be used for foundational cultivation and was not suitable for immediate use. Noting its higher grade, he chose not to dismantle it and instead stored it away, intending to gift it to Kur or Wong Lele for their foundational cultivation. The plant appeared unremarkable, with a trunk 3 feet tall, devoid of branches or fruit. Unsure of its properties, Su Lin placed it into the storage bag as well. Finally, he picked up the pearl. The moment it was extracted from the bag, it released a tremendous amount of ancient spiritual energy that enveloped Su Lin in a rich aura, almost tangible in its density. His spirit stones began to operate instinctively, greedily absorbing the precious ancient energy, leaving no trace of it in the surroundings. Entirely consumed by the mysterious stones, suddenly, a thought flashed through Su Lin's mind. Not from his own consciousness, but seemingly from the pearl itself. The mysterious spirit stone desired to merge with this pearl. Realizing this impulse was not his own, Su Lin felt once more that the spirit stone possessed a soul. To validate this notion, he pondered within his mind on how to merge the pearl. And as he contemplated, another spark of insight illuminated him with clarity. He merely needed to absorb the pearl into his palm using the ancient spiritual energy. Placing the pearl in his hand, he activated his ancient energy, initiating the absorption. The pearl visibly shrank, becoming smaller until it disappeared entirely within his palm. At that moment, he felt the vaporized pearl surge towards his chest, merging imperceptibly with the spirit stone, which gradually dissolved. When the pearl and the spirit stone fused into one, Su Lin suddenly acquired a new technique, transforming spirit into void. This technique bore no offensive capability, yet in moments of dire peril, it allowed him to transform his entire being, both consciousness and physical form, into the ethereal, hiding within the spirit stone that contained the pearl. As long as he concealed himself within the stone, his existence would be undetectable to the outside world. Su Lin then released his mastiff, instructing it to remain still. while he executed the technique and vanished without a trace. Upon reappearing in the ancient ruins after a brief meditation, Su Lin found the mastiff anxiously searching for him. He inquired how he had vanished, to which the mastiff responded with animated gestures, exclaiming that his master had suddenly disappeared, leaving it unable to sense his presence through their bond. Overcome with emotion, the mastiff began to weep, tears streaming down as it lamented, "Master, please do not abandon me." As the mastiff sobbed, it nudged Su Lin affectionately. Although aware of the dog's flair for theatrics, Su Lin could not help but admire its performance. He gestured for the mastiff to step back and took a moment to assess his cultivation. After absorbing the immense ancient spiritual energy from the pearl, he experienced significant progress, now reaching the mid-stage of Qi condensation at level 11. Filled with joy, Su Lin reflected on his fruitful expedition to the ancient ruins. Not only had he surpassed the strongest level of Qi condensation at 10 prevalent among cultivators in the Wanyan continent, but he had also acquired a vital life-preserving secret technique. Furthermore, he had gathered numerous treasures necessary for foundational cultivation, a small cauldron radiating spiritual energy, the flying sword, and the unremarkable plant, all of which could serve as suitable foundational materials should he fail to find better options. With resources at hand, he felt a sense of assurance. Having secured the foundational artifacts, he resolved to seek out a spirit soul to further elevate his Qi condensation prowess. Rising to his feet, he ventured forth, suddenly recalling the words he had heard upon opening the storage bag. In the battle of demons and monsters, the gods suffer. The universe has collapsed. Who can be born alone? These 16 characters, seemingly simple, upon literal interpretation suggested that the ancient battlefield was a site where demons and monsters clashed, two formidable beings who had cultivated to extraordinary heights. For reasons unknown, they engaged in a war that drew many cultivators into its fray, resulting in devastating casualties. Ultimately, this conflict led to the collapse of the universe. While this interpretation appeared straightforward, questions arose regarding the subsequent continents: Wanyan, Chasing Cloud, and Stepping Cloud. What connection did these three continents have with the demons and monsters? In the end, who emerged victorious? Had the defeated perished? All these queries remained shrouded in mystery. As a novice cultivator yet to establish his foundation, Su Lin lacked the capacity to uncover the truth. The only path forward was to persist in his journey and grow stronger. Su Lin spent an entire day traversing the valley. Along the way, he encountered a multitude of souls and sought various means to absorb them into his being. As he journeyed, the number of spirits he encountered dwindled until, at last, a village appeared on the horizon. From a distance, he caught sight of the distant wisps of smoke rising into the air. In this ancient battlefield, where the sun, moon, and stars were obscured, the faint smoke hinted at something peculiar amidst the monochrome ruins. Exercising caution, Su Lin decided to send his mastiff to scout the area first. After all, the mastiff was inherently cunning, adept at interacting with other beings, and belonged to the netherworld, devoid of any living essence. Ultimately, the creatures of the netherworld were classified as undead, having evolved from lifeless entities. For instance, skeletons could ascend to become skeletal kings, and zombies could evolve into corpse kings. The mastiff, in its former life, was likely a type of mastiff that had honed its skills and cultivated its essence to reach the level of a false Dan. The cultivation methods of undead beings differ from those of traditional practitioners. They often elevate their rank through acts of slaughter, which is why their pets invariably carry a heavy aura of death. The mastiff trotted into the village while Su Lin waited at a distance. Soon, the mastiff returned, reporting that there were 7 or 8 households in the village, with children playing at the doorsteps and elders engaged in games of chess. However, he sensed no aura of practitioners among them. They appeared to be soul vessels, with a mix of foundational and core stages, predominantly foundational. Su Lin contemplated the situation. Now that he had arrived, he felt compelled to investigate further. He summoned the mastiff back into his ring, utilized an invisibility spell, and entered the village. It appeared to be an ordinary settlement. A few rustic homes, children frolicking in the front yards, and an elderly man peacefully playing Go in the yard, exuding an air of tranquility. As Su Lin stealthily approached the center of the village, his ring unexpectedly emitted a sound. Before he could silence it, his form inadvertently became visible. Upon seeing a living practitioner enter, the villagers, both children and elders, stopped their activities and turned to face him, collectively emitting a cacophony of strange cries and charging toward him. The once gentle visage of the elder transformed into a menacing glare, and the children's innocent faces contorted into grotesque expressions. In their eyes, all living beings were adversaries, and every practitioner was potential prey. Su Lin summoned his flying steed and mounted it, racing toward the outskirts of the village. Intentionally, he did not take to the skies, but rather lured the spirits to follow him, gradually putting distance between them. The spirits possessed varying levels of cultivation, resulting in a disparity of speeds. As he created more distance, Su Lin urged his steed to accelerate. Eventually, only the core stage soul vessels could keep pace. So he had the snow bear ride on the flying steed, continuing to draw the core stage spirits along while he quietly approached the lagging foundational soul vessels. This group of foundational soul vessels numbered only 5 or 6, and together with the mastiff, he swiftly dispatched them. He then summoned the flying steed back to draw in the core stage soul vessels. Now, Su Lin possessed the capability to eliminate core stage soul vessels. With his synergy with his 3 beasts, it wasn't long before all the pursuing soul vessels were drained of their spiritual essence. After several successful engagements, Su Lin gradually relaxed his vigilance, believing the soul vessels were mindless and could be easily dealt with. Thus, he returned the mastiff, flying steed, and snow bear to his ring, preparing to lure the soul vessels out once more for a precise strike. Upon re-entering the village, which had reverted to its previous calm, Su Lin revealed himself. Instantly, the soul vessels began to stir restlessly. Just as he was about to summon his flying steed, he suddenly felt a piercing gaze fixated upon him, enveloping him in an indescribable sense of impending doom. Looking up sharply, Su Lin beheld a beautiful woman materializing in the distance. In the blink of an eye, she appeared before him, holding an ornate needle between her thumb and forefinger, raising her hand as if to stab him in the eye. With no time to ponder, Su Lin instinctively channeled his consciousness, causing the spirit stone on his chest to transform his entire essence and corporeal form into a scattering of starlight, vanishing without a trace. As he regained his composure, Su Lin found himself concealed within a small chamber carved out by the mysterious spirit stone devouring pearl. Remaining still, he finally had the opportunity to reflect on the scene that had just unfolded. The woman's cultivation was at least at the nascent soul stage, as only those of such caliber could perform instantaneous movement. Having forgotten the inherent dangers of this place due to his initial successes, he was fortunate to have recently learned the art of ethereal transformation. Otherwise, he might have faced dire consequences. A shiver of fear coursed through Su Lin as he contemplated the possibility of perishing here, never to reunite with his hometown, Mengjing, or the beloved children, nor to see his sister Kur again. Resolutely, he struck his own shoulder, vowing never to act so recklessly again. The pressing question now was how to escape. Su Lin surmised that the beautiful woman would not abandon her post. Having witnessed his disappearance, she would surely remain vigilant, ready to attack at the first sign of his return. The life-preserving necklace bestowed by the king of the netherworld could allow him to evade danger once, but it would not guarantee his complete safety. He needed a well-thought-out plan to evade this formidable nascent soul woman. Su Lin retrieved several treasures from his possession and pondered his options. To escape this predicament, it appeared he could only utilize the teleportation talisman, which would transport him several dozen miles away. Even if it did not provide a complete escape, repeated uses would eventually yield an opportunity. Grateful for the ample supply of teleportation talismans he had procured before his arrival, he resolved to remain concealed for a few days until the nascent soul woman lowered her guard. With no further distractions, Su Lin settled into a meditative state, finding tranquility in the small chamber, which was suffused with spiritual energy. He seized this opportunity to solidify the cultivation he had recently attained. He remained in deep meditation for 5 days, and after this period of focused training, he sensed that his cultivation had firmly stabilized at the mid-level of the 11th stage of Qi refinement. Although he had yet to engage in combat with foundational practitioners, he felt confident that, without relying on artifacts or summoned beasts, his strength was comparable to that of a newly established foundational practitioner. This was a testament to the formidable prowess of ancient practitioners, as even those at the Qi refinement stage could contend with foundational cultivators. What Su Lin did not realize was that reaching the 11th stage of Qi refinement was exceedingly rare, even in ancient times. Unless one was exceptionally fortunate, few could achieve it. The 12th stage required extraordinarily stringent conditions, accessible only to the most elite families, who could concentrate their resources to nurture the most promising offspring. As for the legendary 13th stage, it was said to have been attained by only one individual throughout history. Su Lin withdrew a teleportation talisman, grasping it firmly in his hand as he exited the small cave dwelling. His figure reappeared amidst the village. The instant he manifested, he did not hesitate to shatter the talisman. Once again, his recently solidified form became ethereal, as a powerful force whisked him away to a distant location. In that fleeting moment of being transported, Su Lin seemed to hear an enraged scream and glimpsed a crimson figure. When he stumbled into existence several dozen miles away, he shattered another teleportation talisman. A practitioner at the nascent soul level could merge with the surrounding environment, achieving instantaneous movement. However, Su Lin's talismans were merely external objects. He had no confidence in evading a genuine nascent soul pursuer, so all he could do was repeatedly use the talismans to distance himself from the vicinity. After 2 teleportations, Su Lin once again sought refuge in the small cave within his body. In doing so, the nascent soul woman would be unable to find his trace or sense his presence, allowing him to evade her. A day later, Su Lin emerged from the cave, and upon seeing no sign of the nascent soul beauty, he dared not linger. He summoned a flying steed and soared into the distance. High in the sky, Su Lin suddenly spotted a colossal city ahead, its shape reminiscent of a reclining giant. Could this be the giant's corpse described in the jade slip? He hastily ordered his steed to descend, wary of approaching further. The Wong family's jade slip had warned that anything nearing the giant's corpse, be it practitioners or weapon souls, would be drawn in. Countless practitioners had been absorbed over the millennia, and none had ever escaped. The records stated that those who entered the giant's corpse were never heard from again. At that moment, the ring on Su Lin's hand emitted a dazzling light, its target pointing directly at the giant's corpse. Su Lin was taken aback. Even from such a distance, the ring flashed with such intensity. What extraordinary treasure could it be? He understood that acquiring such a treasure would entail unimaginable risks, and with his current strength, it was unwise to pursue it. Adventure was necessary, but risks exceeding one's capabilities were unwarranted. As Su Lin contemplated leaving, he felt a reluctance to depart. Just then, he sensed a consciousness locking onto him, a familiar sense of danger resurfacing. He knew the nascent soul beauty was once again in pursuit. Just as he was about to retrieve another teleportation talisman, a flash of red appeared before him. It was the nascent soul beauty herself. Before Su Lin could retreat into the cave created by the spirit stone, the beauty's palm struck his chest. The necklace gifted by the ghost king emitted a brilliant white light, dissipating her lethal blow. Instinctively, Su Lin extended his finger, touching her forehead, binding their spirits together. The beauty felt her spiritual energy being drawn away by a tremendous force, an occurrence she had never experienced before. Flustered, she attempted to break free but found herself in disarray. At that moment, the necklace erupted, enveloping Su Lin in white light as he rapidly fled the scene. Protected by the white light, Su Lin maintained a clear mind. He barely had time to rejoice in his escape before he realized he had arrived above the giant's corpse. Surely, flying would not result in being drawn in. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he felt an irresistible pull dragging him down toward the city formed from the giant's remains. To his astonishment, he found himself cradling a beautiful woman of nascent soul cultivation in his arms. As they fell from the sky and landed within the city, Su Lin's finger remained pressed against the beauty's forehead, yet he could no longer draw upon her spiritual energy. She averted her head to dodge his touch and struck out at him with her palm. The proximity was too close for Su Lin to evade, and he was struck heavily in the chest. Strangely, it did not hurt much. Both Su Lin and the beauty stared in bewilderment, checking their respective cultivation levels, only to discover that here they could not wield spiritual energy. They had become mere mortals. They exchanged glances, each taking a step back. Now that both had been rendered ordinary, the beauty was no match for the young and vigorous Su Lin. However, he felt it inappropriate to strike a woman. He regarded her and scoffed. "Can you understand my words? Since we are here, we must find a way out. Do you know how to escape?" As he spoke, Su Lin scrutinized the beautiful woman before him. Her fair skin and delicate features bore the marks of time, mingled with a hint of sorrow. Her long, dark hair cascaded casually over her shoulders, and her red dress clung to her graceful form. The beauty glanced at Su Lin but remained silent, observing their surroundings. She noted only some low trees and scattered stones nearby, with buildings visible in the distance. She chanted a few incantations, but to no avail. Suddenly, the beauty appeared to remember something and exclaimed, "Could this be the city of rebirth?" Once one enters the city of rebirth, they cannot escape for 10 lifetimes. To exit the city of rebirth, one's black hair turns to white. Su Lin, perplexed by her words, chose not to inquire further and proceeded forward. The beauty, now stripped of her powers and recalling the myriad legends surrounding this place, followed him reluctantly toward the city gate. The two entered the city gate, revealing a broad avenue lined with statues on either side. The statues depicted warriors wielding various weapons, fantastical beasts, practitioners seemingly casting spells, and immortals imparting wisdom. Beyond the rows of statues stood an immense structure, with steps made of white jade leading to a resplendent hall at its summit. As Su Lin glanced at the beauty, he found her gazing back at him. Their eyes met, yet neither spoke. Surveying their surroundings, Su Lin saw no alternative paths. The only way forward led to the grand hall. With no other choice, he ascended the steps. Su Lin's pace was unhurried as he walked, observing the silence enveloping the area. No wind, no sounds of animals or plants, only the echo of his own footsteps. Each step was arduous, having lost his spiritual energy. He found the height of the steps challenging. After climbing several hundred steps, he suddenly recalled the beauty behind him. Though she had once been a practitioner of nascent soul cultivation, she too had lost her powers here. He realized how much more difficult it would be for her to ascend such lofty steps without her abilities. Su Lin turned to look back at that moment. The woman in the red dress was sitting sideways on the steps, furrowing her brow as she gazed into the distance at the grand hall. With a wry smile, Su Lin shook his head and descended the steps. He approached the woman, bent down, and gently supported her arm to help her rise. The woman regarded Su Lin, and the sensation of being assisted felt so foreign. When was the last time someone had helped her? Was it thousands of years ago, or perhaps tens of thousands? At that time, she was merely an ordinary person, not a cultivator, and certainly not the enigmatic being she had become. The warmth of this long-lost care was exquisite, and a faint blush appeared on her fair face. She stared vacantly at Su Lin, uncertain of how to respond. Su Lin, unaware of the woman's thoughts, continued to support her as they walked slowly upwards. She remained silent, following him step by step towards the grand hall. After several hundred steps, Su Lin helped her sit down. "Let us rest for a moment before continuing," he said in a subdued tone. After a brief pause, the woman suddenly inquired, "What is your name?" "Su Lin, a Qi condensation stage cultivator from the Wanyan continent." The woman pondered for a moment. "I have not heard of this Wanyan continent. I have lived on this battlefield for far too long, oblivious to the affairs of the outside world. I cannot even ascertain my own identity. Am I truly the only one of my kind?" Curiosity piqued, Su Lin asked, "Could you share your story?" "My true form is that of the Yunxia fairy, aligned with the demon side in the war between demons and monsters. The Yunxia fairy has transcended the foundational stage, attaining the void transformation level of cultivation. However, in a fierce battle, both sides encountered Star River cultivators whose power was overwhelming. Regardless of one's allegiance, survival in the conflict against Star River cultivators was impossible. My corporeal form was obliterated, and my soul was on the verge of destruction, yet due to the chaos of the battlefield, a temporal anomaly occurred, inexplicably transporting me to this place." The woman glanced at Su Lin again. "This is my recollection. I must be the manifestation of the Yunxia fairy's soul. I cannot be certain if my true form's soul possesses consciousness, but after searching this battlefield for what feels like an eternity, I have yet to discover any other consciousness of my kind. Perhaps I am indeed the only one. If that is the case, you may call me Yunxia." "Yunxia fairy, do you know where we are? I overheard you mention something about Wanxing City. To my knowledge, this is the most enigmatic location on the battlefield. Neither cultivators like you nor we, the souls, are permitted to approach it. Those who dare draw near are inevitably drawn in. While I am unsure about cultivators, I am aware that some nascent soul stage souls have ventured here and never returned." Su Lin regarded Yunxia. "To uncover the truth, the first step is to enter the grand hall. Shall we proceed?" Yunxia nodded. Su Lin continued to assist her as they ascended. "What does Wanxing City signify?" "I cannot say with certainty. There has always been a legend on the battlefield that the only escape from this confined world lies here. Hence it is referred to as Wanxing City. We have been trapped for far too long, completely ignorant of the world beyond. It has been ages since I last witnessed the sun, moon, or stars." As Yunxia spoke, she gazed up at the sky, which was as gray and colorless as that outside the city. The world I know is quite limited, and I scarcely know how to convey it to you. I was once a mere mortal, suddenly transported from my lifeless homeland to the Wanyan continent by some mysterious force. Prior to this, I had no understanding of cultivation. It was only upon my arrival here that I began the process of qi condensation. Beyond the Wanyan continent, I have been informed of the chasing cloud and stepping cloud continents, but I am utterly oblivious to what lies beyond that. Yunxia paused, glancing back at the path they had traversed, before continuing her ascent with Su Lin's support. Your experience is rather peculiar. Usually, cultivation occurs on planets rich in spiritual energy. It is impossible for cultivators to arise from barren stars. Why were you brought here? Such an occurrence has never been documented. Su Lin replied. It is said that cases like mine have proliferated over the past millennium, with many ordinary people from what you call barren stars being mysteriously transported to the Wanyan continent. When we first arrived, a basic spell materialized out of thin air, and it was after learning that spell that I embarked on the path of cultivation. Yunxia, intrigued, remarked, It is astonishing that numerous mortals have been brought here to cultivate, along with the spontaneous emergence of spells. Could it be that I have been confined here for so long that the outside world has completely transformed? However, I have observed your kind. Although you are all at the qi condensation stage, you seem considerably weaker compared to the qi condensation cultivators of my era. Su Lin looked at Yunxia. If you wish to understand what lies beyond this realm, perhaps you should find a way to venture outside. Yunxia shook her head. I have yearned to leave this place for over 10,000 years. Though there is spiritual energy here, cultivation is arduous. The highest cultivation level I have encountered among the souls here is merely the nascent soul stage, just like myself. There are no celestial bodies to see, only various souls devoid of vitality. I have not seen the vibrant greens of nature in a very long time. Su Lin gazed at the grand hall above. Perhaps the only secret that can lead us to the outside world lies within the grand hall. Had I not been drawn here, I would have been transported out once I succeeded in foundational cultivation. However, I have no record of how souls born here can leave. It seems we must explore this ourselves. After several hours of walking and pausing, Su Lin and Yunxia finally arrived at the entrance of the grand hall. Standing at the highest step, they looked down to see two small rows of statues, with the city gates shrouded in mist, rendering the entire world a dull gray. Su Lin pushed open the doors of the grand hall, and together with Yunxia, they stepped inside. Despite the absence of light, the hall was remarkably bright, supported by dozens of massive columns, while the rest of the space was vast and empty. At the forefront, on a golden chair atop 99 steps, sat an empty seat. Su Lin and Yunxia scanned their surroundings, eager to uncover answers, yet after a prolonged search, they found nothing. Just as they were engulfed in confusion, an ancient voice resonated from beside the chair. Welcome to the world of Xiao Bao. They looked up to see a young boy, seemingly 7 or 8 years old, materialize beside the chair. Dressed in a white short-sleeved shirt and shorts, adorned with a golden necklace, his plump and rosy face exuded a charming innocence. Su Lin and the fairy Yunxia beheld a young boy atop a high platform, momentarily perplexed by the situation. What could a child be doing up there? The boy leaped onto a chair and spoke. Welcome to the world of Little Bao. It has been quite some time since anyone visited. His voice bore an unexpected age, revealing that this child was indeed the one who had just spoken. Su Lin stepped forward, bowed respectfully, and inquired, Esteemed elder, we have inadvertently arrived here. How might we depart? I kindly ask for your guidance. The boy, sitting regally, replied, To leave the world of Little Bao, one must undergo 3 trials. Should you succeed, not only will you be able to depart, but you may also acquire the treasures left by the master. Fairy Yunxiao then asked, Are you Little Bao? I dwell here as a soul. How might I escape? I would also like to know if I can leave this confined battlefield. The boy regarded Yunxiao with curiosity. How intriguing that you possess consciousness and memory. In tens of thousands of years, I have never encountered a soul in such a state. You must be the manifestation of a cultivator's spirit, rather than a soul born from weapons, treasures, or corpses. Indeed, I am Little Bao. This grand name was bestowed upon me by my masters. I am the mightiest being here and the sovereign of this battlefield. Little Bao jumped down from his chair and approached Fairy Yunxia. Souls often find themselves drawn into this place, devoid of awareness, lingering aimlessly. I place them in the trial grounds. If you participate in the trials, you shall encounter them. My masters never informed me of how souls might escape. Perhaps they did not anticipate the arrival of a conscious soul like you. How can I assist you in departing? Allow me a moment to ponder. Su Lin interjected. Little Bao, since you are the ruler here, could you not simply gesture and let her leave? Little Bao shook his head. It is simple to grant her passage. Yet my every action must adhere to the established rules. I was created with the duty of maintaining order here. I cannot disrupt these regulations. For instance, my master instructed me that cultivators must conquer 3 trials to claim treasures and exit. However, I do not know the conditions a soul must meet to depart. Given your awareness and memory, why not let you accompany me through the trials? This would not violate the rules, would it? After a moment of contemplation, Little Bao concluded. It seems this is the only way. He pointed at Yunxia and stated, if you wish to leave, you must, like that cultivator, succeed in the 3 trials. As for your desire to exit the battlefield, my master once mentioned that the outside world has changed significantly. If you wish to leave, you must seek a treasure that suits you and become its spirit. As Su Lin gazed at Little Bao, he was reminded of the children from his homeland, each just as endearing. He retrieved a cube from his pocket, a colorful artifact he had crafted from multicolored stones in the dwarf kingdom, which he often played with. Su Lin presented the cube to Little Bao, saying, "This is a small gift, please accept it." Little Bao took the cube, examining it with curiosity. What is this? What purpose does it serve? Su Lin briefly explained the mechanics of the cube, and soon Little Bao, having seen little in his life, became enthralled by its transformations. Su Lin then asked, Little Bao, do you have a furnace for forging? If so, I could create some delightful toys for you. Little Bao was unfamiliar with the concept of a furnace, but after Su Lin explained, he laughed. That is simple. Little Bao produced an incense burner from his pocket. This burner contains the essence of ancient fire spirits. It should serve well for forging. Taking the incense burner in hand, Su Lin observed its ability to change size and adjust its heat. While it could not forge high-level artifacts, it was more than adequate for crafting a few toys. He asked Little Bao to gather the necessary materials for forging, opened his storage belt, and retrieved various ores, beginning his work. As a skilled artisan, creating a few toys was effortless. Before long, Su Lin had fashioned a transformer, a magic ring, and even a set of mahjong, all likely to be cherished by Little Bao. While Su Lin focused on his creations, Little Bao played with the cube, circling around Su Lin, while Fairy Yunxia stood quietly to the side, silent as a statue. Once Su Lin completed the toys, he presented them to Little Bao, explaining their various uses. Little Bao expressed his gratitude. Su Xiaodi, thank you for your gifts. In return, I would like to offer you something. He removed a silver bracelet from his wrist and handed it to Su Lin. This bracelet may assist you during the trials. Observing Little Bao's childlike appearance referring to him as Su Xiaodi, Su Lin could only shake his head with a wry smile. He accepted the bracelet and inquired, do many cultivators often visit here? Little Bao shook his head. In the beginning, many came, but in recent thousands of years, no one has arrived. Su Lin continued, esteemed Little Bao, do these trials pose any risks? Indeed, the trials carry risks. The various souls and beasts within the trial grounds possess aggression. My masters established the rule that all beings within the grounds, including cultivators, are capped at the foundation establishment level to ensure fairness. Should one be devoured by a beast or have their soul taken by another, they would truly perish. Although the spatial dynamics of the trial grounds differ from the outside world, with 1 month inside equating to a day outside, as per my 2 masters' rules, failure to successfully navigate the trials would result in entrapment within the grounds. Cultivators of the Qi condensation level have fleeting lives. If unable to escape, they would ultimately perish within. Su Lin preferred not to enter the trial grounds prematurely. Knowledge of the environment would surely aid in overcoming the trials, especially in this fabled land of peril. Esteemed Little Bao, who are your masters? They must no longer reside in this battlefield. Little Bao set down the transformer and gazed into the distance, his expression tinged with nostalgia. My masters, one was the Song Haizi under the Demon Lord, and the other, the Lian Shirzun under the Devil Lord. They have long returned to the void. Fairy Yunxia gasped in astonishment. These 2 revered beings were the mighty ones responsible for the chaos in the starry realms. Were they also transported here? Little Bao, if you say they have returned to the void, does that mean they cannot leave this battlefield? Little Bao paced a few steps, hands clasped behind his back. It has been ages since I conversed with an intelligent being. Allow me to share the tale of my masters. This memory was imparted to me by them. Initially, my 2 masters from the starry realm belonged to opposing factions. One served the demon lord, while the other served the devil lord. For reasons unknown, a severe conflict arose between the two. Initially, the demon and devil realms merely sealed their portals. But soon skirmishes erupted, dragging in increasingly powerful beings over the course of millennia. My masters, with the tacit approval of the demon and devil lords, left their realms to engage in battle. However, they were exceedingly careless, inadvertently bringing the battlefield close to the celestial realm, inciting the ire of the celestial emperor. The conflict between demons and devils was of no concern to the celestial emperor. However, once it encroached upon his threshold, it crossed a line. Thus, the celestial emperor commanded the destruction cauldron to be cast down, enveloping the entire battlefield, which was then hurled here by the mighty ones under his command. The destruction cauldron is a supreme artifact, its power far beyond what cultivators of the starry realm could endure. The Songhaizi was utterly obliterated, while the Lien Shirzun retained his corporeal form, yet his spirit was completely consumed by the destruction cauldron. After enduring this calamity, my two masters no longer harbored thoughts of continuing their conflict. Their sole desire was to depart from this place. After cultivating for tens of thousands of years and attaining the realm of the Galactic Master, they believed they could seize their destinies, yet before true might, they remained mere ants. When the Master called for war, they could only engage in battles with other practitioners. Throughout years of war, they witnessed countless deaths and separations. Although they had not perished, they lived in constant uncertainty. Now, merely by inadvertently approaching the warning line, they were cast down into the mortal realm in an instant. After sustaining grave injuries, my masters relinquished their animosity. They were weary, and the two, sharing a common plight, transformed their enmity into friendship, devising ways to restore their powers together. However, after several millennia, they finally comprehended that the world destruction cauldron severed the connection between this place and the outer world, and their injuries were too severe. After countless attempts, they concluded that it was impossible to leave this realm in this lifetime, accepting their fate of growing old here. The Master of World Refinement, alongside Songhaizi, created a spirit artifact, which is me, to accompany them through their final days. Each day, I stood with my two masters before the grand hall's towering gates, gazing upon this world, forever shrouded in gray. After several hundred years, the Master of World Refinement sensed the approach of his demise and imparted to me. With the world destruction cauldron present, ancient demons and practitioners could never escape. However, the cauldron merely sealed the ancient demonic path, harboring no malice towards other practitioners. Thus, the two masters established a trial arena. Through their trials, one could reach the area where the world destruction cauldron resided, and if fortunate, one could seize the cauldron. Once the cauldron was taken, this place would lose its seal, and after a few hundred years, it would fully reveal itself, no longer a confined location, allowing all spirit artifacts to attain freedom. Not long after, the Master of World Refinement departed this realm, his body transforming into this city. After living alone for several hundred years, Songhaizi's spirit also reached its end. He transferred some of his memories to me, disappearing entirely into the ether. From that moment, I became the sole guardian of this place, upholding my master's wishes, awaiting the fated individual who could retrieve the world destruction cauldron. Little Bao finished speaking, tears streaming down his youthful face. He had been here for far too long. After hearing Little Bao's words, Su Lin fell into a prolonged silence, filled with questions about this realm of cultivation. Surely, the demons were top-tier powerhouses. Why then did conflict arise among them? After the war, did demons still exist? Were there other unknown entities beyond demons, devils, and immortals? Were they the strongest in the universe? What faction did the Wanyan continent, where he resided, belong to? Why had a mere mortal, who had never practiced cultivation, been cast into this realm, compelled to cultivate? These questions grew increasingly complex in his mind. Su Lin shook his head, deciding to set aside these thoughts for the time being. The only path to answers lay in becoming stronger. Only the powerful could truly grasp their fates. Just like Fairy Yunxia, whose profound cultivation was extinguished in an instant due to the intervention of the Galactic Master, leaving behind only a wisp of her spirit. The Galactic Masters ought to be absolute powers, yet to a stronger celestial emperor, they were but flies that could be brushed away with a wave of the hand. Now, as he had just entered the realm of cultivation, having not even succeeded in foundational cultivation, the most pressing matter was to pass the trials, ideally acquiring the world destruction cauldron. If he could use the cauldron to establish his foundation, he would undoubtedly achieve perfection within a few years and ascend to the chasing cloud continent. However, the trials set by the Galactic Realm practitioners would undoubtedly possess their own intricacies. It was prudent to gather more information before entering. To uncover the truth, he could only consult Little Bao. Though Fairy Yunxiao was older, she lacked experience in interacting with others, and thus all matters fell to Su Lin. Realizing Little Bao's playful nature, he and Fairy Yunxiao spent several days engaging in games with him. In their spare time, Su Lin recounted stories from his homeland. Although Little Bao had existed for tens of thousands of years, he had lived in this forbidden land, formed from the body of a mighty being, entirely insulated from the outside world. Before long, Little Bao temporarily forgot about his toys and began to cling to Su Lin, requesting stories daily. Su Lin's intentions were not solely to extract secrets about the trial arena. After several days of companionship, he genuinely regarded Little Bao as his own child. Observing Little Bao's focused expressions while listening to stories and his joy while playing with toys, Su Lin felt as though he were with his own child back in his homeland. The more he thought about it, the more Little Bao resembled his own child, and a tender affection naturally radiated from his gaze, akin to the way his master had looked at him. Little Bao understood that this practitioner before him genuinely cared for him. Days passed, and Su Lin realized it was time for him to depart. Though this place was wonderful, it was not his destination. Much like in the mind realm, when it was time to leave, one should not linger. On this day, after playing games with Little Bao alongside Fairy Yunxia, Su Lin proposed venturing into the trial arena. Upon hearing this, Little Bao felt a deep reluctance. He said to Su Lin, "Su, little brother, I sincerely hope you can pass the trials and obtain the world destruction cauldron. However, I cannot enter the trial arena. This is a rule set by my masters. The bracelet I gifted you can help you avoid being possessed by powerful, vengeful spirits. I see that you excel in forging. This will aid you during the trials. Now, I give you this incense burner containing the essence of ancient fire. It should prove useful." Little Bao placed the incense burner into Su Lin's hands. He then looked at Fairy Yunxia and said, "You possess memories of your past life and are in a spiritual form. According to the rules my masters established, none perfectly apply to you. I have decided to allow you to participate in the trials as well. If you can succeed, you can choose to leave Little Bao's world and return to the battlefield outside. Now, you may choose to attempt the trials on your own or join Su, little brother." Fairy Yunxia glanced at Su Lin. After considering, she realized that although she had once attained the nascent soul stage, her spiritual power could not be exerted here. Even if she entered the trial arena and regained some of her cultivation, she would still be confined below the foundational level. Thus, facing the trials alone would be exceedingly difficult. Su Lin possessed Little Bao's bracelet, and his cultivation level was most suitable for this place. It seemed wiser to accompany Su Lin through the trials. Therefore, Fairy Yunxia looked at Su Lin, who nodded slightly. She then addressed Little Bao, "Elder Little Bao, I wish to accompany Su Lin into the trial arena." Little Bao nodded, "Follow me." He led them to the rear of the grand hall, where a shimmering portal adorned with twinkling starlight awaited. Little Bao pointed at the portal and said, "Step through this door, and you will enter the trial arena established by my two masters. It leads to a separate world. Due to the restrictions of the rules, I cannot enter. So I do not know the specifics. Long ago, many practitioners came, but none returned after entering the trials, so I cannot answer how they made their way back. It has been a long time since any practitioners have ventured in." Little Bao looked at Su Lin and Fairy Yunxia, earnestly stating, "I hope you both succeed in passing the trials and obtain the precious world destruction cauldron." Su Lin turned back, smiling at Little Bao, "Elder Little Bao, thank you for your blessings. I hope to see you again soon." With that, Su Lin stepped forward, followed by Fairy Yunxia, and entered the portal. Outside the portal, Little Bao held a Rubik and Appos S-cube in one hand and a transformer in the other, eagerly watching the two disappear, murmuring, "I believe Su, little brother, will surely succeed this time." Within the portal, Su Lin and Fairy Yunxia had arrived in another world, a small, desolate planet. At this moment, they stood in a vast desert, the sky devoid of clouds, the scorching sun beating down upon the earth. Su Lin sensed that he had regained his cultivation at the 11th level of Qi condensation. Turning to Yunxia Fairy, he inquired, "Fairy, what is your current cultivation level?" After a moment of introspection, Yunxia replied, "I am now at the 10th level of Qi condensation. It seems that this place restricts levels to those below foundation establishment based on each individual's cultivation prior to reaching foundation establishment. A wave of joy surged within Su Lin. Although he had not yet reached foundation establishment, his cultivation at the 11th level of Qi condensation far surpassed that of an ordinary 10th level practitioner. He mused that if he could break through again to the 12th or even 13th level, even ordinary foundation establishment cultivators would pose no threat to him. Gazing around, he marveled at the desolation, exclaiming, "Who would have thought this is a small planet? With such vastness, what should we do?" Yunxiao Fairy explained. This trial ground was established by two formidable beings of the Star River realm. Do you know what the Star River realm is? Su Lin shook his head. I have only entered the cultivation world for a few years and know nothing of these matters. Yunxiao brushed her hair back. As far as I know, cultivators are divided into 3 levels. First, Qi condensation, then foundation establishment, followed by core formation, and ultimately, nascent soul, which transforms into divine transformation and culminates in the pinnacle of refinement. Refinement is the apex of the first step. After refinement comes etherealization, star condensation, and the formation of one's own star. If one advances further, their body transforms into a star, completing the second step. A perfected star can devour countless stars, ascending from 1 to 10, from 10 to 100, gathering into a river, thus becoming a star river cultivator. Yet, even a star river cultivator has not reached the fullness of the third step. Only by forming a sea of stars within can one attain the pinnacle of the third step. I believe beings like demons, fairies, and emperors have transcended the sea of stars, having reached an unfathomable fourth step. I cannot imagine how formidable they must be. Su Lin queried, Fairy, to what level did you initially cultivate? My true self has surpassed the apex of refinement and has already undergone etherealization, marking the beginning of the second step. Since this trial ground was created by Star River cultivators, each possesses thousands of various stars within them. Even a few of those could shape this world. As they conversed, they walked for an entire day before finally leaving the desert. Ahead loomed a towering statue piercing the clouds. Approaching it, Su Lin examined it closely. The statue stood about 100 zhang tall, its visage imposing with crimson eyes, wings sprouting from its back, a sword held in its left hand, while the right hand rested behind its back. Finding the statue's sudden appearance intriguing, Su Lin was about to investigate further when Yunxiao Fairy interjected, This statue represents Song Haizi, a revered figure under the Demon Lord. I once glimpsed him from afar on the battlefield. Understanding that this trial ground was constructed by Song Haizi and the Refiner, Su Lin surmised that the statue might hold the key to their predicament. He approached the statue, clasped his hands in a deep bow, and proclaimed, Elder Song Haizi, I hail from Wangyun continent and had no intention of disturbing your meditation. Yet, having inadvertently entered this place and under the guidance of Xiaobao, I find myself here in this trial ground. I humbly seek your guidance on how to proceed. Upon completing his bow, the statue stirred, lowering its gaze upon Su Lin and Yunxiao Fairy, its voice resonating powerfully. In the demon and monster battlefield, souls suffer greatly. You must liberate 10,000 souls from this realm to advance to the next stage. With that, the statue slowly raised its head, returning to its original posture. Still gazing into the distance, Su Lin and Yunxiao exchanged glances, and Su Lin remarked, This challenge entails assisting the souls here in finding peace. But where might these souls be? Yunxiao pondered for a moment. According to Elder Song Haizi, in the demon and monster battlefield, where souls are tormented, there must be a battlefield of sorts. They circled the statue a few times, but found no further clues. They offered another bow and turned to continue forward. After another day of travel, a towering mountain appeared before them, with no visible path except to traverse its heights. They ascended the mountain and gazed into the distance, where a city emerged, shrouded in dust as two armies clashed fiercely. This star was known as Fashiang, claimed by Song Haizi thousands of years ago, becoming nourishment for the Star River cultivators. The practitioners within Fashiang were divided into 2 factions, the Baiwa sect and the Launching sect. For years, these factions had battled relentlessly over the sole holy city within Fashiang. Long before Song Haizi acquired the planet, no cultivators remained. Only the lingering battle souls trapped here for millennia. These battle souls remained unaware of their demise, instinctively continuing their combat. Even when slain in battle, they would reform as battle souls, re-entering the fray. Day after day, year after year, centuries passed, even millennia, in this unending slaughter. Even the most bloodthirsty of battle souls grew weary of the ceaseless conflict, yearning to lay down their weapons and seek liberation. Yet, this simple desire was unattainable. Even if one laid down their weapon, they would still fall victim to other battle souls. For here, reincarnation was forbidden, and their bodies remained filled with a warlike spirit. Su Lin observed the battlefield below, where each side boasted tens of thousands, mostly ordinary souls devoid of spiritual power, with some possessing varying levels of qi condensation. They fought fiercely, unafraid of death. When vanquished, their forms disintegrated into wisps of soul, gradually reconstituting. Su Lin attempted to summon his hound, but discovered he could not call forth his pet in this realm. It appeared he must rely solely on his strength to complete the trial. He turned to Yunxiao Fairy. Do you have any wise methods to assist these battle souls in finding peace? Yunxiao furrowed her brow, contemplating for a long while before sighing. I know of a treasure in the celestial realm known as the Supreme Relic. Its emergence can lead lost souls back to reincarnation. I am also aware of a technique in the demonic realm, the Super Soul Technique, which can also help souls free themselves from interference. Alas, I do not possess the ability to wield either. I believe we should find a way to join one of the factions to probe their situation before making a decision. Which faction do you think we should align with? Su Lin inquired. Yunxia surveyed the battlefield. The faction in yellow appears to hold the advantage. We should join them, and we could easily crush the blue faction. Su Lin chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. No, I believe we should side with the currently faltering blue faction. Yunxiao, puzzled, asked why is that? Su Lin explained. The yellow faction is riding high on their morale. By joining them, we could easily obliterate the blue army. However, given the yellow army's clear superiority, we would not be taken seriously and would not be easily accepted. In contrast, the blue faction is on the brink of collapse. With our assistance, they could turn the tide, becoming reliant on us, thus providing a greater opportunity for us to uncover a solution. Upon hearing Su Lin's analysis, Yunxia cast him an appreciative glance and smiled faintly. I did not expect such clever insights from one so young. Very well, I shall heed your advice. The two descended the mountain swiftly, charging toward the front lines of the two armies. At that moment, the yellow-clad Baoyue sect was encircling the blue-clad launching sect, preparing to annihilate them one by one. Unexpectedly, two practitioners approached rapidly from the distance, a young man in white leading a woman in red, who swiftly broke into the encirclement. Su Lin, without gloves, clenched his fists, the surrounding energy swirling into his right hand. Once he reached full power, he directed a devastating strike toward the yellow army. The force of his attack was overwhelming. Hundreds of souls were obliterated, scattering across the battlefield, leaving a vast emptiness behind. Not to be outdone, Yunxia Fairy waved her sleeves, summoning fierce winds that sent the yellow army reeling in disarray. Taking advantage of the disarray within the yellow-clad legion, Su Lin and the Fairy of Yunxia worked in unison to reassemble the fragmented blue-clad army, retreating backwards with the blue army leading the way while they guarded the rear, gradually making their way back to the blue army's camp. Upon their return, a soul entity at the 7th level of qi condensation approached Su Lin, expressing gratitude for their timely assistance on the battlefield. The entity stated, I am deeply appreciative on behalf of the Star-Gathering Army. Please wait a moment while I report to the commander and return to express my thanks. Su Lin nodded in acknowledgement, responding, We are merely wandering cultivators passing through this area. Upon witnessing the massacre of your troops by the yellow-clad legion, we, having long heard of the commander's renown, were eager to pay our respects, thus intervening to show our goodwill. Please inform the commander that cultivators Su Lin and Yunxiao wish to meet. The 7th level soul entity went to relay the message. Su Lin, with his hands clasped behind his back, surveyed the blue army encampment. At a glance, he noted that the camp was filled with unconscious soul entities who had formed isolated circles, huddled together in silence, having long since forgotten everything. What remained were only the primal instincts driving them towards violence, either to kill or to be killed. Some more accomplished souls, primarily at the early stages of qi condensation, wandered aimlessly, their expressions blank, their eyes vacant, uncertain if they still retained any memories. A smaller number of souls at the mid-level of qi condensation, and those above the 7th level, gathered in small groups, some engaged in conversation, yet most wore expressions of bewilderment, devoid of any trace of joy. Su Lin sighed deeply and spoke to Yunxia. The souls here are less aware than those on the battlefield. They lack consciousness, lack a future, and their existence bears no meaning. Even if their souls scatter, they inevitably return here. unable to reincarnate, ultimately remaining as lonely spirits. Yunxiao lowered her head. Perhaps a lack of consciousness is a blessing. If one were to wander for millennia in full awareness, such solitude would be far more difficult to endure. Sulin comforted her with a reassuring pat on the shoulder, saying, "Once we pass the trial, we shall seek out Xiaobao together, to see if there exists a means for you to leave this forbidden land." Yunxiao's face reflected no joy as she replied. "Xiaobao said that unless I find a suitable magical artifact to become a spirit tool, there is no hope. But where can I find such an artifact? And even if I did, if I entrusted my fate to the wrong person, would I not be subject to their whims? Alas, it is a daunting challenge." After voicing her concerns, Yunxiao looked at Sulin, harboring a glimmer of hope that if Sulin could provide her with a suitable artifact to reside in, she would feel more at ease following him. However, she wondered if Sulin could fulfill her wish. Yet, Sulin was preoccupied with thoughts of how to transform the battle souls in this place. He had devised a plan, but its implementation required careful consideration and experimentation, and he was uncertain of its feasibility. Thus, he refrained from sharing his plans with Yunxia, choosing instead to continue observing and probing. At that moment, the soul entity that had gone to relay the message returned to the entrance of the main tent, announcing, "Esteemed friends, the commander requests your presence." The commander of the Star-Gathering Gang, Lang Xingzi, had reached the pinnacle of the 7th level of Qi condensation centuries ago. However, despite his arduous cultivation, he had been unable to break through to the foundational level of Qi condensation. The longevity of soul entities had taught him that it was only several millennia prior that cultivators on this planet had achieved the nascent soul stage. Since then, it seemed as though a curse had been placed upon this realm, restricting the highest cultivation level to the completion of Qi condensation. Presently, only 2 soul entities at the pinnacle of Qi condensation existed on Star Gathering, himself and his rival, the leader of the boundless sect, Yuang Soul. The long-standing warfare showed no sign of abating. Even if he chose not to attack, the soul cultivators of the boundless sect would seek to annihilate him. This was the fate of this planet. To escape this destiny, one would have to leave, yet that was no simple task. As a soul entity, he was filled with the unique malevolence of this world, and as long as that malevolence remained, he could never be accepted by the outside realm. Moreover, being a soul entity without a physical body posed another obstacle to escape. Lang Xingzi felt trapped in this destiny, compelled to engage in battle with the boundless sect, whether actively or passively. If he could eliminate his adversaries, he might enjoy a fleeting period of peace, as even those soul entities could be reborn after annihilation. It would take years before that could happen. Yuang Soul likely shared similar thoughts. During this time, he had launched relentless assaults. Unfortunately, Lang Xingzi's side had not only failed to gain the upper hand, but had suffered continuous defeats. Today, they had nearly been overwhelmed, and it was only thanks to the assistance of the 2 wandering cultivators that they managed to avert disaster. Historical records indicated that over 10,000 years ago, wandering cultivators from the outside world frequently entered this realm, all possessing physical bodies and having attained the completion of Qi condensation. These individuals either participated in the wars or searched for opportunities, often speaking of transcendence. It was absurd. How could they hope to transcend as soul entities? However, there had been instances of success. One cultivator had been possessed by the ancestor of the Star-Gathering Gang, who utilized the cultivator's physical form to escape this cursed planet, achieving true liberation. It had been an eternity since any cultivators had arrived, yet now 2 had come again. Could this be a sign from the ancestor, offering him a physical body? If so, how could he seize this opportunity to achieve success? Lost in thought, Lang Xingzi was startled as Sulin and Yunxia entered. He hurriedly approached them, saying, "Esteemed friends, I am Lang Xingzi, the leader of the Star-Gathering Gang. Today, we owe you a great debt of gratitude for your assistance." After exchanging names, Lang Xingzi inquired, "Recently, our Star-Gathering Gang has faced adverse conditions in battle. With your profound cultivation, we humbly request your assistance." Sulin replied, "We have come here with the intention of eliminating the boundless sect. Unfortunately, they are numerous, and we require the strength of your esteemed gang. Since our enemy is the boundless sect, it is only right that we unite our efforts." Lang Xingzi asked, "May I inquire what grievances you have with the boundless sect?" Sulin responded, "We bear no personal grievances. However, I wish to collect the souls of the boundless sect and lead them away from this planet." Lang Xingzi was taken aback, exclaiming, "How do you plan to remove the collective souls from this place?" Sulin replied, "At present, it is merely an idea without experimentation to ascertain its feasibility. First, we must defeat the boundless sect. Only by imprisoning all their qi condensation cultivators can I attempt to see if it is possible." Upon hearing this, Lang Xingzi exclaimed, "Indeed, it is already late. Please rest well, and we shall reconvene tomorrow to discuss strategies for overcoming our enemies." With that, Lang Xingzi ordered his men to escort Sulin and Yunxia to a large tent for rest, summoning his most trusted generals, all at levels 8 and 9 of qi condensation, for a secret meeting. Once they had gathered, Lang Xingzi addressed them, "You are all my most trusted individuals. What are your thoughts on these two external cultivators?" The 9th level qi condensation soul, Xingfan, remarked, "This is a fortuitous opportunity. Our strength is vastly inferior to that of the Baiwa sect. Without the intervention of external cultivators, our star-gathering gang would face imminent destruction. Now that we have powerful allies, we should seize the moment and eradicate the Baiwa sect." The others concurred, but one who had been closely following Lang Xingzi, Xingling, queried, "I heard the external cultivators mention their intention to remove the collective souls of the Baiwa sect from this realm. What does that mean? Do they possess a way to lead soul entities away from star-gathering and back into the cycle of reincarnation?" The other qi condensation souls expressed interest, prompting Xingling to repeat Sulin's words. The crowd was skeptical, yet Xingfan remarked, "If they can truly return to reincarnation, it would indeed present a significant opportunity. To be honest, I have grown weary of this ceaseless cycle of slaughter." Deep within Lang Xingzi's thoughts lay the desire to seize Sulin's body and acquire a physical form, contemplating how to escape star-gathering. However, he understood that now was not the time to consider such matters. The priority remained to eliminate the Baiwa sect. To defeat the Baiwa sect, one must rely on the strength of external cultivators. Although the Baiwa sect possesses only a single level 10 qi condensation cultivator, they have numerous level 9 soul bodies, far surpassing our own strength. Lan Xingzi concealed his ambitions and sought advice on how to attack the Baiwa sect. The souls debated fervently, yet no satisfactory plan emerged. Seeing the lack of progress, Lan Xingzi dismissed the assembly, suggesting they reconvene the following day. As Su Lin and Fairy Yunxia departed the main tent, Lan Xingzi had initially arranged for them to stay in separate tents. However, Fairy Yunxiao insisted on sharing a tent with Su Lin. Recognizing the perilous situation they were in, Su Lin agreed, understanding the importance of mutual support in times of danger. Should they be ambushed by the souls here, they would have no recourse to plead their case. Once inside the tent, they found only a single bed, a table, and a chair. Su Lin invited Fairy Yunxia to rest on the bed while he took out a piece of beast hide from his storage bag and sat cross-legged. Fairy Yunxia sat on the bed, vigilantly observing their surroundings. Compared to Su Lin, she had witnessed far more treachery and the harsh realities of life and death. In this moment, the only person she could truly trust was Su Lin. The tent was small, and they were seated closely together. Fairy Yunxiao felt a long-lost warmth and was suddenly reminded of a distant past when she could cultivate peacefully within her sect, always aided by her master and senior brothers. But then the demon lord commanded the entire sect to battle, and she helplessly watched as her master was slain and her brothers fell one by one, leaving her alone. Yet, she pondered, am I still myself? Am I truly unique? The tears streamed down her face. After finishing his meditation, Su Lin noticed Fairy Yunxia's distress. He stood and offered her a handkerchief, saying, "There is a saying from my homeland. After the clouds disperse, the moon shines bright. The past is behind us. I implore you to gather your spirits and strive through this trial to carve out a future for yourself." Fairy Yunxiao accepted the handkerchief, wiped her tears, and closed her eyes to steady her mind. "What are your plans now?" she inquired. Su Lin sat beside her on the bed, leaning closer as he spoke softly. "If our mission is to eliminate the soul bodies, it is not particularly challenging. With our combined strength, and by crafting specialized artifacts to combat these souls, we can divide and conquer their forces. However, the key to passing the trial lies in redeeming the collective souls, which requires careful consideration. I have observed that there are approximately 200,000 to 300,000 souls here, with only a few thousand possessing qi condensation cultivation. The vast majority are mere mortal souls. If we can remove all souls from this planet, even if just to the ancient battlefield, they may be reincarnated. The crux of the matter is to eliminate the malevolence within these souls, for they harbor a significant amount of unresolved bitterness, much like the souls on the ancient battlefield. If we can drain the ancient spiritual energy from them, they will find liberation. Fearing that their conversation might be overheard, Su Lin leaned closer to Fairy Yunxia, whispering into her ear. His warm breath tickled her, and though she wanted to scratch the itch, she felt embarrassed. Aware of their precarious situation, she blushed and endured it in silence. When Su Lin mentioned that draining the ancient spiritual energy would allow the souls to reincarnate, she was taken aback. "How do you know this?" she asked. "The souls in the ancient battlefield cannot be reborn as humans, wandering the ruins for millennia. I have pondered this for a long time and believe the inability to reincarnate is due to certain restrictions within us. While I cannot articulate it precisely, I can hazard a guess that it relates to the ancient spiritual energy you mentioned. It must be the restriction imposed by the world-ending cauldron on the demon souls here. To lift this restriction, there are two options. Either remove the world-ending cauldron or eliminate the ancient spiritual energy within the souls. The reasoning is the same. If we wish to assist the battle souls in transcending, we must also choose between two methods. Either remove this planet entirely, severing it from the lingering consciousness of Song Haizi, or eliminate the malevolence within the battle souls. Do you have a good plan? Fairy Yunxia asked, tilting her head towards Su Lin, her heart in disarray. In this moment, Su Lin resembled her elder brother, who had always cared for her, resolving troubles that arose. Despite being over 10,000 years her junior, the sense of reliance felt the same. Unaware of Fairy Yunxia's emotional turmoil, Su Lin continued in a hushed tone. On the ancient battlefield, I once employed a technique to absorb the ancient spiritual energy from the souls into my own body. When the ancient spiritual energy was fully drained, the souls dissipated, and I sensed they found liberation and reincarnation. Fairy Yunxia suddenly recalled the moment Su Lin had pointed at her forehead, startling her. She turned to ask him about it, only to realize how close he was, their faces mere centimeters apart. In her unintentional movement, she leaned slightly towards him, resulting in their lips meeting unexpectedly. Taken by surprise, Su Lin felt the warmth of her lips against his. Their eyes locked in that fleeting moment, the atmosphere thick with tension. Fairy Yunxia quickly pulled back, attempting to feign nonchalance. The technique you used back then was the one for absorbing spiritual energy, wasn't it? Though she tried to sound casual, she could feel the tumultuous rhythm of her heart after eons of tranquility. Su Lin also felt a wave of awkwardness, but knew he could not distance himself too much, given the potential eavesdroppers outside. He whispered, "Indeed, that technique was for absorbing spiritual energy. Once we drain the ancient spiritual energy from the soul bodies, they will no longer be confined and can reincarnate." Fairy Yunxia's interest piqued at his words. "So, if you absorb the ancient spiritual energy from me, I could also be reborn?" "Of course. However, most of the souls outside lack consciousness. For a soul like yours, which has reached the Yuanying stage and retains memories, it would be a pity to simply drain your cultivation. I have considered this. The best approach is to find a vessel for you to inhabit. You can attach your spirit to it, and I will help you escape. Once we are in the outside world, we can devise a means to reconstruct your physical body." Fairy Yunxia was overwhelmed with gratitude at Su Lin's proposition. Unable to contain herself, she rested her head on his shoulder, murmuring, "If only I could escape. I have been imprisoned for far too long." Su Lin understood her emotions and made no move to shift away, continuing in a soft voice. "The most important thing now is to leverage the strength of the launching gang to eradicate the influence of the Fuyue sect entirely. And then we can deal with the launching gang. Did you notice the greed in Lan Xingzi's eyes when he first met me? Despite his attempts to conceal it, my instincts cannot be wrong." Fairy Yunxia recalled. "Yes, when we entered his tent, his expression remained neutral toward me, but when he saw you, he clearly hesitated for a moment. That glance was one of greed. Can you analyze what exactly Lan Xingzi covets about me? If it were you, one might argue it was your beauty, but you said his expression didn't change upon seeing you. It cannot possibly be my physical form he desires." Upon hearing Su Lin's praise of her beauty, the celestial maiden Yunxia felt a surge of delight and smiled. "You are correct. He must certainly be coveting your physical form." Su Lin, upon hearing Yunxia's remark, was filled with fury. That wretched Lan Xingzi. To be unmoved by a beauty such as you is a transgression. How dare he harbor such inclinations? Tomorrow, I shall slay him. Yunxia doubled over with laughter, playfully nudging Su Lin. "Where are your thoughts wandering? When I spoke of coveting the body, it is not in the manner you presume. For a soul cultivator, the ability to possess a corporeal form is indeed a treasure. Consider this forsaken star. For countless years, no cultivator has graced it with their presence, leaving the sole cultivator without a target for possession. Upon seeing you, he must feel as if he has stumbled upon a rare gem. Had our cultivation been inferior, or had there been fewer of us, I fear that our bodies would have been seized at that moment. Upon reflecting on Yunxia's words, Su Lin finally grasped the truth. It seemed only a sole cultivator could fully comprehend another of their kind. He nodded, addressing the celestial maiden. You are indeed correct. It must be as you say. Now, let us deliberate thoroughly on our subsequent course of action. In the deep of night, Su Lin and the fairy Yunxia had concluded their plans for the forthcoming actions. After returning to his hideaway, Su Lin resumed his meditation on the animal hide, while Yunxia, having finished her own meditation, lay alone in bed. Suddenly, memories of their unintentional contact flickered through her mind. Throughout her life, she had never been so close to a man. The thought of sharing a room with one made her heart flutter and her cheeks flush. She lay still, hesitating between wanting Su Lin to join her and fearing what to do if he did. In the midst of her musings, she drifted into slumber. Su Lin, however, did not rush into sleep. Instead, he discreetly set traps around their vicinity before finally resting. The following day, a messenger from the star-gathering gang came to summon Su Lin and Yunxia to the main tent for a discussion. Upon their arrival, they found over 30 soul cultivators of level 7 and above gathered, as organized by the leader, Lan Xingzi. As they settled in the guest seats, Lan Xingzi addressed them, stating, I have summoned you both today to deliberate on how to breach the boundless sect. I wonder if you possess any insightful suggestions? Upon hearing the inquiry, Su Lin raised his head and replied, I am not familiar with the foundational strength of the boundless sect. How many soul cultivators of the condensation level do they possess, particularly of high rank? Lan Xingzi responded, originally, the strengths of our two factions were quite comparable. However, in recent decades, the number of soul cultivators in the boundless sect has inexplicably surged. While I cannot provide an exact figure, my observations suggest that they now boast over 100 high-ranking soul cultivators, with the total number of condensation-level cultivators likely exceeding 1,000. At this point, a sense of dread washed over Lan Xingzi. He was acutely aware that the boundless sect was their sworn enemy. Should the two condensation-level 10 cultivators decide to aid their adversaries, the star-gathering gang could be annihilated in an instant, leaving him to wander as a lost soul. Forced to start his cultivation anew. Listening to Lan Xingzi's words, Su Lin found it curious. Logically, a planet under the influence of powerful beings should maintain a sort of equilibrium, and such a disparity in strength should not arise. Nevertheless, this situation was advantageous for him. Until the complete destruction of the boundless sect, Lan Xingzi would likely refrain from attacking him, as the enmity between the star-gathering gang and the boundless sect was irreconcilable. Without his aid, Lan Xingzi's fate was sealed. With an understanding of the comparative strengths, Su Lin felt reassured. He then inquired, might I ask if the commander has any strategies for overcoming our enemies? Lan Xingzi shook his head. We deliberated extensively yesterday. While the addition of your two strengths has shifted the balance, we still lack effective methods to defeat the boundless sect. Su Lin continued, our goal is to capture the souls of the boundless sect and transport them for reincarnation in the outside world. While this is a noble endeavor, we fear that the boundless sect may resist, and should they turn against us, it could lead to dire consequences for us both. This is why we seek to collaborate with you, Commander. Once we have taken the boundless sect, the star-gathering gang will face no rivals and can dominate this planet. Upon hearing Su Lin's mention of capturing souls for reincarnation, the other soul cultivators, aside from Lan Xingzi, rose in excitement. Master Su, is this truly possible? Can you truly grant us the chance to reincarnate and escape the ravages of war? Su Lin nodded. Indeed, that is my purpose in coming here. The other soul cultivators were eager to inquire further, but Lan Xingzi interjected. We share a common goal. Naturally, we must cooperate fully with Master Su's mission. However, we need a concrete plan for action. Su Lin agreed. You speak wisely, Commander. Upon reflection, while we possess 3 condensation level 10 cultivators, our overall strength still pales in comparison to the boundless sect. If they were to mobilize their forces without regard for losses, our remaining cultivators would likely be overwhelmed, suffering heavy casualties. Without your cooperation, it would be impossible for the 3 of us to withstand their army of over 100,000. What we must do first is to capture their ordinary souls and lower-level cultivators. Hearing Su Lin's analysis, the soul cultivators nodded in agreement. Unbeknownst to them, Su Lin, despite being categorized as a condensation-level cultivator below the foundational stage, was an exceedingly rare condensation level 11, nearly on par with foundational cultivators. Should he choose to unleash his might, the opposing army would find it difficult to contend with him. Su Lin and Appo's intent was to reassure Lan Xingzi, ensuring he felt their strengths were nearly equal, thus preventing any ulterior motives from arising. He further stated, "In the coming days, I will forge several magical artifacts to capture souls. Once we have secured the ordinary souls of the Baoyue sect, the remaining cultivators will pose little threat." Lan Xingzi, intrigued by the mention of crafting artifacts, eagerly asked, "Master Su, do you require our assistance in this endeavor?" Su Lin shook his head. "I have already gathered the necessary materials. I only need a larger dwelling for myself and the fairy." "That is easily arranged," Lan Xingzi replied. "Xingling, find a spacious and tranquil spot to set up a tent for Master Su's forging." Su Lin nodded. "Indeed. I will accompany the fairy and Xingling to inspect the location to ensure it is suitable for forging. Farewell for now." Following Xingling, Su Lin and Yunxia exited the main tent, arriving at a serene spot at the foot of a mountain. "Master Su, this place is most peaceful. What do you think?" Su Lin surveyed the area, appreciating the picturesque scenery and tranquil ambience. "This location is excellent. I kindly ask you, Xingling, to expedite the tent setup." As Xingling organized the arrangements, he inquired, "Master Su, is what you said about allowing souls to reincarnate truly feasible?" "Indeed, it is," Su Lin affirmed. "I have observed that within each of you lies a trace of malevolence. As long as this negativity is purged, reincarnation is entirely possible. Eliminating this malevolence is straightforward, as I possess the necessary spells. Furthermore, I have a method to transport you from this cursed planet to a new land, where you can reincarnate." Xingling could hardly contain his excitement, trembling with emotion. "Master Su, can you take me with you as well? Frankly, I am utterly weary of the endless cycle of slaughter on this desolate planet. I am willing to pay any price for the chance to leave." In his fervor, Xingling nearly knelt before Su Lin. Su Lin quickly grasped his arm, saying, "There is no rush. Once we have dealt with the Baoyue sect, I will ensure those who wish to leave will accompany us. If I can aid our adversaries, how much more for my comrades?" Overwhelmed with emotion upon hearing Su Lin's promise, Xingling could no longer hold back his tears. The prospect of leaving was the ultimate dream he shared with the other soul cultivators, and with newfound hope, he could not contain his elation. As a soul entity, Yunxia understood Xingling's yearning deeply. She reassured him, "Master Su is a man of his word. You need not doubt him. While our mission only requires us to guide a portion of the souls, we will certainly assist you if needed. As a soul entity myself, I too require Master Su's assistance, and this is the perfect opportunity to escape our suffering." Su Lin added, "You may also inquire among the other soul cultivators. If anyone desires reincarnation, once I have gathered the souls from the Baoyue sect, they can approach me." Xingling eagerly affirmed this, and noticing their surroundings were clear of others, he stepped closer to Su Lin and whispered, "Master Su, be wary of Lan Xingzi. I suspect he seeks to seize your physical form." Upon hearing this, Su Lin felt reassured. Xingling's warning was tantamount to a pledge of loyalty. The likes of Lan Xingzi could not possibly stir any significant upheaval. Even if I were to offer no resistance, he would find it impossible to claim my soul. With a chuckle, Su Lin remarked, "Why not attempt to seize my physical form and see what transpires?" The spirit, Xingling, exclaimed, "I dare not. I am still waiting for you, Master, to lead me away from this sea of suffering." Su Lin replied nonchalantly, "Give it a try. You will not succeed." Encouraged by Su Lin's words, Xingling summoned his courage, etherealized his soul form, and rushed towards Su Lin. As soon as he made contact with Su Lin's body, the bracelet gifted by Xiao Bao on Su Lin's wrist emitted a brilliant light, specifically designed to counter soul cultivators. The light swept over Xingling's spirit, causing him to retreat in fright as if scalded by boiling water on snow. Su Lin tucked the bracelet away and smiled at Xingling. "If I harbored ill intentions, you would have long since been scattered to the winds." Witnessing Su Lin's prowess, Xingling's resolve to distance himself from Lan Xingzi and follow Su Lin into reincarnation strengthened. He assured Su Lin, "Rest assured, Master, all the soul cultivators here are weary of war and yearn to leave this desolate star. Even Lan Xingzi wishes to depart, but lacks the means. We will do everything in our power to assist you in your mission. Our only hope is that you will take us with you when you succeed." Su Lin nodded in agreement. That is only natural. Xingling inquired. What materials do you require for your forging, master? Su Lin replied. I plan to forge several soul-collecting gourds to first capture the soul forms, then purify the malevolent energies. Once we leave here, we can re-enter the cycle of reincarnation. I have already gathered all the necessary materials and do not require anything further. At this moment, the new tent was set up, and Xingling invited Su Lin to rest before taking his leave. Su Lin and Yunxia entered the tent, which was significantly larger, containing 2 beds, a furnace for forging, and other essential supplies. Upon seeing the 2 separate single beds, Yunxia felt a tinge of disappointment. However, Su Lin did not dwell on these thoughts. Once seated, he took out several materials from his storage pouch and began contemplating how to forge the soul-collecting gourds. The principle of the soul-collecting gourd is akin to that of the soul-consolidating pearl. Both involve engraving tens of thousands of intricate patterns within the artifact, embedding charms to capture souls. The difference lies in that the soul-consolidating pearl can only capture a limited number of souls, while Su Lin required a large-scale artifact capable of holding at least several thousand souls, necessitating sturdier materials with stronger adhesive properties. As a high-level forger, Su Lin's storage belt was replete with various forging materials, and he had recently purchased a substantial number of charms to counter soul forms, ensuring he lacked for nothing, merely a matter of time. In the following days, Su Lin dedicated himself to forging the soul-collecting gourds, primarily using heavenly fragrant wood, combined with beast-binding wood, millennia-old spider silk, and mesmerizing soul stone ore. Each gourd stood approximately 30 feet tall and 15 feet wide, equipped with numerous charms to absorb souls, each capable of holding 8,000 soul forms. Su Lin crafted over 10 soul-collecting gourds and forged more than 100 enhanced soul-consolidating pearls, each capable of capturing over 100 souls, before finally pausing his work. During these days, Lan Xingzi had Xingling inquire daily about the progress of the artifact creation. After each visit, Xingling discreetly informed Su Lin that the vast majority of high-level soul cultivators had expressed their willingness to follow Su Lin away from the Star of Destruction, with only a handful remaining undecided. However, with a mere command from Su Lin, these soul cultivators would undoubtedly swarm, even capturing Lan Xingzi in the process. Su Lin advised Xingling to remain cautious, noting that eliminating Lan Xingzi was a minor task, while the more pressing objective was to retrieve the over 100,000 souls from the Baiwa sect. With various artifacts now complete, Su Lin needed to meticulously plan the upcoming actions. Su Lin inquired whether there were any nearby valleys that would be suitable for entry but difficult to exit, requiring a spacious center capable of accommodating tens of thousands of souls, with only one entrance and exit. After some contemplation, Xingling replied, about 20 to 30 miles from here. There is a valley that perfectly meets your criteria. Su Lin instructed Xingling to lead the way, and he, along with the fairy Yunxia, proceeded to scout the location. After traversing approximately 30 miles, they arrived at the site. The entrance was wide, and after passing through 100 meters, they were greeted by a vast open space. Continuing forward, the path narrowed considerably, making it an ideal battleground. Su Lin was highly satisfied with the location and discussed the action plan with Yunxia and Xingling, both spirits deeming it feasible. Su Lin resolved to confront Lan Xingzi the following day and initiate an offensive against the Baiwa sect. Upon returning to the tent, Xingling took his leave, and Su Lin instructed him to inform Lan Xingzi that he would present a battle plan the next day. After Xingling departed, Su Lin once again inspected the various artifacts he had crafted. Yunxia, curious, examined the soul-collecting gourds and soul-consolidating pearls, picking them up and asking, "Are these items specifically designed to capture our soul forms?" Upon hearing her inquiry, Su Lin explained, "What you hold is a soul-consolidating pearl. By removing the seal and reciting the incantation, you can capture a soul within it. This is intended for soul cultivators. The larger ones are the soul-collecting gourds I specifically created, each capable of holding 8,000 to 10,000 wandering souls. With these, we can completely clear the Baiwa sect of all its souls. Should the souls of those from the Lan Xing help also require salvation, we will need to forge additional soul-collecting gourds." Yunxia suddenly became playful, asking, "Could you possibly capture me in one of those gourds? But you must release me immediately after." Su Lin pondered for a moment. "I have only captured souls, not released them. I believe it would be unwise to use you as a test subject. There are countless souls on the battlefield. After I have captured and released a few, should you still be interested, we can discuss it then." Yunxia smiled brightly. I was merely joking. Who would want to be whisked away in a whoosh? It is best to focus on the task at hand. The next day, Lan Xingzi sent someone to summon Su Lin. Noting that the messenger was not Xingling, Su Lin felt a sense of unease. He instructed the messenger to wait outside the tent and approached Yunxia, handing her a red silk ribbon. In recent days, Xingling has been in contact with soul cultivators willing to collaborate with us, which may have alerted Lan Xingzi. The messenger who just arrived was not Xingling. He may have been captured. Our discussion may lead to conflict. This is a protective soul scarf I just forged for you. While it lacks offensive capabilities, its defensive properties are adequate. Just focus on keeping yourself safe. I possess the bracelet gifted by Xiao Bao, which should suffice to subdue a few soul cultivators. Yunxiao accepted the scarf and donned it upon her head. The crimson scarf bore several lines of golden charms that enhanced its mysterious allure. She gazed deeply at Su Lin. You must also be cautious. Blushing, she followed closely behind him as they exited the tent, making their way to the central command tent. Upon entering the large tent, Su Lin and Yunxia found only a handful of soul cultivators inside. Lan Xingzi rose to greet them. Master Su, thank you for your hard work these past few days. I hear the artifacts are ready. Please advise us on the specifics of our attack. As he spoke, he gestured for Su Lin and Yunxia to take their seats. Once seated, Lan Xingzi returned to his position and produced a white hand ring from his robe. Recently, I acquired this treasure, said to be capable of transforming soul cultivators. I am uncertain how to use it. I would appreciate your guidance, Master Su. With that, Lan Xingzi instructed his men to present the hand ring to Su Lin. As Su Lin took hold of the ring, he examined it carefully. It felt heavy and was entirely white, devoid of any visible luminescence. He attempted to channel his spiritual energy into the ring, and the moment his energy entered, a mysterious force surged forth from the ring, directly connecting with Su Lin's soul. He felt as though he was enveloped in a chorus of whispers, his mind becoming dizzy as he sensed his cultivation level, once above the 11th rank of Qi condensation, plummet significantly, approximately halving. Turning to look at Yunxia beside him, he noticed her protective scarf glowing with radiant light, shielding her body. Surrounding her were dozens of yellow charms that had materialized from thin air, trapping her within and rendering her unable to struggle. With a boisterous laugh, Xingzi sneered, Master Su. Finding yourself demoted, are you? I'm not oblivious to the clandestine dealings between the star spirits and the soul cultivators under my command, their plot to abscond with you. Their departure is of no concern to me. Once I've appropriated your corporeal form and extracted your memories through arcane methods, I can expedite their exit. The very artifacts you forged will serve to vanquish the embracing moon sect. In truth, I owe you a debt of gratitude. Xingzi then cast his gaze upon immortal Yunxia, remarking, such an exquisite soul essence. It has been an age since I beheld such beauty. Once I have dealt with Master Su, I shall indulge in your company. I trust you will not disappoint. With these words, Xingzi rose from his seat and approached Su Lin, proclaiming, Do not harbor illusions that the fair maiden can evade her ensnarement and aid you. While my arsenal of artifacts against cultivators may be limited, I possess a plethora of implements to subdue soul cultivators. This cursed bracelet is most apt to diminish your power once your level is reduced, preventing you from attaining peak Qi condensation. What recourse do you have against me? Surrender your body willingly. Once I possess a corporeal form, I shall relish the pleasures of the immortal at your side. Having spoken, Xingzi transformed his physical form into a wisp of vapor, making a beeline for Su Lin. He was supremely confident. He had employed the sect's supreme treasure, preventing soul absorption by magical artifacts, and Su Lin had been weakened. The other Qi condensation, level 10 beauty soul cultivator was trapped. It seemed that the realization of his coveted dream of possessing a physical body and escaping the desolate star was but a single step away. Yet sometimes, a single step is an eternity. Among Qi condensation levels, while disparities exist among cultivators below level 10, they are not insurmountable. The gulf between Qi condensation level 9 and level 10 is vast, with rare instances of level 9 cultivators prevailing against those at level 10. However, the chasm between level 9 and level 10 pales in comparison to that between level 10 and the fabled level 11. Now, with Su Lin's level diminished by the curse, albeit remaining above level 10 and nearing level 11, Xingzi's assault, though fierce in appearance, was as child's play in Su Lin's eyes. Su Lin did not employ the bracelet bestowed by Little Treasure, nor did he resort to any martial techniques. Instead, He simply delivered a slap to the azure mist that Xingzi's soul essence had transformed into. A wretched cry echoed as Xingzi was forced to revert to his original form, bearing a prominent palm print on his face. Xingzi was utterly bewildered by this outcome. Stunned, he reeled, struggling to comprehend what had transpired. Su Lin approached immortal Yunxia and, with a wave of his hand, dispelled all the talismans that had ensnared her. He then strode to Xingzi and delivered another slap, eliciting another cry of anguish as the other side of Xingzi's face now bore a matching palm print. Seizing Xingzi by the hair with his left hand, Su Lin pressed his right index finger to his forehead. Employing a summoning technique, a potent spiritual energy, tinged with malevolence, surged from Xingzi's body, only to be devoured by the spirit stones on Su Lin's person. In short order, Xingzi's millennia of cultivation were completely drained. Bereft of spiritual energy, Xingzi did not vanish. He stood there dumbfounded. He raised his hands, scrutinizing them, then took a few steps, exclaiming, "Master Su, I implore you, stay your hand. I perceive that the malevolence within me has vanished. Once I reach the outside world, I am confident that I can re-enter the cycle of reincarnation." Freed from her confinement, immortal Yunxiao approached, intending to obliterate Xingzi, but Su Lin intervened, stating, "Immortal, please quell your anger. This Xingzi is no longer capable of further evil. Let him re-enter the cycle of reincarnation." Upon hearing Su Lin's words, immortal Yunxia glared daggers at Xingzi before retreating, taking her place behind Su Lin. Su Lin lifted his head, savoring the sensation of his cultivation base. Now, with Xingzi subdued, the curse upon him gradually dissipated, his original cultivation base reformed. And with the absorption of Xingzi's inner force, he had taken a significant stride toward Qi condensation level 12. Disregarding Xingzi, Su Lin directly commanded the remaining soul cultivators. "Go forth and summon the star spirits and the other soul cultivators." Though these soul cultivators were Xingzi's confidants, their master had been vanquished. They had no desire to be cannon fodder, especially since the master Su before them could dispel the malevolence within them and allow them to re-enter the cycle of reincarnation. They first knelt before Su Lin in obeisance, then hastened to release the star spirits. Upon learning of Xingzi's defeat, the star spirits were overjoyed. Together with the other soul cultivators, they summoned all the high-level Qi condensation soul cultivators to the main tent. Upon entering the tent, the first sight that greeted them was Xingzi, devoid of spiritual power. Though he lacked spiritual power, they quickly discerned that he lacked the innate malevolence of the soul cultivators in this place. He exuded an indescribable air. After much contemplation, the star spirits tentatively remarked, "I sense an aura of liberation emanating from Xingzi." Su Lin cast an appreciative glance at the star spirits, affirming, indeed, having dispelled the malevolence. Once he leaves this desolate star, he can enter the river of the underworld and be reborn. Upon witnessing all that had transpired, the assembled soul cultivators were overcome with emotion. To leave the battlefield and re-enter the cycle of reincarnation was their ultimate aspiration. Now, seeing their dream about to materialize, they prostrated themselves in gratitude for Su Lin's benevolence. Once the soul cultivators had regained their composure, Su Lin bade them rise and stand on either side. Su Lin declared, "My purpose in coming here is to deliver the souls. Now, it remains to subdue the soul essences of the Embracing Moon sect. I have forged artifacts. As long as we lure the majority of the Embracing Moon sect soul cultivators into the valley, we can obliterate them in one fell swoop. Once we have dealt with the soul essences of the Embracing Moon sect, I shall take those who wish to leave this place with me." The assembled soul cultivators responded in unison. Su Lin first commanded the star spirits to lead several soul cultivators to place more than 10 soul-gathering gourds at the end of the valley and to guard them diligently. He then distributed the soul-condensing pearls to the soul cultivators above Qi condensation level 7 for use on the battlefield. Su Lin and the soul cultivators agreed to challenge the Embracing Moon sect at their gates early the next morning, striving to lure as many of the soul essences controlled by the Embracing Moon sect into the valley as possible. Once the soul cultivators had followed his orders and attended to their respective duties, Su Lin collected Xingzi's soul into the soul-condensing pearl and, together with immortal Yunxia, returned to their dwelling, one in front of the other. Upon returning to the tent, immortal Yunxia walked to the bed and sat down, remarking, after a day of toil, "We have finally dealt with a major problem. Had we not prepared beforehand, we would have suffered. Fellow Taoist Su, I observe that you were also cursed by his bracelet. Why did your battle prowess not diminish in the slightest? Instead, it surpassed Qi condensation level 10, having been occupied for so long. Su Lin was also somewhat fatigued and sought to relax. He approached immortal Yunxia and sat beside her, responding, "Who says my battle prowess did not diminish? His bracelet did indeed reduce my cultivation base by more than half. However, I am not at Qi condensation level 10. Have you heard of Qi condensation level 11? Upon hearing this, immortal Yunxia was startled, exclaiming, "In my era, there were some prodigies from noble families who, by chance, managed to break through Qi condensation level 10. I have never met such cultivators, only heard of them. Could it be that you are also at Qi condensation level 11? Su Lin rose to his feet and unleashed his spiritual power. Immortal Yunxia, though once a nascent soul cultivator and, in ancient times, even a Qi transformation cultivator, was now merely at Qi condensation level 10. In the face of Su Lin's oppressive spiritual power, she was powerless to resist. At that moment, a sense of veneration for the strong arose within immortal Yunxia. Su Lin, standing before her, was like her master and senior brother from years past, inspiring her complete trust and willingness to be protected. Su Lin retrieved Xingzi's storage pouch and extracted several pieces of equipment, remarking, "These items may not be exquisite, but they are suitable for soul cultivators. I shall forge them for you to equip. When you enter the battlefield tomorrow, be sure to protect yourself." Upon concluding his words, Su Lin proceeded directly to the hearth, commencing the forge. Yunxia, the celestial maiden, rose and approached him from behind. Her gaze riveted on Su Lin as he crafted weapons and armor for her. Before long, Su Lin presented her with a ring that could transform into a shield at a moment's notice, capable of warding off enemy attacks. He then completed a black cloak, draping it over Yunxia's shoulders and stepping back to admire his handiwork, nodding in approval. "You look even more splendid in this cloak," he remarked. Yunxia, conjuring a mirror from thin air with a sweep of her hand, gazed at her reflection. The cloak paired beautifully with her crimson gown, enhancing her striking elegance. After a moment of contemplation, Su Lin advised, "You need not engage directly in battle, lest your attire become soiled. I shall refrain from equipping you with weaponry for now. Once the trial concludes, we can explore how to find a suitable artifact for you." Su Lin's words concealed his underlying thoughts. Had it not been for Yunxia's initial pursuit, he would not have found himself in this predicament. It appeared that they had transformed enmity into camaraderie, yet he feared that should they succeed in the trial and depart, Yunxia might once again seek to eliminate him. Without the protective necklace of the king of the underworld, evading the clutches of a soul cultivator at the nascent soul stage would be impossible. Thus, while their levels were currently comparable, he sought to leave a favorable impression on Yunxia, subtly indicating his capability to escort her away, thereby ensuring that even after escaping peril, she would not turn against him. Of course, he could take advantage of her diminished strength to eliminate her and capture her essence within a soul-condensing pearl. However, their harmonious interactions thus far rendered such an act unthinkable for Su Lin. Moreover, if he could transform Yunxia into a weapon spirit, he would gain a formidable ally. The prospect of a nascent soul-level weapon spirit fighting alongside him would undoubtedly elevate his standing on the Wing continent. In truth, Su Lin's apprehensions were unfounded. Although Yunxia had existed for millennia, her experiences were limited. In her sect, her beauty garnered the affection of her masters and seniors, allowing her to ascend smoothly to the Qi transformation stage. However, when the demon lord commanded her sect to battle, they were utterly annihilated, and she lost her corporeal form, retaining only a fragment of her soul, which transformed her into a soul cultivator. Within the ancient battlefield, countless soulless entities roamed, and Yunxia longed for companionship, yet found herself unable to converse with anyone. For thousands of years, she drifted in solitude, capturing a few souls to masquerade as various villagers to keep her company. It was Su Lin's slaying of her carefully nurtured souls that incited her wrath. Now, however, the former foe had become a cherished companion capable of communication and escape, rendering Su Lin the most treasured individual in Yunxia's life, making her reluctant to harm him. After exchanging pleasantries and meticulously planning their ambush for the following day, they bid each other good night. The next morning, Su Lin and Yunxia ventured into the valley to lay their trap, while Xingling and the other soul cultivators lured the enemy. This time, the soul cultivators were well prepared, donning their finest protective armor. Some wielded no weapons, opting instead for shields in both hands. With their escape imminent, they could not afford to fall in battle. for the objective was merely to draw the enemy in without engaging in slaughter. Thus, protection was paramount. Upon learning of the launching gang's challenge, the leader of the boundless sect, Han, smirked inwardly. Did the old rival Langxingzi think that merely adding 2 allies would alter the outcome? How naive! In recent days, Han had spared no expense, employing secret methods to bolster his faction with 3 additional level 10 soul cultivators. Centuries prior, Han had stumbled upon a forbidden tome, Soul Cultivator Disintegration Technique, a malevolent art that rapidly elevated a soul cultivator's level to 10, albeit at the cost of a steep decline in power thereafter, reducing them to mindless entities. Initially, Han refrained from having his subordinates practice it, but as the tides of battle turned against him, he grew impatient and began to compel his less sentient subordinates to train in the dark arts. Within a year, the boundless sect's strength surpassed that of the launching gang. Had it not been for the recent arrival of 2 reinforcements for the latter, they would have been absorbed long ago. With the enemy bolstered, Han sought to conclude matters swiftly. Ascending to a high platform, he surveyed the approaching forces of the launching gang, noting the absence of Langxingzi and any level 10 cultivators among them. Puzzled, he wondered if this ragtag group of low-level soul cultivators truly dared challenge him. It seemed Langxingzi intended to use them as cannon fodder to weaken his forces before leading his higher-level cultivators to strike at him directly. This suited Han just fine. He decided to turn the tables by deploying his lower-level souls and lying in wait within his command tent to ensnare them all. With this strategy in mind, Han commanded all soul entities below level 9 to advance under the leadership of a level 10 soul cultivator, ensuring the complete annihilation of their foes. He, along with 2 other level 10 cultivators and several dozen level 9 cultivators, would remain in the command tent, poised for an ambush. As the gates of the boundless sect swung open, tens of thousands of soulless entities surged forth behind 1,000 cultivators, their expressions blank and cold, armed with various weapons. Some wielding stones, while others relied solely on their hands and teeth. They charged towards the enemy. These battle souls possessed little awareness. They knew only the relentless cycle of killing or being killed, living day after day, year after year, in a perpetual state of warfare. Though weary, they could not escape their fate, compelled to engage their adversaries mechanically. Even death would see them reconstituted as battle souls, caught in an endless cycle of slaughter. As the 2 armies clashed, the boundless sect clearly held the advantage. The launching gang could no longer maintain the pretense of competition, their disparity in strength rendering them unable to contend. The boundless forces crashed into the launching gang's ranks, scattering their souls. Witnessing the chaos, the launching gang's cultivators feared encirclement and hastily ordered a retreat. Thanks to their preparations, the retreating soul army moved swiftly, hastening towards the valley. Observing the enemy's disarray, the boundless sect pursued relentlessly. Anticipating this, the launching gang had set numerous obstacles along their route, slowing the enemy's advance. Thus, the launching gang entered the valley first. Within the valley, the launching gang, guided by their cultivators, followed the prearranged paths to safety, leaving only a few thousand souls behind to lure the enemy. Just as they completed their withdrawal, the boundless forces surged into the valley, quickly filling it to capacity. Once the boundless army had entered the valley, Su Lin commanded the soul-capturing gourds to be activated. Over a dozen gourds whirred to life, emitting a powerful suction force. This artifact, designed specifically to ensnare souls, proved overwhelmingly effective against the battle souls of the boundless sect, who were helpless against its might and swiftly drawn into the gourds. Soon, only a few hundred high-level soul cultivators remained in the valley. Realizing the precariousness of their situation, these cultivators attempted to retreat, but Yunxiao, leading dozens of launching gang cultivators, tossed their soul-condensing pearls into the air. A gust of wind followed, leaving the valley starkly empty, save for the envious gazes of the launching gang at the artifacts brimming with captured souls. With their objective achieved, Su Lin ordered Xingling to escort the army back to their base, while he led a contingent of high-level cultivators towards the boundless sect stronghold. At that moment, Han sat confidently in his command tent, convinced that in the face of absolute power, all minor strategies were futile. Today, he intended to ensure that only one faction remained on this star-stricken land, and that would be his own boundless sect, without the constraints of ordinary souls. Su Lin and his companions moved with remarkable swiftness, making their way directly to the central tent of the boundless sect. Su Lin boldly entered. encountering dozens of soul cultivators encircling a towering soul entity, which he surmised to be the Moonshadow Soul. Upon noticing Su Lin and his cohort, the Moonshadow Soul erupted into laughter. What? Has Lan Xingzi not come? He certainly seems quite confident. No matter, as an old acquaintance of his, I shall deal with you all first, and then personally ensure his demise. The Moonshadow Soul scrutinized Su Lin and the celestial fairy, Yunxia, his eyes gleaming with interest. Ah, you are indeed a corporeal cultivator. Such rarity. It has been far too long since I have encountered your kind. Should I seize your physical form? There is a real possibility I might escape this place. His gaze then shifted to Yunxia. Once I acquire a corporeal body, I shall take great care of you. A stunning soul cultivator such as yourself is truly a rare gem. With a wave of his hand, he commanded, seize them. But remember, do not harm the female soul cultivator, nor the male cultivator. Ensure their forms remain intact. Observing this display, Su Lin couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. Though these soul cultivators had lived for eons, they were condemned to a cycle of incessant violence. Their intellects diminished and easily vanquished. As the soul cultivators approached, Yunxia and her companions once again unleashed their soul-condensing pearls, adorned with soul-binding talismans. They were unaffected by the pull of the pearls, while the cultivators of the boundless sect were not so fortunate. They were swiftly consumed by the pearl's power before they could react. The Moonshadow Soul was taken aback, abandoning his aspirations of claiming Su Lin's body. In a hurried attempt to escape, he transformed into a wisp of azure smoke. However, Su Lin stepped forward, extending his hand to capture him. With a flick of his index finger, he activated the summoning technique, causing the mysterious spirit stones within him to whirl into action, rapidly draining the malevolent energy from the Moonshadow Soul. Having subdued the Moonshadow Soul, Su Lin had no desire to engage in further conversation with him. Now reduced to a mere ordinary soul, he casually tossed him into a gourd. Inside the gourd, the Moonshadow Soul pondered whether he would encounter Lan Xingzi. If they did meet, how would this pair of old rivals greet one another? Su Lin commanded the spirit cultivators to gather all the supplies within the moonlit gate into storage bags, leading them back to the star-gathering gang. At that moment, the vast moonlit gate lay desolate and empty, with all spirit entities removed, ceasing to exist henceforth. Upon returning to the star-gathering gang, Su Lin instructed everyone to rest, promising to demonstrate how to dispel the malevolent energy within the spirit entities the following morning. Early the next day, the spirit cultivators arrived promptly at the conference hall. Inside, over a dozen gourds filled with spirit entities hung, suspended in the air. Approaching one gourd, Su Lin extended his right index finger to touch the rune sealing its opening. The malevolent energy entwined within the spirit cultivators was swiftly absorbed into Su Lin's mysterious spirit stone. Moments later, the gourd was completely devoid of malevolent energy. Opening the gourd, Su Lin extracted several spirit entities for observation. The spirit entities, now freed from their inherent malevolence, could evidently re-enter the river of souls and resume their cycle of reincarnation upon reaching the outside world. After depleting one gourd, Su Lin proceeded to the next, continuing until all the malevolent energy had been siphoned away. His cultivation level approached the 12th stage of Qi condensation. At this moment, Su Lin still possessed several condensed soul pearls filled with spirit cultivators. Without delay, he began to absorb the malevolent energy from them. As the last remnants of energy entered his body, Su Lin felt as if something within him had shattered, filling him with spirit energy. He clenched his fist, a profound confidence surging through him, and he felt remarkably at ease. 12th stage of Qi condensation. Su Lin realized he had attained the legendary 12th stage. Turning to the spirit cultivators of the star-gathering gang, he noticed an indescribable majesty radiating from him. The disparity in their levels rendered them unable to meet his gaze, compelling them to kneel before him, unable to lift their heads. Su Lin reigned in his aura, urging the spirit cultivators to rise and take their seats. Now that I have completed my task, I mentioned that those wishing to leave would be taken with me. In the coming days, summon all the spirit entities ready for reincarnation. I need to forge enough soul-collecting gourds to accommodate them. The spirit cultivators dispersed to carry out his orders. Star Spirit approached. Master Su, all the spirit cultivators here have grown weary of the endless cycle of war and surely wish to leave. The spirit entities lack consciousness. Yet I know they too would not relish remaining in the Star of Destruction. Once you have crafted the necessary artifacts, Nearly all the spirit entities on this planet will depart with you, rendering the resources here of no value. Grant me a few days to gather all the items, ensuring nothing is left to waste. Su Lin regarded Star Spirit with approval, nodding in agreement. Encouraged by Su Lin's gaze, Star Spirit summoned a dozen spirit cultivators to expedite the collection of resources. Su Lin, undistracted by these trivial matters, considered a planet abandoned for millennia, knowing that even if there were items of worth, they would not be precious. He returned to his residence with Fairy Yunxia to continue forging gourds. 10 days later, Su Lin completed the crafting of 20 soul-collecting gourds and summoned Star Spirit to inquire about the preparations. Star Spirit presented several filled storage bags. Master Su, all minerals, gems, artifacts, and techniques on this planet have been collected. All spirit entities wish to reincarnate and are currently gathered in the valley, awaiting your guidance to leave. Su Lin smiled and nodded, retrieving a talisman he had obtained from the storage bag of Moonlit Gate's master, the Moonshadow Soul. This talisman possessed the unique ability to bless spirit entities within the River of Souls, enabling them to reincarnate into better families, likely a treasure prepared by the Moonshadow Soul for himself. Recognizing Star Spirit's competence, Su Lin gifted him the talisman. Swallow this talisman, and you shall undoubtedly reap benefits upon your reincarnation. Star Spirit, witnessing the talisman, expressed profound gratitude. This is the treasured soul guard talisman of the Moonlit Gate, cherished by each master of the gate, hoped to be of use during transcendence. This artifact not only grants blessings within the River of Souls, but also preserves the memories and cultivation of spirit cultivators, allowing for restoration at the appropriate time. Today, Master Su bestows this treasure upon me. When I reincarnate, should fate allow us to meet again, I shall repay your kindness. Su Lin patted Star Spirit's shoulder. I wish you a smooth journey upon your reincarnation. Star Spirit solemnly swallowed the soul guard talisman and then inquired, Master Su, when do you intend to perform the rites for us? Su Lin contemplated. In 3 days, gather all those wishing to leave in the valley, and I shall take you all with me. 3 days later, Su Lin and Fairy Yunxiao arrived at the valley, now filled with countless spirit entities. Outside the valley, hundreds of spirit cultivators, led by Star Spirit, prostrated themselves on the ground. Su Lin instructed everyone to rise and enter the valley together. Upon his arrival, over 100,000 spirit cultivators knelt, exclaiming, Thank you, Master Su, for rescuing us from the sea of suffering. Their voices soared into the heavens, dissipating the surrounding mist. Su Lin nodded, producing all the gourds, proclaiming, I am about to cast the spell to draw you into these gourds, dispelling the malevolent energy within you. And then I will lead you away from this forsaken planet. May you all reincarnate smoothly and begin anew. With that, Su Lin unleashed his powers, and the 20 gourds activated simultaneously, drawing the spirit entities upward, consuming them. Several hours later, the valley lay barren, with only Su Lin and Fairy Yunxia standing alone. Su Lin had extracted the malevolent energy from all the battle spirit entities, freeing them from its curse, while his own cultivation reached beyond the 12th stage of Qi condensation, nearing the pinnacle of the legendary 13th stage. Estimating that with the absorption of a few more 10th stage energies, he could certainly attain the 13th stage. Su Lin recognized that the Star of Destruction was now devoid of resources and spirit entities. It was time to leave and embark on the next trial. Gazing at Fairy Yunxia, she shrugged. Don't look at me. I have no idea how to exit. Su Lin pondered and suggested, let us visit the statue. Perhaps we can discover a way out. The towering statue of Song Haizi remained steadfast. Su Lin and Fairy Yunxiao approached, bowing respectfully. Su Lin called out, Esteemed Elder Song Haizi, I have resolved the malevolent energy within the spirit cultivators of the Star of Destruction. Once we leave, they can be sent back into reincarnation. Please, reveal to us the method of departure. They bowed once more. The statue lowered its head, observing them before tilting its face skyward to sense the atmosphere of the place. An ancient voice emerged from the statue's mouth. Good. Before them, a portal of time and space materialized, and Su Lin and Fairy Yunxia understood this was undoubtedly the entrance to the next challenge. Without hesitation, they stepped into the portal, feeling a flash before arriving in an unfamiliar locale. Waterborne Star, a living celestial body adrift in a dark world, perpetually drenched in rain, where floods erupted every few years. According to records, there once existed cultivators on the planet of Water Sorrow, though the spiritual energy here was not abundant. It was sufficient to give rise to Yuan-Ing-level practitioners. However, tens of thousands of years ago, the region began to experience unceasing rain, imbued with a peculiar magic that obstructed and sealed the planet's spiritual energy. Over time, no one could absorb this energy, and thus, no cultivators emerged. Only mortals remained. Due to the perpetual rainfall, plant growth was stunted, yielding a meager harvest that barely sustained the inhabitants, while frequent floods claimed many lives. It can be said that every family bore the burden of separation and loss, and even the living led precarious lives. There were no cities, only small tribes. And with survival itself being a luxury, the thought of war was far removed from their minds. The people of Water Sorrow awaited salvation, though it was clear that mere mortals could not resolve their plight. They prayed fervently for divine intervention, yearning for the planet to return to its former glory as described in ancient texts, a place where the seasons were warm as spring, the weather was gentle. Mortals feasted and reveled, and those with destiny could ascend to immortality. In those days, it was known as the planet of water spirit. At this moment, thousands gathered in the central square of the largest tribe, the Water Spirit Tribe, for their annual prayer ceremony. The Water Spirit Tribe, the oldest on the planet, was the first to be established, producing the first cultivators who condensed qi, built their foundations, formed golden cores, and achieved Yuaning status. Whether in the era of cultivators or in the current age of Water Sorrow, the Water Spirit Tribe remained the unparalleled sovereign of this land. In the age of cultivation, the leader of the Water Spirit Tribe was the most powerful practitioner. However, with the absence of cultivators on Water Sorrow, the leadership had transitioned to a mortal, elected by the tribe's members. The leader's primary responsibility was to ensure the survival of the tribe, alongside the task of preserving the tribe's ancient texts, which chronicled the insights of past leaders regarding the calamities brought by the incessant rains and the myriad solutions they had uncovered over the millennia. Yet, it was clear that only a practitioner with immense magical power could restore happiness to the inhabitants of Water Sorrow. After millennia of prayer, immortals descended, not one, but a man and a woman simultaneously graced the planet. Su Lin and the fairy Yunxiao arrived through a teleportation array, experiencing a brief disorientation before landing in the square of the Water Spirit Tribe. At this moment, thousands of souls gathered, chanting ancient hymns, beseeching the heavens for clear skies and divine intervention to rescue them from their tribulations. As they prayed, a thunderous drumming reverberated from the gray sky. Everyone looked up to witness a brilliant spectacle, a whirlwind of 7 colors forming a vast circle, connecting the sky of Water Sorrow to an unknown destination. In reverence, they knelt, and a radiant light shone as the 2 immortals appeared in the sky, gradually descending to the center of the square. The current leader of the Water Spirit Tribe, named Yu Ji, hurried to bow before the immortals, expressing, "The Water Spirit Tribe humbly welcomes your esteemed presence." Recovering from their disorientation, Su Lin gazed at the multitude of mortals kneeling before him, sensing the absence of any spiritual energy within them. Taking a deep breath, he noted the complete lack of magical essence in the air. No wonder there were no cultivators here. Su Lin spoke, "Pray, rise and tell me. What is the name of this planet? What brings you all to gather here?" Yu Ji, after bowing, replied, "Esteemed immortal, this is Water Sorrow. We are the indigenous inhabitants, suffering from incessant rain, poor harvests, and rampant floods that have brought our people to the brink of despair. We gather here to beseech the heavens for the arrival of immortals to rescue us from our dire plight." Su Lin inquired further, "Do you know the reason for this relentless rain?" Yu Ji responded, "It is a long tale, and I kindly ask that you dwell in our tribe for a time, so I may explain it to you properly." Su Lin nodded in agreement, and Yu Ji led the 2 into the tribe, where they observed humble thatched huts and frail children clad in tattered clothing, blissfully playing without a care. Women, often scantily clad, were either cooking or mending clothes. In the distance, a group of men returned from a hunt, triumphantly carrying a wild boar. Seeing the hunting party's success, Yu Ji rejoiced, "Esteemed immortals, please grace us with your presence at our annual ancestral ceremony tonight. Tomorrow, I shall elaborate on the history of this place." Su Lin, having not participated in such festivities for many years, felt a sense of novelty, while Yunxia, with her tranquil demeanor, was content to follow Su Lin's lead. Reminiscent of the days in their sect when her master and senior brother orchestrated everything for her. Upon noticing Su Lin's interest, she remarked, "Very well. I too have not had the pleasure of witnessing mortal performances in a long time. Upon receiving their affirmative response, Yuji joyfully guided them to the heart of the tribe, where spacious huts awaited their occupancy. As they approached one of the huts, Yunxia unexpectedly suggested, "We can share a room." Sulin glanced at Yunxia but said nothing. Yuji, having no objections, ushered them into the largest dwelling. Yunxia's proposal stemmed from her own considerations. As a soul entity, she lacked a tangible body and merely manifested this form through ancient spiritual energy. Thus, there was no concern of impropriety. Furthermore, she hoped Su Lin could assist her in finding a vessel to inhabit, ensuring they would remain inseparable once found. Su Lin agreed to share a room with Yunxia for similar reasons. He wished to mend their past misunderstandings and cultivate a closer bond, as she could very well become his most capable ally in this realm. Upon entering the room, they both felt a bit shy, for there was but a single large bed, implying they would have to share it. After a moment of contemplation, Su Lin retrieved a hide from his storage pouch, saying, "Fairy, you should rest on the bed while I will sleep on this hide." Yunxia's cheeks flushed as she softly replied, "Actually, we could both sleep on the bed." Her voice was barely audible. Just then, Yuji knocked and entered, saying, "Esteemed immortals, I have prepared some food for you to enjoy." He then called out to the outside, "Quickly bring in the dishes." As the door opened, several tribespeople entered, carrying platters filled with meat, vegetables, and steaming rice. Su Lin recalled the frail children and destitute women he had seen upon entering the tribe, understanding the material scarcity they faced. He and Yunxia, being adept practitioners, had little need for sustenance. Yunxia, as a soul entity, required none, while he could absorb spiritual stones to enhance his cultivation, having long since transcended the need for mortal fare. "I cannot partake in mortal fare," Su Lin demurred. "I appreciate the chieftain's generosity, but you should distribute the food among the children of your tribe, for I perceive a dearth of provisions here." Yuji sighed deeply. The incessant rains have rendered survival arduous enough, let alone the attainment of abundance. "Pray, esteemed immortals, rest yourselves. We shall hold an ancestral ceremony this evening, and we would be honored by your presence." With another bow, Yuji departed to oversee the preparations for the evening's rites. Su Lin invited the fairy Yunxia to repose while he meditated upon regulating his breath. In that moment, the chamber was filled with a silence both profound and serene, a stark contrast to the cacophony outside. As twilight descended, the village grew increasingly vibrant. Yuji returned to escort Su Lin and the fairy Yunxia to the square where they had first arrived. A multitude had gathered around a roaring bonfire in the square. Young people danced and sang around the flames, creating an atmosphere of jubilation. A wild boar, along with fowl and rabbit, roasted over the fire. Children crowded at the front, their eyes fixed upon the food with longing. Su Lin's heart ached at their yearning gazes. Su Lin recalled the vast quantities of meat he had stored within his summoned beast. The ferocious tiger had once consumed prodigious amounts of food daily, leading to his accumulation of a considerable surplus. However, after the tiger fell to the hellhound, a creature of the netherworld that required no sustenance, the meat had been forgotten within his. Hastily, Su Lin opened finding an abundance of various meats, easily exceeding 10,000 pounds. He instructed Yuji to have the meat roasted and distributed among the tribe. Su Lin also noticed that many villagers were frail and afflicted with ailments. He then produced a generous supply of fine wine, infusing it with the essence of, and directed Yuji to distribute it. A single cup would banish illness and prolong life. Yuji, a man of great authority and competence, swiftly ensured that each villager received a cup of the infused wine. Su Lin and the fairy Yunxia each raised a cup as well, and they all drank deeply. The villagers, who had never tasted wine, let alone wine imbued with the spiritual energy of the cultivation realm, felt a surge of warmth coursing through their bodies. The relentless rains had left them chilled and susceptible to various ailments. Now, under the influence of the accumulated maladies were purged by the heat, manifesting as wisps of white vapor emanating from their bodies. Each person felt invigorated and refreshed, with their ailments alleviated and an abundance of food before them. The tribe indulged in a feast. Sated and content, they danced around the bonfire, performing their ancestral dances. Fairy Yunxia, witnessing the joyous scene, was reminded of her own origins in a similar tribe, where she had participated in such ancestral ceremonies. The memories, though distant, stirred within her. She raised her wine cup, the fragrant aroma of the infused wine intoxicating her senses. She drained the cup in one gulp. Her cheeks flushed, she glanced at Su Lin. She longed to rest her head upon his shoulder. After tens of thousands of years of solitude, she yearned for the solace of his embrace. Sulin, unaware of Yunxia's thoughts, remained preoccupied with deciphering the enigma before them and completing the trial. Yet, seeing the genuine smiles on the faces of these humble people, he felt a sense of satisfaction, knowing that helping others was, in essence, helping himself. He turned to Yunxia and noticed her gaze fixed upon him, her eyes burning with an intensity that suggested a deep affection. He cautioned himself to maintain his composure during the night, lest he succumb to temptation. In his mind, Yunxia was destined to be his instrument spirit, a mere servant. He did not wish to jeopardize the crucial task of acquiring an instrument spirit for a moment of fleeting pleasure. Moreover, he wondered, how would he interact with an instrument spirit after such an indiscretion? The thought was unsettling. He refrained from refilling Yunxia's cup and addressed Yuji. It grows late. We shall retire for the night. Tomorrow, you may explain the situation in detail, and we shall devise a plan to resolve the rain affliction. Upon returning to their chamber, Sulin found Yunxia's face flushed and her eyes fixed upon him with a longing that made him uneasy. Fearing she might utter words he could not easily refuse, he invited her to sit upon the bed. He then produced his tea set and brewed a pot of, offering her a cup. Fairy Yunxia had never tasted. As the liquid flowed through her, she sighed with contentment. After so long as a wandering spirit, I had almost forgotten the pleasures of this world. Sulin took a sip of the and said, once we complete this trial and return to Xiaobao, I shall inquire about the process of transforming you into an instrument spirit. However, the necessary artifact is exceedingly rare. He then recalled that he had obtained after defeating the Great Hammer. The vessel emitted a constant, alluring fragrance. He retrieved the, and as he did, a fragrant aroma wafted from within. Yunxia inhaled deeply, feeling a sense of profound well-being, and exclaimed, what treasure do you possess? This fragrance is exceptionally nourishing to our souls. Sulin handed her the, I know not what it is. I acquired it by chance in the ancient battlefield. I only know that it occasionally emits light and this fragrant aroma. Yunxiao examined the closely. Ancient runes adorned its surface, and a golden was affixed to the lid. As she deciphered the inscriptions, her memory stirred. Suddenly, she leaped up with excitement. I know what this is. It contains the ancient, the soul rebirth pill. As long as a cultivator's soul remains intact, even if their physical body is destroyed, they can reside within this vessel. After several decades, their physical body will be restored, and they will be resurrected. Sulin, intrigued, inquired, what is this treasure? Please, fairy, tell me more. Yunxiao exclaimed, in ancient times, there was a sect dedicated to the creation of pills, known as the Dan Ding Fong. The masters of this sect eschewed the practice of magic, focusing solely on alchemy. They created many legendary pills, including the soul rebirth pill. This is not the only marvel of this vessel. The ingredients required to create the soul rebirth pill are exceedingly rare, and even a single pill is difficult to produce. It can restore life to one individual. However, the sect leader of Dan Ding Fong conceived a unique idea. He gathered all the masters of the sect and created 3 soul rebirth pills. Using a secret method, he sealed the pills within a. The pills would not dissipate within the but would instead regenerate continuously. As long as they remained intact, the miraculous effects of the pills would endure. If no cultivator's soul resided within the, it would periodically open and release a portion of the excess. This, after being used by one individual, could be passed on to the next. He named it the Eternal Rebirth. Upon its creation, it became the object of intense contention. After all, battles between cultivators are brutal. The physical body can be easily destroyed by an opponent. A soul without a physical body can only be reborn by seizing another's body. But where can one find so many suitable vessels? Thus, there existed in antiquity a sect devoted to the commerce of mortal vessels inhabited by cultivators. However, the corporeal form purchased with money is not only exorbitantly priced, but also altered in appearance, and ultimately, a bought body pales in comparison to one's original vessel. Yet, should one possess the eternal cycle cauldron, as long as the spirit remains undying, one could reclaim their physical form after several years. Moreover, residing within the cauldron would still allow for the absorption of spiritual energy to enhance cultivation. Yunxia sipped her spiritual tea, calming slightly, and continued, because of this cauldron, countless sects in the demon realm have been annihilated, and many cultivators have lost their lives. In the end, this cauldron was taken by a powerful being of the stellar realm, retained as a treasured artifact of their sect. Who would have thought that this precious cauldron would end up in your possession? Upon hearing Yunxia's words, Sulin quickly replied, "If that is the case, esteemed fairy, you could enter the cauldron and reconstruct your body." Yunxia pondered for a moment. "Unfortunately, that is not feasible at present. Once I enter, I may not be able to exit for a considerable duration, thus rendering me unable to accompany you through the trials. If you were to fail, would I not be trapped here as well? Furthermore, I require a trustworthy individual to oversee the cauldron. Of course, dear Su, you are currently the most reliable person in my eyes. Once we successfully navigate the trials, I shall merge into the cauldron and forge my body anew, thus eliminating the need for any vessel to inhabit." After speaking, Yunxiao blushed and glanced at Sulin. "I have no desire to become a disembodied spirit." Hearing Yunxiao express such sentiments brought joy to Sulin. It was clear that she would no longer seek to attack him. Although he could not claim her as a spirit vessel, having a nascent soul cultivator by his side would undoubtedly bolster his safety. Sulin inquired further. Given the cauldron's remarkable nature, why did Song Haizi, who lost his corporeal form, not take refuge within it? Yunxiao playfully nudged Sulin's forehead. "What are you thinking? Song Haizi is a powerful cultivator of the stellar realm. This eternal cycle cauldron can at best restore a spirit of the void transformation level. Thus, I am the most suitable user." Yunxia held the eternal cycle cauldron in her hands. Admiring it, this cauldron is truly a unique treasure. Not to mention that the spirit rebirth pill is an ancient marvel. Many of the alchemical materials have long since faded into obscurity. In the battle against demons, even the Dan Ding workshop, which had devoted itself to alchemy, was annihilated. Its masters either perished or were captured, leaving the methods to forge this cauldron lost to time. This cauldron was once renowned, and though I have not seen it, I have heard countless legends about it. My master had close ties with several masters from the Dan Ding workshop. Thus he possessed much knowledge regarding its usage, which he imparted to me. Little did I expect to truly find myself in a position to use it." As Yunxiao reminisced about her beloved master and the warm familial bonds within her sect, a sense of melancholy washed over her. Sulin, noticing her sorrowful demeanor, surmised that she was recalling past events and swiftly shifted the topic. "Esteemed fairy, what do you believe our task in this trial may be?" Understanding Sulin's intentions, Yunxiao refrained from dwelling on her memories, contemplating for a moment before responding. "There should be no statues of powerful beings in this place. We shall await Rainstop's introduction tomorrow to discern how to break the impasse." The following morning, Rainstop arrived outside, seeking an audience, accompanied by a substantial stack of ancient tomes, records of the evolution of the planetary sphere from generations of water spirit sect leaders. "Esteemed immortals, the planet we inhabit is known as Watergrief Star," he began. "According to these records, it was originally called Water Spirit Star. On Water Spirit Star, spiritual energy was abundant, and many cultivators thrived, with the most powerful among them capable of forming a nascent soul. However, over 30,000 years ago, it began to rain intermittently, with the rain containing a prohibition that severed the spiritual energy. Without this energy, cultivators gradually withered away, and a millennium later, only we, the generations of mortals, remained. With the absence of cultivators, this planet gradually came to be referred to as Watergrief Star. Did your ancestors investigate the origins of the strange rains? They did. As early as the first decade of the strange rains, the elders of the Water Spirit tribe began their inquiries. After centuries of exploration, they finally uncovered the cause. The geography of Watergrief Star is such that the southeast is elevated while the northwest is lower. At the southeastern extremity, two towering mountains rise, one named Piled Snow and the other Soaring Flame. One mountain is perpetually encased in ice, while the other is consistently ablaze. These two mountains, separated by 1,000 miles, once coexisted harmoniously, serving as sacred sites. However, at an unknown time, both sacred mountains began to erupt simultaneously. Piled Snow erupted with biting cold, while Soaring Flame spewed forth raging fire, and the clash of ice and fire in the air resulted in the continuous strange rains. Upon discovering this phenomenon, the ancestors endeavored to seal the eruptions of the sacred mountains. However, the cultivators on Water Spirit Star were not adept in forging. Thus, they were unable to block the mountain's openings. The ancestors sought solutions from other star systems, and after several hundred years, they finally found a method to address the issue. Yet, merely discovering the method was insufficient to seal the openings. According to the records, to restore the two sacred mountains to their former state, 5 colored gemstones must be forged. The crafting of these gemstones requires materials that are exceedingly rare and not found on Watergrief Star. The ancestors dispatched all nascent soul cultivators, equipped with resources, to traverse various star systems and bustling interstellar markets, incurring great costs to finally gather all necessary materials. However, merely having the materials was not enough. Assistance from a master skilled in forging was essential to create the 5 colored gemstones. Unfortunately, the people of Watergrief Star have never mastered the art of forging. To learn from scratch would be immensely challenging, and while seeking to hire forging masters from other star systems would require vast sums, such masters were elusive to find. For reasons unknown, Watergrief Star seemed cursed, limiting travel to nearby star systems, and beyond that, darkness awaited. Sulin and Yunxia exchanged glances, nodding slightly. The ancestors of Rainstop were unaware that their planet had been consumed by the powerful Song Haizi, becoming part of his cultivation. Unable to locate forging masters, the ancestors relied solely on their own efforts. Generations of ancestors diligently cultivated forging skills, crafting various items, but could only manage to prevent the eruptions of the 2 sacred mountains from expanding, maintaining their original state, yet ultimately failing to seal the openings entirely. The strange rains gradually hindered all spiritual energy on the planet, and cultivators, deprived of spiritual sustenance, perished one after another, unable to ascend to the sacred mountains to repair the breaches, leaving them to preserve the precious resources needed to forge the 5 colored gemstones. Awaiting the day when an immortal might descend from the heavens to rescue them from their plight, Sulin inquired, "Do your ancestors' records mention if any immortals have ever visited?" Rainstop respectfully replied, "A millennium ago, several immortals descended to the mortal realm, but none possessed the skill of forging and were unable to produce the 5 colored gemstones. Moreover, without spiritual energy to sustain them, they eventually succumbed to mortality after residing here for over a century, just like us mortals. In the millennia that followed, no immortals have returned. Today, with your esteemed presence, you shall surely rescue us from our peril." After listening to the account, Sulin asked, "Aside from this, did your ancestors leave behind any other messages?" Rainstop replied, "Only this. If the esteemed immortals wish to examine the resources for forging the 5 colored gemstones, I can guide you." Sulin smiled and said, "Forging the 5 colored gemstones is not difficult. I recall the required materials are red column stone, green mudstone, white cloud stone, sky blue stone, and black tungsten stone. Am I correct?" As the rain ceased, Yu Ji, overwhelmed with emotion, fell to his knees and wept profusely, exclaiming, "The words of the immortal are undeniably true. The water-wounded star has been saved." After uttering this, he bowed repeatedly. Sulin gently raised his hand, a soft stream of spiritual energy lifting Yu Ji back to his feet. "Hold your reverence for now. The forging of the 5-colored stone should pose no great challenge. Yet how we approach the sacred mountain's forbidden zone remains a conundrum. Our powers are limited, far from the realm where we can disregard water and fire as mere trifles. Did our ancestors leave any wisdom regarding this matter?" Yuji solemnly produced a jade slip. "This is a legacy from our ancestors, which states, should anyone possess the ability to forge the 5-colored stone, this item is to be gifted unto them." Sulin accepted the jade slip, infusing it with his spiritual energy. An ancient voice resonated through time, echoing in Sulin's ears. "I am Shui Yuezi, the 19th generation leader of the Water Spirit tribe. Our Water Spirit star has suffered grievously. Despite our utmost efforts, we cannot restore the sacred mountain to its former glory. With the spiritual energy here dwindling, the lives of the cultivators are fleeting. We can only place our hopes in those who come after us. All materials for forging the 5-colored stone have been prepared, and there lies a hidden airship for future seekers. In the Snowpile Valley, there exists the Snow Python. Slay it to obtain its skin for warmth. In the Soaring Flame Mountain, the Fire Chelan resides. Its horn can shield you from flames. The Water Spirit star has been misled by the strange rain. Resources in all sects are depleted. I implore future generations to remember the common folk and rescue us from our plight." As Shui Yuezi's voice faded into the ether, the jade slip transformed into a speck of starlight, merging with Su Lin's being. In that instant, all knowledge of this planet became vividly clear in his mind. Su Lin waved his hand, addressing Yu Ji, "You may withdraw for now. Let us confer before calling upon you again if necessary." Once Yu Ji had departed, Su Lin turned to the celestial being, Yunxia. The jade slip did not elucidate how to depart from this place. It merely mentioned the existence of strange beasts in the two mountains, whose defeat might yield items impervious to water and fire. Yunxia replied, "This suggests our course of action must be undertaken in 3 stages. First, to forge the 5-colored stone. Second, to slay the extraordinary beasts and procure the necessary items. And third, to seal the breach in the sacred mountain. I propose we focus on completing our task step by step. Perhaps in doing so, we will discover a means of departure." Upon hearing Yunxia's counsel, Su Lin nodded. Forging the 5-colored stone is straightforward. A mid-level forger can accomplish it. Let us first confront the beasts within the mountains, then assess the extent of the breach before returning to create the stone. After concluding their discussion, they each took their rest. The following day, Su Lin sent a mental call to Yu Ji. "Your ancestor left an airship at the location of the stone forging resources. Hasten to take us there." Yu Ji, somewhat perplexed, replied, "There is only a storage belt there, and it appears rather small. How could it possibly contain an airship?" Su Lin chuckled. "The ways of the immortals are beyond your comprehension. Simply lead us there." With a mixture of doubt and hope, Yu Ji guided Su Lin and Yunxia to a cavern where a seemingly ordinary belt was enshrined. Yu Ji pointed at it, saying, "This is the sacred object our ancestors have guarded for millennia." Su Lin requested Yu Ji to retrieve the belt. Yu Ji waved his hands in protest. "It cannot be moved. Even our strongest warriors cannot budge at a fraction." With a smile, Su Lin stepped forward, gently grasping the belt. As he infused it with his spiritual energy, the interior of the storage belt revealed itself. Su Lin was highly satisfied with this belt, which was far superior to the one gifted by Elder Wong. This ancestral storage belt from the Water Spirit Star era was tenfold larger and organized, making it easy to locate various items. Inside, there lay a multitude of ores, clearly materials needed for forging the 5-colored gemstone. Nearby, thousands of spiritual stones, still brimming with vitality after countless years, were stacked high. Prominently placed was a small ring, which Su Lin carefully retrieved, realizing it was the only airship remaining on Water-Wounded Star. Stepping out of the cave, Su Lin held the ring in his palm, and with a deft gesture, it emitted a brilliant light, expanding into a petite airship before their eyes. Yu Ji gazed in astonishment, ready to prostrate himself again, but Su Lin stopped him, saying, "You should attend to your tribe's affairs. The celestial being and I will explore the 2 sacred mountains." With grace, Su Lin and Yunxia leaped into the airship. Su Lin embedded the spiritual stones within, activating the vessel, which soared into the skies. Having absorbed the details from the jade slip, Su Lin was now intimately familiar with the various locales of Water-Wounded Star. Together with Yunxia, they navigated the airship towards the southeast. Although Water-Wounded Star was not a massive celestial body, it was significantly larger than the Star of Destruction. After 2 days of travel, they finally reached the southeastern highlands. In the distance, 2 towering mountains stood, one gleaming white and the other a fiery red. These must be the sacred mountains of Water-Wounded Star, the Snow Pile and Soaring Flame. Su Lin selected a picturesque spot to land the airship, and as they disembarked, he remarked, "Had we not possessed this airship, it would have taken us months to reach this place." Yunxia replied, "Cultivators at the Qi Gathering, Foundation Establishment, and core formation stages cannot teleport or ascend, hence their speed is naturally slow. Without a flying companion, reaching here would indeed take months. Upon reaching the nascent soul stage, one can briefly merge with the air, achieving instantaneous movement, covering 100 miles in one leap, which is significantly faster. Yet, even at the divine connection stage, without proper stabilization, long-distance travel still relies on the airship's speed and endurance. Only upon successful stabilization can one merge body and spirit with the cosmos, traversing the stars without the need for an airship." Hearing Yunxia's words, Su Lin sighed. He had yet to complete his foundation establishment, feeling unworthy to speak of traversing the cosmos. Noticing Su Lin's despondency, Yunxia quickly reassured him, "Do not be overly concerned. Your cultivation time is still short, less than a decade, and you have already reached such heights, even rumored to have broken through to the 10th level of Qi Gathering, placing you among the elite of cultivators. With favorable opportunities, a meteoric rise is within reach." Su Lin nodded. "Thank you for your encouraging words, celestial being. I shall continue to tread steadily, hoping to successfully complete the 3 trials and, ideally, obtain the World Annihilation Cauldron to solidify my foundation." In this serene locale, they settled into meditation. Su Lin, with the inexhaustible mysterious spiritual stone within him, was unaffected by the local spiritual energy's limitations, experiencing steady growth each day. Yunxia, having fixed her cultivation at the mid-nascent soul stage, drew upon the abundant spiritual energy from the everlasting cauldron, thus stabilizing her own cultivation. On Water-Wounded Star, all beings capable of cultivation, whether human or beast, found their levels suppressed below the foundation establishment stage. Yet, apart from Su Lin, a rare 12th level Qi gatherer in the cosmos, even Yunxia, though constrained by regulations, retained formidable combat prowess as a former void-transcending cultivator, recently a nascent soul cultivator. After finishing their meditation, Yunxia inquired, "Which sacred mountain shall we explore first?" Su Lin pondered briefly before responding. "Let us first venture to the Snow Pile Mountain and discover the nature of the snow python." The two individuals returned to the airship, soaring towards the snow-clad peaks of the Snow Pile Mountain. Upon entering the sacred realm of the two mountains, a glance from above revealed a curious natural landscape. To the left, the area around the Snow Pile Mountain was blanketed in a pristine white, with trees, mountains, and rocks all enveloped in snow. The rivers below lay frozen, creating an ethereal and immaculate vista. Turning to the right, at the edge of this land, stood a towering crimson mountain, undoubtedly the sacred mountain of Tian. This side of the terrain was devoid of trees and grasslands, replaced instead by a relentless flow of seething magma, scattered with massive red boulders, rendering the landscape an intimidating crimson hue. As far as the eye could see, there was no sign of human presence. A meticulous search revealed no living creatures, and the entire world was enveloped in silence, devoid of life. This place was a forbidden zone for all beings, where only cultivators and extraordinary beasts could survive. The Snow Pile Mountain was fiercely cold, with its peaks entirely covered in ice and snow. Mortals could not approach this locale, for doing so would lead to inevitable frostbite. Only cultivators could traverse these mountains with the aid of their spiritual power. At this moment, two figures appeared here. Though the celestial fairy Yunxia was a soul entity, she found it challenging to withstand the frigid air. Fortunately, Su Lin had prepared in advance, crafting a pair of anti-cold boots before their departure. Once donned, these boots allowed for unencumbered movement as long as they did not approach the summit. As a cultivator, Su Lin not only wore specially crafted shoes, but also affixed anti-cold talismans to his hat, mitigating the effects of the cold. The snow pile extended for hundreds of miles, and locating the snow python king, which had nearly reached the foundation building level, was no simple task. However, upon reaching this area, summoning spells could be cast. Su Lin first summoned his Mastiff and Pegasus, but these creatures could not withstand the cold, and he had to recall them to his ring. The snow bear, on the other hand, adapted well to the environment. Although its level was suppressed to the pinnacle of Qi refinement, it thrived in this icy realm. After entering the Snow Pile Mountain, the trio searched for traces of the snow python for half a day, yet encountered not a single living animal. Realizing that their target was elusive, Su Lin conferred with the celestial fairy Yunxia, deciding to ascend towards the peak. Venturing as high as they could to assess the size of the gap. Initially, they climbed along the mountain path, but soon discovered that the outer slopes were entirely frozen, making it impossible to reach the summit. The icy terrain proved uncomfortable for both Su Lin and Yunxia, prompting them to find a spot to rest. Su Lin instructed the snow bear to swiftly locate a path for climbing. Accustomed to living in icy caves, the snow bear moved with remarkable agility, darting down the slope and scouting the area until it soon returned, informing Su Lin that it had found a passage into the inner sanctum of the Snow Pile Mountain. Hastily, Su Lin took Yunxia's hand, following the snow bear to a remarkably concealed location. The area was entirely white, and the entrance was largely obscured by ice. Without the snow bear's keen instincts, Su Lin would have likely never discovered this passage. Upon entering, Su Lin noticed that the cold within was even more biting than outside. Yet it was infused with spiritual energy. The aura felt oddly familiar, but he could not immediately place it. After much contemplation, he retrieved a piece of cold jade from his belt for comparison, confirming that the spiritual energy here was of the same origin as the jade in his possession. Curious, Su Lin began to mine with a pickaxe, soon uncovering several pieces of or akin to cold jade. This ancient ice ore was of purer quality than the jade, and upon utilizing his golden jade method to absorb its spiritual energy, he was pleasantly surprised to find his long-stagnant physical cultivation beginning to ascend once more, rendering his physique even stronger. With this discovery, Su Lin chose not to rush towards the summit. Instead, he continued to extract cold jade crystals, alternating between walking and mining. Over 3 days, he amassed thousands of superior quality cold jade crystals. However, the intense cold began to take its toll on both him and Yunxia, prompting them to deliberate and decide against further mining for the moment. They resolved to ascend the mountain first, assess the size of the gap, and ideally locate the snow python king to slay it and acquire its skin before proceeding. The passage initially was narrow but gradually widened as they ascended. Suddenly, the snow bear, sensing something ahead, unleashed an ice ball that struck an object hidden in the snow. It rushed over, pawing at it, revealing a blue liquid seeping from the snow. The snow bear returned, triumphantly holding a nearly 1-meter-long white python, now lifeless thanks to its efforts. This snake, entirely white, blended seamlessly into the snowy cave, making it nearly undetectable. Had it not been for the snow bear, they would have likely walked right past it. Continuing their ascent, they found that the further they climbed, the more potent the spiritual energy became, and the number of snow pythons increased. Most of these pythons were at the 3rd or 4th level of Qi refinement, posing little threat to Su Lin and Yunxia. By the time they reached the halfway point, they had dispatched dozens of snow pythons, including several exceeding a zhang in length and reaching the 6th level of Qi refinement. Finding a suitable spot, Su Lin skinned the larger pythons, crafting 2 coats and embedding them with cold-warding talismans, one for himself and one for Yunxia. Once donned, the snow python coats enveloped them in warmth, rendering the harsh cold more bearable. Clad in their new attire, Su Lin resumed his ascent, continuing to extract the essence of cold jade. After approximately 5 days of traversing, they had surpassed the halfway mark, and Su Lin's storage belt was filled with over 10,000 pieces of cold jade essence. However, upon crossing the midpoint, the temperature in the valley plummeted sharply. While the snow python coats offered some protection, it was insufficient for Su Lin, who felt his combat effectiveness diminish by a level, his movements growing somewhat stiff. After some contemplation, he discussed with Yunxia the necessity of locating the snow python king. Only the skin of the snow python king could provide the warmth needed to reach the summit. The question remained, how to find the snow python king. It seemed their only option was to send the snow bear ahead. Su Lin commanded the snow bear to lead the way, eliminating any snow pythons it encountered while also destroying the cold jade in the vicinity. He and Yunxia followed at a considerable distance, maintaining contact with the snow bear through their summoning rings. Su Lin had his reasons for this strategy. As the supreme ruler of this realm, the snow python king was accustomed to dominance. Upon seeing the intruding snow bear, which was not particularly welcoming, the king would likely be incensed by the slaughter of its minions and the destruction of its dwelling. However, these sentient beasts were often cautious. If the snow python king perceived a greater number of foes, it might retreat into its lair. In such a scenario, the home advantage would be with the python king, making it challenging for even the snow bear to track it down without proactive engagement. To lower the king's defenses, Su Lin and Yunxia needed to remain hidden far behind, avoiding any actions that might alarm their target. Should the snow python king finally unleash its wrath upon the intruders, they could swiftly advance and join the snow bear in vanquishing the king. Deep within the valley of the snow pile mountain, close to the peak, 2 enormous snow pythons were locked in fierce combat. The battle had raged for over 10 days, with neither side yielding. A fierce struggle for supremacy wherein the victor would claim the crown of supremacy. Ever since the arrival of the water spirit star, the snow pile mountain had come into existence, and the snow pythons were the sole inhabitants of this sacred mountain. With no other life forms able to endure in this realm, the snow python sustains itself through the essence of cold jade, drawing upon the chill to cultivate its powers. The most formidable among them is revered by the others as the python king, distinguished by a crown adorning its head. Once, the python king reached the nascent soul stage, but the harsh climate of the snow-capped mountains renders it arduous for cultivators to survive long within. Even those at the nascent soul level avoid trouble with the snow pythons, solidifying the python's dominion over this valley. Thousands of years ago, for reasons unknown, the levels of all snow pythons were suppressed, no matter how diligently they practiced. They could not establish their foundations. Even those once at the nascent soul level found their powers diminished to the peak of Qi condensation. The snow pythons were engulfed in fear, apprehensive of being hunted by cultivators. Strangely, though some cultivators came to harvest the essence of cold jade, they too were limited to the Qi condensation stage. With this newfound security, the snow pythons regained their supremacy over the valley. Whenever a snow python reached the pinnacle of its cultivation, it could challenge the reigning python king for the coveted crown. The snow pythons are not particularly powerful in terms of raw attack. Their primary methods consist of constriction and biting, complemented by rudimentary magical attacks. Their innate talent lies in supportive capabilities, enabling them to assist others in recovering from fatigue and unleashing latent potential. The crowned python king possesses a seldom-used spell that allows it to dispel toxins for itself and others. This current python king has ruled for millennia without thoughts of retirement. However, the younger pythons have no intention of allowing such a reign to continue. Each matured python challenges the aging king. For the first 1,000 years, the old python king, relying on his robust physique and profound cultivation, easily thwarted countless challenges. Yet, as time wore on, he found himself increasingly outmatched by the vigor of the youthful contenders. Reluctant to relinquish the crown, which is the most alluring of treasures, he preferred death to losing it. This time, the challenger is exceptionally powerful. After reaching the peak of Qi condensation, this snow python refrains from immediate assault, instead defeating other pythons of the same level one by one. Through continuous combat, it familiarizes itself with the fighting styles of top-tier snow pythons. Once it feels fully adept in all offensive maneuvers, it approaches the old python king to claim the crown. The old python king, naturally, will not yield easily. According to ancient tradition, the two pythons engage in a life-and-death struggle. Victory designates the new king, while defeat leads to oblivion. This is a battle of survival, wherein neither combatant can afford to divert their focus. They are wholly consumed by the quest for supremacy. Unbeknownst to them, a white snow bear has stealthily approached the battlefield. Heeding Su Lin's command, the snow bear boldly strides up the mountain. Initially, it encounters several lesser snow pythons, easily dispatching them. However, as it nears the summit, no more pythons come into view. The snow bear remains undeterred, ascending higher until it reaches a frigid locale, where it suddenly hears the sounds of fierce combat. Choosing caution, the snow bear quietly advances to discern the situation before reporting back to Su Lin. In this realm of snow pythons, the presence of an outsider inevitably draws attention. The battling pythons cease their conflict, turning in unison to gaze outward, where the large snow bear stands, bobbing its head. The snow pythons, unaware of the bear's origins, instinctively rush to confront this external threat, as uniting against invaders is an ingrained tradition among them. Caught off guard, the snow bear finds itself entangled with the pythons. While it seeks help from Su Lin, it also defends itself. Both the bear and the pythons are of equal strength. However, the pythons have the advantage in numbers and familiarity with their domain. Their attacks are relentless and coordinated. One python engages in melee while another restores energy and enhances potential. The snow bear finds itself gradually overwhelmed. Yet, the snow bear possesses its own advantages. Prior to setting out, Su Lin crafted specialized armor for it, significantly bolstering its defenses. Even against the attacks of a nascent soul beast, the snow bear can endure for a time. At this moment, its aim is not to defeat, but merely to survive. And for the time being, the pythons are unable to subdue it. However, this is the python's territory. As their cooperation grows ever more adept, the bear's defeat becomes inevitable, unless reinforcements arrive. Indeed, the snow bear has allies. Upon receiving its distress call, Su Lin and the fairy Yunxiao rush toward the bear's location with utmost speed. They soon arrive at the battlefield, where two massive snow pythons, exceeding 20 yards in length, are engaged with the now weakened snow bear. As soon as Su Lin joins the fray, he unleashes his full strength in a devastating punch aimed at one of the pythons. Caught off guard while attacking the bear, the python is propelled back several dozen paces. Seizing the opportunity, Su Lin entangles one python while Yunxiao assists the snow bear in dispatching the other. With just one python remaining, the pressure on the snow bear diminishes significantly. It swiftly transitions from defense to offense, launching a series of fierce attacks against the remaining python. Despite being affected by the local cold, which suppresses her cultivation, Yunxia, a seasoned soul, executes her techniques with remarkable finesse. Each time she employs her spells against the python, it is forced to respond with all its might, granting the bear a chance to strike. capitalizing on the moment when the python is ensnared by Yunxia. The snow bear lunges forward, pinning the python down with its powerful paws and opening its massive jaws to bite down. The bear's jaws clamp tightly around the python's throat, blue liquid seeping from the wound as the python king struggles desperately but cannot escape, feeling its strength waning. Witnessing the imminent demise of their king, the remaining python attempts to rush to its aid but finds itself firmly ensnared by Su Lin, powerless to intervene. Forced to watch helplessly as the movements of its king grow weaker until, at last, it lies still. As the python king draws its final breath, the crown atop its head soars into the air, spinning gracefully before landing upon the head of the snow bear. With the old python king slain, a beast and a soul rush to assist Su Lin. At this juncture, the remaining python, having been thoroughly beaten by Su Lin, is rendered incapable of retaliation. Su Lin initially considers making this python a summoned beast, but after several attempts to subdue it, he finds it unwavering in its defiance. Losing patience in the face of the biting cold, he delivers a decisive blow, eliminating the Qi condensation level python. Surveying the two fallen pythons, Su Lin reflects that one would suffice for crafting garments. However, lacking sewing skills, his prior attempt at crafting a coat was notably crude. He glances at Yunxia, only to receive a rueful shake of her head in response. Frustrated, he contemplates the waste of such precious snow python hides, yet, without suitable garments, he cannot ascend to the mountain's peak. Ultimately, Su Lin resolves to skin the slain python king first. Within the belly of the python king lies a gleaming inner Dan, which Su Lin recognizes from his previous encounter with the golden-haired spirit ape, from which he also acquired an inner Dan intended for his mastiff. How could this python king, merely at Qi condensation, possess an inner Dan? After careful contemplation, Su Lin theorizes that the python king's cultivation may have been sufficient for it to achieve the nascent soul stage long ago. But due to the curse of Song Haizi, it was forbidden from establishing its foundation, thus its level was suppressed to Qi condensation. Yet, with prolonged cultivation, it naturally acquired an inner Dan. The inner elixir was intended by Su Lin for the consumption of the snow bear. Originally at the pinnacle of Qi condensation, the snow bear had regressed to the late stage of Qi condensation due to giving birth. If Su Lin mastered the spirit pet technique, the pet's level could be elevated, and when the time came to administer the inner elixir, it was possible that the snow bear could successfully form a Dan. Holding the inner elixir, Su Lin turned to glance at the snow bear and was suddenly taken aback to see it adorned with a crown. Hastily, he summoned the snow bear closer for a thorough inspection. Through their communication, Su Lin learned that this crown was once worn by the king of the snow python, a privilege reserved for the rulers of the Snow Mountain Valley. Utilizing his summoning technique, Su Lin connected with the crown atop the snow bear's head, revealing its information. Snow Domain Crown, a rare beast accessory of the ice and snow attribute that enhances the wearer's stamina recovery speed, boosts their condition, and expels toxins. Wearing the Snow Domain Crown creates a regal domain around the bearer, within which they are impervious to extreme cold. Su Lin quickly instructed the snow bear to manifest the regal domain, and indeed, a soft glow emanated from the crown, enveloping an area of over 10 feet around the snow bear, imbuing Su Lin with a sense of warmth akin to spring. Su Lin stored the remaining snow python carcass in his storage bag and directed the snow bear to lead him to the mountain peak to assess the gap. Suddenly, the snow bear conveyed a thought. "Master, I know where the frost essence collected by the snow python kings throughout the ages is located." Hearing this, Su Lin was overjoyed. At that moment, he was cultivating the golden jade physical body and required a substantial amount of frost essence. Mining it himself would be excessively time-consuming. The snow bear guided Su Lin through winding paths until they arrived at a concealed location, only to find themselves in a dead end. Puzzled, Su Lin looked at the snow bear, which approached an icy wall, causing the crown atop its head to shimmer. Suddenly, the ice wall parted, allowing them to enter a secret chamber filled to the brim with high-grade frost essence, nearly 1,000,000 pieces. Su Lin felt immensely fortunate for acquiring the ancestral storage belt of the water spirit star. Had he still been carrying the one gifted by Elder Wong, it would have been overflowing with frost essence. After transferring all the frost essence into his storage bag, he instructed the snow bear to lead the way to the mountain peak. With the newly ascended king as their guide, the journey up the mountain was remarkably safe. Su Lin and the fairy Yunxia rode atop the snow bear, unharmed under the protection of the regal domain, arriving at the summit of the snow pile. Upon reaching the peak, they were greeted by a gap over 3 meters wide, surrounded by various talismans of suppression, likely arranged by the ancestors of the water spirit star. Chilly gusts erupted through the gap, ascending towards the distant Tian mountain, where crimson flames were also surging forth. The collision of the extreme cold and heat formed rain, drifting across the entirety of the water-shattered star. Su Lin observed the distant Tian mountain and remarked to Fairy Yunxia, "I believe the gap on Tian mountain must be similarly sized. The equal force of both air currents is necessary to create this standoff, which has caused the peculiar rains for millennia." Fairy Yunxia inquired, "Shall we proceed to Tian mountain now?" After a moment of contemplation, Su Lin replied, "No. We lack sufficient understanding of Tian mountain and are not adequately prepared. It would be prudent to return to the tribe, gather more information, and ensure we are fully equipped before venturing forth." At present, Fairy Yunxiao relied heavily on Su Lin, and since he had expressed this viewpoint, she had no objections. Su Lin ordered the snow bear to turn back and gallop towards the mountain's base. Upon departing from the snow pile mountain, Su Lin retrieved his airship, storing the snow bear within his ring, and soared back to the water spirit tribe with Fairy Yunxia. As soon as Su Lin returned, Yu Ji came seeking an audience. Su Lin welcomed him inside, and after Yu Ji bowed, he cautiously asked, "Esteemed immortals, did you gain any insights during your journey to the sacred mountain?" Su Lin sipped his spiritual tea and replied, "The snow pile mountain is no longer an issue. As soon as I refine the 5-colored gem, I can seal the gap immediately. However, the situation at Tian mountain remains unclear, and we have yet to investigate. Do you possess any ancestral texts that might shed light on Tian mountain?" Yu Ji pondered briefly. "I have no additional text to provide. However, there are other tribes on the water-shattered star. Though they are few and do not compare to us, their legacies are ancient. I will dispatch someone to contact them and see if we can obtain useful information." Hearing this, Su Lin nodded. Traveling by horseback would take too long. "Here's what we will do. Tomorrow, prepare a letter and find a capable individual. I have a flying steed that can carry him far and wide. The elders of the other tribes will likely have no doubts upon receiving your letter and seeing the extraordinary steed." Yu Ji was elated. "That is excellent. I was contemplating how long it would take to deliver messages solely with our few old horses. With the assistance of a celestial beast, we can gather all the information in under a month." With the plan established, Yu Ji excused himself to return to his quarters and began writing fervently. In his letter, he briefly recounted the arrival of the immortals to the leaders of the ancient tribes on this planet, requesting that they send back all ancestral texts and artifacts to permanently resolve the issue of the strange rains. The following day, the flying steed, following Su Lin's instructions, carried the messenger off into the distance. While the flying steed transported the messenger, Su Lin busied himself with forging the 5-colored gem. For a skilled artisan, as long as sufficient materials were available, crafting the 5-colored gem was not particularly challenging. Within just over 10 days, he completed the gemstones necessary to seal the gap. To be thoroughly prepared, he also forged some more potent 7-colored stones. When combined with the 5-colored gem, they would undoubtedly ensure that the 2 sacred mountains would not erupt for the next millennia. As for what would happen after that, without the incessant strange rains, the area would likely regain its spiritual energy, allowing a new generation of cultivators to independently address these issues. While forging the gemstones, Su Lin released the Tibetan Mastiff and the Snow Bear, as he felt it was a bit unkind to keep them confined within the summoning ring for too long. Naturally, Su Lin sternly instructed them not to harm the mortals residing nearby and to merely explore the vicinity. The Snow Bear was compliant, remaining close to Su Lin, vigilantly observing its surroundings and ready to protect its master at any moment. The Tibetan Mastiff, however, was more restless and could hardly tolerate remaining still for long. Once released, it roamed energetically throughout the tribe, inciting a cacophony of barks from the local female dogs. Fearing Su Lin's disapproval, the Tibetan Mastiff endeavored to curry favor with Fairy Yunxia, behaving as docile as a pet before her, often eliciting laughter from her. Su Lin, familiar with the Mastiff's temperament, chose not to impose restrictions. A month later, the flying steed returned with the messenger, bringing back over 10 storage bags filled with the legacies of various ancient tribes on the water-shattered star. Su Lin instructed the flying steed to stretch its legs outside and reminded the Tibetan Mastiff not to frighten the local children. He then invited Fairy Yunxia to join him in studying how to defeat the Qing. For Su Lin, he only knew that the Qilin was an ancient beast, classified among the 4 mythical beings alongside the phoenix, tortoise, and dragon. However, the ancient fairy Yunxia possessed detailed knowledge about Qilin, explaining to Su Lin. The Qilin comes in various forms, classified according to the 5 elements. There are water Qilin, fire Qilin, wood Qilin, metal Qilin, and earth Qilin. Noticing Su Lin's unfamiliarity with the classifications, fairy Yunxia took the time to elaborate on the subject. The Qilin is a descendant of the Yinglong, possessing formidable magical powers. The water Qilin, distinguished by its sharp fangs, stands out among its kind. While it inherits the tail of the Yinglong, its overall form remarkably resembles that of the Pishio, featuring a beastly head, a tiger's back, a bear's waist, Pishio's paws, and a dragon's tail. The water Qilin, fond of aquatic environments, resides in frigid water pools. The fire Qilin, on the other hand, inherits the dragon's horns and scales from the Yinglong, capable of swallowing gold and exhaling flames, its entire body ablaze with fire. A Qilin of higher rank can even soar through the winds. The wood Qilin is the most common, inheriting the dragon and Apos' head and possessing the ability to breathe lightning. Characterized by a dragon's head, a deer's body, snake-like skin, and horse's hooves. The gold Qilin inherits the Yinglong's wings and claws, adorned in golden hues, with the head of a lion and a fan-like tail. The earth Qilin is particularly unique. Embodying the virtues of all 4 major Qilin types, it possesses the dragon's head from the wood Qilin, the dragon scales from the fire Qilin, the wings from the gold Qilin, and the tail from the water Qilin. The earth Qilin is capable of harmonizing yin and yang, serving as a protector against malevolent forces. Upon hearing the celestial fairy Yunxia's introduction, Su Lin was astonished to learn of the myriad varieties of Qilin. Yunxia glanced at Su Lin and continued. Legend has it that there exists a 5 elements Qilin, which amalgamates the strengths of all Qilin kinds, truly the sovereign among beasts. However, according to my recollections, the 5 elements Qilin is not a natural being. Rather, it is an extraordinary creature that has consumed the inner cores of these various Qilin, evolving into its current form. Su Lin silently committed this information to memory and opened all his storage bags, collaborating with Yunxia to study the ancient texts within. Only cultivators can access these storage bags, leaving the common folk of various tribes unaware of their contents. Together, Su Lin and Yunxia examined each bag. Some contained spirit stones, others held magical artifacts, while some housed medicinal pills or cultivation techniques. The vast majority of the storage bags lacked the items Su Lin sought, as the water spirit tribe had long dominated the water-shattered star, leaving other tribes as mere vassals. Fortunately, the cultivators of the water-shattered star were averse to warfare, allowing these smaller tribes to persist. Of the storage bags, only 2 were truly valuable, belonging to tribes near the Tian mountain, where the cultivators often extracted spiritual ore. Just as one must devise a strategy to contend with the snow python in the Snow Pile Valley to obtain the frozen crystal ore, so too must one prepare to face the Qilin in order to extract the scarlet flame crystal ore from Tian Mountain. According to records, the Qilin of Tian Mountain is a fire Qilin, born from the scarlet flame crystal ore within the valley. Over millennia, some of the crystal ore, having been imbued with the essence of the sun and moon as well as the spirit energy of heaven and earth, can transform into Qilin. Through devouring the scarlet flame crystal ore and engaging in fierce battles among themselves, they gradually grow in strength. Atop Tian Mountain, there reigns only one true king, a fire Qilin that has existed for tens of thousands of years, having reached the late stage of the nascent soul realm. Even during the illustrious era of the water spirit star, it was a dominant force upon the planet. As time passed, relentless rains eroded the spiritual energy of the water spirit star, leading to the demise of many cultivators. Consequently, the fire Qilin could no longer advance in rank, remaining confined to Tian Mountain, dependent on the scarlet flame crystal ore for survival. To vanquish the fire Qilin, one must employ the principle of the 5 elements in opposition, utilizing water to extinguish fire. Within the storage bags, there lie 2 water spirit pearls, ancestral relics of ancient tribes. Should one encounter a fire Qilin below the core formation stage, these pearls can inflict significant damage. However, they pose no threat to the fire Qilin king of the late nascent soul stage. Thus, the ancient tribes dare only to extract the scarlet flame crystal ore from the entrance of Tian Valley, fearful of attracting the attention of the Qilin king and facing utter annihilation. Upon reading this, Su Lin first pondered whether the scarlet flame crystal or bore similarities to the purple gold or, contemplating if it could also elevate the rank of his golden jade body. If the scarlet flame crystal or, like the frozen crystal or, could further bolster his physical strength, then the rewards from this trial would transcend mere rank elevation, leading to unimaginable transformations of his physique. The fire Qilin, despite being at the late nascent soul stage, would likely be restricted by the local rules to a level below core formation. Even with the advantage of its terrain, its combat prowess could not exceed that of the core formation stage. Nevertheless, to be prudent, Su Lin resolved to forge several more water spirit pearls. At that moment, he envisioned launching an overwhelming barrage of these pearls, ensuring that even the fiercest fire Qilin would not escape its demise. Over 1,000 miles from the snow pile, another sacred mountain on the water-shattered star loomed high, its crimson hue contrasting starkly with the pristine white of the snow pile, exuding an air of menace. This place is also a forbidden zone on the water-shattered star, its harsh climate rendering it largely deserted, accessible only to cultivators armed with magical artifacts. One day, an airship descended from the heart of the planet, landing before Tian Mountain. Upon disembarking from the airship was a young cultivator, attired in simple garments, white above, black below. His features were striking, with defined contours and a confident demeanor marked by sharp brows and bright eyes. The newcomer, of course, is our protagonist, Su Lin. The celestial fairy Yunxia did not accompany him. As a sole cultivator, she could not withstand the intense heat and had to wait at the tribe, accompanied only by the crown-wearing snow bear, which also favored the cold and feared heat. The winged horse and mastiff accompanied Su Lin to this place. As creatures of the underworld, they are impervious to heat. The winged horse, filled with flames, employs fire as its primary offensive tactic, thriving in this environment. The mastiff, while not as fond of the heat as the winged horse, still moved with ease within Tian Mountain. The only one affected was Su Lin, who, fortunately, had discovered a complete set of flame-resistant gear within the ancient tribe's storage bag, the fire-resistance crown, the serene armor, and the flame-repelling boots. Once donned, Su Lin could navigate the area without impediment, provided he did not venture too close to the mountain's summit, where danger lurked. Drawing from his experiences in the snow pile, Su Lin knew that to reach the summit, he must first locate the valley's entrance and ascend from within. Navigation was not his forte, but the ancient tribe's text provided a general idea of the entrance's location. He released the winged horse and mastiff to expedite the search. Although the two beasts were not as adept as the snow bear, with a rough direction and their combined efforts, they found the concealed entrance behind the rocks after a day's search. Now, the trio entered the valley, commencing their ascent. After about an hour, Su Lin arrived at a spacious area, where the temperature was noticeably higher than elsewhere, indicating the presence of minerals to be mined. He retrieved his pickaxe and began to excavate the wall. Soon, several chunks of crimson ore tumbled to the ground, and Su Lin recognized them as the unique scarlet flame crystal ore of this locale. Holding the scarlet flame crystal ore, he activated his golden jade body, watching as the ore gradually vanished from his grasp, assimilating into his being. After absorbing several pieces, Su Lin felt a subtle enhancement in his physique, confirming the ore's efficacy in elevating his golden jade body's cultivation. Realizing the value of the scarlet flame crystal ore, Su Lin was not in haste to ascend. He continued to mine as he progressed, pondering whether, like the snow python king, the fire Qilin would hoard minerals. Moreover, even if the fire Qilin possessed a treasure trove of ores, he might not necessarily stumble upon them. Thus, he continued to mine and ascend at a leisurely pace. On this day, while mining, a small ferocious beast suddenly emerged from the crimson wall, baring its teeth and lunging at Su Lin with intent to bite. Su Lin was wholly absorbed in mining when he was startled by a small creature. Quickly sidestepping, the small beast, a diminutive fire Qilin newly materialized, lunged at him again after missing its initial strike. Su Lin commanded his flying horse and mastiff to retreat, wishing to test the creature's prowess himself. Clearly, this was a freshly manifested fire Qilin, which, for the moment, seemed limited to physical attacks. Once more evading the Qilin's assault, Su Lin extended his left hand, grasping the creature's neck. Despite applying slight pressure, the Qilin exhibited no signs of pain, leaving Su Lin both puzzled and impressed by its formidable physical defense. He attempted to summon the Qilin as a pet, but realized that this being was not composed of flesh and blood. Rather, it was a crystallized entity, making it impossible to tame. Just as disappointment began to settle in, the mysterious spirit stone within him stirred to life once more. In an instant, the little Qilin transformed into a stream of spiritual energy, which Su Lin absorbed, solidifying his cultivation at the 12th level of Qi condensation. The drained Qilin fell to the ground, shattering into several red stones. Overjoyed, Su Lin recognized the opportunity to further enhance his cultivation. If he could reach the 13th level, he would reap significant rewards. With the prospect of elevating his skills through the fire Qilins, Su Lin continued his exploration with renewed composure. After traversing a distance, he found areas where the temperature rose noticeably, making it easier to extract the blazing crystal ores. As he ascended, both the temperature and the number of fire Qilins encountered increased. He strictly forbade his companions from engaging these crystallized creatures, for they were rare treasures that could elevate his cultivation to the 13th level. Each one was invaluable. As more fire Qilins had their spiritual energy siphoned away, Su Lin steadily approached the pinnacle of Qi condensation. Days turned into weeks, and after 10 days, he had gradually ascended. After 20 days, he had searched numerous caves. And after 30 days, he had traversed merely a third of the journey. Concerned for the anxious Yinxia fairy, he instructed his flying horse and mastiff to return and inform her of his circumstances. Though the flying horse was of a higher rank, it lacked eloquence, making the mastiff the more suitable messenger. Su Lin urged Yunxia to remain patient and not to worry, as he was fully dedicated to his mining and cultivation endeavors. Days later, the flying horse and mastiff returned with Yunxia's message. All was well in the tribe, and Su Lin should not fret. Since he had encountered a rare opportunity, he must seize it without fail. More than a month elapsed before Su Lin finally reached the mountainside. At this point, his pack brimmed with tens of thousands of blazing crystal ores, and his cultivation was nearing the 13th level of Qi condensation. During this time, he had refrained from practicing the golden jade dharma body, as that would consume precious time. He could always pursue that after laying a solid foundation. His primary focus was to gather ores and absorb the spiritual energy within the Qilins. Beyond the mountainside, the heat intensified suddenly. Fortunately, Su Lin had prepared adequately. He was not only well-equipped, but also had applied fire-warding talismans, enabling him to persist in this environment. Yet he was aware that as he ascended, the likelihood of encountering the Qilin King increased, necessitating a cautious approach. To defeat the Qilin King, who enjoyed a significant home field advantage, merely relying on his flying horse and mastiff would prove insufficient. After all, the Qilin King had once reached the late stage of the nascent soul realm and had lived for tens of thousands of years, amassing extensive combat experience. This was the Qilin King's long-time territory. It knew every nook and cranny, and if it chose to hide, it could remain elusive for centuries. Thus, eliminating the fire Qilin presented a singular opportunity. Su Lin had devised a plan. He instructed his flying horse to continue ascending rapidly, avoiding the smaller Qilins while stealthily searching for the Qilin King's whereabouts. He and the mastiff would follow closely behind, seeking an advantageous ambush location. Su Lin advised the flying horse that upon discovering the Qilin King, it should find ways to provoke it, gradually luring it down. Meanwhile, he and the mastiff would prepare an array to ensure the Qilin King's defeat. The flying horse took off, and Su Lin, alongside the mastiff, sought a suitable spot for ambushing the Qilin King. In a valley, they found a narrow area leading to a cave, perfectly sized for their trap. Su Lin directed the mastiff to conceal itself while he set traps in the cave, placing several water spirit pearls within. Once prepared, he used his connection with the flying horse to signal his position, urging it to locate the Qilin King swiftly. Receiving the command, the flying horse boldly trotted toward the mountain's peak, bellowing loudly, its cries laced with provocation. Just as it gallantly galloped, a roar emanated from the mountaintop, followed by the swift approach of a crimson figure, leaving trails of flames in its wake. The flying horse, undeterred by the roar, defiantly challenged the rushing Qilin King, proclaiming itself the new sovereign of the Flame Mountain, declaring the Qilins as its future subjects. Having not heard a challenge in ages, the Qilin King erupted in fury. While challenges from its own kin were traditional, a foreign challenger was an affront it could not tolerate. It surged forward, intent on tearing the challenger to shreds. The flying horse had been briefed on its course of action: initiate the challenge, insult and provoke the Qilin King, and then fight with all its might. Though it was destined to lose, it was to draw the Qilin King into the trap. Despite its simplicity, The flying horse executed its orders flawlessly. As the Qilin king approached, it reared up, front hooves raised high, and bellowed, "I am the netherworld flying horse. I have come to this place, as this mountain is well suited for my fire cultivation. It is said, a paradise belongs to the capable. You, little Qilin, neither fly nor possess noteworthy skills. What right do you have to claim dominion here? Bow before me, and I may spare your life. Should you dare utter a word against me, I shall reduce you to ashes." The Qilin king, enraged, scrutinized its opponent, a large black horse with wings, resembling a formidable creature. Yet, its words were insufferable. Despite its wrath, the ancient Qilin king refrained from attacking immediately, assessing the adversary instead, regardless of its appearance. The flying horse seemed to possess only the cultivation of qi condensation. The Qilin king had reached the late stage of the nascent soul realm millennia ago, but due to the gradual depletion of spiritual energy on this planet, it had retreated to this valley, its own cultivation inexplicably reduced to the qi condensation level. Yet, even so, the flying horse was merely at the same level. This was its home, and it could not allow an outsider to deride it within its domain. Before the Qilin king could respond, the flying horse shouted again, "Are you male or female? Bow down and let me see. If you are female, you can serve as my concubine. I Shan and Oppos. Mind your looks." Overwhelmed by a surge of fury, the Qilin king found itself rendered speechless, consumed by an unyielding rage. It yearned to sink its teeth into the offender, tearing its flesh as a means to quell the tempest within. With a sudden burst of agility, the Qilin king lunged at the Pegasus, its foreclaws ablaze with incandescent light, aiming for the Pegasus's head. The Pegasus deftly sidestepped the attack, retaliating with a fiery blast. The flames licked at the Qilin's hide, yet inflicted no harm. Missing its initial strike, the Qilin king pivoted, unleashing a barrage of fireballs upon the Pegasus. Despite evading several projectiles, the Pegasus succumbed to 2 direct hits. Though unscathed by the flames, the sheer force of impact sent the Pegasus staggering backward. Emboldened by the Pegasus's retreat, the Qilin king's confidence soared. It had underestimated its adversary, deeming it unworthy of a challenge, let alone its audacious insults. The Qilin king vowed to vanquish the black steed or forfeit its title. Leaping skyward once more, the Qilin king conjured a colossal pillar of fire midair. The fiery column struck the Pegasus squarely, nearly toppling it. Stumbling to regain its balance, the Pegasus found the Qilin king looming menacingly. With jaws agape, the Qilin king lunged, only to meet an unexpected resistance. A resounding crack echoed as the Qilin king's teeth collided with the Pegasus's armor. The Pegasus emitted a pained whinny, yet its agony paled in comparison to the Qilin king's anguished cry. The Qilin king recoiled, revealing 2 shattered teeth. Its impetuous bite had backfired, leaving it more wounded than its target. Regaining composure, the Qilin king scrutinized its opponent, now discerning the protective armor adorning the black beast. The realization dawned that its hasty judgment, fueled by insult and rage, had blinded it to this crucial detail. With newfound clarity, the Qilin king resolved to target the Pegasus's unhelmeted head. Spitting out the fragments of its broken teeth, the Qilin king shook its head, retreating a few paces to prepare for another onslaught. Though lacking in eloquence, the Pegasus possessed a keen intellect. Recognizing the Qilin king and Oppos' stance, it anticipated an imminent, devastating attack. Following the directives of its master, Su Lin, the Pegasus had diligently sought counsel from the seasoned mastiff, anticipating this very scenario. Now, as events unfolded as predicted, the Pegasus prepared to unleash its trump card. Unfurling its wings, the Pegasus reared up on its hind legs, erupting in a boisterous laugh. "Little Qilin," it taunted, "I offer you one final chance to surrender. Otherwise, brace yourself for the fury of my hooves and the full might of the Nether Pegasus's ultimate technique." With this proclamation, the Pegasus unleashed its inner power, its ebony form radiating ethereal light, its outstretched wings amplifying its imposing presence. Though consumed by rage, the Qilin king paused, momentarily deterred by the Pegasus's display of power and its audacious words. As the Pegasus soared into the air, gliding towards it, the Qilin king adopted a defensive posture, cautiously observing its adversary's every move. The Pegasus swooped overhead, releasing a torrent from above. The Qilin king narrowly evaded the deluge, yet was splashed by a few drops. A peculiar, pungent odor assailed its nostrils. Puzzled, the Qilin king heard the Pegasus's voice carried on the wind. "How do you fancy my essence, dear Qilin?" With that, The Pegasus bolted towards the exit, guided by its telepathic connection with Su Lin and the Mastiff, who lay in wait. The Qilin King's restraint shattered, its rationality abandoned. The Black Fiend had first provoked it with words, then engaged in physical combat, and finally, humiliated it with a shower of foul liquid before fleeing. The ignominy was compounded by the fact that this self-proclaimed Nether Pegasus was no match for its might. Shaking its body, the Qilin King roared once more, giving chase to the retreating figure. Knowing that the summit's terrain, with its alternating expanses and constrictions, would hinder the Pegasus's cumbersome form and limited aerial mobility, the Qilin King was confident in its superior speed. Its rage intensified, transforming it into a crimson blur as it pursued the Pegasus. Aware of the Qilin King's unbridled fury, the Pegasus acknowledged the gravity of its situation. Having insulted a former nascent soul realm master, a beast that had reigned supreme for millennia, and then dared to defile it, the Pegasus knew that its survival hinged on reaching Su Lin. Summoning every ounce of its strength, the Pegasus sprinted towards its master. Upon reaching the ambush site, it instinctively avoided the concealed traps, leaping over them and turning to face the approaching Qilin King. Observing the Pegasus's chosen path, the Qilin King smirked. Intimately familiar with every contour of the valley, it recognized that the Pegasus had unwittingly entered a dead end. Slowing its pace, the Qilin King advanced deliberately. Rounding the bend, the Qilin King found the black steed standing at the valley's edge, staring defiantly. A triumphant laugh escaped its lips. "Why have you ceased your flight?" it mocked. "Continue running, if you dare." The Qilin King advanced, savoring the moment. "Tell me," it purred, "shall I feast upon your flesh first, or quench my thirst with your blood?" As the Qilin King neared the traps, a mere few steps away, it abruptly halted. It detected no trace of fear in its adversary's eyes, only an unsettling anticipation. Having lived for eons, the Qilin King possessed an acute sense of danger. Something felt amiss, though it could not pinpoint the source. Heeding its instincts, the Qilin King cast a final, penetrating gaze at the Pegasus before turning to retreat. Securing the exit would ensure the black beast's capture. Witnessing the Qilin King's change of heart, Su Lin sighed inwardly. The Pegasus's performance had been unconvincing. Had the Mastiff been in its place, the Qilin King would have undoubtedly fallen into the trap. The disparity between these nether beasts was remarkable. With deception thwarted, a direct assault was the only option. Su Lin emerged from his hiding place, channeling all his might into a star-shattering fist aimed at the Qilin King and Apos' head. The combined force of his 12th level Qi condensation cultivation and the power-enhancing gauntlets delivered a devastating blow. Though once a nascent soul realm demon, the Qilin King's current strength was capped at the 10th level of Qi condensation. Staggering backward, the Qilin King barely maintained its footing. Before it could react, Su Lin launched a second wave of attack, unleashing the long-dormant wave-cleaving slash. A blade of energy materialized, surging towards the Qilin King like a tidal wave. Instinctively fearful of water, the Qilin King recoiled, teetering precariously on the edge of the trap. The wave-cleaving slash left a gash on its head. Yet the Qilin King stubbornly resisted the urge to retreat, sensing the danger that lay behind. Little did it know, another foe lurked nearby. The Mastiff, adorned with an invisibility ring, stealthily approached the King Qilin. In an instant, it leaped forward, seizing the King Qilin and propelling both towards a trap. The King Qilin, caught off guard by the ambush, stumbled back and, together with the Mastiff, fell with a resounding crash into the beast trap. As they plummeted from above, the King Qilin, momentarily disoriented, was suddenly bombarded by several water spirit pearls that descended from the air. These pearls were the natural nemesis of the fire Qilin. And even with its former cultivation at the late nascent soul stage, the King Qilin found itself restrained by their power. The impact of the water spirit pearls caused a series of hissing sounds, and the once vibrant crimson body of the King Qilin began to lose its luster, oozing a viscous green liquid. The Mastiff, seasoned in combat and well-prepared, had applied a water avoidance talisman and remained unaffected. After falling into the trap, it cleverly concealed itself in a corner, avoiding any chance of being a scapegoat for the King Qilin in its final moments. Su Lin arrived at the edge of the beast trap, forcefully smashing the last few water spirit pearls onto the King Qilin. At this point, the King Qilin was battered and bruised, yet it still struggled valiantly to escape the trap. Fearing that the King Qilin might flee, Su Lin pointed his right hand, connecting a beam of white light to the creature's forehead. At that moment, The peculiar spirit stone in Su Lin's chest seemed to sense its prey and roared to life, drawing out a powerful surge of spiritual energy from within the King Qilin. After all, the King Qilin had once embodied the late nascent soul stage, despite its current suppression. The spiritual energy accumulated over millennia remained. This energy was absorbed by the strange spirit stone, and Su Lin felt a profound sigh of satisfaction resonate within him, only to be overwhelmed by the immense energy and fainted. Several hours later, Su Lin regained consciousness. As he opened his eyes, the first sight that greeted him was that of the King Qilin, startling him. Had the Mastiff and the Pegasus been defeated? Leaping to his feet, he examined his surroundings more closely. The Pegasus was right beside him. What had he seen moments ago? Rubbing his eyes, he realized that the horned figure he had seen earlier closely resembled the Mastiff. Indeed, it was the Mastiff, now sporting a single horn. Upon closer inspection, he noticed subtle scales had begun to sprout on the Mastiff, resembling those of the Fire Qilin. No wonder he had been startled earlier. Seeing the horn on the Mastiff's head, Su Lin suddenly wondered whether the horn of the King Qilin still remained. If it were gone, he and the fairy Yunxiao would be unable to ascend the mountain and complete their task. Rushing to the trap's edge, he looked down to find the King Qilin's body shattered and strewn across the ground, with a solitary crimson horn lying quietly beneath. Relieved, Su Lin descended to collect the Qilin horn. Upon closer inspection of the King Qilin's remains, he discovered they were composed entirely of high-grade crimson flame crystal Oregon. After gathering all the treasures, he finally departed from the beast trap. At that moment, Su Lin sensed a significant shift in his cultivation. He had just drained the King Qilin, once at the late nascent soul stage, of its abundant spiritual energy, the majority of which had now been absorbed by the spirit stone within him. Following this infusion, his cultivation had soared to the peak of the 13th level of Qi condensation, a rare and remarkable achievement since the inception of the cultivation realm. Feeling the surge of power coursing through him, Su Lin was now confident he could challenge any early Foundation establishment cultivator and decisively overpower them. However, what had caused the transformation in the Mastiff? Why did it now resemble a Fire Qilin? Perplexed, Su Lin asked the Mastiff to recount the events that transpired after he lost consciousness. The Mastiff, eager to relay its tale, recounted, "Master, both I and the little Qilin fell into the trap. You severely injured the little Qilin with the water spirit pearls and then used a spell to connect with it. I saw wisps of white vapor emanating from its head, followed by a mighty roar from the little Qilin, and then you fainted. Fearing the little Qilin might escape and harm you, I leaped into battle, perhaps out of worry for you. I used more strength than intended and shattered the little Qilin into pieces. During our fight, it seemed the little black horse also contributed a bit of energy." The Pegasus, feeling aggrieved, interjected telepathically, "Master, I put forth my utmost effort. The Fire Qilin was shattered by my powerful kick. After it exploded, I saw the Mastiff sneakily consume a red object." Upon hearing the Pegasus reveal his secret, the Mastiff glared at it and, attempting to ingratiate itself with Su Lin, declared, "That wretched Fire Qilin dared to render you unconscious. I longed to devour its flesh and drink its blood, so I consumed its inner core." Only then did Su Lin realize that the Mastiff had ingested the King Qilin's inner core. He surmised that the Mastiff's transformation was indeed a consequence of this act. However, the loss of the Qilin and Apos' inner core was somewhat regrettable. It was the essence of a late nascent soul spirit beast. Had he mastered the spirit pet technique, the Mastiff could have evolved into a Dan formation creature. Now, it had merely changed in appearance, with no enhancement in its cultivation. Choosing not to dwell on other concerns, Su Lin decided to meticulously scour the area for treasures. The more crimson flame crystal or he could gather, the better, for once he left this planet. Such resources would be exceedingly rare. Armed with the horn and accompanied by the Pegasus, who was unbothered by the heat, and the Mastiff, who had grown immune to the high temperatures after consuming the King Qilin's inner core, the trio embarked on an exhaustive search within the valley. After a month of relentless effort, they finally stripped the Tian mountain of its crimson flame crystal Oregon. Feeling fatigued, Su Lin mounted the Pegasus and departed the Tian Valley, boarding an airship to return to the water spirit tribe. Upon his return, the fairy Yunxia greeted him with delight, personally preparing a cup of spirit tea and handing it to him, then standing behind him to massage his shoulders. Su Lin closed his eyes in bliss, savoring the moment of relaxation. Once she finished massaging his shoulders, Yunxia gently pressed her hands on Su Lin's head. As he leaned back, resting against her warm, soft touch, he sensed her slight movement but chose to remain still, allowing her hands to continue their soothing work. After a while, Su Lin suddenly recalled something and asked, "Have you seen the mastiff?" Yunxiao replied, "Not yet. It dashed off again once you returned. All the female dogs in the tribe have been searching for it non-stop during its absence. This rascal is just like its master." She chuckled lightly, patting Su Lin's head. Understanding this was a jest, Su Lin didn't take it to heart. He continued, "I'll summon it back. Let's see what changes it has undergone." He then released his spiritual energy, commanding the mastiff to return immediately. Before long, the mastiff rushed in, panting heavily. It attempted to speak, but Su Lin, uninterested in its chatter, whispered, "Silence." The mastiff obediently closed its mouth and sat quietly. Upon seeing the mastiff, Yunxiao was taken aback. "Oh, why does the mastiff have Qilin horns and scales now?" Su Lin recounted the incident of the mastiff consuming the King Qilin's inner core, lamenting, "It acted too hastily. As a summoned beast, it has lost its ability to advance. If it had waited a bit longer, I could have learned the spirit pet technique, and it would have successfully formed its Dan." Yunxiao pondered for a moment before shaking her head. "No. It's fortunate that the mastiff consumed the King Qilin's inner core now. Had it waited until you learned the spirit pet technique to consume it, you might have lost the greatest opportunity for this pet." Upon hearing this, Su Lin eagerly inquired for further details. The fairy Yuxiao explained, "The fire unicorn's inner core from the late Yuanying stage is indeed a rare tonic for the fully established mastiff. However, under normal circumstances, it would merely signify the successful formation of the golden core. Currently, due to your summoning technique restricting the mastiff's level advancement and the peculiar environment suppressing its rank to that of Qi condensation, the inner core of this late Yuanying exotic beast, infused with its innate cultivation essence, possesses immense energy. In this situation where breakthroughs seem impossible, it astonishingly altered the internal structure of the mastiff. Now, the mastiff has acquired the bloodline of the unicorn, and unlike other purebred unicorns, it underwent a forced evolution, possessing additional developmental potential. If it encounters sufficient fortuity, this little creature may indeed evolve into a 5-elements unicorn." Upon hearing Yuxiao's words, Su Lin was both astonished and elated, hastily inquiring of the mastiff, "Do you feel that you have learned some new techniques?" The mastiff, astonished by Yuxiao's declaration, gaped and drooled. "What is happening? I now possess the bloodline of the celestial beast unicorn, which means I am no ordinary dog. I am a celestial beast. This is extraordinary. Even the king of the underworld cannot boast such noble lineage." In the moment of Su Lin's inquiry, the mastiff momentarily forgot to respond, lost in a void of pride. After waiting for a while without hearing an answer, Su Lin turned to see the mastiff with its mouth agape, drooling. Annoyed, he walked over and gave it a kick, jolting the mastiff back to reality, prompting it to remember that its master was speaking to it. The mastiff quickly crouched at Su Lin's feet, wagging its tail as it replied, "Master, please do not be angry. I am currently sensing my abilities." After a moment of contemplation, it stood up to declare, "I now fear no flames or high temperatures. I possess considerable immunity to fire-based attacks. Moreover, my attacks now carry some fire attributes." Hearing this, Su Lin nodded slightly. "Your cultivation is still too low, and you are constrained from leveling up. Once I master the spirit pet technique, you may consume the inner core of the golden-haired spirit monkey, and if all goes well, you should be able to successfully form your golden core immediately. At that time, perhaps you will acquire new skills." Su Lin scrutinized the mastiff once more. In its current state, it bore little resemblance to a typical dog. He scratched his head and said, "Now that you have transformed in this manner, calling you mastiff seems rather inaccurate. I intend to bestow upon you a new name. What do you think?" Su Lin said, smiling broadly at the mastiff. The mastiff, hearing Su Lin's words, felt a surge of joy within. To be honest, who wouldn't relish having a majestic name? Previously, everyone called me mastiff, while the name was not unpleasant. It certainly could not be deemed a good name. Now, my master wishes to name me, which is a tremendous honor. Considering that neither the snow bear nor the flying horse has a new name, why should I be granted one? This signifies my esteemed position in my master's heart. Moved by this thought, the mastiff shed tears. "Woof, woof, woof. Master, you wish to name me? How splendid. I have lived for over 1,000 years." Eagerly anticipating this day, observing the mastiff's display, Su Lin felt somewhat helpless. He gazed deeply at the mastiff, harboring doubts about the sincerity of its emotions. However, as the mastiff was his summoned pet, its life and death could be decided by a mere thought, so he was not concerned about rebellion. With this in mind, Su Lin proclaimed, "You were originally a spectral hound, and by fortuitous circumstance, you have acquired the bloodline of a celestial beast, possessing the potential to roar through the celestial realm. Henceforth, you shall be called Xiao Xian, Roaring Celestial." Xiao Xian wagged its tail excitedly, and seeing it was about to speak again, Su Lin waved his hand. "Off you go." After Xiao Xian departed, Su Lin exchanged glances with Yuxia, shaking his head with a wry smile. Yuxia remarked, "This Xiao Xian lacks the imposing presence of a celestial beast unicorn." Su Lin replied, "That may not necessarily be the case. Its current level is too low. If it succeeds in forming its golden core in the future, it may yield new rewards." The two conversed for a while before taking their leave. The next day, Su Lin summoned Yuji, who hurriedly arrived at the door. Su Lin invited Yuji inside and stated, "The gems to fill the gap have been forged, and the Snow Python King and Fire Unicorn have been vanquished. I plan to ascend the peaks of the two holy mountains tomorrow to seal the breach. I believe that from this point onward, the strange rain will cease. Perhaps in a few hundred years, the spiritual energy here will gradually recover, and new cultivators will emerge." Upon hearing this, Yuji was moved to tears and knelt, bowing deeply. "Thank you, esteemed immortals, for rescuing the people of Water Morning Star from peril. I cannot express my gratitude enough. We have one more humble request, and we hope the immortals will grant it." Su Lin inquired, "What is it?" Yuji replied, "I wish for the clan's artist to portray your celestial visages and have a craftsman sculpt statues, so that every year, we may lead our people in worship as a sign of respect." Su Lin turned to look at Yuxia. "Fairy, what do you think?" Yuxia glanced at Su Lin, her cheeks flushing slightly. "Very well, I have no objections." Yuxia thought to herself, "How would these mortals fabricate tales about us with our statues erected here?" Seeing Yuxia's agreement, Su Lin did not refuse but nodded in approval. Yuji hurriedly summoned artists to create portraits of the two immortals, and even Xiao Xian, the flying horse, and the snow bear were painted in turn, before enlisting a stone mason to craft the statues. Su Lin did not have the luxury of waiting for the statues to be completed. Once the paintings were done, he stored the three beasts in his ring and, accompanied by Yuxia, took a flying vessel to the two holy mountains once more. At this moment, no other creatures appeared within the vicinity of the holy mountains. The two rode the snow bear through the valley and ascended the Snowpile Mountain. Under the protective aura emitted by the Snow Bear King, they smoothly arrived at the breach, where Su Lin took out the 5-colored gems and 7-colored stones he had long prepared and sealed the gap firmly in accordance with the forging rules. The instant the breach of Snowpile Mountain was sealed, the strange rain in the sky ceased immediately, and even the cloud cover thinned significantly, allowing the sun's halo to be faintly seen. After leaving Snowpile Mountain, Su Lin and Yuxiao rode the flying horse into the Tian Valley. Holding the unicorn horn, which radiated a protective light, they remained unharmed by the searing flames. Upon reaching the summit of Tian Mountain, where the breach matched that of Snowpile Mountain, Su Lin successfully sealed it. As the final 7-colored stone plugged the breach at the mountain's peak, the dark clouds in the sky dissipated entirely, revealing a clear blue expanse above. Standing atop the mountain, Su Lin and Yuxia gazed at the peaceful restoration of Water Morning Star, exchanging smiles. The sky reverted to its former state, and at that moment, a time-space gate materialized before them. Su Lin and Yuxiao understood that this was the pathway to the final challenge. Hand in hand, they stepped into the time-space gate. As Su Lin and the others departed, the inhabitants of Water Morning Star resumed their lives in peace and prosperity. Years later, the statues of Su Lin, Yuxia, Xiao Xian, the flying horse, and the snow bear were completed, standing tall in the center of the Water Spirit Tribe's plaza, the most sacred place on the planet. Every year, numerous pilgrims visited to offer flowers at the statues of the immortals. At Yuji's suggestion, Water Morning Star reclaimed its original name, Water Spirit Star, and its people eternally sang the legends left by Su Lin and his companions. Yet, what were the legendary figures up to at this moment? As Su Lin and the fairy Yunxiao emerged from the teleportation array, they found themselves in an unfamiliar realm. They stood amidst a desolate wasteland, a scene that bore the scars of a recent battle, with corpses strewn across the ground, some human, others beastly, some belonging to cultivators, and others to ordinary mortals. The acrid smoke had dissipated, leaving a chilling atmosphere that pervaded the air, heavy with the scent of blood. Su Lin glanced at the summoning ring on his hand, now dim and lifeless, indicating that summoning beasts could not engage in battle here. They were entirely reliant on their own abilities. Fairy Yunxia surveyed the bodies around her and suddenly remarked, "This is a war between the demon and the devil races." Su Lin, having only recently begun his cultivation journey, had little understanding of the distinctions between demons and devils. It was only upon entering this battlefield that he had occasionally heard mention of their conflicts. Intrigued by Fairy Yunxia's statement, he asked, "Might I inquire, Fairy, how does one distinguish between demons and devils? What constitutes a demon cultivator, and what defines a devil cultivator?" Fairy Yunxia pondered for a moment before responding. "This topic is rather expansive. I can only provide an explanation based on my understanding of demons and devils. Naturally, my perspective may be somewhat superficial, but you may use it as a reference for your own comprehension in the future." She organized her thoughts and continued. "The distinction between demon cultivators and devil cultivators can be discerned through their respective techniques. This is quite understandable. Demon cultivators primarily practice demon techniques, which predominantly focus on transformation. Demons are capable of myriad transformations, and at advanced stages of cultivation, they can metamorphose into anything in existence. The spiritual energy within a demon cultivator is also distinct from that of other cultivators. It possesses an inherent fluidity that allows it to change alongside whatever form the demon assumes. This ability is a natural gift of the demon race. Moreover, demon cultivators often possess strikingly beautiful appearances, which is also related to their practice techniques. Do you not find me quite attractive?" After saying this, Yunxia smiled charmingly at Su Lin. At that moment, as the sun dipped low on the horizon, casting its warm glow across the battlefield, Fairy Yunxia stood gracefully in her flowing red gown. The golden rays of the setting sun illuminated her figure, enhancing her allure and leaving Su Lin momentarily entranced. Noticing his captivated gaze, Yunxia could not help but feel a sense of pride. With a playful smile, she added, "As for devil cultivators, they practice devilish magic. The techniques of the devil race are fierce, emphasizing physical prowess, reducing defenses while enhancing offensive capabilities. The striking power of the devil race ranks highest among all cultivators. They tend to place less importance on spells, believing that a robust physique can withstand any onslaught and that a sharp blade can vanquish any foe. In terms of combat prowess, a lone devil cultivator may surpass a demon cultivator. However, the sheer numbers of the demon race often counterbalance this advantage, making it difficult to ascertain which side holds the upper hand in their wars. Nevertheless, once either race reaches the pinnacle of cultivation, their combat abilities become indistinguishable. Fairy Yunxia continued, "To further differentiate between demons and devils, one can also consider the types of cultivators. Starting with the demon race, their numbers are vast. As any being, be it human, beast, or even plant, can practice demon techniques. Among them, humans are the quickest to learn, possessing innate intelligence from birth, allowing them to study techniques through sect manuals to enhance their cultivation. In contrast, animals and plants must absorb the essence of nature for hundreds or even thousands of years to awaken their intelligence before they can embark on cultivation. However, once a non-human demon successfully cultivates, they can assume human form, often exhibiting attributes that surpass those of ordinary human demon cultivators. At this point, Fairy Yunxiao fell into a reverie. "I am a demon cultivator myself. In my former sect, we had spirit-wood cultivators and exotic beast cultivators. Despite our differing races, we supported one another within the sect, and once the various demon cultivators transformed into human-like forms, we coexisted harmoniously without distinction. Those who practice devil magic are predominantly human cultivators and souls from the underworld, with few other races engaging in devil magic. This may be due to the fact that beast and plant cultivators, having absorbed the essence of the sun and moon for at least a millennium before gaining intelligence, harbor spiritual energy within them that is naturally suited for practicing demon techniques, rendering them less effective for devil magic. My understanding of devil cultivators is limited, and I cannot offer much insight." Su Lin considered this information and then inquired, "Is it true that the supreme being of the demon realm is known as the demon sovereign, while the supreme being of the devil realm is referred to as the devil sovereign, and that there can only be one of each?" Fairy Yunxia nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, our conflict with the devil race was initiated when the demon sovereign issued a decree compelling us demon cultivators to comply." Su Lin pressed further. Then, what about the immortal emperor who cast down the world-destroying cauldron? To which faction does he belong? Fairy Yunxia contemplated for a moment before answering. To my knowledge, cultivators can practice demon techniques, devil magic, and some also engage in immortal arts. Immortal arts are somewhat akin to demon techniques. While they may lack the versatility of demon magic, they offer greater offensive and defensive capabilities. There is not a significant disparity between demon arts and immortal techniques. However, while entry into the path of immortality is relatively easy, reaching its pinnacle is notably challenging. Immortals and deities must be inscribed in the immortal and divine rankings by the immortal emperor or the divine monarch to be considered successful cultivators. The powers of deities resemble those of devils, focusing heavily on physical cultivation, transforming themselves into formidable artifacts. The numbers of immortals and deities are few, and they are largely indifferent to worldly matters, residing in the immortal and divine realms, territories forbidden to both demon and devil cultivators. Naturally, immortals and deities also refrain from encroaching upon the demon and devil realms, maintaining a delicate balance of coexistence. Having gleaned a clearer understanding of the classifications within the cultivation world, Su Lin asked, apart from immortals, deities, demons, and devils, are there other types of cultivators? Fairy Yunxiao replied, there exists another category known as ghost cultivators, regardless of whether they are human or other beings. The vast majority of departed souls descend into the nine nether realm upon death. This realm, devoid of celestial bodies, is shrouded in darkness and saturated with malevolent energy, where only ghost cultivators can harness the surrounding gloom for their cultivation. The nine nether realm is vast, populated by a myriad of ghost cultivators, some of whom possess the ability to traverse the boundaries of life and death without impediment. However, the majority of ghost cultivators cannot venture into the realm of the living. The sunlight and spiritual energy of the living world are treasures for cultivators, yet they are lethal poison for ghost cultivators. Furthermore, there are instances where some beings or animals, upon death, do not enter the nine nether realm, but instead accumulate and coalesce into physical forms, becoming spectral entities. Your two summoned beasts, the howling immortal and the flying horse, belong to this rare category of spectral beasts. At this point, Fairy Yunxia turned to Su Lin and remarked, it is getting late. We should take our leave from this place for now and find a safe spot to rest. Tomorrow, we can explore further and uncover the tasks that await us here.